Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're here with Trevor Quickshot Henry, and we're going to be running through the IPL5 EU qualifiers. This is the last round of 16 game, and it is going to be FNATIC Red Call taking on Team Alternate Attacks. They are going to be facing off, and the winner of this game is going to qualify for themselves a spot in the semi-final against Moscow 5. This is the second EU qualifier. A couple of games left to play for, and of course, the winner will bank themselves $1,000 in cash as well as a spot at the next IPL event. We are going to be joined by Mr. Studio. Chris, how are you doing?
I'm doing. I was going to say I'm doing pretty well, but first word comes out, voice crack immediately. So now I'm feeling like a prepubescent boy. One more time, but aside from that, I am doing really well. How about you, Trevor?
I am very, very good. For everybody that is joining us and that is on stream, you can take a look at the lobby. We have 8 out of 10 players already in the game, or in the lobby. We're just waiting for the remaining guys to connect. And why don't we have a look at the bracket in the meantime. We managed to watch, I think it was Team MEGASHOCK taking out WINFAKT. No, it was WINFAKT versus Amazing Team was the last game that we casted together, wasn't it, Studio?
I believe so, yes. And
WINFAKT just rolled away with it. Yeah, they just ran away with it. MEGASHOCK have managed to take them out, though, in the lower semi-final. So Team MEGASHOCK are the first grand finalists, and they're going to face off against either Moscow 5, Alternate, or FNATIC. So big stage for them right now.
And I gotta say, this tournament, I love it because everybody has a hard road ahead of them. Team MEGASHOCK, they're in the grand finals, but they have to face off against one of 3 great teams. And even FNATIC and Alternate, in the quarterfinals, whoever wins this has to go against Moscow 5. And if they win that, then right up to Team MEGASHOCK. Yeah. So it's such a hard bracket.
So very, very nice down. You can see we do have a couple of guys still left, loading to get into this game. What have you seen from FNATIC over the last couple of days? Anything at all, Mr. Studio?
I haven't seen anything too exciting. They're just much more solid than they used to be. I feel that with the sOAZ switch, they've just gotten a lot more coordinated as a team, and they've just been getting better and better as the weeks go on. So they're looking strong. They've been looking as strong as they have since the end of Season 1 when they took the finals. So I don't know. I think they're the favorite for this game. At the same time, Alternate has an amazing team, and oh my god, FLord's ELO is 2,817.
I stand to be corrected, but I think he's number 1 EU, if I recall correctly. So, yeah, 2,800 ELO. I think he's been highest. He's been highest for a long time, if I recall correctly. And I do want to point out, we did manage to watch a FNATIC versus Curse EU game a couple days ago, which was a best of 5, and they managed to pick it up 3-1. FNATIC were actually down in the 4th game, down 2 inhibitors, all 3 inhibitor turrets, and a Nexus turret. Won a couple of consecutive team fights and actually picked up the victory in the 4th map after being down 2 inhibitors and 3 inhibitor towers. So huge, huge play from FNATIC, but I wonder if they're going to need to be calling into that sort of depth, or into that part of the game. And take a look, Mellisan back in the lineup as opposed to Pheilox. So going back to Mellisan and support.
This could be just a substitute. I'm not too sure. I guess FNATIC has a lot of schedule things going on. Because even if they win this game tomorrow, we'd actually have to change the time of the cast. I did see Mellisan playing with them earlier, so I'm not too sure what's going on with that, though.
Yeah, so we do have just a couple of minutes to go before we go live with this best of 3, guys. As we mentioned, it is, of course, the European IPL5 qualifier. This is the second one that's being run through. And there's a potential, there's only 3 more games left before we see who our second team from Europe will be for IPL5. The first was, in fact, CLG EU, if I recall correctly.
So CLG EU takes spot number 1. And then, well, what happens after that? Quickshot, I know you want to tell the people.
Well, the way that this is working out, I believe there are 4 qualifiers from each of the different continents, US, EU, and Asia. First place qualifiers managed to pick up $1,000 a piece, as well as that trip to IPL5, or the spot at IPL5, rather. Once we've determined all of our teams, there is going to be another seeding tournament, and the winner of the seeding tournament actually gets all of their flights and travel expenses paid for as well. So pretty big prize to actually work towards and play for.
So that's a big chunk of change, especially for the European team that they're saving by winning that seeding tournament. So it's actually kind of funny how this works out. You play a tournament to enter a tournament, and to enter that tournament, you also get to play in an additional tournament to win a trip to that tournament. So about 3 tournaments will be... Well, actually, each one of the qualifiers is its own tournament, so about 7 tournaments going on 13 if you include the North American ones. I guess there's also the Asian tournament. So like, this tournament has like 15 tournaments total.
Tournamentception. So guys, while we wait for this last player to join, we are going to throw up a very quick advert break, and when we are back, we should be live with game number 1 of FNATIC versus Alternate.
Extremer.
So guys, welcome back after that short break. You are here with Quickshot in studio. We have all 10 players in the lobby and ready to go live with tonight's EU qualifier. Studio, do you think it's too early to put some predictions down, or are you still in favor of FNATIC?
I mean, the history is there for FNATIC, but Alternate, I mean, they've come in, you know, first at a bunch of 4PLs and a bunch of smaller tournaments. They have taken on good teams before and won. So it's not like this is an impossible matchup. This is Alternate. They're playing together for the first time and have never actually played a competitive game. No, they've been around for a while. So they definitely have a chance. Just looking at the ELO, I just love looking at that 28-17. I just cannot stop staring at that big number. But they're a good team, and we are into picks.
So picks and bans. FNATIC managed to win the coin toss, so they get first ban, first pick this time round. What's the highest ELO on the US server, Studio? Come on, you're Mr. Stats and number man. Give us the info.
I want to say that's West Rice. You had it before. Yep, it's still West Rice at 2739. So, not that it means much. You know, FLord is above around 80 ELO higher than West Rice, even though that means literally nothing.
in the top 0.0000001 percentile of people with that ELO rating. So the question is whether or not it's going to be enough to take out xPeke in this mid lane. Whether or not
he's
ELO
1 in a million, yeah. I want to say.
1 in more than a million, actually. What's it, 34 or 35 million registered players?
True. Then again, that does not like ranked is weird because you have like I think only 500,000 who play out in North America. Like people don't play ranked because it's stressful for a lot of people. So I can see why. But bans coming out from FNATIC, Soraka and Ari and Karthus for Alternate. Are you surprised by any of these bans?
None at all. None at all. Karthus, in fact, has been a targeted ban towards FNATIC in several different cups and tournaments. I mentioned it in a little bit of the build-up, but we casted a King of the Hill event on Monday this week, and every single game somebody banned Karthus against FNATIC. So, you know, I don't know if maybe xPeke has been playing it a lot in the solo queue or in those rank ladders. I haven't had a chance to actually double check, but yeah, you know, removed. And Alistair now coming back into the flavor of the month as far as bans are concerned. He's been playing in the jungle quite a lot over here in EU, and yeah, for the first time in a long time, seeing him banned consistently in most of the high-ranked games I've casted.
Now, that has to do with two things. One, Cyanide is a really good jungler, and two, the bot lane for FNATIC has actually always been really scary. But they're bringing back Tristana, they're using Alistar to do it. This kind of, you know, breaks up the Alistar Tristana bot lane we've been seeing from FNATIC, and I don't know, they just have really good support play with Alistar, but we're seeing Mellisan instead of Pheilox, so I don't know if that'll be quite the significant ban they're hoping for on alternate.
And something interesting, something to just throw at you quickly, FNATIC banned Nautilus. They had first pick, and we know Cyanide plays a phenomenal Nautilus, so, you know, obviously not wanting to run Nautilus this game and removing him from the pool.
Now, they first picked Nocturne, and I love Nocturne, but it seems there's a new bug coming out where he might just kind of stop mid-air while using his ultimate. I hope that doesn't come into play just because you hate to see bugs affect this, but, you know, FNATIC, they did pick him knowing that's a possibility. It's the same bug actually that affects Lee Sin and Maokai right now.
I haven't actually seen that one. So Ultimate at the moment hovering over Urgot, and this was a couple of bans which FNATIC were removing quite consistently on Monday night against Curse, removing Soraka and Urgot every single match. Available this time around, and he manages to get picked up, and I'll be super excited if the Skarner gets locked in. I'm such a fan of the champion, albeit he's not, I don't want to say the strongest of junglers, because, you know, fairly easily kiteable, and as long as your positioning is correct, it's quite easy to avoid that impale. But yeah, it is going to get locked in, and we're going to see Skarner this time around.
I want to say it was Snoopa who said this, but I may be wrong. And this was about a recent game between CLG, you, and Moscow 5, and it was who plays Skarner, because Diamondprox picked up Skarner, something he's been doing lately, and apparently just tore house. So Skarner really coming back into play in small little areas. You know, Moscow 5, they can do what they want, so who knows if he'll be consistent, but he's good at jungling, he's fast, and his early level ganks are actually amazing.
Well, that's interesting, because about 3 weeks ago, when I was still watching quite a few of the Moscow 5 games, you know, leading up to DreamHack and a couple of the different online cups, I think it was the Medion Challenge was another one of them. Moscow 5 or Diamondprox was running Skarner, but it didn't impress very much. They lost against, you know, a couple of teams that maybe they shouldn't have been losing to, and that could have probably just been the testing, the trial phase, you know, working up, getting a feel for him, what runes, what masteries, what sort of timing and playstyle you can pull. So if Diamondprox has managed to perfect that, it's going to be another aggressive jungler, which he can just add to his, you know, extensive repertoire at the moment. But Taric Ashe being locked in, and I quite like that combination as well.
I do. I mean, Taric is normally seen as an aggressive, you know, bot laner, but honestly, his heal, if you can manage your mana, if you cannot take too much rest in the bot lane, his heal is good enough to let you survive. And I do like something about Lamia. He knows how to play a wide variety of AD characters. We can see him pick up Graves, we can see him pick up Corki, but he likes to run Ashe, he likes to run Tristan, he likes to run these otter picks just because A, people aren't quite so used to playing against them. Ashe, not super common, more common in EU, but still not that often seen.
Yeah, not that popular. Lamia, of course, I think he's got more pentakills with Ashe in competitive play than anybody else. I stand to be corrected. I've actually shoutcasted one of those, and we do see a Gragas being locked in. Yes! I hope this is not a bug or an error. The fat man is back.
Do I have anyone from alternate on my friends list? I have to check this. I actually do not. Crap.
I think I may. I'm just gonna.
Yeah. We have to double check that. I love Gragas. Gragas is fantastic. Okay. They did not know their mid pick. That's what makes it scary. TF is not too effective at Gragas, so that will be a pretty cool pick. Also, we have Kale being selected. But Gragas, he has a problem early game. If he had a good early game, he would be one of the best characters in the game. Alright, casting that makes a bit of sense. More sense than just debate.
Well, I've just asked ForellenLord and Cliff whether or not the Gragas is the actual pick. We'll see if they're going to come back. And yeah, it apparently seems so. ForellenLord, a little bit of attitude. Did we say something? implying that that is the actual pick. So it is going to be a Gragas versus Castan in the mid lane. I love what I'm seeing as well, because this is going to be a Kayle in the top lane, sOAZ rocking out the Kayle. And I think they used Kayle against Curse earlier in the week as well to a pretty good effect. Who do you put against Kayle? If you're in alternate attack shoes now, who do you put against that champion in the top line?
Going up against Kayle's weird because part of it is just knowing how the matchup works, which is when she has Rage's Fury up, she will destroy you because, the 20 extra magic damage at level 1 is insane. She also has pretty decent attack damage stats. So part of it is just the knowledge. If alternate knows how to play this matchup, it'll be effective. The other part is like, who do you put up against her? And that's something I'm not too sure about, actually. A lot of the traditional top laners are very close range, very melee. So someone like Cho'Gath, I actually don't know how effective Cho'Gath will be. That is a weird team. This is a very Season 1 team, except for the Urgot and Skarner. This is an
old school,
awesome team. Yeah.
Going old school. And seeing Ashe and Kassadin as your AP and your AD carry, that's also a little bit more old school. Kassadin went out of favor for quite a long time, in fact. And only, being picked up by sort of fringe champions or fringe roster lineups. But we are going to see that swapped around. Flash heal on... Oh, that was Lamia. Sorry, that was a bit silly. I thought Kassadin was running flash heal. I was going to say that's a bit unique, but I was mistaken. And no heal in the bot line for alternate. Double flash exhaust.
They don't really need... Well, okay, double exhaust is going to be kind of odd. They don't necessarily need a heal, though. And if they do expect Lamia to not run cleanse, then they can actually get away by having to exhaust, because if Lamia ever gets swapped in, he will die. But I actually really like Alternate's team. So they're very good at displacement. We have Urgot, Gragas, and Skarner, who can displace the enemy, just move them where they want to move them. Oh, Janna, too.
Yep.
Janna will be hard-pressed to do that aggressively, though. So they can reset a fight at a whim, pretty much. They can really control the fights well. They just don't have very consistent damage. Like, Skarner will hurt, Gragas will hurt. Those are pretty hard-to-land skill shots. And they have fairly long cooldowns for the burst. For example, Cho'Gath's Rupture, Gragas' Q. That takes some time. So if they run into a situation where they, pick off 2 people instantly, they'll be in a good spot. But, like, let's say they only pick off 1 person, then FNATIC might just have the sustained damage with the, Ashe, with that Kayle and Nocturne to really go ahead and survive. And that Kayle pick might actually have totally screwed over Alternate, because they have a lot of single-target bursts, especially on Cho. But the perfect Kayle ult will be devastating.
And we'll have to see whether or not sOAZ can actually get that off or get it well timed. Kayle, of course, only really coming into the top-level competitive scene effectively a month ago. I mean, like tops. So, still feeling him out, learning all the bugs and whatnot. And the only reason I say that, maybe being a little bit harsh, but from the games that I watched sOAZ playing on Kayle, it just felt a little bit unpracticed. Watching him play some of the other champions, he's done a little bit better. But take a look at the rune page for Unso Skarner. Full attack speed, 25 armor, and 25 magic resist. So just rocking out pure attack speed on that Skarner, getting that passive of his down, reducing the cooldown on his spells.
And it looks like Cliff is actually going to be using an Irelia rune page. I say this because the rune page is named Irelia. And looking at it, this is a kind of cool Cho'Gath page. So HP5 for the quintessences. Then, normal tankiness with the armor yellows. MR per level blues, nothing weird there. Then physical damage reds. So we might actually see something that has come into play every now and then, which is maxing out Vorpal Spikes first, just because it actually is a lot of damage, and if you put points into it, it scales quite a bit. So that could be just, a very aggressive side-pushing build because it costs no mana. Or it could have just been, I want to be able to attack well, which is weird against Kayle. That's the weird part. Because Kayle will not ever be in melee range if she can avoid it.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I just took a look at xPeke's runes as well. Super, super, super aggressive. Plus 15 AP at level 1 and up to 45 AP at level 18. Plus 8.5 magic pen. And the only reason I point that out, the last time I seen him playing Kassadin, he was facing off against a Ari in the mid lane. And he opted to go for health regen runes. And at level 1 with his masteries and the rune page, it was something like 13 HP per 5. At level 1. He just perma-farmed and was staying at the same farm level as Ari, compliments of all that HP regen. You know, camp back a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong, potions only give you 10 per 5.
Yes, yes.
So it was just, it's crazy, crazy, crazy rune page, and it worked out. You know, he managed to get farm. He didn't manage to, you know, pick up any kills early on, but the farm helped, and I love it. Esquire Gragas with his, I think it's a port bottle, isn't it, if I recall correctly?
My knowledge of wine bottles is very limited. I've always been a beer or liquor type of person. The quick story of how I learned to drink wine was I was at a party once, and I drank wine for the first time like I drank bad beer, which was to chug it as quickly as possible. So when I chugged a glass of wine that couldn't have cost more than, I'd say, for the entire bottle, maybe $2 or $3, it was the worst experience of my life. So I do not drink wine for that reason.
Well, you drank terrible. Ooh, wrong button. Sorry about that, guys. I've moved my overlays for this presentation. So that's the overlays up. You will see FNATIC Raid Call wearing the blue trunks. Alternate attacks wearing the red trunks. I think that's their team color as well. So quite nice for alternate. And boots pots across the board, except for the Meki pendant on Urgot and the regrowth pendant on Skarner. So probably an early Philosopher's Stone. It's not unusual on that particular champion.
Going for the Manamune on Urgot would actually be very unique. You don't see that a whole lot. You normally see Brutalizer into maybe Frozen Heart. I actually wonder how that's going to work out, because normally you want Urgot for the tankiness, but they do have Skarner, they do have Cho'Gath, so that front line is there. And I was going to say something important is Kassadin can destroy Gragas, actually. I forgot about that.
Well, we'll have to see just how effective xPeke can actually do in that mid lane. But another thing to touch on, you mentioned the tankiness, you mentioned the disruption, but there's a lot of protection and a lot of displacement abilities to keep people away from Urgot. You know, you've got the explosive cask, the Howling Gale, the Rupture, Impale, Monsoon. Even if somebody does get close, as you mentioned right at the beginning of the game, there are so many things alternate can do to either set up a kill or force everybody away to defend themselves. You know, if Monsoon isn't enough, you've got Explosive Cask. If Explosive Cask isn't enough, you've got Howling Gale. And if timed and placed correctly, they can be used offensively, but they're mostly, you know, with timing and position can go either way, really, you know?
I really want to see how they play this out, because I think there's a lot of cool potential, but there's also a lot of confusion, like, well, what if they need Urgot to ultimate, but he has a Manamune and he's too squishy? But at the same time, they have so many skills, like he said, they don't need that ultimate. What will be scary is going to be landing Cho versus Kale, I don't know about, and then of course, the reason Kassadin can destroy Gragas is because if Kassadin ever uses his silence, Gragas cannot explode a barrel while that silence is on him. So if he tosses out a barrel and that silences him at the same time, he's pretty much screwed for 2 seconds. Of course, Kassadin can always just, you know, ultimate away from any sort of Gragas ultimate.
So I'm going to see how this one plays out. xPeke already putting down that null sphere onto ForellenLord, but he's replenished it just yet. And both champions needs a couple of levels before their burst really starts to hit pretty hard. And interestingly, actually, both champions being melee. So in terms of last hitting, they both have to get in melee range. And I suppose that's going to play off in Gragas' favor a little bit, if he can get that quick QQ combo down, you know, exploded before the silence goes off. But farm-wise, Gragas, of course, once he gets a few levels into that explosive barrel of his, will be able to clear waves much quicker than xPeke can with Kassadin.
And it actually looks like we have some aggression coming out in the top lane. Look like Skarner's going to go for this gank.
So double buff Unso, blue and red buff. The Rupture does land. That's going to land straight up onto sOAZ. He's going to probably go down to this First Blood. Flash, very aggressive. The Unspeakable Horror is going to pull him right backwards. In fact, First Blood goes onto Cho'Gath. sOAZ somehow gets away with his life. And I'm going to call it right now, luckiest top laner, or most skilled top laner, because we've seen him do that against Curse. They did a very aggressive dive at level 3. He was playing Darius, not only managed to pick up First Blood, but picked up a double kill a little bit later from another dive. How on earth did sOAZ get away with that?
That was the luckiest fear. The fear took him right back into the turret, and it's unfortunate, but there's a 50% chance that Cho'Gath would have walked right out of that.
So lucky, but nevertheless, First Blood on sOAZ. That's going to push him in the lane. And look at mid lane, xPeke being forced really far back. Is it affecting his CS? 9 to 15, so an entire creep wave lost already. And he's down to his last hit point that's busy ticking over. And of course, the Drunken Rage, that's going to keep ForellenLord a little bit up. Keep tossing up that mana a little bit. And his passive Happy Hour, that's going to give him, it's a small number of health, you know, 17 for each ability. But when you consider Drunken Rage is free, it's effectively 17 hit points every 20 seconds, you know?
Yep. And something I forgot to factor in was that Gragas does have that Drunken Rage, which increases his attack damage. So that might have actually caught xPeke off guard. Eventually, Gragas has 107 attack damage at level 3. So I don't think he expected the AD to come out and he just started getting bursted on by Gragas. He's just like, I'm a big fat alcoholic. I'm going to beat you up now. Which is something no one ever wants to see.
No, they do not. So at the moment, early game advantage a little bit in favor of FNATIC. Compliments of picking up that first blood. sOAZ opting to finish his Berserker's Greaves instead of going for the early Doran's Blades. And we'll have to see how that plans out. I suppose that makes a lot of sense. It gives him the ability to juke and dodge those ruptures. And that's really... It's going to mitigate a lot of the damage that can be put down, or that, crowd control that can come out.
A lot of Kale's defensiveness is actually just her mobility with the Divine Blessing, giving an 18% movement speed. That's what's going to save her from a Skarner game. The fact that she's just moving so quickly, you cannot catch her. So I like the Berserker's Greaves. I like that they're not going for raw HP, because that's not what's going to save him in any sort of event.
In actual fact, touching on that point, FNATIC's lineup is very kite heavy. Ashe, Cassidy, and Kale, they're all, they need to be moving and being out of direct damage in order to keep putting their damage down. And if they do get caught out, if these displacement abilities are timed correctly, that could screw them up a bit, because, Ashe, Cassidy, and Kale can be bursted down quite hard. And if they, get the AoE burst, I say the word burst, you've got the explosive cast, which is a lot, the explosive barrel, which hurts quite hard. If Rupture manages to catch 2 or 3, that ultimate, that intervention's only going to protect one champion, and for a fairly short duration as well. It's only, I think 3 or 4 seconds at max rank?
I think it's 2 to 3 actually, so a really short duration ultimate. It's all going to be about whether alternate can catch multiple people with or displacement. If they just catch one person into an Orga ultimate, Kale can save them. They may just not have the damage afterwards to actually win a fight. If they catch a bunch of people, if 2 people get hit by a Rupture, that could be a fight right there.
And there's the mid lane, so nicely done. As ForellenLord was using that body slam to fly forward, xPeke just tossed out the Null Sphere, silenced him, so no more barrels, no explosive cast. It actually looked like ForellenLord was trying to set up a explosive cast ultimate. Oh, we do see some aggression now. There goes the Riftwalk into silence. Cyanide coming backwards. Body slam actually, I think that was whiffed. The fear may have turned him a direction. I didn't see if the spell shield caught the body slam or not.
Neither did I actually. Like, I was watching it, like that looked weird.
Yeah, but the fear proc went off. ForellenLord moved to the right hand side, but the spell shield appeared to fizzle. So either way, the body slam didn't land. There was no slow, and I think there was a silence on, well, the fear on ForellenLord meant that no ultimate could throw Nocturne back into his teammate.
So xPeke just did something awesome when ForellenLord tried to use his Drunken Rage and drink. He actually interrupted it with Null Sphere, something people forget you can do. You can interrupt Gragas' Drunken Rage. You don't get the damage reduction, and you only get about half the mana if it does get interrupted. So a very quick play, a very nice play. And we have the gank coming bottom from Skarner, but he is spotted by a ward, and they'll just walk on out of that bot lane.
Flash and Impale is available for Unso, so we may see some aggressive dives or some slightly more aggressive play. And I'm trying to see, when did FNATIC pick up their blue buff? I know Cyanide started at red, and there we go, 7 minutes 50. So
right now.
Yeah, a little bit delayed on that blue buff. Oh, there comes the flash. Impale manages to land as well. I think that stun went out a second too late. Lamia is now trying to get away. Exhaust is down. One more Acid Hunter may be enough. The Acid Hunter is on ticking. Down to 40. The final Acid Hunter will pick it up. I actually thought the duration on that Terra capacity... No, not the Terra, the Corrosive Charge had worn out, but it was just enough time, and Moonilol evens up the score 1-1.
I'd say Corrosive Charge never lasts like an okay amount of time. It's always just too short or just too much. It is such a dramatic skill for getting those last hits on champions. And just a good flash Impale there. Something we see a lot in solo queue, where it's just like, oh, I forgot about Flash Impale. That was just good distance covering from Unso, knowing just the right moment to get in there.
Yeah, so really nice. And the max range on that ability, you actually seen the Taric animation for that Dazzle going out. Ooh, a little bit of aggression there from xPeke. The silence goes down. Doesn't really have enough mana to continuously Rift Walk, but looking to bug ForellenLord, looking to just frustrate him. And I think he actually prevented him doing the rates there with that little Rift Walk into Null Sphere.
xPeke, by the way, really scary for Gragas right now. He does have that Ignite, so that true damage Will taking fairly low. FLord just using abilities right now to regain HP. Something cool you do with Gragas, just spam your body slam. Don't get into a risky position while it's down, of course, and you will be safe. You will be getting HP back. Blue buff going towards xPeke now, so I really like that FLord will try and buy. Nope, he's just going to go do Wraiths.
And take a look at this from sOAZ now. He's looking like maybe he wants to take a dive. Takes one tower hit. Just landing that auto attack and backing off, auto attack and backing off. But Cliff opting to rank up the silence, his Feral Scream, above any of his other abilities.
Feral Scream is almost guaranteed harass just because it's so hard to miss, so I can understand it. But it does have a long cooldown. When a fight goes down, he's just going to have that silence. And of course the CC from Rupture, but not much damage, which you don't normally need on Cho'Gath, so I can understand it. It just may come back to bite them if he's the last person alive.
Cyanide camping in this top lane for a little bit. I think he's just allowing sOAZ to harass Cliff down, and unfortunately he's effectively just wasted a minute of his time, because Cliff is now considering recalling, thinking about going back. There's a full wave in front of him, and now he's double checking, double thinking that. In the middle lane, some pressure from xPeke onto ForellenLord. But look at the CS in the top lane. 30 CS difference already. 51 to 84. 600 gold already just from farm.
I mean, that early death was huge. Actually, the Nodred ultimate comes out. Will the Fear land?
It does manage to land. Ignite now goes down. Cyanide, compliments of that intervention, manages to tank the tower for a couple of hits longer, and sOAZ picks up a fairly easy kill at the end of the day. But the very, very tanky Cho'Gath took quite a while to go down. That single Doran's Blade, just not enough damage to really melt his HP bar.
I mean, Cho'Gath, even if he did have an early death, it's still hard to kill. Unfortunately, that one death at the beginning of the game was just massive. When Kayle gets ahead, there's almost no real easy way to stop her. How do you stop a Kayle as Cho'Gath? You can try farming the creep waves, she can push those down just as quickly with Registry, though. You cannot get in close range to attack her because she's ranged. So it's a matchup that would have been, I think, much more equal had Kayle not gotten a tiny bit ahead. But with that first blood, with that kill, that was enough to just make it a hard lane where Cho'Gath did not have the mana to sustain or to farm.
We do see that Dragon goes the way of alternate down in that bottom lane. Unso's picked up a fairly early Oracle's Elixir. So he's going to be running around trying to clear out those wards. If you pick up an early Oracles, you do have to clear out all of those wards near the river and try to take some Dragon control, which they have done quite nicely. And of course, by seeing Nocturne in the top lane, it meant there was no Paranoia Smite potential for steal or anything along those lines. So not bad. But look at the build here for Urgot. Mooney Lol opting to go for that Brutalizer, Meki Pendant, and Chain Vest. So it looks like he's building for raw stats as opposed to actual complete items.
I think that Meki Pendant might have just been to headband in the early game. If you don't see it built into a tier quickly, then it's not going to be too effective just because you need to build up the mana stacks, you need to build up the mana moon stacks. So that had to be just for early game harassment. The Brutalizer going to be into a Frozen Heart, which is a much more standard build on Urgot.
Unso moving forward with that little crystalline exoskeleton of his. It looked like he was trying to set up a slow, beautiful explosive cast. That pulls sOAZ backwards. Now the intervention does go down a few seconds before. He has the Ignite ticking over, flashes away. That heal of his keeping alive for quite a while. Now xPeke the one that's in trouble. He actually fail flashes into the wall. Are we going to see a little bit of a chase? And no. Kayle eventually goes down after that one, but really nicely played by ForellenLord and the rest of Alternate. Realizing they can catch him out of position. The body slam didn't actually land the slow, but it wasn't needed because Explosive Cast tossed him all the way back into the welcoming arms of Skarner.
Alcohol kills.
Alcohol. I like that one.
Unfortunately, and actually to the sad truth, that's a completely different issue. Unfortunately, they use every flash on their team except Fisch. I'm having trouble with that name. And we didn't have any, pressure coming on the bottom lane. So Lamia got some free farm. If you look at the CS difference bot lane, he's ahead by 20 CS. That was a good kill, but unfortunately it wasn't just a pure clean. We got total advantage out of that. There was some free farm in the bot lane, and so many flashes used that right now Cyanide can more or less go crazy, and there's no escape aside from, Gragas being Gragas. Gragas being Gragas is the best escape.
Oh, we do see a very nice aggressive walk there. The Paranoia, Rifthawk, even the Ash Arrow coming up, if that wasn't enough, flying right over the corpse of the dead fat man. And really, really good dive there, knowing exactly how much damage they can actually do. This ward in the bottom lane now puts Mellisan in trouble. Mellisan, rather, not Mellisan in trouble. The hyperkinetic position reverser is available, but Lamia gets in just at the last second there to deter that ultimate. But a really, really nice gank from Cassidy and Nocturne in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was actually really cool. I guess Gragas being Gragas isn't a good defense when Nocturne's ultimate will track him through Body Slam. He needed to wait to Body Slam, but if he had waited, Cyanide would have gotten really close to him. He probably would have still gotten the fear off. He was more or less in a bad position just because he didn't have the HP or really the mana to survive that. I do not believe he had enough mana for his ultimate at that time.
Now, I've got a question for you regarding the play over in US. Are your AD carries reverting back to the Bloodthirster?
Bloodthirster Phantom Dancer is the new popular build. It's actually the ult comes onto Mellisan, but there's xPeke as follow-up. Looks like everyone will just walk away from each other in that bot lane. There's a quick little, I'm just gonna hit you. Okay, alright, let's...
It's a love tap. It's a love tap. But I'm seeing more and more. I love it, but no, that's, no.
Something else. Something not for this stream.
But I'm seeing now more and more commonly the Bloodthirster being built, and specifically on Graves, in fact, players actually opting to go for the Bloodthirster into the Last Whisper. Now, it makes sense on a champion like Graves because collateral damage and buckshot, of course, scale or physical damage. They deal physical damage, so the armor penetration makes them more effective. Volley deals physical as well, so I can sort of see something, applying there somewhat, but you don't really consider Ashe a burst champion. And Mellisan is in so much trouble. Manages to walk past the body slam. His explosive cast, a beautiful flash. Unfortunately, a push forward from ForellenLord means that Ashe arrow completely whiffs. Exhaust has now been put down onto Mooney Lol. The damage is really, really huge. Now the exhaust onto Lamia is going to save him. Does he have flash available to move forward? In fact, the Rift Walk is that Force Pulse is going to be all that's required. Silence now goes out into Fisch, and look at that chunking off the damage. But a really nice counter kill from FNATIC when they were the ones that were initiated upon.
Fisch actually with, I want to see what his room page is, kind of greedy. Only 32 MRs. FLord, what are you doing? Managed
to completely bait that one. Unso, no Impale available. Compliments of the Love Impale onto Taric a little bit earlier. Duskbringer manages to almost catch Janna. They've decided to commit to this dive. Cyanide is tanking for quite a while. I'm going to keep moving forward. That was a dazzle stun onto Unso in the background. Cyanide still tanking just long enough to get away with his health. FNATIC, how are you mitigating all of that damage? What must your communication sound like to go, no, I've got 2 more turrets. Don't worry, bro. We've got this, There was no panic, no stress. It was just calm and collected.
I mean, that's how you have to do these tower dives. They're very emotional when you do them, in a game. But when you're coordinated as a team, when you're saying, all right, we can take X hits, well, not X hits, but you eventually feel what you can take, and if you're just using that saying, I have to go out now, your team is like, alright, we know that, we will respond appropriately, we'll have someone tank, we will, back out if we need to. That was a really cool, almost a surgical strike of a tower dive.
Yeah, it was so well played, and specific mention has to go to Cyanide on Nocturne. He pulled the tower aggro. He was probably the player that actually called it, let's go, let's go. He was tanking the town for a couple of hits. When the remainder of his team pushed forward, who were all very low, I mean, bar for Ashe had high hit points, but Taric and Cassidy both on low hit points. And he stuck around. He allowed his teammates to pick up the kill onto Unso. Then he tanked, 1 or 2 additional tower hits and fell backwards, at which point Lamia started taking over the tower dive, or the tower damage. So really nicely done. Mellisan now managed to get impaled before the dazzle lands. He is going to get blown up, stands to survive a long time, but actually eats not only the impale, but the explosive cast as well. And a lot of abilities used just to kill the Heart of Gold Philo Stone Taric.
He did have an Oracle's Elixir, and they will pick up Dragon. Top tower, will it go down? Maybe. I'm looking like a yes if they don't have a quick retreat. So it was worth it at the end, but they're not too threatening now. And look at xPeke. Is he scared of Cho'Gath? No, he can dodge his Rupture. Is he scared of Unso? No, because he has no Impale. So the fear is not there anymore.
There goes the slow. Look at the damage from a full combo. That's going to chunk about half the health. Now they're going to commit to this dive. Intervention is not available. Now it has been used. In fact, sOAZ is the one that's tanking the tower. That's going to be a problem. The feast goes down. Cassidy unfortunately gets picked off. A little bit of mistiming on that damage. Now sOAZ is going to get picked off as well. So a 1-for-2 exchange at the end of the day. Just a little bit of mistiming.
If that last tower dive was a surgical strike, this was a carpet bombing.
Cyanide is going to probably be able to pick up this kill. Actually, the support of ForellenLord and Unso is now going to chase him away. Flash into the counter flash from Cyanide. If Body Slam had landed, it may have been enough. The explosive cast pushes him into a wall, holds him for a few seconds. While all of that is going on, there is a kill in the bottom lane, so I'm going to hit that backspace once just to see exactly how that played out. And it did lead with an Ash Arrow onto Moonilol. Dazzle does land as well as Radiance, and a very easy kill, in fact, for Lamia and Mellisan. Oh, flash into the last auto attack was, in fact, required. But nicely done. And I'm going to put on that director camera and fast forward to real time.
Not too much has happened in that time. So Cyanide may actually just be the linchpin for the dives, actually, because we watched that dive in the top lane. xPeke backed off, and then the ultimate landed on him from sOAZ. So they clearly had two different goals there, and they did eventually go for the dive, but sOAZ backed off as xPeke went in. All of a sudden, xPeke died to more or less just a Cho'Gath ultimate, and then afterwards, the follow-up from sOAZ came up, and at that point, alternate was there, ready to react. So very, very chaotic.
Well, we do see another aggressive dive in this bottom lane. Fisch is the target. In fact, they're going to blow up Moonilol first. Exhaust goes down into Lamia. Finally, the position reverser comes out. That's going to be a little bit too little too late. Impale is available. Going to hold Lamia and immediately Quicksilver sashed away. Brilliant itemization coming out from FNATIC's AD carry. They pick up another great tower dive on this bottom lane. And now that ForellenLord has joined the party, Casten is going to go 1-1 against him. He's got that Riftwalk available to jump over the cliff if he needs to. And FNATIC are going to consider this dive. Intervention is available. It may need to be used, but xPeke Riftwalks to safety. Tower, in fact, goes down, and eventually know the kills are going to come from that one. But the point that I said right at the beginning of the game was exactly what we've seen in that top lane, that carpet bombing of a tower dive. sOAZ just a little bit too hyperactive or too energetic with that intervention ultimate. And if we'd waited just a second later to took one tower shot and then used it, they could have been able to pick up the kill and potentially escape. You know, Lamia or xPeke could have run away a little bit sooner, a little bit earlier. But on the bottom lane, we go back to coordinated control tower dives, and FNATIC have a 4,000 gold lead at this point in the time.
So truly the key to this is diving when Cyanide is nearby. And actually Mellisan himself is an amazing character to dive with just because of the armor bonus. So if you're near him, you're getting plus 30 armor. So right now, Cyanide 105, that's decent, but the 135 he has when he's diving under a turret near a turret, that is much more effective at stopping that damage. If you notice, they are not taking a whole lot of tower damage. They're pretty much just soaking it up, going whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Every single one of them is taking a long time to go down when they do actually get focused. I took a look at Peke's itemization at the moment. He's got his Archangel Staff completed, 384 bonus mana, 232 AP already, in comparison to the 156 of his counterpart. And you've seen the burst that he's putting down. That Force Pulse is actually clearing out the caster minions with a single usage right now.
That is an aggressive build, and it's proven to be effective.
Yeah, 3-1-2, 3-2-1 on sOAZ. Other than Lamia having assists, you know, the solo mid and solo top are doing very well. But Alternate and I are going to siege down this mid tower. Oh, we do see an aggressive come out. Now Unso, he's taken so much damage. The Ash Arrow manages to catch Moonilol. Unso's going to be the first one to fall down. Kill Critic goes to Cyanide and Nocturne. Second one is picked up by sOAZ there in the background. Riftwalk has now a double kill coming out from Cyanide. Are we going to see a triple kill? Riftwalk into the final. Force Pulse means a 4-man kill for FNATIC. And Cliff on that Cho'Gath walking backwards, knowing he's not going to be able to defend this tower, and knowing that FNATIC have just gone tower diving all day long, he's just going to recall and forego this mid tower.
Yeah, Cliff will not be hanging around just to prevent that death at the turret. And I have to say, the coordination from FNATIC is just there. They're letting the Ash ultimate. They know they have that displacement, but they're initiating in such a way that they cannot use it. So Moonilol starts out that fight CC. The rest of the team is trying to retreat. Janet ultimate can only push back one person, or she will be at risk of dying just to the burst from xPeke. FLord, he might have been able to drag a spell there, but it was still, who does he land on? Who does he push out? Who does he push in? Because he wasn't in really a spot to do both. And oh my god, the intervention blocking the Cho'Gath ult so much burst that xPeke just got saved from.
Oh, keep in mind though that Cliff did not actually use that. The Baron Nashor does end up going to FNATIC, so they don't lose that one. They picked up 2 kills for it in exchange. Fisch is going to be the third. That's a double kill for xPeke. He's got a little bit of mana. The regen is up. Silence goes out into ForellenLord. But yeah, the Cliff's ultimate, I don't know if it was prevented or silenced, but he ended up not being used. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto Moonilol. 256 crit, 256 crit. Another kill going down for FNATIC. This time, Mellisan joins the party. He says, thank you very much. 2-2-11 on that support, and this is probably GG for game number 1 to FNATIC. And
I don't actually know about the ultimate. Sometimes it does get used, sometimes it doesn't. Kale's ultimate has been changed, so some skills will not get burned on it when it is up. This was a long time ago, and nobody ever really calculated what skills that is. Oh my god, xPeke deciding he did not want to live. Oh, the surrender vote has come out.
So
A good final kill from alternate.
great to pull that one back. So it's a 17-6 scoreline right at the end there. Peke, good guy Peke, offering up his life as a little bit of a, I don't know what the term would be, a friendship offering, as it were. There's your final game score, 17-6, 4-0-5 on Cyanide, 2-1-11 support Mellisan. But sOAZ and Peke playing so well with those carries. There's not much to add, really.
Yeah, I mean, they played well. The picks were not really there for alternate. I like that they chose those characters. I like those characters, but FNATIC more or less had a team to counter it. We did see the barrel being undetonatable.
Yeah.
That a word? Nope.
It is now. It is now.
Okay. But it could not be detonated because of the silence from Kassadin. Cho'Gath, his ultimate was apparently just briefly stopped by that Kayle ultimate, and just the lane wasn't there. And eventually bot lane just kind of collapsed because the Ashe ultimate and the pressure from a Nocturne was enough to just go ahead and shut down that lane. So very well played from FNATIC. Their picks were just solid. Their picks were there. And alternate, they did go for some alternate picks, really, but it did not prove to be too effective. They need to find out what didn't work and change it up. The displacement was cool, but they cannot run so much displacement that they don't have really any sort of consistent CC.
Yeah, it's very, very true. So game number 1 does go in favor of FNATIC Red Call. This is, of course, a best of 3 games, so potential 2 more games coming up. Before we get into this, though, we do have to have an advert break, so we'll be back very, very shortly. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to be jumping into game number 2. This time around, Alternate get first pick, first ban. We have all 10 members up and loaded into the game lobby. I'm Quickshot, and Studio is here, co-casting all the way from stateside. Studio, game number 1, FNATIC with a stomp. Can Alternate pull it back?
If I said no, I would honestly just get up from my chair, leave, and come back in 30 minutes because you could just handle it. So yes, they can. We are here because they are two good teams. They've gotten all the way to the quarterfinals in this IPL5 Qualifier #2 tournament. I love how long that name is. So they have definitely shown their strength to get here, and alternate can come back. They just need to make sure that they're in the mood, they're ready to play. They have got the emotions down. They have got just what it takes to beat FNATIC. I mean, they're a good team.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they tried something a bit new, a bit off the wall last time round, and it had the potential to work. But exactly like you said, there was too many factors which are not reliable. You know, an Ash Arrow, if it hits, it's guaranteed. Dazzle, guaranteed. Kale Ultimate, guaranteed. To rely on all those displacement abilities and the assumption that 5 players are going to get 5 disruption abilities perfectly timed and in perfect sync, it's just a bit too much to bank on, and it ended up resulting in a strong FNATIC win. And Kale in the ban pool, I can honestly say this is probably the second or third time I've ever seen that happening.
We did see this at MLG Anaheim during the finals when Dyrus busted out the Kale for that last match against CLG North America. I like the Kale ban because they don't know how to deal with it, and they know that if they choose Kale again, it will be a problem. So they will have to learn how to deal with her. But right now they're like, we don't have the time to do that, so screw it. We'll get someone else. We'll just ban them. So actually, the best example of the guaranteed success versus not guaranteed success. Do you remember when Mellisan got ulted by Gragas in that last game as Tarek, and he just flashed at the last second and got pushed away rather than towards his team? Pretty much what can happen with such a risky team like that, and the good play from FNATIC just was able to take advantage of those small little weaknesses in the lineup.
Yeah, exactly what you mentioned. Now, the Kale being banned out in comparison to sOAZ, you touched on the fact they don't know how to deal with it, don't know how to play against Kale. The thing is, you can't outban sOAZ. Actually, if I think about it, you can't outban many of the players on FNATIC, or most of the top you've seen, in fact. sOAZ, we've seen him playing recently. Needly, Darius, Kale, and there was a 4th champion who he did phenomenally well with, Olaf as well, in the top lane. And almost every single game I've seen him in that top lane, he's not only won his lane, but won his lane in style. It does, of course, come with a little bit of ganks and some assistance from Cyanide, which cannot be discounted. But sOAZ is a really, really strong top lane, and he's got a lot of slightly less standard top laners in play. Other than Olaf, really, he does well with several champions.
You really need to be able to play at least, I'd say, 5 champions to go ahead and compete at this level. I mean, if you have 3 bans available to you, and then that last champion can be countered, which, in the top lane is incredibly common, you're not in a good position. So you need to have that wide variety of characters you can play, and it's good to see that sOAZ has it. It doesn't matter that he has some offbeat picks, just because he does have enough picks, enough counter picks where he can justify playing such odd characters.
So final bans going out, Karthus and Soraka and Urgot once again removed from the pool. Shen is available, however, so instantly locked in. And I'd like to see how Alternate want to play this one, whether or not they're going to give him to Cliff in that top lane and make him a tanky monster of a ninja, or if they want to give it to Unso in the jungle, which we're seeing a lot more EU teams actually doing, favoring that Shen in the jungle type of build, much like the Koreans do.
Mm-hmm. I like it because it's safer. Shen in the top lane actually has a lot of risks associated with it, now that he has been nerfed quite a few times and people know how to deal with him. Like, for example, Vladimir will shut down Shen, and Shen does need a decent amount of farm to not die, and B, if Vladimir is going crazy, you're in a bad position. So they want to see what the enemy team will pick and whether Shen will work against that, and if not, toss him in the jungle, pick up a different top laner, and just be safer.
So that options, that the ability to swap him around wherever you want to, it helps quite a lot. And here we go, Nautilus not banned last time round. Oh, sorry, Nautilus was in fact banned by FNATIC last time round, and now it looks like they're going to be giving him to Cyanide. And I love seeing that because we know just how powerful Cyanide is with this particular champion.
Well, it could always be support Nautilus or top Nautilus, but it won't be. We can just say it won't be. Yeah, Cyanide is devastating when he's given that underwater Seaman. And I don't know. Nautilus is weird because he is just devastating. He is so good at everything he does. You can shut him down in the jungle. He can be level 6 at the end of the game, but he will still have that hook, that root, that like 2 other slows that he also has access to.
And of course all the knockups as well. A well-timed death charge. You've also got knockups. So you've got so much things. This time around, the Mellisan going to be pulling out the Janna, and Tariq going to be sitting on, I think it was Fisch who was the support for alternate. So swapping supports this time around.
I want to say Fisch. That just sounds more fun. But Tariq Graves a much more standard composition than what we saw. Well, I guess Janet Urgot's not that uncommon. But Tariq Graves is also standard composition rather than the Ashe Tariq that we saw last game. Ashe Tariq's standard to FNATIC, but not to really any other team. I do wonder if they're going to, go for Tristana, which would not be the worst thing in the world. They do like running Tristana against Graves. Corki is actually a good choice. If they do see that stun come out from Tariq, Corki has like a million years to just press that Valkyrie button, get into a safe position, and it not die. So no Tristana, sadly. A big frowny face coming out because I do like seeing Lamia play Tristana. It is incredibly fun to watch, and I really coming out. I like that. There
was an awesome video on Reddit, I think it was today or yesterday, of an AP Tristana in the mid managing to just insta-nuke an Ahri, compliments of the rocket jump and a passive from her explosive shot. It managed, Ahri was sitting in and amongst about 15 or 16 creeps in the mid lane, and the passive from explosive shot blew all of them up simultaneously, melting Ahri's hit points from full health to 0. Really awesome video. If you haven't checked it, go Google it on YouTube. It's definitely worth a watch.
Wait, did she rocket jump onto them, or did she just auto attack?
Yes, rocket jumped onto the creeps. So an AP with the Deathfire Grasp completed and Sorcerer Shoes landed that damage onto Ahri, and obviously the slow, and then the combination of that picked up a kill onto one creep, which picked up a kill onto the next creep, and that just blew up the entire wave. And literally that ability alone with the passive of explosive shot destroyed Ahri. It is a great little video to watch. And not a bug, nothing, it's just every single creep gets blown up. But we noticed Lamia actually picking a Leona for a second or two, and I thought that might have been trolling. Hovered back, ended up going with the Corki at the end of the day. And ForellenLord considering going with the Cryo Phoenix.
The Cryo Phoenix, I do wonder how she work in this composition. Nautilus is always scary as a Nevia just because a strong ganker can punish her early game. And of course, Nautilus does not care about your walls. I can just go through it because it is not a true wall. So Vladimir being taken, I actually kind of like this in a way because it means they can't counterpick Shen. But of course, this means that Vladimir can now be counterpicked. But Aurelia versus Vladimir is a pretty equal matchup. Now that mid laner will not be Ahri because she's banned out. They want to choose someone who can be aggressive against Anivia and hopefully support some aggressive action from Nautilus. Brand actually was going to say it could be a possibility, but it's not too popular lately. Oh, that would be a mean, just like, all right, you guys ran Gragas and did the work. Let's watch us run Gragas and make it work. So Gragas was a Shushei standard from back in the day.
Many months ago. I think that was DreamHack Finals where he really showed his stuff. I've actually got 2 particular kill sequences in my head of Shushei blowing up a Rise. They were playing on the right-hand side in the red team, and he used his body slam from the vertical grass in the river through the wall, explosive cast, explosive barrel, and just deleted a Rise. This is, of course, pre-tanky Rise, but I still remember the sequence, and that was what made me fall in love with the fat alcoholic champion.
My favorite, I think, was actually the old FNATIC composition of Ashe, Anivia, and Gragas. It was so strong. And Ashe ult lands on someone. They get Gragas ulted back towards their team. The wall pops out behind whoever the Ashe arrow hit. They are now stuck. They are now dead. It was awesome. It was so cool to watch. But unfortunately, the Gragas top lane no longer too effective because all the top laner bruisers over there will kill him so hard.
And Peke locking in Kassadin. Kassadin versus Anivia can go well, but if Anivia gets ahead, it can lead to some pain on Kassadin's part. And of course, he does need a few levels before he's able to trade effectively against ForellenLord's Anivia.
The pressure will be really high from xPeke early just because that's when he needs to apply it. Like, once Anivia hits level 6, xPeke can actually interrupt the combo really easily, but it's going to be very easy for FLord himself to go ahead and get a reactive RE combo. So, well, you know the skill names. What is Glacial Storm into Frostbite. I know the skill names.
Yes. Well done. Well done. I noticed the other day there's a severe lack of knowledge on my passive names. I have no idea what the passive names are for all of these champions, so I'm very disappointed with myself. But I will learn them. I will learn them.
Rebirth and True Grit are the ones I know for alternate. Tailwind and Tailwind are the only ones I know for FNATIC.
So taking a look at the rune page, Kassadin this time round, he's opting to go 28 AP at level 18, 15 at level 1, and opting to go for 13 armor as opposed to that full ability power per level. So we're seeing a slightly different rune page from Kassadin when he's facing off against Anivia as opposed to the previous game. So small change, and we'll see whether or not that bonus armor is going to help him out. I believe Anivia's actually got one of the longest auto attacks in the game. It's just one of the slowest animations.
It is slow animation, very low base damage too, but still 600 range, so it's going to be more or less free harass on the Kassadin. Every time he wants to do any sort of CSing or anything that involves melee range, a stone ball will hit him in the face.
sOAZ's runes, if you take a look, I love this little thing that's now popping into the trend, that single blue attack damage rune. That bumps you from sort of, rounding down to 15 to rounding up to 16 points of damage, and loses just that tiny little bit of MR per level.
And actually, this is just straight up MR. So going up against the Vladimir doesn't want the MR per level. He wants the defensive aspect of those blues right away, rather than waiting till later on when it will be somewhat effective, if he gets the MR per levels. But he needs the help now. So that top lane, I think a good, really, where does Cyanide go? If he gets a kill early in the top lane, it'll be huge. If he gets a kill early in the mid lane, it'll be huge. Same for bot lane, actually, but bot lane always tricky to gank because those wards are just kind of, sprinkled everywhere. Like pixie dust, I imagine, if pixie dust were a thing.
I always imagine that they look like Christmas trees. Every time I see those little red and blue dots, it always reminds me of Christmas lights. So I am, of course, I'm stealing that line as well. Somebody had said it somewhere else and said, I'm not happy with the map until it looks like a Christmas tree. So
the bot lane, which will always be a Christmas celebration.
But there's definitely something that has to be said for Cyanide's ganking of the bot lane. In terms of all the junglers that we see out of EU and all of the champions that are played, I do feel that Cyanide is one of the stronger players at actually successfully pulling off ganks on that bottom lane. We've seen in the previous game a great flash impale from Unso, but every time I've seen Cyanide playing Nautilus, I have seen him successfully move into that bot lane, follow up, a depth charge into a dredge line and actually secure those kills. So whether or not he can land it this time around with the dazzle and the quick draw that Taric and Graves are going to have available will remain to be seen. But we've got some awesome skins in this game. The only one that's not running a skin is Mr. Taric. Oh, and Vlad, of course. Sorry, I did not see that. But the Harbinger Kassadin, as we've seen previous game. I'm not a fan of Warlord Shen. I don't like the flag. It annoys me.
I don't know. It really doesn't need the flag. Put the flag back, Shen. You don't need to carry it with you. Ninja teams are not common, so if you're not representing anybody, nobody's gonna have those skins for the same match. Come on, put it back. Let's do it. So about that bot lane gank, so what's really cool about bot lane is how weird and stupid it can be. So if we look at Taric's item build, okay, he went for wards build. Taric's at late game been going, boots, 2 wards, boots, 1 ward, 2 potions. People will forget that if the reason bot lane is hard to gank is because there's a support who put those wards everywhere. When teams see that Taric only runs, with 1 or 2 wards, that lane becomes gankable. So every now and then you'll see a trend where Taric will start getting less wards, then he will start getting ganked a lot, and the next game you'll see Taric pick up 3 wards just because they don't want to die. So bot lane will just be very chaotic with that. I do like when they can abuse it, but as you can see, with 3 wards, one of those being a vision ward, it's going to be really hard for Cyanide to get into that bot lane.
And neither team opting to go for any sort of invade at all just yet. We do see a red ping there onto Taric. There is no vision available from FNATIC, but they're pinging multiple times. And there's a little ping coming out there from alternate now onto the red buff of FNATIC. So a defensive, a slow start, neither team wanting to give away anything early. And you can't blame them for that. This is, of course, the round of 16. So, but that's not quarterfinal, is it? Yes, it is, because the 16 teams...
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so this is
It's top 8. It's top 8.
It is top 8. Yes, you are correct. So top 8, in fact. The winner of... Sorry, math is not my strong point, guys. That's why I talk, you know.
Don't know if that was math necessarily.
Oh,
but
don't, yeah. Don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. The winner of this game is going to face off against Moscow 5, and that game is scheduled for tomorrow evening. If FNATIC are victorious, I believe it's scheduled to kick off at 5 p.m. If Ultimate manage to come back and win these next 2 games, it will then be kicking off at 8 p.m. That will be confirmed by the IPL admins a little bit later, but I'm fairly confident that's what's happening.
Yes, I believe that's it. I'm gonna have to wake up at 8 a.m. if FNATIC wins, so I guess I have to root for alternate.
You see, my money sits with the FNATIC camp because I'd like to have dinner with a girlfriend, so I'd like to go home early. But it is up to this game. It's up to alternate. They cannot afford a mistake. This is 100% live. This is, of course, game number 2. And if FNATIC win, they earn them spots in the semi-final. Will remain one of 3 teams potentially qualifying for IPL5.
Team MEGASHOCK being, you know, the big bad boss at the end of this tournament in a way.
Look at the damage that's already been put onto ForellenLord. But xPeke has used all of his mana to do so.
Desperately waiting for that level 2 just so you can get that point into Nether Blade. Let's say Void Blade, but that point Nether Blade will just be huge. That mana regen from every last hit will really build up, and FLord actually has to try and pressure him, not let him get any mana back from auto attacks. Because as you can see, the damage is high, and here comes Cyanide actually going to go for this gank.
Oh, are we going to see it? There goes the null sphere, so that means there's no flash available. Beautifully done. Cyanide just waiting too long on that dredge line. Should have opted to pull it closer on the top lane now. Oh, beautifully done from sOAZ. The blade surge onto unso, the very millisecond that unso, in fact, moved forward. Now the dredge line lands onto ForellenLord. Riptide comes out. Null sphere gets popped. 1 or 2 more attacks. That red buff was ticking, but not enough damage to get through the health pot. And now unso is going to try set something up. But ForellenLord playing dangerous now. And we've seen more pressure. Cyanide is now the one that's in trouble. He's turned the pressure around. That Titan's Wrath is up. Dredge lines himself to the Wraith. Well, manages to get past the Flash Frost as well. Peke, no mana, so he can't use those Frost. The Riptide now goes out. unso did manage to pick up that kill. And in the bottom lane, there's aggression as well. These teams really wanting to play hard. Lamia taking a lot of damage. The Shatter, Eye of the Storm goes up to hold him, but there's no sustain in that bottom lane. So Lamia and Mellisan a little bit worse for wear.
Having to burn potions ASAP.
Take a look
as
at
mid lane.
Yo, so low.
Catson not wanting to use Ignite, just actually want to save that for the egg so he can burst it down super quickly. FLord, though, he's actually in opposition. He wants to play safely to keep his egg alive, but doing so, he's going to get zoned out, actually has to go ahead and retreat. So Cassidy taking a dominant position in this lane, applying the pressure early like he needed to, and he has a CS advantage. Cassidy has a CS advantage. How often do you see that?
Yeah, especially at this stage in the game, the wave is also pushing naturally towards Peke's side of the river. So not only does he have that CS advantage, he's going to be able to play a little bit more defensively for the next couple of minutes. Because there are a couple more creeps bashing down, and this is huge, the fact that his tank minion has now been killed off, and the enemy, what is that actually called? It's not a super minion. What's the little tank minion called?
Cannon minion?
Cannon minion, thank you. That was the name I was looking for. You know, pushing down his lane, so a little bit of safe farm for Peke. That's going to help him out. And we'll see if we can put that DPS back down to ForellenLord.
Cyanide is actually looking at ForellenLord, trying to get this gank off. He is going in right now. Oh, the dredge line misses, the Flash Frost lands, and ForellenLord just walks right out of there. Nice and calmly.
I like what I'm seeing from the junglers at the moment. unso's now sitting in this top lane. Was thinking about recalling he's lost both blue and red buff. And Cliff is going to be able to just hang around, tank up these minions for a little bit. sOAZ is now potentially considering. There goes the Blade Surge. Now that it's not available, the Shadow Dash Taunt is going to come out. That's going to hold sOAZ in place. This might be first blood. sOAZ, the Ignite is down. He's turned the attention to Cliff. If he gets that Blade Surge up, it might be enough. Summoner Heal gets blown by Vladimir, and that's going to be enough to keep him alive. And Alternate doing exactly what they need to do in game number 2, opening up with first blood, and it's on Vladimir as well. So a little bit of gold, a little bit of items. He may be able to pull ahead in that lane just a little bit.
Now, what's scary about this is, if you look at the gold difference, right now, Alternate's only ahead 200 gold. So they were behind about 400 gold, maybe 500 gold, before that gank went off. And a lot of this is going to be mid lane with a Cassidy versus Anivia. Anivia will eventually be safe, but if they can't take control of that lane, if Cassidy cannot be stopped, he will just farm his way to victory. Cassidy, one of the best late game characters in the game, and if he gets free from the mid lane, he is almost unstoppable.
Yeah, a farmed Cassidy is almost as effective as a fed Cassidy. Because you just cannot mitigate that damage, and the natural survivability and kiteability with that Riftwalk is just so good. And Peke doing really well at controlling his lane, in fact, because he's been sitting on his side of the river for the better part of the last 3.5, 4 minutes. So, really nicely done, allowing that lane to push. Not only is he allowing it to sit in his favor, he's got a 13 CS lead. Now he's losing a couple of creeps to the tower because, of course, he is a little bit low in HP, and if he eats a Flash Frost as well as Frostbite, that could be enough to pick up the kill. And Unso setting up in this bottom lane. Are we going to see another kill on behalf of Alternate?
Mellisan is very low, so this gank will probably be successful if he can split up the tower damage appropriately. FNATIC's done it, it's their turn now.
So nicely done. Lamia, he is going to use that Valkyrie to get away. Exhaust is down, reduced to 170 damage, and effectively, Valkyrie plus Flash, too strong. He manages to push himself away from safety. I think maybe not really going for the right target. They should have maybe tried to lock up Janna with the less natural escapes.
I will say, though, that was an amazing tornado from Mellisan. They actually interrupted the Shen taunt. So they were going to land that, and had it landed, that would have been a kill, but, Mellisan's like, nope, get up in the air, Shen. Taunt nothing. Taunt the sky.
And it does end up leading into a blue buff steal, so 300 gold difference at the moment. That blue buff removed from Peke. It ends up going to Unso on Shen, so he's going to be able to use that to farm a little bit faster, farm a little bit more effectively. You can see he's already 13 CS behind Nautilus, but a 5-man FNATIC pushing for very early Dragon. And I don't think Alternate can do anything about this because they have nobody nearby.
Did Shen use his smite? He did use his smite. This was actually spotted by FNATIC with their ward placement. So they saw the smite go down. They assumed the enemy team would be retreating. But even without that smite, they had the advantage. And of course, what do you do after you get a kill like that and after you steal a blue buff? You don't only go back to buy, especially because Corki himself had to buy after that gank. So they want to stay even in the lane. FNATIC, knowing this, took it, took the dragon, and they're actually ahead in gold now.
And great map awareness, great game sense as well. Exactly like you said, seeing all that vision. A little bit of a interesting ward there from Castan. That'll give entry, of course, vision into the entry of the red buff. But I feel that was just a tad short. He does have that Tear of the Goddess completed as well, which is what we see in the very last round. He uses that Rift Walk into Null Sphere, and he's hitting ForellenLord really, really hard right now.
ForellenLord actually rushing and Talents just to get the extra MR, and of course mana regeneration on Anivia. He needs to find a way to deal with his pressure. As you can see, xPeke just goes forward and doesn't care.
Awesome.
So this is actually a good reaction. This might be enough.
And he's going to carry on pushing the auto attacks now. Ignite onto xPeke. That should be enough to pick him down. ForellenLord does get egged in the background. Cyanide now bashing him away with that huge anchor. Depth charge is available, so that's probably going to be tossed down just a few seconds. Really nicely timed. He's burned his flash already. Now he's the one that's in trouble. Flash Frost is going to hold him up. Dredgeline should be available. He's going to pull himself to safety. Long range auto attack. Long range auto attack secures that kill. And that was so well played by ForellenLord.
That's almost like a banana coming out. That is like the banana of AP carries mid, because 75 attack damage at level 7 is so low, and that is such a slow projectile. Great kill. Cyanide trying to push it to the limit, and he did. Except he went one auto attack past that.
Ooh, Stand United actually gets used there by Unso. He's going to pull forward now to sOAZ. Just from some aggression from sOAZ. No Ignite, no Transcendent Blades used. But sOAZ just bashing away on Cliff, and with that Sheen already completed, he's pretty much able to 1v1 Vladimir without much trouble at all.
I do wonder, where does Shen actually spawn when he uses his ultimate? Or not spawn, but teleport to, in relation to the player. I actually wondered about that, because had Shen teleport to the other side, that would have been at least a landed taunt. Not necessarily a kill, but some successful aggression. I do wonder what actually determines that. There's a way to manipulate that, because doing so could be huge. Because sometimes you just want to get in there just to get a shield and get away. Sometimes you want to turn around and kill someone.
I'm fairly certain it's behind the champion. I'm fairly certain, but not 100% on that one. And yeah, at the moment now it's just slowed down a little bit. Even with the 3 kills advantage, they're only 600 gold ahead. So that dragon is balanced it out quite nicely. And ForellenLord landing some really, really good damage onto Peke. He's got that blue buff ticking as well as the Chalice of Harmony. So his mana regen is going to be huge.
A Frostbite landing without the slow on the xPeke led to like the lowest damage Frostbite I've ever seen. It was so depressing.
Yeah, you need that secondary proc. You know, you need to have that. Is it chilled? I think it's called. It really has to be applied.
It's chilled, yes.
Yeah, to deal that bonus damage, of course.
So F4 trying to get his xPeke to chill out. xPeke having none of that though, casting a very aggressive and mean person. He is putting a lot more pressure on. I like it. Casting is still getting a decent amount of farm. He's actually very good at lasting underneath the tower because of that nether blade. So he can push up, but that won't actually stop xPeke. He's trying to apply damage and go for kills instead, which he's somewhat effective at. So I'm glad he's reached this point in the game. He's no longer being bullied by that null sphere and actually has a good reaction.
Yeah, he's landed a couple of very nice flash frosts into frostbites as well. So, you know, we've caught it on stream just once or twice, the exchanges. And all of a sudden now, Anivia the one that is looking very, very scary. Farm-wise, 100 for Graves, 90 for Corky. Top lane, 90 for Vlad, 90 for Aurelia. Mid lane, 62 to 65. You can see how much of a difference all that poke and that pressure is showing. 30 CS difference between the carries. Jungle, of course, 50 to 64. So, small difference there, but of course, Cyanide rocking out those boots of mobility. We're probably going to see several more ganks now coming out of the, what did you call them, the underwater seamen.
That may be the worst name ever. Aggression coming out on a cliff in the top lane takes just a blade surge and some hit and style procs from sOAZ. Going to heal that up quite quickly. The Vladimir lane's interesting because you need to get him low enough to execute him, and if you don't, he just heals right back up.
And of course, he's got that Hextech Revolver, so the burst damage that's going to come out from Hemoplague is going to give him a nice chunk of HP as well.
It's really actually important to hit as many creeps as you can just so you get the extra AoE heals. A Hemoplague hitting, you know, one person is going to be kind of crappy because it's an AoE, doesn't benefit that much from Spell Vamp. If it hits 7 minions, though, that's huge.
And look at the gold difference, even with the dragon in their favor. You know, it's only 200 gold that separates them. So is now under a little bit of trouble. He's going to be able to effectively just walk away, in fact. Does land the taunt. Now he's turned the pressure back into Unzo, and just two, you know, one auto attack, one ability, almost able to even up the trade between the champions. And he's hitting so hard. Peke in the mid lane, though, he does have blue buff, but look at the damage ForellenLord is applied to him.
So with that 3 kills, that's going to be about, well, one of them was unassisted, so maybe 1,600 gold in favor of alternate, but then you factor in that they did pick up the dragon and they do have a CS advantage right now on FNATIC. That will actually increase the lead by just enough. And actually, xPeke can cut out one more time, and Anivia does have the ignite up, does not actually land it, would have killed xPeke. Really unfortunate as he goes in for that last bit of CS.
So lucky. xPeke gets away with about 90 hit points. But as soon as they see that recall, pings onto Dragon, and the millisecond it spawns, Unzo's in range. So, great play from Alternate. Not only did they know that the Dragon had gone down previously, they knew exactly when it was going to respawn. And after seeing the recall, they now pushed in. But now FNATIC are considering this dive. This is a 3 versus 4. Anivia does have the wall available. Lamia putting some good damage, in fact, with that Phosphorus Bomb. Now they're going to commit to this fight. There goes that Glacial Storm. Smite ends up being picked up by Alternate. Cyanide ends up giving up his life. Depth Charge was casted, but it didn't pick up anybody. Unzo's going to be the next one to fall. That kill goes to, in fact, Lamia's Corky. Now he's turning the attention to Moonilol. Phage procs are ticking a little bit away. xPeke needs that Rift Walk available to really pick up another kill. It is now available off cooldown. Rift Walks forward. Force Pulse was there, but not going to be able to push further forward after that. So 1-for-1 exchange, but Alternate did pick up the Dragon.
And as that happens, sOAZ actually going crazy in the top lane, almost taking out Cliff, so this turret might go down, or at least taken low. A great, just, you know, organization from Alternate. They were going solo in that mid lane. They sent xPeke back, they took that Dragon. They did go 1-for-1, but there was no Oracles lost, there was no big trade-off aside from the kills. So, overall, well played. 1-for-1, but you get a Dragon? I like it. And
no buffs traded either. I was just taking a look. Kasten does not have his blue buff refreshed, so neither jungler actually had those buffs up. Oh, look at that. The Stand United, in fact, saves Fisch. One more auto attack is what's required. xPeke might go down before he can pop the egg. In fact, he manages to not only pop the egg, but he manages to Rift Walk away in what appeared to be the longest range Rift Walk I have ever seen. That looked huge.
Unfortunately, the quick draw from Fisch was actually not enough to get over the wall. He would have been able to just execute Kasten at that point, just shotgun to the back. Always a terrible way to die, but he was just out of range to get over that wall, so the emotion being Fisch a bit too much. Need to wait that half second.
And farm-wise, the game is bang on even. With the exception of our junglers, Cyanide is slightly ahead of Unzo. But every single lane is sitting about even. The difference, of course, that ForellenLord has 2 kills and assist in comparison to the single lonely assist on Peke. Cyanide now, he is wearing that Oracle's Elixir, so if he does go down in the next big team fight, that's 400 gold that's going to be lost. FNATIC's wards are pretty good. They see that the blue buff was being donated to FLORD, Mr. Forellen, and he's now in that mid lane. Chalice, once again, he's got the Catalyst, the Protector, and that blue buff ticking over, so he's going to have a whole lot of mana for a very long time.
Bot turret does go down after some pressure from Unso, just taking a lot of quirky bolts to the face, and heal up in the jungle ASAP. xPeke trying to steal Blue Wraith from FLORD, which I love. I love that just aggression, like, you think this is safe, but I'm just going to mess with you because I can. Does not take it in the end, but I do love the pressure.
And it doesn't feel like the game is snowballing just yet. While, you know, Alternate have made a few more plays, they've got the kill advantage and a little bit of a gold advantage. FNATIC aren't necessarily out of it, you know, at the 17-minute mark.
Oh, actually, I had to interrupt you right now. Down in the bot lane, Lamia is actually trying to take down Fisch. The exhaust does land. He has flashed away. The alternate used by Mellisan, trying to pick him off. Fisch does go down. Like you said, it's not snowballing.
Yeah, well, that was exactly it. You know, like in the previous game at 17 minutes, you know, if you were a betting man, you would have put every cent you owned on FNATIC. This time around, even though Alternate have the lead, FNATIC have contained the pressure, as it were. You know, they haven't just completely been decimated by the plays, and I don't know if that's maybe to do with the fact that Unso, yes, he's ganked, he's been successful at ganking, but Cyanide just pulled off a few more aggressive, successful ganks in game number 1.
Just like, it was aggressive, successful ganks, like you said. One of the big things was that top lane snowballing, which has not really happened. Lamia is good, but it really is very hard to snowball against. So even though that First Blood went to Cliff this game, it's not the same as First Blood going to sOAZ on Kale versus Jogath. So the matchup is just much more equal. The picks are stronger from both teams, really. There is no amazing counter pick from FNATIC, but they do have a much more solid lineup. And of course, Alternate not relying on displacement so much. So it's better picks, and of course, they're both really good teams. One misstep, and there will be a huge punishment. As Fisch actually, once again in the bot lane, just getting murdered. Here comes Cyanide from Chen. Will it be enough to actually save him? It is not. And missteps like that will be huge, just going out without your support, getting bursted down by a Yordle on a Manatee.
A Yordle on a Manatee. It's entirely accurate, and obviously one of the best skins. Mr. Earth there. Now we do see some pressure in this middle lane. xPeke opting to go forward. Rebirth not actually available for ForellenLord. Almost using that crystallized wall to keep Peke in. But he was able to just be on the max range of that one.
xPeke casually walking through a wall.
No worries, no worries. But at the moment, Lamia, Trinity Force already completed. Berserker's Greaves on that single Doran's Blade. Does also have 500 bucks in the bank. So probably going to pick up maybe a Vamp Scepter, or just save up towards that BF Sword. We'll just have to see what he opts to go for. sOAZ in the top lane also has enough money to finish off that Trinity Force while I'm waffling. ForellenLord is now going to go down. Egg was not available, and it must have been so close. Ooh, my mouse has just died on me. There we go, it's back. It is back, somewhat.
Cool. That gank, by the way, mid lane was pretty much just Cyanide walking through the lane saying what's up and killing ForellenLord. FLord. I will not pronounce that name well. But FLord just died unfortunate, and the goal difference now 100, now dead even actually, so never mind that 100. It's actually looking very scary for Alternate, just because once a team gets behind, it's usually hard to catch back up. So they were ahead, they lost their advantage for whatever reason, and if they cannot fix that reason, they will stay behind.
Alright, do me a favor, we are on directed camera, my mouse is freaking out a little bit, so I'm going to quickly unplug it and plug it back in. Studio, you're flying solo for a moment.
Okay, so the Hemoplague is used on sOAZ, trying to just regen from Cliff. Not a lot done with it though, so sOAZ knows he can pressure, won't have to deal with that ultimate. But that heavy sustain from Cliff is still amazing, and every Q he gets off on a sOAZ is going to be that much more time where he cannot pressure. xPeke is going to walk right into FLord. He lands a silence, the shield manipulator stops all the damage. Unso does not actually get the taunt off from a great rift walk. The chase is on, but not a whole lot being accomplished right now. Unso taking a bit more poke. We're just going to go ahead and ward this area. Dragon is up. Both teams are trying to fight this. The Oracles is going to be huge on Cyanide if you can actually safely get close to a ward to actually take it out, which with this pressure coming into Dragon, you can. This is going to be a 5v4 if FNATIC does decide to fight it. They are in a good position though. They're all mostly at full HP except xPeke, who has that mobility. The stun lands on Lamia, going to stop some of the pressure. The ice wall is out. Top turret goes down during all of this. There's a lot of damage on the alternate. Lamia does get hit by the taunt. The poke on F word is huge. He does have his rebirth up, should survive if it comes down to that cliff, trying to do what he can, gets exhausted, but pulls away. It's a lot of pressure. Both teams are not really able to fully commit. Cliff does finally go down. Unso being chased out. FNATIC has turned around this 4v5. Actually, they're just chasing down the rest of alternate. Moonilo in a bad position. Double kill for xPeke. Now F4 trying to do what he can to escape. Does get egged in just the worst corner of possible corners. Fisch trying to finish off someone. Gets a double kill right now. It's a 2-for-4 exchange. The Dragon did go to alternate though. They can pick off Mellisan maybe? Nope, we do have xPeke hanging around though, trying to get some bursts if it does see an opening. No mana onto Fisch. Can't really chase. A second turret has been taken by sOAZ as all of this goes down actually. So overall, 2 turrets for a Dragon, 2 turrets, 4 kills for a Dragon, and 2 kills way in favor of FNATIC. So what we were saying earlier about the lack of snowballing, not really there anymore, and that was a significant lead in FNATIC's favor. That fight was interesting. FNATIC knew they really could not get the Dragon. They were trying to maybe get Cyanide close enough. The Nibble would stop that. But once they finally finished Dragon, so much poke had gone on out of them from Corki, from xPeke, and actually that's it, because Mellisan and Cyanide don't really have poke themselves. But just so much damage went out, and even though they did catch Lamia, the protection was there. They were able to keep him alive long enough to really just take everybody out. That follow-up from Fisch was awesome.
And
they won first down.
I managed to watch xPeke right near the end of that fight as well. His Force Pulse, not only was it super effective, it landed on multiple champions, and he's actually almost going to steal that red buff. But Unso, too strong with that smite timing. My mouse is back and under control.
Welcome back, mouse.
So 32,500 gold. FNATIC coming up very, very well ahead in that previous fight. And look at the itemization from Lamia, opting to go for that last Whisper as opposed to like a Bloodthirst or Infinity Edge. And we do see aggression in the top lane. Hemoplague onto sOAZ, and he's immediately just going to flash over the wall. That Eye of the Storm is going to block out so much damage, and sOAZ not even afraid. Now he's actually going to come back into this fight, lands the Equilibrium Strike. While I'm watching that, Graves and Taric managed to pick up a kill onto Corki. xPeke is waiting for his cooldowns. He needs them available. He's going to be able to Rift Walk back and pick up this kill. There goes the Rift Walk. Dazzle does land, and Fisch ends up shutting down Peke's killing spree.
So that goal difference was about 2,000, and it's actually equaled out to about 600. So both teams getting a little bit ahead with just good plays in response, taking out that gold lead. And actually, that's what happened earlier with Fisch. He went out without his support. Mellisan was not there to back up Lamia this time, and guess what? Lamia died. And by the way, Moonilo doing a great job trying to stay alive, because he knew that xPeke could probably get the damage off, but he needed to at least get one stun off. That would be enough to finish off xPeke. So whatever he could stay alive, actually the dive mid lane.
Great Flash Frost coming out there from ForellenLord. Literally predicting exactly where the dredge line in fact was going to go, and Cyanide somehow managing to get away with his life in another max range Frost or Flash Frost there, landing on Lamia in the background, but I don't think there was any vision for alternate, so he needed to he was able to just walk away with his life.
That was actually just used to clear up the creep wave, do some damage, push faster, and it's like, alright, there's a Corki there too. Free damage, cool.
And the farm in the game is actually really, really high as well. Now xPeke is starting to fall behind Anivia. Obviously post 6, Anivia is able to farm so effectively with that Glacial Storm and that Flash Frost. So 30 CS difference there. And it is balanced out though, because in the top lane, sOAZ has a 30 CS lead. In the bottom lane, there is a 20 CS lead in favor of FNATIC. So overall, there's a pretty strong farm advantage on the side of FNATIC. Junglers ahead, carry top lane ahead, and AD carry are ahead. And it's adding up now, of course, with, even though they've missed, I think it's 2-1 in terms of Dragons, if I'm not mistaken. 2 for alternate, 1 for FNATIC.
Yeah.
So global objectives, and then 2-2 in terms of towers. So the game is still bang on even, but alternate need to get a good team fight. Alternate need to get a team fight that they can walk away with a couple of kills without losing anyone.
What's going to be huge, actually, is when xPeke picks up a Quicksilver Sash. At that point, it's going to be so hard to control Kassadin, and he actually does have some items to back it up. So it's not like he's just going to be a Kassadin who can't be killed, he's going to be a Kassadin who can't be killed and does amazing damage. I don't think it'll be his next item, but if it is, oh, actually, Lamia hitting Kyle in the mid lane takes a bunch of bullets to the face. Unfortunately, this is not real life. Fisch, or Lamia, does survive.
xPeke stealing away the Big wolf there. Rift walks away. Manages to get himself to safety. And FNATIC at the moment playing what looks like a bit of a divide and conquer. Not really 100% sure where they want to go. The silence goes out into Unso. A very, very nice rift walk over the wall there. It looks like it's about a max range rift walk. Multiple pings from FNATIC. The River Vision, or the Ward, is here at the blue buff. Once again, just pings everywhere. Both teams just feeling one another out, waiting for something to take place. Peke with the vision from the creeps put some free damage into Unso.
I have to say, xPeke's rift walks seem to have an extra 50 range somehow.
They look huge!
Yeah. I don't know if he's just clicking at the edge of the circle, or if he... I think he maximized from the walls. Actually, the initiation onto F-Lord.
He gets completely melted and egged, blown up before we can even say any of the announcements. A Hemoplague does land, but unfortunately there, that was a mistake from Alternate. They didn't know what they were doing. They thought FNATIC had fallen back, and they just walked in, face first into a bush with no vision. You cannot afford to face check at this level of gameplay.
Actually, that was also just an amazing positioning from FNATIC too. The way they were positioned, if you can, I don't know, if you can look at it, it's actually like just above blue buff. They were right above that wall. You could not be revealed by walking into that bush. They only were revealed when they finally came out. So to actually see them, they would have had a round under the second corner. So it wasn't even bush checking. It was bush checking by a wall that they had to check around that. So just great positioning, just keeping super hidden from Alternate. And now they have a Baron buff. Now they have a kill. Now they have a 3,000 gold lead. As xPeke, I think, missed a Rift Walker and is just building up charges. I don't know.
Well, that is a very nice taunt coming up from Unso. I don't know how on earth he predicted that one. Or it could have just been a taunt into the grass, actually. Making sure he's got that damage mitigation down. We do see 4 members of Alternate coming up. I don't think the Dragon's going to survive long enough for them to get there. So Drake does go down. That Riftwalk is charged up just a little bit. Aegis of the Legion has been completed on both sides, in fact. And, actually, no, I'm lying to you blatantly. It's only sitting on the FNATIC side. Warden's Mail sitting on Shen. He's almost towards that Wit's End. He's got the Giant's Belt as well. And a lot of uncompleted items on the jungler of Ultimate.
Mm-hmm. Not sure. I guess the Warden's Melt might just be to the attack speed slow. People actually forget about that, but, attacking someone like Shen when he doesn't have orb items isn't that risky. All of a sudden, if Lamia tries to attack Shen, he has to deal with that Warden's Mail slow, which is very significant. 20% chance on being hit is common when you're hitting, 2 times a second, a time and a half a second. What's his attack speed at right now? Only 1.2 times a second, so not that fast, but still. Every 5 seconds, you should more or less be slowed. And actually, if you look at Cyanide, he rushed to Force of Nature after that Aegis, which isn't too common. I guess he just wants that move speed, and frankly, he's having so much trouble dying right now. He catches out a minion.
He's going to get stunned up there. Cliff is just going to get melted. Once again, a great Hemoplague, but it's too little too late. And you got to give credit to Mr. sOAZ. 289 CS at the 29-minute mark. He is farming like a boss. Trinity Force completed, Wit's End completed, Negatron Cloak, and 900 gold in the bank. Becoming an absolute monster of an Irelia. And Irelia is one of those champions that you cannot afford to give items. You cannot afford to get to the late game because it's just so unstoppable. Good ward placement here, and 5-man FNATIC going to push down this tower.
I have to say, I love what sOAZ did during that big team fight at Dragon, where he took 2 outer turrets during that whole process, not even coming close to the fight.
And look at the pressure now. They've committed to this dive. Unso's the first one to be targeting. I don't know why you're targeting Shen first. Aurelia in the background somehow flashes away with her life, down to 200 hit points. Peke now sitting alone. The tower is now down. Depth charge lands onto Fisch. Rift walks over the wall, then flashes right back in to get back into the fight. Manages to pick up the kill with, I think that was a Rift Walk or a Null Sphere. Double kill for Peke. And FNATIC just so strong at the moment. 7,000 gold lead. Waltzing in, taking an inhibitor. Almost manages to pick up a kill onto Mooney Lol. Dredge line, that was a bit of a prediction dredge line, but Cliff not actually walking in the direction of the Giant Anchor, so he does not get caught, doesn't get locked up enough. FNATIC should be able to take out at least one of these, potentially both towers in fact, or this could actually be the game.
We're going to watch that Nexus for its HP, I'll call it out.
Well, there we
Down
go.
to 4,500, 3,500, 1,500, and it is dead. FNATIC take game 2.
FNATIC with what was effectively a quick 2-0, 22-minute game and then a 30-minute game. They never really looked like they were in trouble. Admittedly, Alternate got off to a good start in game number 2, but it didn't really go anywhere. It sort of fizzled out after 15 minutes.
I mean, FNATIC, they have the experience. They know how to catch people off guard. That Baron catch was huge. The game ended, what, 2.5 minutes after they got Baron? It was just very well played. I loved it. Um, it was just such cool positioning, and unfortunately for alternate, they didn't know what was going to happen. I don't know if they've even dealt with a catch like that where people hide behind a wall. So they now know about that. They now know they have to watch out. Well, what if they're behind that wall and not in this bush? But overall, FNATIC, they played super well. They're going to be able to, go ahead, face off versus Moscow 5. It's going to be a hell of a match. I think Moscow 5 recently have the wins, but FNATIC, every time they play, they look stronger than the last time I've seen them.
Yeah, it's so true. And it's interesting to point out as well when you consider that they're now playing with Mellisan. Now, admittedly, Mellisan has played with them many times before, but they've been playing with Pheilox for the majority of the better part of the last 6 weeks, gone to land with him. So just swapping out that support, Lamia with either player in the bottom lane is doing really well. So FNATIC qualify for the next round. We're going to throw up some advert breaks really quickly, and when we're back, we'll wrap up the event for the evening.
Time for this week's mix, but before we go into that, I should tell you about Ibiza. I'm going to be out there loads this summer.
And for everybody that's listening, this is just online radio, so excuse the DJ talking, but it is a live radio station.
City.
In July, the dates I'm going to be at Colours are the 3rd, 17th, 24th and 31st.
That's kind of cool. It's
If you're going to be out there...
What language does the DJ speak? Is it German radio? Is it German radio?
No, it's English radio. So afterhours.com. For everybody that doesn't have ad breaks, they can hear us at the moment, unfortunately, but that's fine.
Okay.
It's not a problem. But yeah, it's just an online trance station, so it's one of my preferred ones, in fact. I think adverts should be a little bit shorter before they run out. I can't see them on the live stream, though. Yeah, so I think one more ad, and then we're good to wrap up for the evening.
Okay.
So welcome back, everybody. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry. We've just watched FNATIC pulling off a quick 2-0 against Alternate in the quarterfinal of the IPL qualifier. This is the second one for Europe, and they now find themselves in a semi-final match coming up against Moscow 5, which will kick off tomorrow evening, I believe at 5 p.m. I'm 99% sure on that one. We are going to be wrapping up for the evening, but of course, if you guys would like to follow and find out a little bit more, you can find me on facebook.com/Quickshot. That's QU1KSH0T. Studio, how can people get hold of you and where can they find you?
You can go to twitter.com, look for @LeagueOfStudio, or you can go to leagueofstudio.com and make a bunch of little videos, a little web series. And actually, if you want to get something out of this besides some amazing games to watch, which of course, who wouldn't, you can go to ign.com/IPL. There should be something to click on that says SC2 and LOL swag giveaway, where you can get over $100 worth of swag from the IPL and a $10 RP card, a protection for your $10 RP. And this contest ends Friday, and go ahead, check it out. We also have a game coming up tonight on IPL between Curse North America and Ordnance in about 4.5 hours. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific time and 1 a.m. CEST.
That sounds right to me.
All right.
So yeah, guys, that's the games that are going to be coming up as quickly as possible. Studio, it's been an absolute pleasure. So we are going to be taking the stream offline for now, and we'll be back in about 4.5 hours. I believe it's going to be the RedBaron and HatPerson, if I recall correctly. And myself in studio will see you tomorrow for the semi-final of FNATIC versus Moscow 5, 5 p.m. CET. So bookmark that one, guys, and we'll see you around soon. Cheers, cheers.
Adios, folks.
And we are into bans and picks. So I believe the coin toss or the however it was determined, M5 are going to have first ban, first pick. I wonder if we're going to see similar sorts of bans and picks that we've seen last night. FNATIC, in fact, removing Karthus a couple of times from the banning pool. And we know Alexich plays an incredibly mean Karthus. And in fact, removing Kassadin after watching Peke last night, after watching how many times Peke played that champion, not wanting to deal with him. And very quick, Urgot Twisted Fate removed from the pool as well.
I've actually seen Kassadin get banned up from Moscow 5 before, but xPeke does have that solid character, so you know what, just get rid of him. If you know they're good with a character and you don't want to deal with it, just trash it. Just make sure you don't leave anything else open that's terrifying. Moscow 5, though, they have a very unique banning style. They ban just what's relevant to them. They don't care so much about the meta as much as what scares them, or what can affect their team composition.
And they've always done that a lot in terms of their playstyle, opting to go for the bans of the champions that they don't want to deal with. And I was just about to say, I wonder if they're going to ban Nautilus, because I don't think I've actually seen Diamondprox playing Nautilus. And of course, we know Cyanide plays a very, very good Nautilus, and immediately following it up with the Nocturne ban. So, very strong champions being removed from the pool, getting rid of Urgot, making sure that Genja doesn't get him on that bottom lane. TF Kassadin removed from Pekis, Nautilus from Cyanide. But Shen is available, yeah.
Yeah. So leaving out one strong character, I mean, that's what the banning phase is all about, just trying to put yourself in the best position to pick up one strong character, leave them as far behind as possible. And characters like Shen are awesome because you have that fluidity of where you can put him. You can put him top, you can put him in the jungle. There are so many choices with Shen. Hell, put him mid lane. It might work, I don't know. There are so many choices with him that you have options available. They don't know what you're going to do for sure, so they cannot build a specific team composition expecting Shen up in that top lane.
And of course, the way Darien plays Shen in particular, it's phenomenally well. I stand to be corrected on this one, but I think every game I've casted where Darien has had a Shen, they've been victorious. So it's a bit scary, but of course it does potentially allow a counter pick, once we get a little bit to these later stages. And something a little bit, I don't use the word unusual, but FNATIC really wanting to go for their AD carry and support bot lane, locking in Soraka and Corki, as opposed to maybe going for, a safer support and jungle pick.
That is true, but I think there is no lane as safe as Soraka Corki. It has push, it has, the 550 range. Soraka Graves is comparable in safeness, but that 25 range difference can, be life or death every now and then. But Soraka Corki, I mean, they're not gonna die unless they just get initiated on in such a surprising way they're caught out, or if they make a mistake.
Let's have a look here. Gosu Pepper asking for the link of the stream. So let's share that with them so you can check it out. And Diamondprox hovering over Maokai. I think this is going to be a first for me. I don't think I've ever seen him playing Maokai.
I'm actually looking at a page of all the characters he's played. Maokai. Maokai has not been played very often, no. I would actually say, yeah, they've swapped off Maokai. And Diamondprox just doesn't have the experience with some of the traditional junglers, but he always has, that bucket of crazy things he can play. He can play, for example, Zen Zhao. He can play Skarner. Skarner and Zen Zhao are both good characters, but they've both really fallen off. So we'll see if he busts out that purple scorpion.
And something else to take note of, that could also be a very big psych out play. Sitting on Maokai for 30-40 seconds, we know that Cyanide has played Maokai before. We know Cyanide picks Maokai, from time to time. And especially recently, if Nautilus gets banned out against him, he picks Maokai because it's a very similar type of playstyle, very similar gank-heavy jungler. And, it could be a psycho. It could be going, right, we want you to take Maokai. We're confident in our composition, and here we go. This is potentially FNATIC picking it. So it could be a psychological player on behalf of Moscow 5 going, we know how to counter this. We want you to play this champion because we've seen you doing it, and we know what to expect. But I'm excited about this. Peke playing in Nivea, and I've seen leading up to DreamHack, the weeks before DreamHack, a lot of EU teams playing in Nivea, in anticipation of coming up against CLG EU. And Peke played a particularly good Cryo Phoenix, so I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, Pekka has definitely put in the time and the work to actually get good at that good old Ice Bird, so I'm glad to see it. That is a zillion. Then again, it's Moscow 5, so I don't believe what they're actually choosing until they lock in. But imagine this. Imagine you are a Fnatic. You are talking about their picks. You see them put in Maokai. You see him hold it for 30 seconds. You have started to plan around that Maokai. You expect Maokai to be on their team. So it may not be a psych out because of just, just showing that we know you can play it. That is a possibility. There's always just a chance, though, where it's just kind of wasting their time and setting them down a wrong train of thought. Like, have you ever been in Champion Select and you see in ranked or draft mode and you see them choose someone? You don't really pay attention, and then they swap the last second, and you may eventually notice, but you essentially just don't get out of that mindset for a little while. You're just like, man, they have that character. I'm gonna play to counter that character.
Yeah, it's very, very true. I'm a victim of that. I've done that a couple of times myself, going, I'll pick to counter this. Oh wait, when did that change? But take a look at the last two picks in from Moscow 5, Vlad and Kennen. So we're going to see Diamondprox with Shen in the jungle.
Now, I actually wonder where the Vladimir will go, because Vladimir in the top lane versus Aurelia, if Aurelia gets ahead at all, he will just eventually start dying and never stop. That Aurelia will just blade search to him, stun him, or slow him. Vladimir will generally be at higher HP if the fight hasn't started. But there's so much potential for Aurelia just to beat up Vladimir. It's actually a very scary top lane. They're going to have to go ahead, play this very safely, and it will be Darien, so most likely is going to be top lane for that Vladimir.
Darien is particularly well known for his Vlad as well. He's played that champion many, many times, so I expect he knows the matchup, and I think knowing that he's a bit of a disadvantage, take a look at his mastery, 0-9-21, opting to go CDR, Magic Pen, a little bit of armor, and 6% spell vamp bonus on his rune page. So 6% base on top of the masteries, which give him an additional 3%. He's starting with nearly 10% spell vamp without any itemization at all. So you can definitely see he knows what he's coming up against. He knows he's going to need to sustain and maybe just try and play a farm defensive game at his tower.
That is actually an awesome rune page for Vladimir. So something cool about that is because normally Aurelia versus Vladimir, Aurelia pressures a lot at level 1. Vladimir can eventually retaliate with auto attacks just because Blade Surge has a long cooldown. But the problem is Vladimir's sustain is crappy. He doesn't have good sustain, but now he'll get more or less, I don't want to say double the HP, but he's getting a significant chunk of HP back with every cast besides that just base HP. That 9% spell vamp, it adds up very quickly when you consider how much Vladimir will end up spamming by level 5.
And taking a look at some of the rest of the rune pages now, Genja 007 rocking a 1911 on his masteries, opting to take 2 points into Indomitable. Reduces incoming damage by 2. And then a pretty standard rune page, but a little bit of an unorthodox page, not going for the full 21 points in offense.
I've actually seen this a few times. Ashe builds are weird. I've seen Ashes go for the utility mastery just so they can kite more. Indomitable is just a really good spell, though. It lets you not necessarily ignore creep damage in lane, but it will, I believe, half the melee damage from melee minions, and then range minions will still hurt, but not quite as much. So it actually gives you a lot of control in terms of just auto-attacking in lane, harassing, showing that potential. He also has a point in Butcher. I guess with his yeah, okay, he's running heal. It's actually really funny to see somebody take a point in Butcher. I guess the 1 AP would not be that useful for the 1-to-1 ratio on Ashe's ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. And taking a look at some of the rest of them. The rest of the pages look fairly standard for the most part. Movement, speed, ability, power being worn by Pekes and Nivea. And 2109 on his masteries. 2 points into mana, 2 points into the movement speed. But nothing too exhilarating. Flash heal on Genja, flash ignite on Gosu Pepper. So looking to run maybe a slightly more aggressive kill lane in that bottom line.
And actually, these might be interesting runes. So, okay. He has a bit of MP5. Support runes are very odd. You can get, there's varying levels of greediness. Go ahead. Do the basics of support runes. You normally want to go for some sort of GP10. If you're very scared of the lane, you'll usually just get armor or magic resist instead, depending on the lane. If you look at Gosu Pepper's rune page, he has a combination of armor in the reds and armor yellows, GP5 quints, which are the best sorts of GP5, and he also has mana regen reds, which I like because I guess he did not expect to take that much damage as Sona. He's not going to be an aggressive, harassing Sona. He'll be mostly defensive, but any sort of mana regeneration on Sona is going to be huge. She just eats through it so quickly. It is amazing how quickly she can go through mana. I mean, her spells are always 65 mana except for heal, which will actually scale up. And when you cast, 3 spells at level 3 and it's 200 mana, that is generally half your mana pool.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult, and for that, this is now game loading in. So we've taken a look at the runes, we've taken a look at some of the mastery pages. Game number 1, FNATIC versus Moscow 5. I'm happy to see Sona once again. That Crescendo has been out of play for a very long time. It's been a while since we've seen Sona in top level competitive.
I've seen some of the, I don't want to say not top level, just short of it. Some of the teams who are not necessarily won a tournament in North America running that Sona. It's really hard to actually survive as they're later on, but there is no insta burst from Graves. There is Corki who does tremendous amounts of damage, but the question is, can they actually close that distance, get out that harass before Ashe can respawn, before Sona can use her own ultimate to try and play safely? But yeah, Graves versus Sona is just the saddest thing in the world because Sona just dies. And health potions flying at us from the bottom of the screen as every player purchases them and they grow huge.
Boots pots on Sona, in fact. Boots ward and double pots as opposed to that Fairy Charm opening. So going to be a little bit delayed on picking up the Philosopher's Stone or that first GP10 item. But yeah, the movement speed buff, maybe giving credos or giving credit to the fact that they want to play more aggressively, want to use those different hymns, those different chords, get the damage boost, give the movement speed boost, and just allow some damage to be placed onto the players.
We do have an invade coming out from FNATIC. They want to try and catch someone. There was a ping onto where Gosu Pepper is.
Oh, sorry, I am just, I heard there was a little bit of lag on stream, so studio, if anything happens, I am on directed camera, but just making sure the players know what's happening.
I'll talk through it. So Gosu Pepper wisely not waiting in that bush because it doesn't provide very safe vision. And the invasion is there from FNATIC. They have been spotted, but they have spotted the rest of Moscow 5. They're going to try and put a ward down into this brush area so they can keep vision of the race. Okay, they'll put it there. A little stronger ward would be in the brush, but not necessarily that important. So the ward hasn't been spotted. There are now saplings everywhere. This will actually make Cyanide's jungle a little worse, but if he gets enough backup from the rest of Team FNATIC, he's going to be perfectly fine, perfectly safe. Now, they have a lot of vision coverage. All of a sudden, Diamondprox is actually not in a good position to go ahead and do anything. As actually, Pheilox and Lamia are going to come here and harass him. So he does pick up the big raid, but yeah, they are just screwing with his jungle, which is a great idea because Shen is not a particularly fast jungler. He's a great ganker, but he's not a good jungler.
So a little bit of an invade there, small poke. I think Lamia just a millisecond too late to actually get in range of maybe stealing that big raid. But nevertheless, a little bit of damage done, delayed him a couple of seconds at least. It's going to allow Cyanide to pick up this blue buff. I think he's actually going to pick it up without using Smite, which is the case in fact, because now he's picked it up, he's got that Smite available. He'll be able to get double buff a little, or double buffed a little bit quicker. And maybe, once again, pointing out that Cyanide wants to gank earlier, wants to get into lane, use that Twisted Advance and that Arcane Smash, and maybe try put early blood in favor of sOAZ up in this top lane.
Now, what was really funny about that is actually Cyanide did not finish his blue buff particularly quickly, so he saved his Smite, which was cool. But if you look at the support he got, it was Pheilox just throwing bananas left and right. And that invade actually slowed his jungle down quite a bit because of Maokai and how he has to set up his own jungling route.
So I suppose both junglers now being put a tiny bit behind. But it is going to come down to these kills. It is going to come down to first blood and whether or not whichever team can start to snowball. But at the moment, nothing really happening. Not a lot of aggression in any of the lanes, in fact. It feels like...
Bot lane is actually throwing out a few volleys every now and then. Has actually harassed Lamia quite low, about half HP, but there's, Pheilox just giving him her blessings.
And tossing out the healing, and we do see in this top lane now, Cyanide has managed to move in. But Diamondprox is so close. This is a level 3 Cyanide. He's going to move. The Blade Surge goes up. sOAZ manages to pick up land the Ignite down onto Darien. Blade Surge now available. Great taunt. Ignite now down onto sOAZ. First blood ends up going to Darien in this top lane, and that's going to help a lot. The Twisted Advance goes at long range. The Arcane Smash goes up. That's going to pick up the final damaging tick. Diamondprox is considering this dive. Huge wave of creeps here. This is really going to help Cyanide in his jungle. Really going to give him an advantage, but that's going to put sOAZ even further behind. Beautiful juke from xPeke there. He's going to keep moving across. The Lightning Shuriken comes out. The Sapling Toss goes over. If they manage to pop the egg, it's going to put Peke a little bit behind. But all this experience is only going to help Cyanide.
Actually, what's funny about that is they did not actually get the kill onto xPeke or Cyanide, but they did force them into a position where there are actually 3 people up in the top lane now. That all that mid experience is not being used by anybody except Shen, who is going to actually catch out xPeke.
That is going to be now the Rebirth taunted, a long-range Twisted Advanced, and sOAZ is in the mix now, trying to put this pressure into Diamondprox. If he picks up this kill, that's going to be now the double buff onto sOAZ. That could help him out. xPeke manages to land the Flash Frost. That was huge! Point blank Flash Frost. And FNATIC immediately turning around 3-1 now. And a double buff sOAZ, that's going to make Darien's life hard.
So what was actually a great catch has turned into an overcommitment. So much gold in favor of FNATIC, so much experience in favor of FNATIC. Now a big creep wave building up top lane that Darius is going to miss a little chunk of. Darien. And that was awesome. Unfortunately, an Nebu's egg, even though it had reduced armor and magic resist, which is what Diamondprox was hoping for, was not low enough to actually burn through, despite Diamondprox being that scary ninja.
So let's have a quick look at the moment. Cyanide, 2,000 gold in the bank in comparison to 1,300 in his counterpart. Sitting on 1,500 banked. He is level 6 already. Diamondprox is only just hit level 4. He's about a third of the way to level 5. So Cyanide significantly further ahead. But what do you do in a position like that? What do you do as a jungler at 5 minutes with that much gold? And the answer is buy a Philosopher's Stone and a Heart of Gold. And that's it, in fact. So Optics just goes for those double GP10s. And I suppose that's going to translate to earlier items for him anyways.
It's kind of an old StarCraft adage. When you're ahead, get farther ahead. So he's not going to go for anything crazy. He's not going to go for an Oracles, which he could go for, but Moscow 5 doesn't tend to ward that much. He's just going to go ahead and buy those 2 GP5s that will put him significantly ahead, and you'll just get that amazing gold income so early in the game that it will just build up incredibly quickly.
Oh, and look at the exchange from sOAZ in this top lane. He lands the Blade Surge, or dashes forward onto Darien. Blade Surges to a creep. Lands an auto attack onto Darien. He immediately Sanguine pulls away. And compliments of that cooldown reduction when you kill a creep with your Blade Surge, then he just follows it up straight again onto Darien. And as long as he's got that blue buff and red buff up for the next couple of seconds or a little bit of time, it's definitely going to help him out.
Making the most of it, really with a slow at level 5 is just a terrifying concept. There are a few advantages though. Alexich, can kill xPeke now. They both have their flashes down, so if he ever gets a good lightning surge into xPeke with his ultimate, which he does have now, he's in a great position to go for a kill.
I'm just trying to look at this composition actually, if you think about it. If we get to the later stages of the game, the team fights, and you've got Kennen and Vladimir diving in and amongst the team, Hemo Plague, Slicing Maelstrom, and that Lightning Surge being tossed out, a well-placed Crystallized Wall could completely remove both Gosu, Pepe, and Genja from the team fight. Shen has the ability to dash through it. He's most likely going to be up front as well, but if Gosu and Genja are trying to kite, Lamia looks like he's in a little bit of trouble. If that crescendo was over, Ignite actually goes down as well. Gosu Pepe does not afraid Corki and reduces them down to 80 points of to health.
Actually, some miscommunication there from Genja and Gosu Pepper. That harass could have easily been followed up with at least a... Well, actually, there is no heal in the bot lane, so that would have been a kill if Genja had just responded a bit quicker. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but hey, they can take... Never mind, he's at full HP again. Soraka...
Oh, this is going to be scary. Cyanide's not going to be moving. Look at Gosu Pepper. The Twisted Advance goes out. Ignite is down. Crescendo goes out, but it's not going to stop the kill. In fact, Ash Arrow locks up Lamia. Lamia gets away with sub 30 hit points and somehow escapes with his life.
Oh, he was in the Maokai ultimate, wasn't he?
Yes, Vengeful Maelstrom was up actually, so that was the damage reduction.
Vengeful Maelstrom saving the day. Actually one of the best ultimates in the game in terms of damage reduction. Oh god, Genja getting caught up by Cyanide. He has enough mana to do his combo. He's currently trying to get away, and the shit ult does save him in the end.
While that's happening in the mid lane, Peke manages to pick up a kill, so I'm going to quickly... Oh man, I'm going to quickly rewind this one. I do have the 23 gold now stuck on screen rather. Yeah, very easy kill coming up from Peke at the end of the day, to be honest. He was dropped pretty low, and I think if that stun maybe could have caught up, it would have picked up the kill, but nicely done. And FNATIC just starting to extend their lead, 5-1 up in kills, 2,000 gold nearly. Haven't opted to go for a very early dragon just yet, but they could do so if they wanted to.
Unfortunately, not getting that kill is actually very scary for Moscow 5. They have a late game composition, they have a mid game composition, Anivia amazing mid game, and the rest of FNATIC is incredibly good in the late game, so they're actually in a very bad position for how this game is starting. They have to get some control, they have to watch out, they have to not die anymore. It's going to be the big thing.
I'm just busy watching the sOAZ Darien battle up in the top lane, and every single time sOAZ dives into Darien, he's coming out immensely further ahead with the damage, immensely further ahead with his trades. And for the guys on stream, I do apologize. When you hit that rewind button, if there is a gold number up on screen, it does get stuck there. But it will go away at the end of the game. It will not be there for the entire stream, just game number 1. I apologize about that.
We could put it there for the entire stream if you'd like. It is an option. I don't know if the guys at IPL want that, but we can go ahead and try it out. But Moscow 5, what do they do now? How do they get back into this? So the ganks worked out relatively well. They blew egg, they did get a kill on the sOAZ. First blood actually, but it was obviously not the most efficient thing. But they can't just let Cyanide bully them. Cyanide's scary right now. They have to make sure he doesn't go crazy and just keep killing everybody. And then bot lane Gosu taking a lot of damage actually. Lamia getting low himself, the ult used by both Lamia and Gosu Pepper, able to escape that situation in a very sudden exchange.
And Wish was blown out as well from Pheilox, so that's a an ultimate down from Soraka, which is very, very powerful. Can swing those team fights back and forth.
Actually, up in the top lane, it looks like Darien has just been pushed to his tower, has no HP. The ultimate and Ignite are down from sOAZ, so he's in a scary position right now. sOAZ actually dives underneath the tower, the Sanguine Pool comes out, he's going to be able to HP regen from these creeps. sOAZ is still looking for that kill, going to try and get as much HP as he can, and here comes Maokai.
Alright, do me a favor, it does appear the lag is back, so Darien is going to be flashing away. I'm going to quickly chat onto Skype to the guys. You take this fight away.
Okay, so Alexic taking a lot of damage, so I was trying not to die, and he will be successful. Alexic getting out of what was a horrible situation for him in the end, and that's just terrifying, by the way, the fact that sOAZ not died and scored now 2-6. There was a kill picked up in the bot lane.
I tell you what, pause your video at 11:23. For everybody that is on stream, we are going to pause this game so you guys don't miss any of the action. I am going to quickly talk to some of the admins at the moment. And I believe that the problem is potentially down with the streamers. Let me see if I can get a reply from one of the admins. Well, it does look like now it is coming back to normal, in fact. So, video is now paused. I'm live. I tell you what, let me just quickly, let's push pause. 11:23, I'm going to push play and see if the stream is continuing to lag. If it is continuing to lag, I'm just going to do a refresh because that solved it last time when we picked a different server. So,
okay.
Sorry about this one. I am just doing a quick test. So I've hit press play. I'm at 11:40 on my clock, and I'm waiting for the live stream to update on the left-hand side. I've got 2 screens set up, so for everybody that's wondering, I'm busy watching the video. There we go. It appears it may have just been server lag because the stream seems to be okay.
Okay, well, what time are you at?
I am at 12:05. And yeah, it does appear that's it. So, okay, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm going to pause it at 12:15. Get yourself up to 12:15. All right, for everybody that is on stream, the video is now paused. All right, it will be in a...
It is live. I believe we are good to go.
All right, sweet. Well, then I'm going to hit play, and let's hope that this lag doesn't go. So let's go in 3, 2, 1. I'm now at 12:19 on my clock. Kill-wise, 6-2. We did see a trade going down. I think 1 kill going in favor of Moscow 5, 1 kill going in favor of FNATIC. But I do have my advertisement running on the left-hand side. So if you guys are back, let's hope the lag has been resolved.
So there was also a dragon being picked up by Moscow 5, bringing them much closer to this game. Only a 1400 gold difference now, but FNATIC still looking very strong. That Maokai showing his amazing tree prowess, going with these kills all over the game.
And we do see now pressure up in this top lane. Hemoplague goes out. Darien is trying his best to stay alive. That Hemoplague may actually be enough to pick up the kill, but the Wish too strong. And it does appear that that lag is still there, guys. I'm very, very sorry about this one. I can try another server, but at the moment, I'm not 100% sure. Some people saying it's lagging, some people saying it's not. So I tell you what, Studio, can you fly solo for a bit while I talk to Mr. Nick and see if we can resolve this issue?
Sure. Go do what you need to do, Quickshot. I will just talk through this direct to camera. Still some pressure coming out from the bot lane. Genja taking a lot of just poke from Corki. Unfortunately, there is not good sustain from Sona. She is decent at sustaining. Is up in the top lane. Cyanide applies the pressure. Here's xPeke coming in from the back. Diamondprox will be able to survive this because they're not going to die to Shen. But just a nice, well-coordinated gank up here in the top lane. They're shutting down Darien, which is amazing for them. He's only got 81 CS versus sOAZ is 103. And Vladimir is not someone who has trouble CSing. He's actually going Diamondprox now. He does taunt away, he flashes away, he has that faint will not die to ignite, but sOAZ is on the run. Here comes that Iceberg, just needs one anything. That would be a one anything. I was hoping for a Frostbite, because that would be a bit more interesting than the ult and pick of ignite, but that was a kill onto Shen. And they are just being aggressive, they're applying pressure throughout the map. Moscow 5 is not responding appropriately as Fisch actually goes low to a tower in the mid lane. The ignite is used on the Lamia. Here comes the damage, the pressure, the heal is on cooldown for Soraka. They do pick up Lamia, so the bot lane is doing decently at least, with a 1-0-1 score. And of course Gosu Pepper 1-1-1 himself. Sonas do need all the kills. And Moscow need to make sure that they just don't fall too far behind. At this point, Darien will just die to sOAZ. sOAZ can kill him non-stop with this long chase and apply with the tower down in the top lane. There is no escape for sOAZ unless Shen ultimates, unless there is a gank from Ken, unless someone is there to back him up. And the problem is, once you have to rely on the team movement, you're a much more ineffective team. Is actually going for sOAZ right now. Taking a lot of damage just from the Shen burst and Vladimir burst, and this die on this top lane actually. So this is actually a good example of what they would need to do, just going ahead, picking up these kills. Now Vladimir has a decent chunk of gold, only one level behind, gonna have plenty of time to push up the creep wave farm and go back and buy whatever he wants to buy.
So it does seem like the lag has disappeared. I do apologize to everybody on stream. I'm not 100% certain where that has come from, but it appears to have stopped. So 8-4, 2,000 gold difference. Moscow 5 not out of it. Only one tower down, but that is of course Peke's tower. So do you expect to see Peke now roaming with Anivia, trying to use that Crystallize and Flash Frost to pick up some kills in some of the other lanes?
Anivia or Alexic? Alexic can roam a bit more by pushing up to the turret. xPeke just wants to eat farming. He doesn't have his Rod of Ages completed, he doesn't have his Chalice? Or I guess that just might be a null magic mantle for null magic mantle's sake. So he doesn't have his items completed, he wants to go ahead and keep farming up. Alexic can roam, but it has not been successful so far. Every time he's roamed, him or someone else has died as a result.
And actually, let's have a look at farm really quickly, because the gold difference is only one dragon in favor of Moscow 5, if I recall correctly. But they've really kept up in gold. 63 CS on Shen, 77 Maokai. Mids, 117 actually behind. Oh, it's slightly ahead of Peke. Bot lane, about 10 or so ahead, and top lane, about 10 or so behind. So where is all this extra gold coming from? Killing sprees, I suppose, actually. Oh no, even that's not even possible.
Yeah, the only killing spree they would have to get would be from xPeke, who has not died yet. They did pick up that dragon, and a lot of those kills were solo kills. In the end, gold isn't that great from the kills. The big lead you get is from experience. I mean, League of Legends is a game of global objectives, and you actually want to kind of consider your creep waves to be an objective. You want to get all that CS in front that you can. It's just not a very important objective compared to other things. But they haven't actually gained a whole lot of gold from killing someone and, denying a creep wave or getting a whole lot of farm in response. And because the gold difference isn't that big, the experience difference is there though. They're a bit more ahead in experience, but overall you're right, the gold is fairly equal.
Yeah, it's very strange to actually see that in place when you consider all the numbers. But let's see, GP10's ticking over. We've got 1, 2, 3 on the side of Moscow 5. And in fact, 4 sitting on the side of FNATIC. And Irelia opting to go Wits End and Sheen first, really trying to play aggressive against that Vladimir. And it seems to be paying off. I mean, the tower's down, got a small CS advantage, and 2-4 for Darien in comparison to 2-2-4 for sOAZ. Oh, look at that. So nicely done. Beautiful crescendo. I was watching the abilities and then forgot that I actually had to shoutcast it. So, thrown a little bit behind. While the kill takes place in the bottom lane, FNATIC pick up the tower in the mid lane. A very nice crystallize. Immediately followed up by the twisted advance. Darien is trying to get away. Blade surges away. 27 hit points. A flash over the wall, and I didn't actually see what that final tick was. It was Ignite.
That was Ignite. Yeah. That was the first tick of Ignite, just blowing him up instantly. They're actually going to try and pressure this mid tower. That was Darien just being out of position. The Inevitable Wall combined with Maokai's Root. Maokai's Root, by the way, ignores Vladimir's pull, so you will apply the root even though he can pull and dodge everything else. I guess it's because they're both underground for a bit. I'm not too sure about that one.
I like the things, but take a look at what Moscow 5 did immediately. They ran straight to Dragon and picked up an uncontested free Dragon. They're still only 300 gold behind. They're a tower down, and those two Dragons are just keeping all that gold difference in their favor.
With a 3-kill difference, that's going to be about at most 1,200 gold with assist factored in. So they're balancing that out. They are still a little bit behind, but frankly, that little bit doesn't matter that much. Now, where is the gold is going to be the big question, because a lot of that gold does go to Gosu Pepper. And Gosu Pepper, as nice as he is on that Sona, doesn't actually need that much gold, and other characters do. So Darien actually has 6,000, doing really well for himself, and Genja has 7,000. So Alex Fisch is a bit behind, but Alex Fisch only needs that Zonias really.
And what do you think now? What do you think in terms of itemization now between our carries? You've got Infinity Edge and Zeal completed on Ashe in comparison to the Corki Berserker's Greaves on Lamia's Corki. Is the Trinity Force going to be able to put out more damage when you factor in all the abilities from Corki in comparison to the just outright Zeal attack speed of Genja?
Well, it all depends on how they try and play this matchup. And Genja, if he tries to go ahead and play a very poke-oriented matchup, and as a response, Lamia does the same thing, it'll be much more in Lamia's favor, just because if he lands those rockets and follows it up with an auto attack, that's a Triforce proc. And Triforce on Corki isn't the most damaging thing in the world, but it still really hurts when it hits you, factoring that true damage passive especially. So the damage is there if they go for a poke-oriented matchup, very, very pig-based, very tasty. But if Ashe, is all in, if Ashe is just beating up Corki and she's getting those crits while he's just getting those Triforce procs, Infinity Edge is just by far the most cost-efficient and damaging item in the game for an AD carry. You can actually stack Infinity Edges, and per slot, it's more valuable. Overall, it's going to be more efficient to, pick up Zeal or Phantom Dancers and all that. But, I mean, Infinity Edge is ridiculously good for increasing damage.
And we've entered somewhat of a strange passage of play now, because towers are down, dragons are down. We've seen a little bit of sort of miniature team engagements, but now both teams have just sort of reverted back to lane phase again. Nobody's really leaving the lane. They're all farming up, and I don't know if this is a little bit of respect or a little bit of fear for counterparts, because neither team willing to commit or push. I mean, Cyanide is coming now down into this bottom lane to set up for a gank, but it's a little bit strange.
Really, the odd thing about this is it's actually the time for Moscow 5 to be aggressive. They just started finishing their items, and now that they have the Abyssal Scepter, now they actually have the Void Staff on Vladimir, which is something really, really odd. They can go ahead and start, making these big plays because they know they have this big bonus, but they haven't decided to do that. They might be waiting for the Aegis. They might just be trying to, continue this laning game, which, even though it didn't work out very much at first, has really kind of came back actually.
Yeah, being able to sit a little bit more defensively, both Alexic and Darien being able to sit by the interior tower, it allows them to just camp out, allows them to farm a bit more safely. I mean, look at Darien here, completely frozen in this lane. It's going to stay in his favor for a little bit longer. As the second I say that, he starts using the Tides of Blood to let his pick up those creep kills. But, I suppose they're just buying time, exactly like you said, buying the ability to pick up some items. And from there, then transfer into some slightly more upfront team fights. And I think I like the combination. That double AP of Vlad Kennen is going to do very well. If Diamondprox is able to get off a good Shadow Dash taunt, it is going to help quite a lot. And are we going to see him getting caught up? There goes the stun. Taunt locks up. Crystal Arrow into Crescendo into taunt. And Lamia effectively just deleted from the game. Wish does go out from Pheilox, and I feel that was a bit wasted. It was pretty apparent he was going to go down. Alexic is now going to be the next target. And the Crystallized Wall is available, is going to get used, as well as the Hemo Plague and that Slicing Maelstrom's going down, but it's in and amongst the Vengeful Maelstrom, so the damage really reduced quite extensively.
Too many maelstroms.
Yeah, Maelstrom, but a pretty easy kill at the end of the day. Although saying that, I mean, the two ultimates alone, look how low sOAZ and Cyanide went. Here's going to be the flash. The crystallized wall goes up. Darien does manage to juke away from it. But a lot of DPS just with the combination of those two ultimates from Kennen and Vladimir.
Kennen, Vladimir, Karthus, Vladimir. Vladimir and any big AoE damage dealer is just this amazing combo, just because that 12% increase is going to apply to so many people, and really just, it pumps people up. The damage is incredibly high between Alexich and Darien. That's why Darien rushed for a Void Staff. You do not see Void Staff second on Vladimir ever. I've never seen this item build. And it hurts. It's going to make him hurt a lot. He's not going for that tankiness. He's not going for that sustain. He just wants to burst people down with Hemoplague along with Alexich. So it's a really cool combo. It's actually very risky because he is incredibly easy to kill right now, but they're also relying on the fact that they have two Wodas. They still have 40% lifesteal, or not lifesteal, but spell vamp. And actually what's cool is Darien does have the extra, I believe, 9% from Runes and Masteries, so when Alexich and Darien are next to each other,
49%.
Darien has 49% spell vamp, which is insane.
Huge. And when you consider the damage in Hemoplague, that's hitting for 380 before resistances. And remember, he's got the Vamp Scepter, sorry, the Void Staff in conjunction with the debuff from Abyssal Scepter. So that's going to be hitting, you know, a higher percentage of that number. In addition, if it hits multiple targets, that's, you know, 380 per target that it procs on. So you're going to see Darien shrink to nearly no life, but then jump right back up after a couple of seconds, and when that Hemoplague eventually ticks off.
We actually covered this yesterday. If they're fighting in creeps, that'll be huge for Darien, just because every little creep that dies in Hemoplague is that much more HP coming back to him. And here comes a dragon, and look at the gold difference. Only a 100 gold difference with that bottom turret falling in favor of Moscow 5. They're looking really strong right now in terms of just their map control. The ganks have been there, the kills have been there for FNATIC, but that bot lane, that Gosu, Pepper, Genja, Death combo has really shown its effectiveness, and I mean, right now, Moscow 5 looking so strong, taking the gold lead for the first time this game.
And we see that we know that there's no wards in here. Cyanide has been clearing those wards out with that Oracle's Elixir. They now know that Moscow 5 are moving in. Flash Frost actually misses onto Gosu Pepper, and that's immense. The Crescendo comes out, locks out a couple of people. Hemoplague is down, manages to catch 3 members of FNATIC, but the first one to go down is in fact going to be Alexich. Now Genja with that Infinity Edge, dealing all the damage in the world. Darien picks up a counter kill onto FNATIC, so it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Make that 2-for-1 as Darien has now been dropped. In the background, xPeke gets blown up. Ash is running rampant. Lamia should know how to deal with this. Lamia should know how powerful that is. Double kill, in fact, for Genja. Scumbag Genja picking up 2 as the support. Pheilox gets locked up with the tank, with the Shadow Dash taunt. And that's an ace in comparison for losing their double AP. Not targeting Genja means that he was able to run around that entire fight and deal damage at will, effectively. And a very, very easy team fight win for Moscow 5 at the end of the day.
That was actually a really sloppy team fight. You mentioned the Crescendo. It actually missed no one, or hit no one. He tried to Crescendo and flash immediately. He did the exact opposite. He flash Crescendoed, and that did not touch anybody. So in the heat of the moment, like, he whiffed his skills. I thought it hit a couple of people, but I watched them. They weren't dancing. They weren't busting a groove. And that fight, even though they didn't have that CC, it was just Alexich and Darien rushing in. And their damage was immense. They just hit so hard, even though Vladimir doesn't have any like real health. He just has spell vamp. He was able to survive, even though Alexich didn't have that zone yet. So he was able to survive for long enough. And if you watch Darien towards the end of that fight, what killed Cyanide wasn't just Genja using as a power chord. It was Genja and that one last Tides of Blood, I believe it's called. Yes, Tides of Blood coming out from Darien and just hitting him hard. So it doesn't even matter that Darien dies. It matters that he just gets, you know, maybe 2 or 3 Tides of Blood. The damage stacks so high, so quickly that the AoE will just murder people. That was an incredibly well played fight for Moscow 5. At the end, FNATIC need to also back up a little quicker. Lamia won at the last second. It's like, I'm gonna take all of you down. But with that Triforce, he doesn't have the damage. He just is not as heavy hitting as Ash, which is unfortunate. But that is the risk of Triforce Corki.
And it's so powerful, so scary from Moscow 5. That team fight, when you consider that how well they won it, if the Crescendo had landed, imagine how quickly FNATIC would have been deleted. If they had been locked up, it would have been a team ace.
That would have been a 5-0 or 5-1.
Yep, team ace. It would have allowed literally just Vladimir and Kennen to run rampant through the entire team and tear them apart. And I see we are climbing in viewer numbers. So for those of you who have just joined and don't know, this is the IPL5 EU Qualifier. It is in the title. This is the semi-final between Moscow 5 and FNATIC. Game number 1. The winner of this game is going to face off against Team MEGASHOCK in the grand final tomorrow. And of course, myself, Quickshot, and Studio are bringing you all the action. Once again, I do apologize about that lag earlier on, but it does appear to have cleared up. So we're in for a great set if this continues.
You did your thing, Quickshot. You fixed all the lag issues. So, shoutouts to you. And actually, I hope Team MEGASHOCK is watching right now, just taking notes like crazy, just making sure they know everything about who they're going to be facing.
Well, it's definitely what they should be doing. It's definitely what they should be doing. You know, coming up against a team like this, a very nice crystallized wall keeps Diamondprox out for a couple of seconds, but effectively nothing happens because the wave clear from both Kenan and Vlad is really powerful. If you add a volley into that as well, there's going to be no creeps under that tower for any time at all.
Minions everywhere just running in fear. The advantage is they can always try and get a little bit of poke off, and a crystallized wall will save whoever gets that poke at the tower. But yeah, they just murder creeps. But so does Anivia, so pushing in this game is going to be incredibly difficult for both teams. They need to rely on, well, Anivia to not have a blue buff, or just to get a lot of... You can't even poke down Darien and Alexich, actually, because of their spell vamp. So they just need to kill them at some other point. Pushing is not really possible in this game, unfortunately. Even with that Baron buff, I think there's just going to be enough mana regen on xPeke with blue buff to just deny everything.
Well, now that you mentioned that, you know, yes, okay, wave clear is going to be very quick. Yes, you know, defending is going to be very strong, but Diamondprox has Shen. Diamondprox can split push. You know, he's going to be able to move up when he wants, and you can see right now, he's putting pressure on this bottom tower. FNATIC are going to be forced to send somebody, so even though the wave clear is strong, this is now a free tower for Moscow 5 because they don't have the split pushing power.
That's actually a great observation. Like, I noticed that when you said, like, he's going to point out the Shen. Oops. They're going to kill that tower, and they're not going to do anything to stop him. But, yeah, great call on that, and... Uh-oh. Can they pause this? They should be able to pause this.
It's live realm, so I don't know if it's next patch where you can pause.
Patch?
I think it's next patch.
Okay. I don't know if Europe actually got that patch because it broke North America for a while. But,
well, okay, so that's why the server actually died on NA. All of the extra pressure from pause and replay.
Well, I don't know if it was from the pause. It was just they changed a lot of database and server side stuff that, like, I don't know anything about, but I can just say, you know, server side stuff. And it turns out the servers could not handle it. League of Legends does have a pretty big player base. And sorry guys, we
look at this pressure in the top lane. Genja's now committing to pressure on sOAZ, has Guardian's Angel up, tosses out that arrow that is going to proc Guardian's Angel. It does, in fact, but sOAZ goes down. Manages to 1v1 Genja, in fact, committing to that fight, knowing he had GA and knowing he had Stan United. So even a man down, not afraid to make the plays, and I think that caught FNATIC napping just a little bit.
And I wouldn't be surprised if trying to make these plays because they are a man down, because without Darien, this is just an unfortunate situation. I don't believe they have announced to Moscow 5 that they have a DC. They have not, or not to Moscow 5, but to FNATIC. Oh, thank God. Oh man, there's a speech I hate making, and that is what should the team who has 5 do? Yeah. And the answer is never pleasant. It's always like, well, they should probably try to win, but people might hate them. So I'm so glad Darien is back, so we don't have to make that speech. And he just completed his death cap, so Darien is going balls out. I'm just going to put it out there. No real defensive spell or items except for a Woda. He actually even has a blue potion. He just wants to kill people. And as Vladimir, this is actually considered pretty scary. So this dragon will go to FNATIC though, trying to close up that gold lead, which is what Moscow 5 did to close it actually, picking up the dragons. It's only a 5,000 gold advantage in favor of Moscow 5. Moscow 5 looking so strong. They're just very coordinated. They're playing well. That ultimate from Diamondprox to pick off sOAZ as Genja did an incredibly aggressive dive.
And now Moscow 5 should be able to pick up this tower. Look how quickly it goes down. They are committing to this fight though. Hemoblade gets tossed out. That only lands on sOAZ, so that's a bit of a whiffed ability. Diamondprox doesn't manage to taunt anybody either. The crescendo goes out. That was effective. But at the moment, FNATIC looking strong. They haven't managed to pick up any kills though. Corki forced to back away. And all those abilities, and truth be told, not very many of them are well-timed or well-placed.
Oh yeah, no, Hemoplague hitting one person is not what you want. It's a long cooldown, it is the brunt of the damage. And even Alexich, he had to respawn with his ultimate, and it wasn't really a good ultimate. It hit one person, one or two people. But that fight pretty much going in favor of FNATIC as it could have in terms of skill usage, and they're still behind. They still came out a little bit behind. The Thornmail actually now completed on Anivia. I like this quite a bit, just because Ashe can burst her down so quickly, and with that Thornmail, it's a lot of armor, it's a lot of defense. And the way Thornmail works, it doesn't actually reflect the damage done to you. It reflects the damage done before armor mitigation. So when she is in egg form, Ashe will just kill herself on that egg.
And take a look now, you've just mentioned itemization. Force of Nature completed on Cyanide and Maokai. We've got the Zeke's Herald sitting on Gosu Pepper's Sona. So a couple of different items, and they're going to be trying to rush this Baron. It is going down, but I don't think it's going down quickly enough. That may have been a Baron bait. The stun lands and a long-range twisted advance. Cyanide is now caught out of position. The rest of FNATIC's not there to help, but neither is Moscow 5. This is a bad position for Moscow 5 if FNATIC had decided to commit. But this time around, they play the smart move and actually run back as Ashe Arrow comes out that lands onto Cyanide. Emo Plague is available, and that gets every single member of FNATIC. Bar for Lamia. The taunt goes out, manages to completely whiff. That catches no one, so there's no damage reduction. Double kill now for FNATIC. One on sOAZ, one on xPeke. sOAZ is now going to keep pushing forward. There goes that Blade Surge. A very aggressive Valkyrie coming out from Lamia, in fact. Now he's going to keep putting the damage, but look how much damage that transfusion takes away. And that was a great fight once they'd re-engaged. But yeah, the Shadow Dash taunt not catching anyone.
Just an overcommitment from Diamondprox. He does not have the tankiness that Shen does in the top lane. He just has an Aegis and Frozen Mallet, and I guess also Heart of Gold. So he has a lot of raw HP, but Gosu Pepper getting caught against xPeke, trying to put those wards on, trying to stop that Baron, but that might actually just secure it as a response.
Oh, there comes in the slicing Maelstrom. That's putting a lot of damage down. Baron is still bashing away on some people. Alexich is going to go down in the background. Baron is now given some time to regen. Cyanide's going to commit to this fight, but he's going to be so more careful. He may go down while all that's happening. Valkyrie after Darien. Darien somehow manages to escape with 140 hit points and a super, super low FNATIC. Pick up 4 kills at the end of the day after that entire duration. And the Baron buff, but they're still 2,000 gold behind. But this Baron buff may keep them back in the game. 35 minutes, match number 1 of a potential 3. And I'm over the moon for this one.
So with that Baron buff, here comes FNATIC. Here's your chance to be like, alright. We had it early. We kind of slipped up a bit early in the mid-game. Let you guys get some good ultimates off. But now that we fought you, now that twice your ultimates have just not been effective, you guys have split up a bit too much for your AoE heavy composition. We have Baron buff. We have a 2,000 gold deficit, but you guys still have 3 outer turrets, and we're just going to come back and kick your butt. That's what FNATIC is going to try and do, as what their actions will say. But will they be successful? I think they can do it. I think they can do a lot of pushing right now, put on so much pressure and pain. And that Baron fight in 7 minutes right now will be like the end of the game for either team. But always that possibility that the wave clear will just be too amazing. Always a possibility that FNATIC just does not want to commit to anything too terrifying. But right now, with Darien in that bot lane and this creep wave more or less melting, be a good word for it, we now have this mid turret being pressured and only 4 to defend.
All the ultimates are up and available now for Moscow 5. Darien is getting there very, very quickly, so they'll probably pick up this tower. The inhibitor tower is going to be the one that's going to determine this big fight. But of course, Genja does have Guardian's Angel as well, so Guardian's Angel stands united, the ability to come back and keep putting that damage down, although slightly weird positioning, in fact.
The Ashe outside of base position, not very popular among anybody who wants Ashe to live.
And that's something now we need to remember about that crystallized wall being used to completely zone out Moscow 5. Oh, the Shadow Dash taunt once again, not catching a single person. Felt a little bit optimistic. That was a long-range dash taunt.
Shen just unable to get close enough to whisper insults into his enemy's ear.
And the wall is now going to be available again. 21 seconds on that cooldown. So every 20 seconds, FNATIC can zone out the Moscow 5 players and at least put some damage down. The stun does in fact land onto Darien, so that's a lot of early damage. I was considering the follow-up, but just look how quickly they clear these waves. Someone's going to have to tank a tower, and I don't know if FNATIC are strong enough to do that just yet.
Genja actually gets zoned out in the same position again. The root is onto him, but he's in actually good position. Here comes the ultimate Alexich.
Manages to carry away. That crescendo goes out. The first person to fall will be Cyanide, and this is a fight that's going very, very well for Moscow 5. A nice short-range Flash Frost there from xPeke. Locks up Diamondprox. He's going to keep running. The slow there from the ultimate is going to be enough to prevent the chase, but you know, FNATIC committing for that fight, and eventually it was actually turned around on them. They didn't really have the burst to kill anybody once they landed the root.
And really, it's just overcommitments coming in from both Diamondprox and Cyanide. Both of them, they're starting fights in fairly weak positions. Like, it looks okay. On paper, it looks like it could be good. You know, Ashe outside her base, no one really that close to her, but, you know, the second people popped out of her base, all of a sudden Ashe was in this really good bottleneck position, where to get to her, you'd have to chase through this tiny little area, and guess what? In that tiny little area, there's a tiny little Yordle named Cannon shooting out lightning, and a very angry blood vampire thing named Darien, or Vladimir, just, you know, using his hemo play in Tides of Blood. So it actually was a great bottleneck for Moscow 5 to fight in, compared to the last engagement where when Diamondprox flashed and whipped his Shadow Dash, that was actually a really just long, you know, wind around Baron that was just amazing for the FNATIC lineup because it didn't have to deal with that AoE, just blowing them up. So right now the gold back in favor of Moscow 5 by a decent amount. You know, not the end of the game amount, like not completely out of the water, but Moscow 5 looking really strong right now. That was some good organization. That's what's going to win these team fights. Not items right now. Items will most certainly help, but just some good coordination. Some teams just saying, all right, we need to engage when we see this opening, and that opening being the right one.
So it's not exactly like you said. It's going to come down to position. It's going to come down to those gaps, those mistakes, the failed dashes, the failed crescendos, and whichever team can capitalize on those. But at this point in the game, it's pretty much going to equal GG. Another strong team fight victory for either team from a misstep, from a gap in opening, is going to cost the inhibitors potentially the Nexus as well. So we're waiting to see what happens. We're waiting to see who's going to, you know, create the big play or fail, create a big mistake. And take a look at now, once again, let's have a look at itemizations. Abyssal Scepter on Peke. Thornmail, need to see Large Rod as well as that Rod of Ages, and the Chalice of Harmony, in fact. And I've seen a Chalice of Harmony being worn by Gosu Pepper. So I wonder if we can eventually see an Athene's Unholy Grail being worn by Sona, and it makes perfect sense.
It'd be awesome. The Chalice, though, amazing on Sona if you want to just go for a more sustain-oriented lane, which against that Soraka is a pretty good idea. You can take a lot of harassment from Corki because he's just going to throw out his Yordle plane out there just because, I mean, you can't really out-harass Soraka as Ashe. She will just have too much healing going on.
And once again, we see that split pushing coming into play. You know, Peke has been left alone in that top lane, and this could prove detrimental because they really need his burst and the utility of that crystallized wall. And now he's trying to commit. We do see the fight going out. Darien was the one that was snared. He's been split off to the side. Crystallize is now on the left-hand side. There's a little bit of split focus here from FNATIC. The Slicing Maelstrom goes out. That only manages to catch two people. Ashe Arrow now comes out. They're focusing Cyanide, and that's the wrong target because he's just going to walk away from this one. The carries are all still on full health. sOAZ is going to get his Guardian's Angel proc very, very shortly. A small bit of server lag there. Vladimir managed to pick up one kill. sOAZ is left to the pasture now. He's going to flash away, in fact, and gets the safety. So it's 1 for 1. But trading your jungler for AP mid is a fair trade any day of the week. Rebirth is available on xPeke, but he doesn't have the mana to do a whole lot more, and this may cost him the inhibitor. Oh, a very aggressive Gosu. Flashes forward, almost picks up the kill. 8 health. Now he's going to end up costing him his life, in fact. Miscalculating his damage by 8.
The hell, Gosu?
By 8. But it could have been good. Oh, now we look at that. Equilibrium Strike goes out. The Guardian's Angel is still available on Genja, and he has red buff. No lifesteal though, so quickly have a look. Very, very small amount. There goes the flash. Equilibrium is going to be looking for the kill. Hemoplague is up. The Shadow Dash taunt means he goes down. The lifesteal from Darien is just too strong, and all they managed to do is proc the Guardian's Angel, so giving up a kill once again. But they do pick up the inhibitor turret, and that means that when they want to siege that mid lane, that's what he's going to need to do. You know, push that mid lane or pick up the inhibitor and potentially then force the other lanes down for a win.
And right now, Baron has actually just respawned, and M5, they need to go heal up very quickly. They're in a really good position to take this, though. Darien actually still roaming around, has so much spell vent that he can just, you know, get all of his HP back without really doing anything. And though he has a decent amount of gold to spend, he actually could finish Quicksilver Satchel. I believe he is buying right now. Or that could be a second Abyssal. I'm actually not too sure. Wait, no. Zonia's, I think? Yes. Sorry, he has both a large rod and the
armor.
Negatron cloak.
Oh,
So it's
yes.
just like,
What will it be? What will it be? But
could
now
be a lot of things. A second death cap.
it's also possible. We do see Baron is now being started. It's down to a very, very low hit point total. 3,000. Is Cyanide going to be able to jump across there? Saplings are going out. The stun goes out as well. Down to 1,200 hit points. Flash comes over the wall. FNATIC steal it. They managed to steal Baron buff. Cyanide is going to lose his life for that. But huge play. The flash steal, that gives them Baron Nashor. They are still 3,000 gold behind, and now they have to try to defend an inhibitor. One player down, but Baron is theirs.
They have that massive buff. They have more or less control. They will lose an inhibitor. Inhibitor is gone. They will lose that second inhibitor. They are... Oh, crap. I just fast-forwarded too far. I forgot we were behind. What time are you at?
44 minutes at the moment. Sorry, 43:40. So let me take a look at this one. It is 43:45 as we're ticking. They managed to take down an inhibitor. Cyanide is still out for the next 30 seconds. They're going to be pushing down this lower lane tower. Darien takes a lot of damage, in fact. But it is going to be 2 inhibitors down. Now, we've seen FNATIC come back from 2 inhibitors down versus Cursey U, but can they do it against Moscow 5? That is the question.
Sorry about that. Because of the delay we had, we actually had to, pause the game briefly, and I forgot about that. And when I went to go ahead and check to see if it was a Smite that stole it, and I was fast forwarding towards the end of the game, which, well, not the end of the game, but just, live, which hasn't really happened for us yet. So sorry about that. But this is looking so strong for Moscow 5 because they have these 2 inhibitors down. With that Baron buff, FNATIC is kind of scary. But they're on a timer. Yeah, they're pushing out right now, which they need to do. If they do not push out, if they do not get something done in that brief amount of time before super minions start showing up at their base and pushing down their Nexus turrets, Moscow 5 will just take control of the lanes, just pressure them so hard, it's going to be just, hard for them to respawn. This is their final push. This is their all-in to try and take this game back.
Now we are going to see the huge engagement happening. FNATIC are caught in the Hemo Plague. They're caught in all that AoE damage. First kill is going to be Cyanide. Now Gosu Pepper picks up one in reply. Darien is chasing down. That's 4 players down for FNATIC. And they're just going to rush this Nexus. This should be the GG. Going to carry on pushing flashes, shadow dashes, taunts. Every single movement ability is being blown out from FNATIC from Moscow 5 at the moment. And that is definitely going to be a GG.
Very well played for Moscow 5. Coming, at the beginning, they were on the brink. They were in a bad position. They were just getting wrecked across all the lanes, except bottom. Bottom was doing decently. They came back, just taking map control, taking dragon control, showing their strength, and then the AoE composition just proving its effectiveness. Vladimir Cannon, we don't see that one too common. We see Karthus very commonly, and a very well played game going on to game 2 out of 3, or a possible 3. FNATIC versus Moscow 5.
I would definitely say the Vladimir Cannon combo. It's one that we see, I don't want to say hugely often, but it's definitely played over here in EU quite commonly, in fact, because both the champions super powerful, super strong. So there is your final endgame score. This was match number 1, everybody. This is, of course, the semi-finals in the IPL5 EU Qualifier. My name is Quickshot. Studio is the co-caster for today, and we're going to be jumping into game number 2. But before we do have to have an advert break, so stick with us. This is a best of 3 and 2 awesome games still potential.
Called it! Yeah! I'm just
Nicely done.
fist pumping right now.
Nicely done. So boss.
But I mean, this is a strategy I actually heard from Jad, who now works for Riot Games. Used to be a jungler on Rock Solid / Dignitas. If something is strong against you, whatever beats you, just ban it. Ban it the next game. It really works, and teams don't do this. They get very caught up, I don't want to say in themselves, but in their beliefs. And they're like, well, alright, that Vladimir did really well, but it's probably because, we made mistakes, not because he did really, he was just effective. So I'm glad they're banning like that. I'm glad they're, just getting rid of that thing that really kind of murdered them.
And I wonder if they're going to ban Cassidy now once again. We see Nautilus removed from the previous game, we've seen Cassidy removed from the previous game, so Twisted Fate is gone. We know Peke likes to play TF. We know he's a very strong TF player. But it's now up to M5 to see who they want to remove. And Urgot Nocturne, although Shen is available. So this is now the talk. I've seen FNATIC playing Shen once or twice. I've in fact seen Cyanide playing Shen in the jungle. And they remove Karthus instead. So what is FNATIC going to do? 1 minute to pick. Shen is there, Ari is there, Morgana is there. So is Soraka, in fact. And it looks like it is going to be Shen.
Karthus was actually banned that last game by FNATIC, so Moscow 5. They're really scared of Karthus. He is an incredibly tough champion to play against. He changes the game with his presence. He all of a sudden just, is an executioner across all lanes, which, is not very fun to play against by any sort of means or manner. Now, what did they pick now? They have the option to go for an aggressive AoE style composition still, but Karthus is banned, Vladimir is banned, two of the best AoEers in the game, gone. So, probably not going to go with something like that. They want to pick a very Moscow 5 style. They could go for some aggressive counter jungling, which if that is Jungle Shen, which I do not know actually how much sOAZ plays Shen. I know he plays an okay amount, but if he's tournament confident with him, I do not know that for sure. The Lee Sin, I like that. Go into their old roots, bring out the Blind Monk to aggressively gank and if necessary counter jungle and Nunu. Support Nunu, not very common for first pick. I don't think they're expecting an Ezreal would be the scary character to see on the enemy team. Ezreal more or less nullifying Nunu actually.
In what sense? Being able to blink away from the snowball?
Ezreal can just kind of ignore everything Nunu does. So the attack speed debuff Nunu applies is not that strong early on. So Ezreal's attack speed buff will supersede that. Ezreal has his own attack speed debuff, which will actually more or less compare to Nunu's Blood Boil. So that gets nullified. To be able to blink away from his ultimate, I guess Consume is not countered. But everything he does, Ezreal can get screw with. Also, Ezreal having his Q can ignore the attack speed debuff from Nunu too, because he's not reliant on attack speed.
And looks like we're going to see a potential another Corki once again, coming out from Lamia. Corki Soraka as opposed to... No, it was Corki Soraka last game, wasn't it, as well?
Yes.
So same bot lane. And that can make sense as well. But I wonder who Genja is going to play as his AD carry. We've seen him play some very aggressive champions in terms of pairing up with Nunu. And Ashe Nunu is a pretty good combination. Both got the slow. The attack speed on Ashe helps her out a lot, especially at those lower levels. And the movement speed, also very, very useful. And I love this. Active game was not found bug. Such a pain.
Ashe Nunu, I think, was one of the first times I saw Ashe come back into the scene way back when. Sometime, I'm trying to think, in maybe August? A long time ago. But Ashe Nunu, it's very strong, very effective. It's not obviously effective, but once it all adds up, that Blood Boil, it's Ashe Kite so well. There's just so much mobility that Nunu combines with Ashe. So that really strong just combination of Blood Boil and kiting potential just is so effective. And Jack's coming out for Gosu Pepper, well, not Gosu Pepper, but for Moscow 5, as well as Kog'Maw. So Nunu, Kog'Maw, kind of the same style, a lot of damage, less kite potential from Kog'Maw, but it's still there. That mobility is amazing on him. And
of course, he's got that Void Ooze, which is going to apply as slow as well. So toss that Void Ooze out in conjunction with the Ice Blast from Nunu. Then the Blood Boil onto Kog'Maw. Blood Boil plus the Bioarcane Barrage. The range increase, the percentage HP that's going to be chunking off. And I like the pick of Kog'Maw as well, because he's got a... I don't want to use the word balance, but he's got a mixture of both physical attack damage and magic damage. So yes, Soraka's going to give an MR boost as well as an armor boost to Corki, but it nullifies a smaller percentage of that damage because, of course, the huge Astral Blessing armor will reduce all of your physical damage, which Ashe has no way to get through.
Okay, some amazing picks are about to happen. That is probably going to be a locked-in zillion. I was actually thinking about that myself. It is. Okay, so awesome things just happened. All right, the Malphite counter pick from FNATIC is amazing. If you look at the lineup from Moscow 5, they have so much attack speed coming in. They have Lee Sin, Jax, and Kog'Maw, all of them attack speed dependent characters. And Nunu, what does he do? He buffs attack speed. I'm actually not positive about this, so I don't want to say for sure. I do not know if attack speed works like movement speed, where it will reduce everything. So attack speed buffs your base. Or move speed buffs your base. Movement speed debuffs will go ahead and reduce your base and that bonus. So debuffs are much more effective in this game. but the fact that they have Malphite means they have this amazing attack speed debuff for 3 members of Moscow 5. But the Zilean comes out, and Zilean, when combined with a team like this, is actually amazing. So one of the problems that Lee Sin and Jax both have is staying on target. You know, they have a very mobile team. They have, you know, the Valkyrie from Corki, Ari, you know, is Ari, and I hate her, but she has an ultimate to stay mobile. Jax will and Lee Sin will just stay on a person. They will not fall off the target because they're going to be moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour. When they do use those blinks, they will not take any time to catch up, and it's going to be an awesome combination. I've seen this before. I do not know how Zilean does against Ari, though. But this was just an awesome combination of just like, all right, FNATIC, we see that they have Moscow, or that they have so much attack. Pick Malphite. And F5 was just like, well, we have a team that would benefit from Zilean. Let's pick them up. So that is awesome.
Now, how does the Zilean versus Ari matchup take place in the middle? I mean...
No, I think it's an Ari... What's the range of Foxfire? That actually matters quite a bit.
And also, just while you're checking that up, I've taken a look at some of the rune pages really, really quickly. Diamondprox on his Lee Sin opts to go for a 9-21-0, so going more defensive as opposed to offensive, and opting for +8 physical damage and 12 armor penetration. So he's really going for a huge, what's the term I'm looking for? Like an execution type of page, you know, really going for that armor pen for the early aggression. I believe the secondary proc on that resonating strike goes through his physical as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
so
it's all physical damage.
Really going for some, you know, really good early game burst, and I like the page. So everybody out there that wants to know how Diamondprox plays Lee Sin, 921 and a bit of AD and armor pen.
I believe the armor pen will actually be enough to reduce most jungle creeps to around 0. Not all of them, some of them will still have more. So he's going to jungle quickly, he's going to be incredibly effective in that jungle, and you're right, he will have terrifying ganks. So that Lee Sin going to be, you know, Lee Sin in the jungle. He's a huge terror early on in the game. He needs to do decently, though. He cannot fall behind. Because if he does fall behind, a Lee Sin that falls behind will just use his resonating strike, latch onto somebody, and probably die before he can do anything.
And keep in mind, though, if he does die, there is a Zilean reincarnation that's waiting for him. So if he wants to use that. Something else to touch on, you mentioned the speed buff from Zilean. He's not only going to be able to boost the movement speed of his characters, but think about Jax, the hyper carry that Jax becomes, the hyper carry that Kog'Maw becomes. You kill him, he comes back to life with that ultimate, which I have completely whiffed the name of now. And there we go, the Chrono Shift. And it will bring back that hyper carry, allow them to continue dealing damage, allow them to continue beating away on the FNATIC lineup. So potentially very scary, and if Diamondprox starts to snowball early on, because Lee Sin is a very hard snowballing character, you know, a potential, you know, a rebirth Chrono Shift of Lee Sin is also just as terrifying.
I'm so proud to know a skill name you do not know, by the way.
I completely forgot. It's been months and months. Actually, it's been over a year since I played Zilean, I think. Over a year.
Yeah, Zilean, not too common of a pick. He's actually incredibly fun to play, by the way. You play Zilean, you get to be a huge bully in the mid lane. But there's actually something I didn't point out before. Soraka. There's a Soraka on FNATIC's team, and Soraka with their armor deep or buff is going to be amazing. So a lot of physical damage, a lot of attack speed. FNATIC has like the perfect team for this lineup from M5, but Moscow 5 themselves have a lineup that supplements itself so well that this is going to be awesome. I hope we see a Black Cleaver actually somewhere in this lineup, because a Black Cleaver would just help immensely from the fact that the enemy team could more or less stack armor. Zilean has really good burst, but his sustained damage is not up there. It's a time bomb every 4 seconds, which is really good, but compare that to Ari's sustained damage, which is insane.
So for everybody that is on stream that has just joined us, this is game number 2. You can see the scores up in the top half of your screen. FNATIC are wearing the blue trunks. They have it all to play for now. Lose this and they go out. They do not qualify for IPL5 yet, and they'll have to wait for the IPL qualifier, the 3rd or 4th one that'll be starting in a few weeks' time. And if Moscow 5 qualify or win this match, they then make it into the grand final. And they will face off against Team MEGASHOCK for a spot at IPL5. So a lot to play for in studio. Defensive start from these teams. Nobody wants to give up more than they need to. And take a look at Diamondprox. Cloth armor and 5 pots. So do you think we're going to see a farm till level 6? Maybe less low-level ganks? Opting to go for the cloth instead of the boots?
No, but he might want to hang around in lane just because none of the lanes are actually that easy to gank. The easiest is going to be Zilean's lane. And it's still Ari. She's still not an easy gank character. He also doesn't have a lot of magic resist himself because of his runes being MR per level, so he's not that effective at ganking in this early part of the game. Probably gonna wait till he gets a decent amount, maybe a red buff and a large chunk of HP before he goes out somewhere. It is rare to see a jungler not start with a boots 3 potions though. I'm kind of glad to see that.
Yeah, it is slightly different. It is a little bit of a change. For everybody that's busy looking at the stream right now, the Uri skin, it always reminds me of a cheerleader. I don't know why. I just see like an American football cheerleader in the Uri.
Oh yeah, I kind of see it. Isn't it supposed to be like Japanese schoolgirl Uri or something like that?
Ah, that may explain it. So maybe I'm actually seeing the right thing. So Cyanide starting rates going red, Mellisan or Diamondprox rather, starting out rates and going wolves in fact. So a slightly different build, or maybe he's going to blue. Actually, so take a look at that. Wolves being picked up by Gosu, Pepper and Genja. Diamondprox has actually taken his Resonating Strike as opposed to his Tempest as his first point. So a slightly different start coming out from Diamondprox. And is he going to save his Smite? No, he does not in fact. So uses the Smite to pick up that blue buff.
He now has a point actually in the Tempest, so this is now an aggressive jungling path. He has the potential to gank. Doesn't have the lifesteal from his Iron Will. It's a bit riskier, but at the same time not too important because he will clear raids super quickly once they respawn after red buff is dead.
Now what about this matchup in the top lane? You've got Jax versus Shen. I feel like it should eventually go in Jax's favor, but the first 4 levels maybe Shen if he can put some aggression down?
I'm actually surprised they didn't put Malphite in the top lane because Malphite just shuts down Jax. But Jax versus Shen, you're pretty much right. Yeah, if you can get ahead, Shen can be terrifying, but eventually that sustained damage from Darien is going to be too much. And here comes Malphite trying to actually start that snowball. Cyanide just waiting in those bushes.
He does have the double buff up, so red and blue is going to be moving in. There goes the taunt, very nicely done. The shard comes out. Now the counter-strike is being primed. Manages to land up on sOAZ, but Diamondprox has now jumped forward. Now the counter gank has put pressure back onto FNATIC. And at the end of the day, actually nothing coming of that one. Darien contemplating the recall, but decides to cancel it. And a lot of aggression in top and bottom lane. DPS going all the way around.
Because we're just walking back and forth in the bushes taking damage. Actually just aggression across all the lanes. Even mid lane there are time bombs and orbs of deception hitting people all over the place.
So much damage going down. I'd like to actually see, I'm going to poke my eyes into this mid lane for a little bit because I don't think I've seen a Zilean versus Uri matchup ever, in fact. This is potentially a first for me. Or at least it's the first that I can recall. And now we do see a gank up in this top lane. Ignite goes down into sOAZ. The Q manages to land, but a flash! Beautifully timed. Really nicely done from sOAZ there. Dodges takes the damage from Resonating Strike, but flashes before Tempest can go down. And that slow would have been all that was required to give up first blood.
Had he actually flashed a second later, that he would have actually been followed up by the Resonating Strike. And oh my god, the pressure in the bot lane is just immense from Genja and Gosu Pepper. So I've talked about this matchup before. Corki versus Kog'Maw is actually in Kog'Maw's favor. Kog'Maw with his long range can pressure Corki even if he uses anything except rockets. If he uses his phosphorus bomb, if he uses Gatling gun to pressure, he will take more damage in the trade just because Kog'Maw has his Kog'Maw range. But right now, the fact that the lane's starting so effective before Kog'Maw gets that range is actually scary because it means that Corki will just get pressured so much in that bot lane that it's going to be a hard lane for them. And we've seen that Genja can carry. Genja has the potential to do so much as Kog'Maw, as Ashe, and it's terrifying to see him doing well.
Overall, though, the teams are staying pretty much even. They're keeping up on farm. There's been a lot of poke back and forth. While I say that, take a look at the items on Peke. He's picked up a Doran's ring early, sorry. The boots and 6
awesome.
Potions. 6 pots.
Zilean harass is more or less unavoidable, which is why he has those potions, because he wants to try and mitigate as much as possible if he cannot avoid it. As Darien actually gets taunted in the tower at the top lane, Mellisan comes in and might have actually saved him with that Iron Will. He will go down to about 30-some HP.
35 HP. And what actually happened there? Was that a taunt under the tower?
That was a taunt just at the edge of tower range. Unfortunately, Darien got a bit too overzealous going for that, tower pressure. And Shen's just like, well, if you're going to hang out here, I'll just make the tower attack you too. But as that happened, Diamondprox showed up and used Iron Will to save him from Ignite ticks.
Yeah, I just managed to catch the end of that. As I clicked up to the top, I left-clicked on to Darien's champion and watched his hit points tick down. Well, doesn't the true damage go through that shield, though?
No.
Not. All right, so it's still absorbed. So it was managed to be blocked up by Mellisan. Very nicely timed there. Gold slightly in favor of FNATIC. We do some aggression on the bottom where Ignite actually goes down from Gosu Pepper, and that felt once again just a little bit of miscommunication. And we've seen it once in the previous game, and now again the Ignite being used. Ooh, sOAZ does get counter-attacked up, or counter-striked up. Stunned for a couple of seconds, well, that brief second. But yeah, that Ignite being blown without Genja being arranged, without the DPS from Genja, and it just felt a little bit premature.
Gosu Pepper just kind of does that every now and then. I don't get it. He's just kind of like, you know, I feel that now is the time to ignite Corki, and then he just does it. Whatever it is, it works, and that pressure is also very surprising because it catches people off guard. So it could just be a mind game because you don't expect to get this kill. But as you can see, now Lamia is about half HP. Pheilox is low. Pheilox has to go back, or at least not get any experience for a decent amount of time.
And the flip side there is, of course, that Corki is going to be able to heal it back up. Yeah, you burn your Ignite. Yeah, you put the damage down. But given 30, 40, 50, a minute time, you can see now Lamia's back up to full hit points. He's still got 2 of the 3 potions that he had available. Trying to trade with Genja and coming off second best, exactly like you said, 1v1, just not able to really trade as effectively as he'd like to.
I think, I don't know, Gosu Pepper he's a very odd support. He is non-traditional in every sense. And the amount of wards he buys, and the fact that he doesn't get CS, he is traditional. That is about it. But he's incredibly good at it, and somehow what he does, it works every now and then, even if I don't understand it. I don't need to say this to watch it work.
Well, I suppose it suits the playstyle, doesn't it? It's a very aggressive team. Moscow 5 like to be pushing most of the time. They like to be in your faces quite a lot. And you can see at this game just how much aggression has been placed in every single lane. But no first blood just yet. Level 6 has now been picked up by Genja. They are actually ahead in levels. So how does that do in farm? 64 for Genja to 39 on Lamia. That is a massive advantage at 8 minutes already.
Which is actually impressive given the fact that gold is almost equal. Lamia taking a lot of pressure now.
They've managed to commit to this fight. No ultimate comes up, but Stand United is there. Lamia's going to flash forward. Now Shen's going to be able to lock up Gosu Pepper. This may be first blood. Blood Boil is now on first blood, and it goes to Corki. So that's going to at least balance out that gold difference. But a very, very nice gank. And what I liked seeing from Lamia, in fact, was the Valkyrie forward. Because he was...
actually, sOAZ is currently pressuring Genja up in that top lane. I decided, you know what, I do not want this Cogma to live. But unfortunately, the heal is won at the last second. Sorry about that.
Right, that confused the hell out of me. Top lane. I clicked up top. And then I went, no, but that's not sOAZ. And it was actually the bottom lane, wasn't it? Yes, but behind the tower. Right. That was a bit of a brain fart on my part. But yeah, 9 minutes now, FNATIC starting the Dragon. And did you see just how nice that was from Lamia? Valkyrieing forward, pulling Shen with him with that Stand United, trying to line up the taunt. But obviously Kog'Maw was able to get away, and they ended up just locking up Gosu Pepper instead. So I think you asked it last night, on which side does Shen spawn? I think it's behind the character model.
It is behind. Yeah. I was actually watching a game yesterday, I'm like, looking at Shen, it's like, where's he gonna appear? And every time it was consistently behind the character. So Darien actually stopped from going back by sOAZ.
And how is this duel actually going to go? Because Darien's traded a bit more effectively now, maybe even thinking about a kill. He does have Ignite available.
So probably not what sOAZ wants to do, as he takes even more damage. Darien now completely out of mana though. Needs to rely on just auto attacks, which will not net him a kill unless Diamondprox shows up.
Well, Diamondprox is going to be moving forward. They don't know Cyanide is there. If Cyanide can get a good unstoppable force, does manage to lock them up, but Diamondprox is the one with the tire aggro. Takes one more tower hit. Red buff is ticking. Cyanide is not going to keep chasing because he sees Alexich coming up. Alexich is going to be forced to use that chrono shift on himself. Down to 25 hit points, in fact. But no kill going off. And oh, don't you just wish Uri was nearby? If Uri was there, there could have been an easy double, potentially even triple kill. But unfortunately, Peke had been recalled. And now at least that chrono shift is on cooldown, but it becomes available very, very quickly, compliments of rewind. Reducing the cooldowns by, I think is it 2 or 10 seconds?
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
It has one of the longest cooldowns in the game at 172 seconds, which is massive. But of course, every, I think at this point about 12 seconds or so, there will be that rewind button being pressed, and, it comes up that much sooner.
I'd like to see how Diamondprox, how Alexich actually skills his Zilean, because when I was playing Zilean quite significantly, we do see some aggression for Peke. He did not know Zilean was there. 2 points of that Spirit Rush has been used. I think he just popped the third one. does end up going down to the auto attack damage. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but 2 assists on behalf of Moscow 5, so they definitely get the gold advantage out of that one.
Now, of course, the kill does go to Kog'Maw, which is the person who wants to kill. And already getting kills is nice, but Kog'Maw, man.
Yes.
Kog'Maw.
It's so much DPS. But yeah, what I wanted to quickly say is whether or not he's only going to put that single point into Chrono Shift, or if he's going to put medicinal ranks. And take a look at that. Oh, pressure. Kog'Maw now being dived on this bottom lane. Lamia forced to recall away. Ignite is going to pick up the kill, but he's just going to use that Ikithian surprise to pick up only 1 more CS, unfortunately.
So, you know, as that kill goes on to Kog'Maw, another one goes on to Corki. Without that newness of word, Kog'Maw, you know, it's a 1v2, and he doesn't have the lead he needs to actually win that. Darien actually getting taunted in tower range at top lane, just leap strikes out of there, and so it's going to take a lot of tower pressure now that the Shadow Dash is on cooldown. And here comes Malphite, and once again, here comes Alex. They're going to meet in the brush, actually.
And Chrono Shift is available. Now Cyanide's going to turn his attention. He's going to see, there goes the Unstoppable Force, and manages to land on Darien, so he's going to respawn underneath this tower. Tower aggro has been dropped, and because, of course, that Unstoppable is now gone, Darien picks up, in fact, Alexich picks up the kill. The ultimate is now gone. xPeke, he knows that the ward is there. Forced backwards, in fact. Seeing Diamondprox coming up from the river, but the game just feels like Moscow 5 is in the driving seat. Yeah, gold is even. Yes, you know, it's 3-3, whereas even as we're going to be, bar for the 1 tower advantage. But Moscow 5 are making the plays, Moscow 5 are making the moves, and like I said, they're setting the pace.
A lot of the deaths and kills for FNATIC are because of Moscow 5. And for Moscow 5, a lot of their deaths are because of Moscow 5.
Yeah.
Like, they are in the driving seat, they are coordinating all the action, and while they are actually, you know, equal in gold, FNATIC isn't playing to control the game. Moscow 5 is. So even if they do die, it's certainly what they were not trying to do, but it is a result of what they were trying to do. And because of that, that's why it looks like it's in their favor right now, which is weird because, you know, overall it isn't. But some of the experience is huge. Darien level 10 versus level 8 sOAZ. We mentioned this matchup before. sOAZ, if he falls behind, is going to be in a pretty bad position, and he's fallen behind. The ultimate down to bot lane to get that kill into Kog'Maw to Gosu was nice, and great for Lamia, but it set himself back quite a bit. Ahri has not been showing too much pressure anywhere, and even with that massive roaming going on from Zilean, you know, hitting top lane twice, he doesn't actually have you know, more farm. Well, cut up as I said that.
So sitting bang on even, but when you consider 2 ganks in the top lane, even is not what you're looking for. I do feel it needs to be pointed out, just watching the way the abilities are being tossed out from Peke, and the fact that I actually haven't seen him playing Ahri too often, maybe not as practiced on the Nine-Tailed Fox as some of his other AP mids.
This is something that happens actually very often to all teams. They'll see a character and like, that character's really good, and it's open, but you don't play her that much, whatever. She's strong enough, I can, you know, work with it. And the truth is, no, sometimes you can't.
And once again, huge aggression on this bottom lane. Exhaust goes up, the Stand United comes out, Gosu Pepper once again, the victim of a taunt, tries to channel that Absolute Zero, gets off a pretty good duration on it, to be honest, and it's going to be enough to scare Lamia away, so sOAZ picks up the kill credit for that one. And a champion that's behind, giving him a little bit of advantage that is going to help. What do you think about the mid to late game? You know, we've been seeing this gameplay, we've been seeing Moscow 5 making the plays, you know, they've managed to pick up the kills, they've also managed to give up the kills, but, you know, we're going to see Malphite falling off a little bit, we're going to see Lee Sin falling off a little bit later, but so does Zilean. You know, Zilean, if the longer the game goes, transitions from being an AP damage dealer to being a bit more of a utility, almost supporty type champion.
Now, that would be an issue if there wasn't a Jax and Kog'Maw on Moscow 5. So it's a very good composition. They have an early game with Zilean, with Lee Sin. This goes into a good mid game where all of their characters are frankly good mid game, unless they're just really far behind, which isn't the case. And then late game, all right, so you know Zilean will be more of a supporty type character, as there's a lot more, and I have to mute my mic.
And we do see, ooh, it's going to be muting that one, so now we see a little bit of pressure coming out. That sounded like a lawnmower in the background. Is going to be enough pressure from FNATIC to scare away Moscow 5 from this dragon. Pink ward is down on behalf of M5, so they're going to know if any other wards go down in vision or whatnot. But at the moment, we're just waiting for everybody to move past. It's got this little bit of a Mexican standoff, as it were. Both teams wanting to push for dragon, both teams wanting to try to pick it up, but not wanting to give up the fight, not wanting to give up more pressure or more positioning than they need to. So luckily, Lamia has been able to farm up this bottom lane. We see a couple more pings now going down into Dragon, and it's just going to be which team is willing to commit first. In fact, we see Kog'Maw clearing out the ward, so that was what I mentioned a few moments ago. That pink ward going to give them vision, going to allow them control of that, and now we see FNATIC. Oh, this could pay off well. We've got a 5-man FNATIC in on Dragon. Moscow 5 is now split off. Moscow 5 is now rotated all the way around. Almost out of position. Jax is now in the mid lane, and at the moment, FNATIC staying a little bit further ahead in gold. But Genja the one who's now able to farm, and once again, neither team willing to commit. Neither team willing to actually pull that Dragon and really go for the kill. Another ward being removed. So just this small standoff, this small little bit of a delay in the proceedings of the game. Diamondprox tosses out that Hadouken of his, the Sonic Wave. I think he was trying to line up Dragon, or at least leash Dragon, just try to pull it out a little bit. Another very good ward comes out. That's just going to give them, let them know when FNATIC are coming up. Iron will use to get to that ward, block some of the damage. Now they've put some DPS down. They can see the vision from the rest of the team. But I think if FNATIC can respond quickly, they may be able to pick this one up. Diamondprox with that Wriggles Lantern is soloing Dragon right now, level 9. There is no vision. Cyanide is going to put a ward down very shortly. There it goes. Are we going to see a potential steal? He is going to steal, and he manages to get it. So nicely, and not only steals it, but he flashes out. Wow, wow, wow. That was huge. Counter-Strike doesn't land, and do we have a studio back?
The studio is back. I closed the window. Is it more of a hedge trimmer, actually, than a lawnmower? Still very noisy.
Close enough, close enough. But did you see the steal? Did you see that steal?
That was an amazing steal. That was amazing. Do you know how hard it is for Mellisan to not get the last hit on Dragon? That execution is massive, and Cyanide came in at the perfect moment, just said, yo, what up, I'm Malphite, and left.
Keep in mind, that's the second steal that we've seen already. Cyanide pulled off a steal in the previous game on Baron buff as Maokai. You know, he didn't get away with his life that time round, but yeah, such a great steal. And then it actually gives FNATIC the small gold lead. They're now up to about a 2k gold lead. And that gold is now going to help out just a little bit. Give Cyanide a little bit more assist. Sorry, give sOAZ a little bit more assistance in that top lane. But look at his items: 83 CS to 140 CS behind. That is a huge, huge advantage.
It's very odd looking at the lanes because right now the gold advantage is actually in favor of Moscow or of FNATIC. But like we said before, the game feels like it's in Moscow 5's control as we watch this. And looking at where the gold is, there's a lot of gold onto Zilean, Kog'Maw, and Jax. And, you know, quite a bit of gold actually onto Corki and Ahri, but Shen is behind, Malphite's behind, and Soraka. The person who does not have a lot of gold right now for Moscow 5 is going to be that Lee Sin.
Well, you just made mention of who's behind. Let's actually look at how the numbers pan out. So in the top lane, sOAZ 4,700 to 5,600 on Darien. Compliments of that Dragon and the kill and the assist. It's not actually as significant as I may have thought. In the mid lane, we do see some pressure going down to sOAZ and a huge collection of FNATIC champions. Spirit Rush used to get over the wall. sOAZ is going to try land that, or Darien rather, going to try land that counter-strike. Doesn't manage to do so. xPeke keeps trying, does manage to get queued up from Lee Sin. Resonating strike flying all the way through the air. Ignite actually blown. Darien thinking that his teammates are going to be able to get there a little bit quicker. Unstoppable forces available. The charm manages to land, and look at that damage. Cyanide not really wanting the fight, so he was on the wrong side of the tree line. And if he was closer, if he could have landed that unstoppable force, it could have picked up a kill.
I don't think they expected the blue still coming in still, despite the fact that they've been spotted. But with that Lee Sin Jax combination, especially the Wriggles Lantern actually on Lee Sin, blue buff has no chance of surviving for more than 5 seconds. So, an aggressive play and a flash for a blue buff, is it worth it? Well, maybe. I wouldn't say it's something I want to consistently do, but it's nice to find that blue buff into Ahri. It gives Alex a lot of lane control when he has that mana to spam and she doesn't.
Let's have another quick look at their golds. We were looking at the numbers before the team fight erupted. Ahri, 6,100 gold. In fact, 600 ahead of Zilean, who's on 5,500. So that's a pretty interesting one. Of course, there is a 20 CS advantage, so that's probably where some of the numbers are coming from. In terms of our bottom lane, 5,800 to 5,600. So small advantages here and there. It's only really Shen that's behind. And the team fights and everything, once again, it's all in Moscow 5's favor. FNATIC, the longer they buy time, the more effective Ahri's going to become, and Corki, and Shen, of course. But on the flip side, so is Kog'Maw. We do see this bait coming out. There goes the Valkyrie forward. The taunt is available. Does not actually get used until he can line up really, really well. And I like what I've seen there from FNATIC. They are going to keep pushing forward onto Gosu Pepper. The charm is only available in a couple of seconds. Final tick of Spirit Rush used, but Blood Boil Flash too strong. And I like the timing there. You actually watch sOAZ waiting, delaying for a second and going, no, I don't want to toss out that taunt until I know it's going to land. And Genja as well, saving his flash and saving his heal, knowing he's going to go down. So great play all around and 1 kill for FNATIC.
Mm-hmm. And as you said, he didn't use his heal, didn't use his flash. It's actually something I would talk about, but knowing how to lose a situation properly. How to use that flash and heal while he's in a bad situation the next time they get into an engagement. But now he's at least going to have those summoners up as a 3,400 gold lead actually in favor of FNATIC right now. They're really showing some good pressure. Even though they didn't have the control, now they're applying their control, they're applying themselves, and it's working. They're taking out the spot tower, they're trying to grow their gold lead. Diamondprox trying to do something, but really can't.
He's going to think about committing to this fight though. The charm manages to land on Genja, but there's no one else committing. Now xPeke is the one that's been caught out of the fight. Lamia and Pheilox running away. Miscommunication on FNATIC's part. That sounded like a summoner heal being used as well, so that's coming out from Genja to save Gosu Pepper's life. Lamia is now on the back on the retreat. Tempest goes down. Diamondprox using that Iron Will to stay alive as well as the Chrono Shift, and sOAZ being really, really smart, forcing himself out over to the left-hand side of the tree line, giving up his life, but saving Lamia and Pheilox in the process. And FNATIC setting it up, but maybe hanging around a little bit longer than they should have. Yes, they had the advantage. Yes, they could push down the tower, but you know, you could just feel something was going to happen. You could just feel someone was coming, especially with Mellisan tossing out those resonating strikes through the wall.
That was a good push. They took out 2 turrets. They did pick up Kog'Maw. What would have made that a great push would be if they, were able to retreat, not give up anything for it. So 2 seconds can be all that was. If Mellisan hadn't actually gotten that resonating strike, if they backed up 2 seconds earlier, they would have made it out of there and been perfectly fine. Fortunately, it didn't happen. But I mean, that's kind of one of the scary things about this game. It's really hard to judge situations. It's hard to say, all right, we can hang around for 2.5 seconds, and at that point it becomes a risk. You don't know that for sure. You can make assumptions, but assumptions only go so far, and of course they're never 100% accurate. That's why they're assumptions.
And here's a little anecdote that I always remember: when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. So it's just one to remember. I do also want to give mad props to everybody that's joined us on stream. We are the #1 rated LoL stream at the moment. This is IPL Qualifier semi-final time. FNATIC taking on Moscow 5. FNATIC are 1 game down. And of course, your shoutcasters, myself, Quickshot, and Studio. And now we see Darien jumps forward, eats a charm to the face. This may in fact be him going down. Spirit Rush is available. It's going to go out. And the unstoppable force actually used to pick him up. Chrono Shift just unavailable for cooldown. But was that a dragon picked up from Moscow 5? I didn't actually see what they were doing in the bottom half of the tower.
Let me check. Yes.
So it was in fact picked up. So trading a kill for dragon, technically speaking, that's a fair trade any day of the week. But if it cost them a tower as well, I would say FNATIC come out superior in this particular engage or trade.
They come out a little bit ahead, not that much, but the map control is there. Dragon is not super relevant at this point in the game. The gold lead is actually just kind of too big for that to make that much of a dent. And these turrets falling is going to be much scarier now that Baron is becoming a threat. The rest of the map needs to be secured by Moscow 5.
Pretty good damage going down into this interior turret, down to less than half life. But now that Darien is alive, he's going to be moving his way back into this middle lane as quickly as possible. And remember, guys, this is all on FNATIC. If they lose this game, they are out of this qualifiers. But if they win, we do go to game number 3. And that's what we're hoping for. That's definitely what we're looking forward to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the next big team fight probably around Baron. I mean, we're hitting that point. Teams are very, very strong. They've both actually got I think Moscow 5 side is slightly more effective at taking out Baron. Well, actually a lot more effective when you consider Kog'Maw and Jax. Yeah, I just looked at the champions. I'm like, yes, my bad. Way faster at taking out Baron. FNATIC, they can, but just not the same.
They could probably take out Baron in about, I want to say, 8 seconds with their current lineup, especially if they have new tank for as long as they possibly can, which is terrifying to think about, by the way. But I mean, that is the strength of having a team that's based off attack speed and physical damage. You can kill Baron in like nothing. That's all it takes, nothing.
Especially when you consider Blood Boil on Korgmore with Bio Arcane Barrage. Now we do see a bit of a fight going down into Diamondprox. Shen Stand United is available. He's going to be going over. Are we going to see a Stand United down onto Peke? It may actually take place. Ignite is now down, so that's going to be the kill onto Lee Sin up in the top lane. A taunt lands onto Genja. That's going to keep him save Peke's life. Second kill now going in the way of FNATIC. Gosu Pimpers is going to be the third one to fall, potentially in the background. The Kithian surprise is going to be enough to pick up the Nine-Tailed Fox, and Alexic locked up and stunned, knocked into the air as well as taunted for long enough to not get his chrono shift off. And that is a brilliant, brilliant exchange for FNATIC. 3 for 1, and it opens up Baron.
Now, while M5 can do Baron and nothing, they need to be alive to do so, and FNATIC definitely gonna take a little longer, but being alive will help them quite a bit. So, this Baron going down, FNATIC, they're showing their control this game, they're showing their strength, they are taking the initiative and they are making the plays, and it is working. I'm glad they transitioned from that early game kind of odd slump, but here comes Darien. Can he 1v4?
Darien is thinking about it. Exhaust is put down immediately. 1v4 with Baron's help may be possible, but right now a little bit of split focus. Darien's going to be able to pick up a kill onto sOAZ. Pheilox is there. He does have Astral Blessing available in a couple of seconds. Baron is still bashing away. Committing 1v4 is maybe going to go down. One more. Banana actually picks it up. Banana's too strong. Riot, I hope you're watching. That needs a nerf. Resonating strike chases all the way over into Lamia. A beautiful Dragon's Rage kick knocks back 2 of the FNATIC champions. xPeke has now joined the fight. Spirit Rush is available. I think he has 1 proc left available. He's not actually going to use it. And now, because they are so slow at Baron, this now opens it up for Moscow 5. And if M5 pick this up, they're back in the game.
The chrono shift was not used by Alex in that last exchange, so they can play aggressive. xPeke actually just dying to Genja. The time bomb finishes him off. So much pressure and attack speed coming out. When that Malphite debuff is not on Kog'Maw, when that Blood Boil is just raging on Genja, he does so much damage. Baron, how low is Baron right now?
5,000.
5,000 HP. You call it, I'll just call the Baron HP. Diamondprox actually super...
So nicely done. Look at that. Chrono Shift being used to bring Diamondprox back to more life than he had previously. 3 ranks into that one, and we do also see now Cyanide thinking about the steal. They are so scared of the steal. In the background, Lamia has now gone down. They've turned their attentions onto Pheilox. Baron is still alive. Someone kill this worm. He's still running around. In fact, sOAZ is now trying to commit to this fight onto Alex, that she knows the chrono shift is down, or at least he should. In the background, we see now Malphite's or Kog'Maw, in fact, being picked up. I don't even know what is going on. There is too much to look at. Gosu Pepper's going to go down to a Vorpal Blade. Baron is still alive. sOAZ and Pheilox are going to pick up a kill. Baron goes to Moscow 5. Balana going out. That's not going to be enough to actually pick up the kill. The Dragon's Rage followed up. The Shadow Dash taunt. Double kill for Darien. And I'm not being funny, but I'm just brain dead. I have no idea what just happened. That is the longest Baron fight I have ever seen in my life. There was so much pressure. Now Peke is going to go down in the mid lane.
Okay, that was Peke, not expecting them to still come back, but what just... Alright, so from what I can tell, they brought down Baron low. As that happened, Cyanide went around to the back. You're getting pressured by Lamia right now, but should be able to get out freely?
Well, if he gets a few little slows from that, Phage Ignite goes down, Phosphorus Bomb. Oh, the Iron Will Shield, 97 hit points. It's going to keep him alive. Valkyrie is available in a few seconds, but those Phage procs so strong. Going to keep chasing. Iron Will's going to be up and get to safety. Now, Lamia's the one that may be in trouble. My word, I have no idea what I'm watching, but this game is phenomenal.
Okay, that fight. Cyanide went around back to try and steal Baron, but then Moscow 5 killed off of Baron because Cyanide was in the back, he couldn't fight. As it went down, they got the 2 kills onto Lamia and I believe sOAZ at that moment. No, I'm not sure. They killed someone. They killed Lamia for sure. And so they rotated back towards Baron. At that point, the people started showing up though. Cyanide got caught out in the back by Alexic, and Cyanide right now has only 139 magic resist. I think that's actually new, that Negatron cloak, so he went down quickly. As it happened, they kept to kill Baron, and actually Cyanide will get hit by the resonating strike.
Cyanide's going to get blown up so quickly. I think that was an unstoppable force used to knock Diamondprox up. Yes, it was. Hold him in place just for a couple of seconds. Now, sOAZ is committed to this fight. Absolute Zero is now being channeled. That's going to be the first kill into sOAZ. Next one to fall will most likely be Peke. There's so much mobility abilities and a long-range Hadouken into flying kick. He's going to pick up the kill. Diamondprox closes that one out. A game that was 5,000 gold behind for Moscow 5 is now 700 gold ahead. Baron's been picked up. We've seen the longest fights all over. And if I'm honest, I would go so far as to say it's almost sloppy. You know, there's so much going on. Neither team is grouping up. Neither team is pushing as a unit. They're sort of going in individually and being caught out and costing their lives.
Neither team has had an Oracles this game, or if they had, it's been for a very brief amount of time, and it shows. Both teams are just playing like there aren't wards on the map, and there are a massive amount of wards on the map. All of them in the same spot, actually, for both teams. Like, they have very similar vision. And it's just a very odd playstyle, but it's coming out in favor of, right now, Moscow 5, because they have a better team for catching people. They just deal more damage and have a bunch of gap close on everybody, pretty much.
And of course, the reincarnation ability from Zillion, you know, the longer this game goes, the scarier they're going to become. A taunt does land to Darien, but he's not going to get blown up very easily. sOAZ is most likely going to go down in the background. Diamondprox is now committed quite aggressively. Iron Will's available in 2 seconds. He does, in fact, flash over the wall. And yeah, that charmer to Darien's not really going to be the one you need to blow up. The problem is, you blow someone up, they just come right back. While we've got a momentary gap here, take a look at itemization. Trinity Force completed on Jax, followed up immediately by the Warmogs. Zeke's Herald on Nunu. We've got the Abyssal Scepter and the Rod of Ages on Zillion. Needlessly large rod. Counterparts as well. Abyssal Scepter on Ari. Frozen Heart sitting on Malphite. And I definitely feel like we need to see a Randian's Omen at some point. You need to be able to kite, slow that movement speed more and more, and try to give your team the advantage in a team fight.
Anything to reduce the damage coming out of Moscow 5 right now. Look how fast this turret does.
So high. So we do see this engagement going on. Cyanide forced backwards. Those time bombs chunking down the FNATIC members. They cannot stay on this tower. They did manage to clear the wave pretty effectively, but those time bombs are just hitting so hard. Counter-Strike is going to lock up both, sOAZ. Charm is going to pull Darien away, but that's not the reason. The unstoppable force goes up. Now they're going to try to commit to this fight. Reincarnation has been used on Genja, and great split focus. They're no longer attacking Cogmore. They're going to wait for it to bear off. Now that the ability is worn off, Cyanide is the first one to go down. Darien is low. Genja is low. Gosu Pepper is low. Lamia flashes forward. Valkyrie is only available in a few seconds' time. And Moscow 5 get away with their lives. FNATIC just not quick enough to get into a position to pick up those kills, but they have the damage to do it.
Look at the right side of the screen. What color is it?
I hear Command and Conquer Red Alert 2. Bah, bah, bah.
They are flashing red. They are almost all done. That was amazing split focus on Cogmore, like you mentioned. But just, they need to get into that good positioning. And it's weird to say it, but that engagement, that inhibitor went down, or not inhibitor, but that inhibitor turret went down because of time bombs. That was all Zillion harass that brought them low. It was not the AD, it was the magic damage, which when you look at Moscow 5's lineup, you don't really think about it. It's there, but it's not that high. And that is just, you know, terrifying that they're actually getting poked down. They need to recuperate, they need to kind of get their head a bit back into that game. After that weird engagement, it makes sense that nobody is really consistent right now. But they did pick up in Oracles. They're going to try and get that map control back. Wards have more or less died out, and that's a good thing. So for FNATIC, they can now get that map control back. They can now get that vision.
Now, talking about map control really quickly, you know, those first sort of 20 minutes of the game, it felt like the game was in favor of Moscow 5. It felt like they were making the plays, they were setting things up. It swung back in favor of FNATIC for a period of time. But now it's gone right back to M5. You know, they're making every single play, they're committing to every single fight, and they're catching FNATIC out of position and off guard every single time. You know, FNATIC need to pick an engagement that is actually going to work for them. And take a look at itemizations now. Cogmore, 247 CS. Last Whisper, Phantom Dance, Infinity Edge, in comparison to a Bloodthirster Trinity Force on Corky. You know, a full... you know, it's a bit of a cut and paste. You want to say the sustain is there, which Cogmore does not have, but he doesn't need sustain because he just gets brought back to life. Compliments of Zillion.
So, I mean, that Zillion pick, there's actually a lot of cool item picks that they haven't made because of Zillion. So, they don't have a referee on their team.
Although Zeke's Herald is going to play.
Zeke's Herald was they got instead. So, they don't need that referee. They're getting Zeke's instead. That's a great pickup. We're actually going to see Nunu pick up a Randuin's Omen because it's going to be more important to slow the enemy team rather than just speed up your own team because they have enough speed buffs as is. They're playing well. They're using this cool lineup. I've seen them do this once before, and it works really well once you get to this point in the game. Moscow 5, they're gonna be out of control very quickly. It doesn't take a lot of time for this lineup to just be insane and unstoppable. Look how fast Baron is gonna die as they're doing it.
Oh, look at the engagement coming out. Diamondprox has now jumped all the way onto Peke. Pheilox taken so much damage from those time bobs. They did pull away from Baron, so it was respawning for a small period of time. It's now going down so rapidly. 4,000, 2,000, 1,000. That's it immediately reduced. Baron buff on now Moscow 5. They managed to land the Void Ooze. That is huge. If they can get another slow, that Blood Boil on Gosu Pepper, he's chasing. Snowball goes out. That is now Stand United use. And in the background, Unstoppable Force goes up. The first one to fall is most likely going to be Lamia. He gets a Dragon Rage kick in the background. It is in fact going to be Cyanide, then followed up by Lamia. Now they've turned their attention to Peke. Double kill for Darien. He's going to keep chasing. There goes Counter-Strike. He's going to try lock somebody up. Does land onto Pheilox. That is going to be, was going to be triple kill. But Alexich, he wanted to get in and amongst the fun. Chrono Shift is most likely going to be used into Darien if Zillion can get close enough. But he cannot, and this might be GG. 35 seconds on the clock. Moscow 5, an inhibitor down. Creeps to play with in this middle lane in a few seconds' time. And they may be able to pick this one up.
Has Moscow 5 played in an American event?
No, they have not actually played in a US event to my knowledge. The first one was IEM Kiev. And then, of course, following it up with a couple of the European ones. So, yeah, I think this may be their first... well, okay, sorry. No,
yeah, no, because they're one
They
step
have a
closer to
final.
that.
They have a final to win before they qualify for IPL5.
So, yeah, this game is going to go to Moscow 5 unless Cyanide can make a really good play right now. Nope.
And that's it. Game number 2 goes to Moscow 5. They qualify for the grand final. And they will face off against Team MEGASHOCK tomorrow at 8 p.m. But before I say anything, just so you guys know, in 55 minutes time, there is going to be another game up on the stream, which is going to be Team Dignitas versus Team Solo Mid Evo. That's going to be in 45 minutes. But right now, I mean, Studio, what else can we say about the game?
I think that's at Pacific Standard Time, the Dignitas and Evo.
Yeah, it's 8 p.m. Isn't it? Oh, wait, hang on.
It's like 1 a.m.
1 a.m. Sorry, my bad. I was lying to you. It's in 8 hours time, or 4 hours time, whatever it is. It's 1 a.m. for the next game. But yeah, guys, so Moscow 5 take out FNATIC 2-0 in the semi-final of this IPL5 qualifier. My name is Quickshot. That's QU1KSH0T. And if you guys want to keep track or follow me, you can check me out on Facebook, facebook.com/Quickshot. And Studio, how can the guys find you?
Well, they can go to leagueofstudio.com where I do a little web series and check out some of my vids. If not, you can always go ahead and follow me on Twitter at leagueofstudio. And I gotta say, this was just an awesome series. Those were so cool to watch.
Yeah, it was great games. The first one, Moscow 5 really sort of in charge of it, but the second game, it swung back and forth so often. And that Baron fight is quite possibly the most drawn-out Baron fight I've ever seen in the history of League of Legends.
I'm going to look for that replay like 3 times just to see what happened, because I'm still not sure. There are a few things that I can kind of guess, but we've already made that a statement about assumptions.
Yeah, exactly. So, guys, that is going to be us wrapping up for the day. There's going to be a couple hours before the next game. I'm sure there's going to be a rerun of the proper countdown timer, which Nick Allen will most likely throw up very shortly. Thanks, Nick. Make sure you guys head over to Twitter and to Facebook and follow both myself and Studio. It keeps us coming back. The support is fantastic and awesome. The grand final is going to be Moscow 5 versus Team MEGASHOCK tomorrow at 8 p.m. Central European Time. HatPerson and the RedBaron are going to be bringing you that match. So until then, guys, it's been a pleasure. I am going to start wrapping up for the evening. So before I do, one short advert break and some music to keep you entertained. Studio, it's been a pleasure, dude.
It's always fun casting you with your Quickshot. Actually, we're really hoping these would be more like long shot games, but I tried to make a bad pun.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Do-dum-dum,
All right.
do-dum-dum. Cheers, Studio, and cheers everybody on stream.
Shen, Morgana.
Have you already seen these? Are they just like speeding through this?
They are speeding through this. I've been notified of what teams are on what. but but I was not informed about the order in which they picked them. But we got so there's going to go ahead and
don't
zoom right
spoil
through
it
this.
for me. I haven't seen it. I want the surprise. The Ash pick, definitely a really nice one. The Nocturne with the first pick. I'm assuming that MEGASHOCK, they were picking up that Ash to not allow the dreaded Ash Nocturne combo.
Yeah.
It's really aggressive. Wow, they are just burning through this. I guess that's what they've already picked. Corki and Soraka is definitely a really strong lane. It works very well against Ash and Taric, so it's kind of interesting to pair Ash with Taric. Taric is just an all-around strong support, and I'm assuming they want him for the stun later in the fights. But Ash is really a defensive lane, and you look to just play safely and farm against basically everyone. And oh, that's interesting. So we're going to be laning Riven or Lee Sin against Kayle, which is I would think that they would pick someone a little bit safer, but. The nice thing with both of those champions, I'm assuming it's going to be Riven top. The nice thing with the Riven top is that you can really aggressively engage onto Kayle. And Kayle, does win the harass exchange very easily, but if Riven gets into that kill range, just hops right onto you, then you have enough sticking power and disables that you can just chase Kayle down, get a lot of damage, run back into the bush, be fine that way.
And then Annie versus Malphite mid. Now Malphite, I'm trying to look at my records here, see where we played Malphite mid. Last, because I can't remember if it was WINFAKT or not.
It must have been WINFAKT. I remember that we had a game with this, and for a quick review for you guys, Malphite mid, a long time ago, it used to be really common, and it was like one of the strongest champions in the game. He had to be nerfed a couple of different ways, primarily his shield. Now it's like 12 seconds for the shield to regenerate. It might be 10 seconds now, but it used to be like 7 seconds for the shield to regenerate. But the big thing with Malphite mid is you used to play Malphite against AD carries who... you would just kind of shut them down, and he is an anti-carry still, but his shield works very nicely against a burst champion like Annie. The fact that he's going to naturally want to build towards cloth armor doesn't really help him so much, but he does actually have really nice ability power ratios if he wants to go for an AP build, so that'll definitely be pretty exciting. And all around, both teams, they have a lot of kill potential. There's a lot of pick-off potential for MEGASHOCK with the Ashe, with the Annie, and then for WINFAKT as well. They have great initiation and then nice AoE team fights, and what's the best counter to Annie? You pick up a Kayle, and not only can Kayle shut down that top lane, but Annie's damage is all front-loaded. Once her cooldowns or abilities are on cooldown, particularly her ultimate, she loses a lot of that damage. So if you can block that ultimate with the Kayle shield, very quickly you're going to shut down Annie's potential in fights.
I want to say Absolute Legends EU did the Malphite mid. I'll have to look through the records later on, because then we got everything on paper.
The records. It's like we have filing cabinets in the back room that
filing
span for
cabinets
miles.
in the back room. It's like 3 keys plus like a fingerprint and a voice confirmation to get in there. Actually, I'm kind of
we have like the Raiders of the Lost Ark warehouse.
A little bit.
Or like
just
Warehouse
a
13
bit.
that you go in the back room. And
actually, I think I just pretty much described IGN's like console game library entrance, actually.
Oh, of course.
Because that thing's a vault, man. That you just don't.
Yeah, you come in and they're like, we have a library of almost every game in existence, and you can play any of them, but you have to get through security first.
Right, and none of us have actually done so.
I think it's just probably that we haven't tried. I'm sure there's a really easy process where we just go, hey, can I get security? And they go, sure, come on in.
Well, not a lot of people notice, but the LoL team, the League of Legends team here at IPL5 is currently 5 people. We did have a 6th member, Gerald, but on the first day he tried to get into the console vault, and we never saw him again. But
I was really confused for a second when you were joking about Gerald, and I was like,
yeah, well, it's Gerald, rest in peace. I mean, we miss you, buddy, wherever you may be. In the one day we may just go to the game library and find his corpse. I don't know. I don't know. We're getting sidetracked here. Malphite mid, Annie. Annie's been. It's good to see Annie come back into competitive play. Now it's like
I can't even talk about Annie because I'm still broken up over Gerald. But yeah, I mean Annie is starting to work her way back, and the big thing with Annie, I remember like a year and a half ago or a year ago, I told someone that Annie will always be a top 5 champion because her skill set is just so strong. And at that point in time, there weren't a lot of disables on mid carries. And so I was like, just the fact that she has AoE disables as a AP mid carry, I was like, she's always going to be a top 5 champion. Same thing with Ashe. Ashe was like always going to be a top 5 champion because her ultimate is so strong, and the fact that she's got a slow and whatnot. Annie had fallen off for quite a bit because, I don't know, there's a lot of other AP carries who just deal a lot more damage and have a lot more utility. And the fact that if you miss the Annie ult or if your ult is down, you just lose so much potential.
Right, and that's when she also doesn't have the greatest range in the world, but I mean monster, absolute monster in team fights. And also, not to mention that for this team comp that MEGASHOCK has in particular, I mean, you have the Ashe for the follow-up. You have Riven and Lee Sin to be in the front lines too. And there's a lot of good potential there. But Kayle, been seeing also a lot of Kayle top lane as well. This is, well, especially during last MLG Dyrus, just being a monster with Kayle. And Nocturne's also just been always pretty damn solid. Nocturne, Lee Sin in the jungle. It's Lee Sin, like, these are both junglers that really need their ganks. And this is kind of a little bit of a switch up here. Usually you see Nocturne with the exhaust, and usually you see Lee Sin with the flash. That's a little bit new to me.
I mean, it's just another jungling setup.
Yeah.
Flash and Nocturne's very common if you know you want to get an engage and then maybe need to get out of there quickly. So we have the Ashe arrow and we have the Annie initiation. He might want to engage in fights, but it gives him a little bit more survivability, which he really needs. If he wants to duck back to Kayle or something.
Yeah.
So that's fine. And they know that they generally have enough disables where he doesn't need an exhaust to follow up on ganks. Lee Sin, on the other hand, he wants to be a little bit more aggressive with ganks. It's just a summoner choice.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll have to see. We do have an Ignite heal from Ashe and Taric, which is kind of interesting. So Ignite a little bit more aggressive, whereas heal a little bit more defensive, and I don't know, has been nerfed. So it's kind of an unusual combination. That's kind of the whole thing with the Ashe Taric lane is you have the mix of the aggression from Taric with the defensiveness from Ashe. Once you hit 6. The ganks are going to be incredible in that bottom lane. Like, it's going to be hard to live against that combo. But early on, Corki and Soraka should have a really serious advantage that they'll try and press against Ashe and Taric.
There's a crap load of pings going on everywhere right now for MEGASHOCK. They have their path pretty much solid out. They want to go ahead and try and sweep through the jungle to stop the potential red here from Nocturne. They're going to go
and
ahead.
Annie actually has a stun charge, so they do want to watch out for that. She's been burning her mana, so did get that W first. And
you got the AoE stun potential there from the cone. Everyone from WINFAKT is down. They do not have the vision necessary, and MEGASHOCK is actually very sneakily, what am I saying? in a very stealthy manner, actually going around WINFAKT.
Annie's going to walk right into it.
Annie may very well. There it is, right in the bush, right out in front, and Annie somehow manages to escape all that in the first blood, going down to the Lee Sin. Soraka's down, Taric's down, Corki is down. Kayle is in chase. They want the Annie dead, but Nocturne is probably one more shot. Should be able to go down, waiting for all the cooldowns. And there's the flash and the volley from Ashe to go ahead and pick that one up.
Yeah, MEGASHOCK's looking pretty good. 3-1 off the start.
Wow.
I thought that maybe they'd be able to burst down Annie fast enough with the silence from Soraka, but they just didn't have quite enough damage. And,
yeah.
As a result, Annie was able to get off the stun, was able to get out of there. So not only did she not die, but they had a lot of follow-up damage with the stun. And Ashe, level 1, is incredible. Riven, when you're all grouped up on an AoE, her Q is just devastating early levels. So, we'll have to see how that affects anything. But right off the bat, we have huge laning advantages in both bot lane and top lane. So, jungle, both of them picked up a kill. They're pretty even. Nocturne is going to jungle pretty fast here, but it is a concern for top and bottom lane.
Yep. So, I mean, right now onto MEGASHOCK is just Dorn's Blades.
Yep.
Dorn's Blades for everybody. There's a sale. We got the money. Let's go ahead and do it. Also, got a good decent amount of wars too. This is something I don't see a whole lot from support. Boots. Getting boots first, plus the wards. Plus the potions. But you got the money though.
It's actually it's common in certain situations. We do see Nocturne trying to get in mid here. Annie, they saw him up by the ward in top lane, so they knew they were safe. They knew he was either coming mid or going to be invading their jungle. So there wasn't really a concern there. Boots early on, it was really primarily for early aggression when you're trying to invade. So, they did invade. You try and get Taric right up front. Annie was really nice harass against Malphite. But then it also gives you some nice aggression in lane, gives you some mobility, which is always nice.
Right.
It's really interesting. I'm curious how top lane's going to be impacted because Kayle really early on, Riven needs to get to like level 4, and Kayle is going to want to harass Riven very aggressively in those early levels. However, because Riven's started off with boots and Adorans. She just has so much damage that's going to be very difficult for Kayle to harass her down. And then once she does hit like level 4, the kill potential there is monumental versus Kayle.
Not to mention you also have the support of Lee Sin nearby as well. There is no ward. There's a ward in the bush, so Lee has been spotted. Not quite sure if he's fully aware of it yet. But
well, now he is.
There we go. The minions falling down. It's like, hey, you have no idea I'm here. Wait, that's a ward. And, you know, if you're in a bush and you see the minions coming on towards you, that's a very clear indication that, yes, the bush is indeed warded. You've been spotted. You might want to get out of there.
Yeah, and it's really, it has to be frustrating for WINFAKT because both top and bottom were lanes that they wanted to be able to easily win the lanes.
Yeah.
Kayle is pretty safe from ganks. Corki and Soraka are pretty safe from ganks, but they both recognized we wanted to get early harass. We wanted to take advantage of the Soraka regen, harass Ashe out of lane a little bit, but because of those early disadvantages, they just don't have that potential. And right now, Lee Sin sitting up top, probably going to be wasting his time because there's not a lot that's going to happen, but Nocturne in the meantime, coming in behind Annie mid, will get off that fear. Annie should be okay, but it's still going to be some nice damage. There's actually the Ignite. One more hit. There it goes.
And that is the unfortunate thing about the fear is that sometimes, you know, it's wherever you walk.
Oh, but in the meantime, top lane against Kayle, they're actually going to be diving this. If Lee Sin hits another Q, we'll be able to take him down. Riven is actually going to go down to the tower, but Lee Sin able to pick up the kill on the Godbro afterwards.
1 for 1. Hey, you don't want to be giving up the double buff either. That would be quite unfortunate. But, you know, that's the thing. Good ganks all around. But, you know, that's the thing about the fear. You know, it is a random direction you just walk in. Sometimes just walk in the right way. Sometimes you don't. It's like, no, tower, you're so close. Get to me. No, just walking right away from it. And that's a kill in mid, but, you know, still exchange, you know, 1 for 1 up top lane. There's still a pretty good advantage here for MEGASHOCK. Stuns going down onto Corki in the meantime. But yeah, MEGASHOCK's still in a good spot. They're still in a good spot. Bot's doing pretty good.
And the nice thing about that kill top, I mean, Kayle, you know, going even in kills is okay.
Yeah.
But it's pushing Riven further and further into that kill advantage. And Riven is a champion that wants to, you know, snowball very easily. And actually, Lee Sin coming in mid, Akilord should be okay. But Kayle, Riven top lane, any early advantages are huge, and Riven was pushing at that point in time. So Kayle missed out on a lot of golden experience into that tower when she died.
So Annie just looking to just get a little bit more poke, and there's not a whole lot of opportunities for Gangster from MEGASHOCK and mid, just pushing him back. But yeah, Malphite's just really just staying it close, staying safe in tower. And there's the Nocturne gank coming down in for Ashe. He's a little bit way too far and realizes, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and walk right towards the team. Want to make sure support gets out safely. Just a little bit less awareness there, and that's the thing. You know, Tarek bought the boots, doesn't have the money for as many wards, and that's what happens when you don't have the ward coverage.
Yeah, really nice silence from Soraka to prevent that Ashe from getting away.
Yep.
And, you know, the heal as well, not really doing a whole lot for them so far. Nocturne, again, just being really aggressive with these ganks. He has an early advantage. He has the Madrid, so he can run around, clear extremely quickly. You know, but they are warding pretty nicely to keep him out of there. But even so, you know, TheTess has done a really nice job so far this game.
Yeah, TheTess is he's doing work. He's kind of, you know, he's catching up for the rest of the team here.
It's 4-4 now, so
yeah, it's just all of it, pretty much all of it from the Nocturne presence, really. So, you know, good on him, help team catch up. But you know, that's the thing though. Despite the fact that he's doing well, he's brought the team back to neutral. So you know, good. You know, one more kill should put them over the cusp, or if anything, just decent farming over for the next minute or so. But Riven's definitely trying to go in on to Kayle. She is not 6 yet, does not have the ultimate. But you know, we'll be just fine. Forced to back. Still got a little bit of gold. Gonna go ahead. 400 gold. Nothing too crazy.
Yep. And the big thing is, even though Nocturne has been successful and has brought them even in kills, they are still really far behind because of the farm advantage. And not only the farm advantage, the fact that after a couple of levels, all of MEGASHOCK's lanes are actually very strong. It's just the early levels where they struggled. So they're out of the clear. They're, you know, past that those early levels where they're going to struggle. They're fine. In the meantime, we might see a gank up top. You know, Malphite, he has the initiation capabilities along with Nocturne very quickly to get a kill there. Actually, Nocturne's only level 5, but even so, Malphite could engage. And there's the flash and then the ultimate from Aqualord, and they're chasing down Muppo very easily, going to be able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, it's just two cornered, three-man gank top lane. That's a very rough thing to do. But hey, got vision. 3 members top lane. That's MEGASHOCK's Q. Okay, Riven went down. They're all displaced. Dragon can go ahead and sneak it real quick. Nocturne and Malphite are just now hitting mid lane. Should be able to take this out before they catch up. And there it goes. Still, gold lead still in the favor of MEGASHOCK right now. Now with that Dragon.
Yeah, and so I mean they are keeping it even in their advantage. They have an incredibly aggressive team that can really easily win team fights. So that's definitely something that WINFAKT's going to have to watch out for a little bit later. Annie doing a nice job mid, but the shield, we're seeing how effective that has been for Malphite, and actually going with the early Chalice for that spam ability. It's kind of a little bit more common to see like early Dorans on an AP Malf, or even going for you know, like a Rod of Ages or something. But I think the idea is that he wants that spam ability without committing himself to a build. So right now he can go Chalice, and then he can convert into a standard tank build if he likes, or you know, maybe get a little bit more ability power. But he'll probably convert into a standard tank build. And you know, Malphite, when we have 3 physical DPSers, Ashe, Lee Sin, and Riven, if he gets that attack speed slow, if he gets like a Frozen Heart, then very quickly he's going to be able to control fights later on.
And even then, you know, you start hitting, you know, mid to late game too. Even if he builds into something like into themes, like, hey, cooldowns, you know, never a bad thing either. You're still more AP, still just work on getting some more damage. But yeah, if you working towards a Frozen Heart would definitely be a huge boon to WINFAKT right now. You got Lee Sin, you got Riven, you got Ashe. It's gonna shut them down pretty big once those team fights start happening. So right now, got Ashe being looking to make some room here for Lee Sin to come on into the bush, and meanwhile Riven and Kayle are still doing work. And Riven's just really looking to push the lane, keep Kayle pressured here. There's the ward in the river now.
But Annie is actually coming down bottom for a gank. They will see her with the ward, but even so, they could tower dive this with 4 of them there. But Malphite and Nocturne are going to be following up, so they will have to back out actually. Yeah,
ward there spotting out Malphite coming down from mid. Like, you know, this may not be the best of ideas, so just gonna go ahead, back off for now. See now, this is something that does trouble me a little bit, because Taric still now quite wardless. You know, he's looking for help, and there's Tibbers going down, trying to get the engage on a Malphite. He was in tower range and has to ult away just to get to safety, just to prevent the death. And you know, it's good timing on the ult to get away from that, but still, that's a lot of stuff wasted. You know, he was a little bit too overzealous, just taking those tower hits for free.
Yeah, but even so, it was a really big effort from Annie, and you know, with the ultimate down, Annie's going to be vulnerable for a while. Malphite's ult is down as well, so neither of them are really going to be able to fight. But you saw how much effort it was for Annie to try and kill Malphite. So you know, he would generally be pretty safe. And actually, Lee Sin coming up top, they will see the ward, but he could maybe get in on Kayle. Nope, Godbro going to be fine. Going to back out for a second.
Yeah, so in ward, really decent ward coverage from WINFAKT. They've got all the critical areas covered, entrances to the jungle and on river. Do you want to, you know, you don't want to set Kayle too far behind. Pretty much, you know, the lane has been equalized now with the earlier 3-man gank, but still, though, that's still a bit of a rough climb to try and catch up from. But still, it is like lanes for the most part equalized. Muppo's really looking to just pressure to tower. When those wards expire, could be more opportunities for ganks from Nocturne. He's 8. He's got the ult. Hasn't quite used it yet, but there's still room. There's still room to operate here.
And the big thing for WINFAKT right now is they know later in the game, their team fight potential is just so strong. Corki later on is just going to easily out DPS Ashe, and as long as they keep themselves alive from, you know, the really aggressive ultimates and initiation from MEGASHOCK, then they should be able to take care of these fights. So they're perfectly fine with sitting back for a little bit, whereas we have the early aggression. Malphite actually going to ult in right on top of Annie, and there's the Nocturne follow-up.
Nocturne is there to follow up with the ult. Nice stun from Annie, but the ignite will be more than enough, just trying to walk away. They're just sitting there. They're just watching the burn. They're watching the fire just burn away, and just more than enough. More than enough to take care of it, and that's the thing. Wonderful combo, and that's the power of Nocturne. You can go ahead, and he synergizes so well. So many characters also. Now, Godbro's looking, he's committing to this, using the ult to try and chunk out Muppo as much as possible, but the dash will be able to create some distance. But in the meantime, though, mid-turret does go down. WINFAKT can go ahead and grab that for themselves, and Goat's not going to be able to do too much. He hasn't really been too involved ever since the initial level 1 fight. I mean, he's been trying to go up top lane, trying to help out Riven, but the wards have been spotting him out this entire time. And whenever he's in a lane, he just seems to be a little bit too late. But right now, look,
we might see a fight over this blue, though.
Oh, Ghost he did not steal it with the wave, but TheTess is a little bit far behind. But Muppo is trying to defend the tower, does have to flash away. Godbro taking some turret hits, should be able to get away, but now Goatsy's committing, trying to get something happening in this fight. The exhausts do go down, ignites do go down. 4 members of MEGASHOCK trying to make something happen. The wave will be able to get the kill on Soraka, but he will not leave himself. And there comes Tibbers, looking to get some extra damage. Firemane is stunned in the middle of this. He will not be able to Valkyrie away to safety. And now Tibbers, being a champ, tanking all of the turret shots, trying to get some extra damage. But there's a pretty decent minion wave here at bottom. The MEGASHOCK, it's not going to be enough for them to take it out, but it's still pretty good aggression.
With the next wave, they should be able to take it down pretty easily. And it was a really nice fight, and they know, all right, with the Annie AoE, as long as we catch 3 of a minute or something, then we're easily going to win. And that's the nice thing about Lee Sin and Riven, is both of them are going to be extremely aggressive, get right up in their face. Same thing with Ashe. They have 3 different ways of kind of forcing an engage, and Lee Sin and Riven, they can just run straight at them, which would normally be a vulnerability where you're like, oh, Lee Sin and Riven, they're going to go down in these fights because they're going to be out of position. The enemy can take them down. But in this kind of situation, it's going to force WINFAKT to all clump up around Lee Sin and Riven, and then Annie comes in, boom, with the ultimate. Yep. Or if Ashe gets the initiation, then they have great pickoff potential as well. So their team fight potential right now is actually really strong. And it's definitely something that WINFAKT's going to want to watch out for. They need to be able to spread out, block something with Kale's ult. So once Kale comes into the mix, we'll probably see a little bit of a change. But right now, some nice advantages for MEGASHOCK.
Yeah, but I mean, if Kale's going to be in the fight, and then Riven's more likely going to be in the fight wandering from top lane as well. And it's just a matter of, I'm trying to think of, useful uses for Kale. I mean, the ult's going to be fantastic, especially as someone who's going to be diving in straight out front like Nocturne or Malphite even. And, more likely going to be going on Nocturne just so he can go ahead and run crazy amok on everybody. But, Riven and Lee Sin, though, there's some pretty good assassinating potential coming in from both of them too. If they manage to catch someone out, they're going to ensure that they just don't leave. If they manage to catch someone out, Ashe arrow going down. Corki's just going to be there taking a quick turret shot or 2, saving the turret. But MEGASHOCK is back here in bot to defend it. They will not be giving that one up to WINFAKT also.
And I think the big thing behind the Riven pick is not only has Riven been very successful top lane against Kale, because Kale, you have constant harass. One way to beat harass is to have really strong initiation and just really strong aggression. Akilord coming up top, though, they didn't actually spot him. They don't have any wards, so he is probably going to be able to get in on Kale. We'll see whether or not this works out for them.
But Lee Sin's not too far away, and there is the Malphite ult, going to be more than enough to keep Riven busy. And Lee Sin, a little bit late to the party, but still trying to make something happen. Godbro will be slowed, will be waved. The ult from Lee Sin is up, but he's recognizing it's going to be a bit of a waste if he uses it here. There's no way he's going to be able to save that turret. And actually getting a little bit too far out does get some free damage from Kale, but it's no big deal.
And later on, the Riven pick, going back to kind of what I was saying, should be really interesting in team fights because they have a really nice potential to blow up a fight. With Annie and with Ashe, they can just, instantly win a fight. But then where Riven excels is not in those organized frontline fights like Annie. It's you excel in disorganized fights and in 1v1 situations, and when there's a lot of mayhem, Riven can kind of run around and just bully around everyone. So the idea for their team is, all right, so we either get an engage from Lee Sin or Ashe, follow it up when they're all clumped up with just this massive AoE damage from Annie, and then Riven is the cleanup. Riven's job is to just run around, pick up all the rest of the kills, and win the game for him. So we'll see how it'll work. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to get past that Kale later on. And that Malphite has just been phenomenal so far.
Malphite's been doing work, but there's the Nocturne just hitting in onto the Annie. The Fear will be following up in response, and Annie may not have many places to go. The Tibbers does go down, but only on the Malphite. Still managing to get the kill. Lee Sin's there to help, and now it's a battle of the junglers, but Kale is not too far behind. There we go. Is ult up? Ult is up for Kale if need be. Tarek's not too far behind, but here comes Riven. Like you're mentioning, that cleanup crew may be able to make something happen there. There's a stun going down onto Kale. Pop up from the last hit of the Q. Auto attacks going down, and Lee Sin with the wave Right there, the ward over the wall, safeguarding to it just in time, and now Nocturne singled out away from Kale, but very pretty close to the tower, should be able to get away, just using the wave. Ult's about to expire, might as well use it.
Really nice peel from Nocturne, and it was kind of actually a weird fight. So Malphite, his ultimate was up, and I'm a little bit surprised he didn't use it on Annie. It actually looks like the animation almost went off, and that he died mid-animation. And so I don't know if that's actually what happened. If he died mid-animation, then the game just refunded him his ult. They're like, hey, you know, we feel really bad about that. Here, take this back. But he still has it up, so they're going to have a nice initiation. And actually, they caught out Riven in their jungle. They are kind of closing in on him. We'll see if they can find him.
They're not aware. Akilord does come on in, and Riven knows. Gonna have to get out of there. Steve, nice pink ward in the tri-brush. Gonna go ahead and clear that one. Firemane getting some free hits. But Riven, Muppo is actually gonna get away pretty safely here. Akilord just could not capitalize on spotting out the Riven. They don't have a whole lot of ward coverage in their own jungle. It's not, you know, it's not something to really be expected.
Well, they had the entrance, so they knew he was in there. The concern was that Corki and Soraka, they didn't want to face check any bushes in case he was coming for a gank.
Right, because that's the last thing. You know, Riven could definitely, you know, 1v1. You know, both. You know, either one of the bot lane members, because you know Ashe isn't too far behind. Ashe also has.
I think
the arrow up
Soraka
as
would
well.
have a pretty good chance at taking down Riven.
Actually, yeah, and the silence actually does.
The bananas, you know.
Oh, then the bananas, yeah, but the silence more than anything just really does shut Riven and Lee Sin down pretty well. You silence.
Yeah,
Lee
later
Sin.
on in fights.
Yeah, later on in fights, Lee Sin, you silence him. He's immensely less mobile. You silence Riven. Her kit, that's it. She has to rely on auto attacks, and most of her damage output also goes down because she doesn't have access to her passive either. But yeah, it can definitely pay off later on in team fights. But for now, though, we're about hitting the 20-minute mark, almost hitting the cusp into mid game, and the gold, man, the gold is dead on. Gold's dead on even pretty much right now. So right now, ward's going down in front of the Baron and also down. Refreshing onto the jungle entrances as well. They know Riven's been causing a little bit of mayhem. Want to go ahead and try and prevent that, but there's Malphite getting a little aggressive. Nice offensive ward there. The shard going down onto Steve. He's a little bit caught out, a little bit too far away from the rest of the team. Fear going down, plus the Q from the Nocturne. Flashes over the wall. Nocturne ult, trying to make something happen. He has to use it on the Lee Sin instead. A little bit too far away from the fight, and now Ashe has no choice but to flash. And also with the heal, Lee Sin is trying to get away. Just trying to live, and the missile will not be enough. But there's Nocturne way too far. How'd Nocturne get all the way over there? He was chasing.
Yeah, he was kind of just hanging out. So
yeah.
Nocturne is going to go down. In the meantime, El Muppo is able to take down that top tower. It's not easy being Verde.
Yeah, Nocturne
was really
was.
bad, I know, but
yeah, Nocturne was way.
Yeah, and the
way
big
too deep.
thing, it was actually a pretty nice fight for WINFAKT, but MEGASHOCK did a really nice job of kiting the entire time.
Yeah.
Annie, you know, never engaged, never really had to use the ultimate because there wasn't really an opportunity for it. But at the same time, they were able to keep themselves alive. They had the initiation from Malphite, and even with it, they didn't go down. But we do see the Ashe arrow coming in into Akilord. We got the dragon for WINFAKT, but they are going to go down very quickly to that Annie.
Tibbers doing work just on his own. Tibbers alone will actually be more than enough to kill Soraka. And now Muppo does get found out top lane. How much damage? We got a huge chunk, like 75% top turret gone.
2-for-0 exchange. WINFAKT was able to get the dragon, but top turret is almost down, and they got 2 kills, and now they're actually going to get mid turret as well. So a huge turn of events for MEGASHOCK right now.
Yeah, and you know, Tibbers, he's there. He's helping TheTess. You may not want to go ahead and get into this. That was a little bit of a misplay right there. Just continues walking. I think he just wasn't paying attention there. He's just, you know, just continuing to walk into enemy teams. Like, because sometimes you'll just click on a place in the map and just get distracted. It's like, oh, what do I want to buy next? You got shop open, then you realize, oh crap, all 3 of them are there. Turrets down. Why did I go out so far?
And that excuse never works very well with your team if you're playing a ranked game or something.
Exactly.
You're like, no, it's okay. I wasn't making any mistakes or anything. I just AFK'd while I was walking down the lane.
Yeah, there's no, it's just like, no, I just
don't worry, guys.
I AFK'd walking down the street to work. It's no big deal. No, it doesn't work like that. You gotta be, you know, paying attention here.
You gotta be snappy. I like it.
You gotta be snappy. You gotta be up. You gotta be awake. You gotta be attentive. Not walking into 3 members of the enemy team taking your tower. And hopefully that won't happen again, because it could have been more disastrous. There's the Nocturne ult.
Oh, I think he was trying to engage on the Annie. Yeah, I think a lot of people at times overestimate the Nocturne range on the ult.
It's not too big.
Yeah, at level 16 it's pretty large. Level 11 it's a decent range. Level 6 it's like minuscule. It just barely even exists. But Ashe is bottom, so this is actually a really nice opportunity for them. If they can get Corki up there fast enough, Ashe is actually going to be walking up in time. But they have really nice ward coverage across, particularly the bottom half of the map. So they have a nice general idea of what's going on with MEGASHOCK right now.
Now there has been some rumblings that at the moment, and I just checked the Baron.
Oh, it's
as well.
terrible! It's the worst thing ever.
It's so if you're not aware, there is an issue right now with Baron's.
Are we on
attack
live
speed.
right now?
We are on
Okay.
live. So right now at this point in the game, Baron is attacking. He's attacking significantly faster than usual. If you actually click on it, it says his attack
It's actually
speed.
kind of funny
Yeah.
if you're in a ranked game, because a lot of times now you can defend a 4v5 at Baron. Like, you don't need all 5 people there.
Right.
So you can push down the bottom lane. Like, I'll do this a lot of times. As an AD carry, you'll push down the bottom lane. The other team, they get all excited. They're like, ooh, AD carry bottom, let's force a Baron fight. And you're like, yeah, you just go ahead and enjoy yourself there, because you're going to take a lot of damage. My team is going to easily clean up afterwards.
Yeah, so I get the bug, or it may even be intentional. We don't even quite know yet. But right now he's attacking way too fast. And now there's the Asho going right down onto Akilord. They're zeroing in, not gonna follow up on it. A little bit too far out, and those minions were going down a little bit too far. There's a heal going down on a Malphite just so he can get some extra movement speed. His ult is up, maybe looking for something, but Annie's being pretty well protected by the Riven. Dash away, keep away, but can close the gap. They're looking for that Malphite ult for the initiation. Doctrine can go ahead. He can't follow up. His ult is still actually down for a fair amount of time. Got about like 10 more seconds. This is just enough. He's getting in position though. Wards also going down. Hawkshot getting some vision. Everyone as well. And now WINFAKT is looking to camp out this bush. No, don't want any disastrous face checks here. But MEGASHOCK, they're all pushing in front. They could get attacked from the rear, and here they go. WINFAKT wanting that engagement. There's Riven popping the ult, trying to push away Malphite. But there you go. Annie ult is still up. Tibbers waiting to be dropped down. There's Nocturne trying to ult in, trying to finish off cowTard. Should be able to get it. And yes, there will be no Tibbers today. Muppo and Gosu, they're ridiculously weak at the moment. TheTess is starting to do some work. Starting to do a whole lot of work. There's the flash. There's the fear. Ashe has the flash in order to get away. Waiting for the Q. Waiting for something to go ahead and close the gap. There's the Q. Going to hit both Goats and Ashe. Almost was enough damage just to take Mellisan out on that. Is on his own. Fear going down onto Steve. He is walking around in circles in the river. Will flash over the wall. Good fight for WINFAKT. My God.
And they were very easily able to get out of there with the Ashe volley. They should have been pretty safe. Tarek probably didn't even need to flash if he didn't walk in for the stun on Nocturne, because Ashe is just going to perma volley. But the nice thing was you saw how little room for error there is in these fights. And the difference between WINFAKT losing and winning a fight is Annie and whether or not she gets off her abilities. And that last fight, she didn't get off anything. A lot of them were extremely low. She basically would have gotten an instant triple kill, and then they would have been able to turn it around, and MEGASHOCK actually would have obliterated them that fight if she had just had that slight little. I mean, it was like
something.
It was like a hair of a second, left. That if MEGASHOCK was able to get it off, they would have won. Didn't happen, so they do have to back off. And actually, they're setting up around Baron. They're actually going to go for it, and they are going to take a lot of damage, but they should have enough speed. I don't know. It's actually, they probably won't have enough time, so this is an all-for-nothing thing, and it's going to be really dangerous for them as Malphite actually comes into this.
All the ults are pretty much down for WINFAKT, though. They notice, except for the kill. That's going to go ahead and keep Malphite safe just for a little while longer. But Mellisan, he's hurting. He's hurting real bad, but Malphite will fall in the fight. Steve is there, waiting for cowTard to get something, trying to charge up the stun. Tibbers has been used, and Ghost is getting right back into the middle of the fight, trying to make something happen on TheTess, but he's got quite a bit of good lifesteal on him as well. He's going to stay for a little bit longer. Godbro, though, will be able to go ahead and get a Q onto Ashe.
And there you have it. It wasn't even necessarily the best fight for MEGASHOCK, but they absolutely obliterated WINFAKT. And they knew, all right, Malphite ultimate is down. We need to force a fight quickly. So they just decided, all right, let's run right to Baron. They are going to have to come defend us. They're going to have to fight us. And they're going to have to fight us when Malphite's ultimate is down. So very quickly, they got off the Annie ultimate. They got off their damage. And they were easily able to win that fight. And it really wasn't even necessarily the best situation for them. A couple, Mellisan did get pretty low before the fight. But just because they were able to get off that Annie damage, they're easily able to take control. So we'll see how that factors in as the game progresses. We are we'll have a tankier and tankier team from WINFAKT. The Kayle ultimate, nicely timed, kind of helped Malphite sit in the front, but Annie held back on her ultimate, expecting the Kayle ultimate, didn't have to worry about it. And later on, it's going to be tough to say whether or not they have enough damage to take down WINFAKT.
Yeah, but odds of them being able to get an engagement like that again are going to be very, very slim. Malphite and Nocturne, both of their ults are now back up, so they can't, exactly force something like that again. It was just a very good call on a timing attack on MEGASHOCK's end. It's like, okay, we know all this. We know they don't have the ult available to them, so we're gonna go ahead and try and get what they can. Dragon being picked up really quick by WINFAKT. Malphite ult is up, and there's an Nocturne ult straight in onto Annie. Will go down immediately. Godbro will pick up that one, and there's the ult from Kayle going down onto Malphite, trying to chunk out Mellisan as much as possible, but Nocturne will go down in the process, but Steve does get caught out as well. Akilord with the charge should be able to take down Mellisan as well, and right now Riven trying to clean up, trying to do work, but will not be able to do so, and that is a straight up ace.
Yeah,
double kill for Corki.
cowTard, his ultimate actually wasn't even up, so Annie didn't have the ultimate. It was like 15-second cooldown when they came into that fight. So I was a little bit surprised that they didn't just hold off for a second, because just a little bit longer they could have let them have the dragon. The dragon's really not worth that much right now, and you see the difference. When Andy gets the ultimate, they win. When not, they lose.
Yeah. So right now, Baron being engaged upon by WINFAKT should be able to get it pretty quickly. But I don't think Baron. When I've been playing this weekend, I think he was attacking a little bit faster than how he was. So I think maybe on EU side he may actually be fine. Maybe might just be.
It doesn't happen all the time. It's I mean, when it happens, you notice it. I mean, Baron becomes like a Gatling gun. You have two attacks a second, and he's just. I mean, he just destroys.
He's like a hungry hippo almost. It's just the way he just dives in to chomp you. It's kind of funny actually. But fortunately enough, that time it did not happen. WINFAKT will go ahead and secure for themselves. Everyone from that last fight lived, so everyone's got it. Except for Nocturne. That's right, he did go down in that. So, TheTess, I mean, it's fine. I mean, he's there. He'll have his ult in just a little bit, about 30-35 seconds. That's enough time to kill, and Malphite's got his ult as well. So we're gonna have another fantastic initiation on whichever lane they decide to press. Mid's looking okay, top's looking okay. They can really just have their pick of the litter here for the next 3 minutes while the buff is still up.
Yeah, and I mean, they are incredibly tanky at this point. Having the Soraka and the Kayle to kind of counter out some of that damage. The Zeke's Herald on Soraka is really going to help out Nocturne and Corki as well. And it really comes down to whether or not MEGASHOCK can burst down some of those champions. And Akilord is going to be, near unkillable as the game progresses. He's now has the Glacial Shroud, so that armor, it's not going to affect him as much. He's had the Abyssal Scepter for a while, which works really nicely with Corki since he's going to be the frontline engage, and they didn't have a lot of magic damage. It's really just himself and Corki, a little bit from Kayle as well.
Yeah, so a little bit something extra, plus Kayle becomes, oh wow, everyone limboing right under the Ash Arrow. Not a single champ hit with that one. And so the pressure on this tower is pretty ridiculous. And Tibbers is up, being he's going to hit 3 members of WINFAKT, but there is the Kayle ult, and there's Nocturne going in, wants to get the kill, wants to get something going down, but he will die taking turret shots. Akilord may actually also go down here. He's being very ridiculously slowed. Ult just in defense, and firemane is now also caught off guard. And now, right now, MEGASHOCK's actually looking to take control of this. The throws,
I've never seen anything like this where it's really an all or nothing thing. And cowTard, he recognized it that fight. It's all or nothing. If Annie gets the ultimate, it wasn't even a very good ult from Annie. I mean, she just kind of walked forward, but they didn't really take a lot of damage. Her team wasn't in position to follow up and capitalize on it. But it was really, it was just the fact that he got it out. And he was like, whatever, it's not going to be a good ult. I'm going to use it regardless. And they were able to win that. We saw Nocturne, he did take a lot of damage from that tower as well. So them being underneath that tower was huge. But I don't know, really nice job from MEGASHOCK. We'll see if they can keep it up. But I think as it progresses that, WINFAKT is just going to be too tanky for them to deal with. Like, there's just not going to be enough damage from Annie. And you saw there really wasn't enough damage from Annie. So we'll see. Annie really needs to be able to take down someone like Corki in order for them to be successful. But I don't know. They keep on pulling out these fights.
And he actually picked up a Giant's Belt for the extra health. So looking to just stay in the fights for, looking to just not die. There is still the lucky pick, though, that could go into a DFG. chunk out, more likely either Malphite or Nocturne, or even actually most of the targets here. They're all starting to build pretty tanky, so it doesn't really matter. But that last fight though was just huge misstep. I feel just on the TheTess, just way too far out, taking free turret shots, and of course, if you're in too deep like that, yeah, something bad's gonna happen. But still, though, things are still pretty equalized between the two teams. So Baron buff is gonna be expiring in just a few seconds. But right now, Riven Muppo is actually getting caught out here. Ward's going down over by the race. So you do have a vision. Baron buff should be going down in any second. There you go. So 3 minutes, 35:50 is when Baron should be coming back on up.
The difficulty that MEGASHOCK is constantly fighting against, though, is the fact that Annie's damage output, it doesn't scale as well as some other damage dealers late game. It does decently, but if you don't hit your Tipper's ultimate, then you just don't have enough damage output, and the scaling isn't quite there. So we'll see how it works. But they have a squishy team versus a tanky team, and not enough magic damage. So the fact that 3 of them are physical means that when we have the Soraka armor buff and when we have the Malphite armor and attack speed slow, very quickly they can shut down a lot of damage. But we'll see. We have a lot of AoE damage from Annie still currently, as long as they can make some things happen right now.
I mean, that's always been the concern with Annie, though, is just the fear of being reduced to a stun bot. And for a very long time, late game Annie, that's really all she was. She did get tweaked, not too long ago. It may have actually been quite a few months, actually, now that I think about it. I have to look the...
Yeah, it was a few months, but...
It's a few months, yeah.
It wasn't really that many patches ago. And we're just now starting to see Annie come back. And the changes, they didn't actually affect her scaling that much. It was a very slight change to scaling. It gave her a little bit more aggression early game, which is nice, because that was always Annie's role, was to have the early game aggression, try and take control of a game early. And she was kind of falling off in that regard. She wasn't able to bully people around quite as much as you would like to on Annie. But we'll have to see how those changes continue to impact her and whether or not we continue to see her in competitive play. I think that she could work as like a counter to some lanes when you have someone like Karthus that you want to just kind of shut down. Though the issue with Annie versus Karthus is Karthus has enough range and has the wall where it's going to be very tough to engage. But we'll have to see.
I've always liked the Annie matchup versus Ahri, and Ahri's fairly popular right now. You can just go ahead if Ahri gets a little bit too aggressive. Just quick stun and Q and W to the face.
TF as well. TF is a really nice matchup for Annie.
Oh, right now Akilord getting a little bit too far out there. You got 2 members of MEGASHOCK here in the bush. You're going to meet all 5 members. Steve Goats, can you get away from this? There is the Malphite ult looking to get Steve out there, but they will not be able to grab the kill, but it's still dissuading them enough. Tarek is pretty low. He cannot be too aggressive in the next fight. He's going to be forced to back. Go ahead and get all the health. He does not want to lose that Oracles right now. That is too critical at this point in the game.
I'm really surprised that they actually used the Malphite ultimate there, because it is a short cooldown at this point in time, but it will be up by the next fight. You see it's just ticking away. Look at it just dialing. But it is a really short cooldown, but even so, there wasn't really the best opportunity there for Tarek. I know they wanted to pick someone off, turn it into a 4v5. He did live, so didn't really work out for him.
10 seconds until Baron comes back on up in MEGASHOCK. They know it too. They want to try and time it. They're going to go dash right into the bush from the ribbon, and there's the Ash Arrow. Will be shielded from the TheTess. Akamezz is out too far in front, but Tarek will be there to die first, and Akilord just trying to escape. MEGASHOCK, they have the potential to clean it up here, but no, Ribbon will go down, and right now it's just the Ash, it's just the Lee Sin. They can only do so much. Triple kill going on onto the Corki, and I think that is a quadra. That is a quadra for firemane. Fantastic, but that's bad on MEGASHOCK. These face checking bushes, that's what happens sometimes, and they knew from the beginning that the WINFAKT was fooling around a little bit in their own jungle. It's something that probably could have been expected, but just dashing head first into a bush like that. They also knew that Malphite's ultimate was down, so they don't really have a whole lot of opportunities left for them to take control of this game. They needed to win fights, and they needed to win fights now. So they're like, okay, if we get them all grouped up in a little AoE in the bush, that is perfectly fine with us, because we're going to use our Annie ult. You're not going to have Malphite to follow up, so it's going to be fine. They will be able to take down this inhibitor, but the interesting thing with that last fight was Akamezz just diving right into the enemy team, drawing all the attention onto himself. And so everyone thinks, oh, hey,
squishy Soraka, get Soraka.
Kayle ult.
Kayle ult
Nope.
blocks all the damage. The rest of his team is just going to work the entire time.
Yeah.
And because Soraka drew the attention away from champions like Corki, firemane was able to just be really successful in the backline DPSing that entire fight.
If MEGASHOCK, looking back, if MEGASHOCK were to still, commit to that check, I would have liked to have seen Lee Sin actually take the point on that one. Get the Q, you wave into the bush, at least get some vision, some idea whether or not someone is in there. Plus, also not to mention, he did pick up the Randuin's Omen. If you're going to have someone out in the front lines, may as well be him. Get the vision, trigger the active on the Randuins, just so you can get a little bit more of an advantage going into that. But it happened. It's what it is.
I mean, Riven is still incredibly tanky.
Oh, yeah.
With Frozen Mallet and almost finishing the Randuins herself. So she has a lot of survivability. She has the Lee Sin shield to follow her up, and really they just needed someone to get in there and force the fight with Annie.
Yeah.
They were a little bit behind, so they weren't quite able to get the fast initiation that they wanted to. And really nice play by WINFAKT. And at this point in time, they're just too tanky for MEGASHOCK to deal with. So it's really difficult. They need to be able to pick off Corki very early in the fights.
Yep.
If they can, then they can make something happen. Otherwise, it's going to be a struggle.
And this is a problem too. This is also always like the persistent problem of facing up against a team with a Soraka. If they go ahead and build tanky, well, by the way, we got a support to go ahead and top us off. You have the Kayle ult on top of everything as well, just making everyone even more resilient. It's rough. It's really rough, and there's not a lot of. We were talking about the damage about MEGASHOCK earlier. And Annie, granted, she's 18, got a lot of good damage items, but still, like I think I would have liked to see the like a DFG or something earlier. And Lee Sin, I mean, he's been fairly behind for a good chunk of the game. I mean, he didn't really have too much in terms of ganks earlier on, and he's still 15 in comparison to TheTess, which is already capped out at 18.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. We'll have to see. They're kind of just holding them here. They know, all right, we have the mid lane inhibitor. We're going to be fine. Annie, kind of skirting back and forth. Wants to get an initiation, but in the meantime, that mid inhibitor it's pushed extremely hard. They're actually very close to losing a tower from it, so they will back off. And now all of a sudden, WINFAKT, they get the free tower. They can continue pushing while MEGASHOCK is forced to relieve their mid pressure. Yeah,
they're just looking to kill time at this point. There's less than a minute left on the Baron buff, so they managed to kill that. They can have a little bit more of an advantage going into the next fight. They just want to make sure that if they engage, it's while Baron is down. There's not a whole lot of time left to go ahead and kill on that one. They can still go ahead and get some harass down through the wall. Ward going down. Ash can volley through. Ash defensively can volley through it, but you can also get quick Qs coming in from Nocturne and Kayle as well. Even missiles just going straight on over from Corki. Next minion wave coming on in. Will WINFAKT go ahead and pressures? There's the Ash arrow. Wonderful shields. Wonderful shields coming in from Nocturne. So on point with those. My God.
Yeah, just taking a step right in front of this team, throwing up the spell shield. Really nice play there. And so MEGASHOCK, they don't really have the best initiation opportunities here. They, cowTard, he's skirting back and forth. He really wants to get an engage, but there's really not a whole lot of options. We have a GA now onto Ash, so Ash can maybe be a little bit more aggressive. And actually, they are pushing into this. We might see a fight here. There's the volley going off, and Lee Sin going to back off for a second.
Buff is down. There's some little bit of poke coming in from MEGASHOCK. But man, I don't know. This is very, very risky here. Oh, there's a stun coming in from Taric. Does not get spell shielded. Tess is a little bit somehow less aware of the Taric stun and more aware of the Ash arrow. Sometimes it's still elusive. Maybe they're trying to bait them in. Trying MEGASHOCK.
Yeah, they do know that Ash was mid, so there wasn't a huge opportunity there. The shield is actually down now. It was baited out from TheTess, so we will have the Ash arrow up in like 20 seconds. That's what MEGASHOCK wants to wait for once the Ash arrow is up again. So right now, just play defensively, sit back. We can stall until that inhibitor is going up because we're clearing the waves very easily. And WINFAKT, they don't want to pursue this. We don't have very good wave clearing capabilities from MEGASHOCK normally, but WINFAKT knows if firemane gets caught by Annie, it's over. So they're not poking down the tower as aggressively as you would normally expect in this situation.
Arrow is now up, so there's the initiation possibilities. Baron should be coming back up also in about 2 minutes or so. But in the meantime, WINFAKT just go ahead, extend the lead, take the dragon, secure it for themselves, just so they can go ahead and write that one home. But they're still, pretty. There you go. Red inhibitor in mid has respawned, so no more super minions after this wave. But still, there's still a lot of objectives still to press. There's still a tier 3 in bot, still to tier 3 in top, and like I mentioned before, Baron should be respawning pretty soon. But yeah, this MEGASHOCK is just sheer defensive mode right now. But they do have the initiation from Ashe. They can go ahead. You can get right in the middle of the fight with Riven, manage to finish up her own Randuin's Omen. But the cowTard, it's a lot of it is relying on Annie. A lot of it is relying on that Tibbers. Ward's going down into the Baron pit, so MEGASHOCK knows that they go ahead, try and go for it. Should be coming back up soon. And it looks like WINFAKT are now just starting to maneuver their way on up. Corky firemane will go ahead and grab the red for himself. That's gonna be huge for him in the next team fight as well. Blue being secured also from Akilord, and they got this thing. They got the timer down. Ward clear and should be coming up. They're waiting.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know, the nice thing with the GA from Ashe is that if we have the initiation from Malphite and Nocturne, she won't have to worry about it. But I'm kind of surprised. I feel like they needed a little bit more damage, and Ashe wasn't dying already. She has the frontline champions for her, so a lot of times she'll skip defensive items in favor of those more offensive items. We'll see, though. I mean, she has plenty of damage at this point in time. The concern is really the strong initiation and catching WINFAKT out of position, and that's one of the nice things about the arrow is just the initiation advantage. They actually have the arrow not going to hit anyone, just skirting on by Kale there.
That's, it's not going to get anything with that. And there's a Shiroya that's being popped. Malphite's looking for that old Nocturne, going straight down in, trying to get the Annie, but go ahead. Will manage to grab the Riven instead. That's a pretty good target too. cowTard does get the Tibbers down, but it's not going to be able to do a whole lot. Riven is the next one down. Mellisan just trying to get away, getting everyone slowed, and that is just too much for MEGASHOCK to handle. 3 for free. That's the cue from Kale. Should be able to slow down Ashe just enough. Trying to make everything count. firemane does come on in, trying to get some extra damage, and there's not a whole lot MEGASHOCK can do right now. Inhibitors going down. Clear the mini wave.
If you can go back to like 43 for that fight, it's happened a couple of times this game, and it's really weird. Like, I just wanted to check it out real quick, but really nice job, from WINFAKT there. It looked originally to me like Malphite had missed his ult, so if you slow-mo right now, oh, it was the Lee Sin kick. Oh, of course it was. So Lee Sin getting him out of there so that he can't get the good engage, and then
there it is.
The Ashe volley, so having that Malphite ultimate to be able to get him to Annie, and they didn't have enough damage at this point in the game. So they were able to back out of there. I was sitting there and I completely forgot about Lee Sin for a second. I was like, why did Malphite just like fly across the map for a second? I was like, I literally thought for a second that he missed his ultimate that badly that he just whiffed on like Riven or something.
So there you go, all the damage coming down in the middle of the base. WINFAKT can just go ahead and just exert their pressure, exert their presence, and take down the second Nexus turret as well. And granted, they are getting pretty low. Ashe may actually get something from this, but nice clutch ult from Kale will be able to protect the Nocturne. GA has gone down. Tarek will actually make it back to base, but there's a Malphite ult back on up, and there is the Nexus. It has gone down. GG, game 1. Gonna be going to WINFAKT. Good job, guys.
Yeah, really nice play from WINFAKT, and a lot of it is that mid Malphite pick, which is an unusual pick. It's not something we're seeing. It's the second match we've seen it from EU, so maybe it's something that's picking up again. We'll have to see. I mean, it is a really nice matchup when you're going against a really aggressive champion like Annie who wants to get a kill. You don't want to have a squishy against Annie, and that's what Annie wants. Annie wants to pick up those early kills. Malphite, she just didn't quite have enough damage in lane to take him down a number of times. And then as the game progresses, he's incredibly tanky. He has that initiation on those heavy physical teams. Worked out really well for them. And they just had a really nice team comp all around. WINFAKT with some early advantages. It looked like maybe they would be able to pull it out there. But MEGASHOCK holding back. Really nice aggression from Nocturne early on as well to pull them back into the game.
It was such a good start for MEGASHOCK, though.
Yeah.
It was such. I couldn't have. Apart from an ace, like you couldn't ask for like a better start. Just Annie right there with the mass stun and everyone in the bush. But I was keeping an eye on Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Periodically throughout the match, and it's just like he just did not get anything.
Yeah.
It's too good of a ward coverage up top lane. Kale was perfectly protected, and that's one of the disadvantages with Lee Sin too. Is like you need kills. Nocturne, in the same way, but he got his kills. Lee Sin didn't.
Yeah.
So
And it's
Yep.
the difficulty. They had very safe lanes. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see. We'll be right back after a commercial break, and we'll be coming right into game number 2. It should be up shortly. So please stay tuned. IPL5 EU qualifiers. We could hold off. We could see the same bands. They could just try and play around this kind of a comp. Or we'll see how they kind of split things up on their end. Against like that Malphite, I would kind of hope to see a double AP as opposed to a standard bruiser top.
Yeah.
A lot of times when you have a Malphite, you want to go with a double AP.
There it is.
Oh,
There
never
is the
mind. So they have the
Malphite
ban.
ban. Do not want to. Dude, really don't want to have to deal with that. Not to say Riven, all things considered, actually did really well.
Yeah.
She did really well top lane, but that's the thing. Like with the rest of the team, she's expected to be there, being a pretty amazing presence in fights. But there's just too much to deal with. You have the slow from Kill, the attack speed slow from Malphite, just shut her down. So unfortunately hard, but it's that's why there's the ban. That's why we have bans.
Yeah, one interesting thing right now is for that Malphite ban, we actually had to take out the Karthus ban, and Akilord is very well known for his Karthus. If I'm correct here, I might not be,
see, well,
but I believe he's really well known for his Karthus.
Yeah,
so
Karthus has escaped the bans this time around.
we'll see whether or not MEGASHOCK intends to pick it up, or if WINFAKT will get it, and then maybe we see a counter pick to Karthus mid.
Yeah.
Ari is not there, but there are still a couple of champions that do very well.
We've been seeing the Kassadin.
Kog'Maw does well. Kassadin, yeah.
The Kassadin versus the Karthus has actually been quite popular lately too. We've been seeing it in quite a few of our other matches as well, and it's not outside the realm of possibility. But there is the Nocturne going to go ahead and try and take that away from WINFAKT. But also keep in mind, Ashe is open, TF is open. There's some options for MEGASHOCK here.
Yeah, and the nice thing with the Nocturne is, he's just an all-around strong champion right now. But if we do have someone like Karthus in that mid lane who's very vulnerable to ganks, hey, you've got Nocturne to follow up on it. So not that big of a deal. Couple Nocturne with an aggressive mid lane, and you can shut down anyone. So they don't really have to worry about banning someone like Karthus because they have that flexibility now. We'll see how WINFAKT kind of responds. We could see that Malphite pick again, well, no, we couldn't because it was banned. We could see a Soraka pick right here would be very nice for them. Soraka just goes with basically every team comp. If they wanted to grab Corki as well, Corki's just an all-around strong champion.
Yep. Yeah, it's I'm just trying to think of the synergies that MEGASHOCK could possibly come up with. But yeah, there's still options. May also see WINFAKT just straight out take their bot lane. Soraka's open. Graves is open. They may just want to try and take the Ashe away from MEGASHOCK here, but there is the Karthus. So could it's risky. It is risky.
You could see a Karthus Soraka right now, and like I was saying, Soraka would be a really common pick right now. Is just all around strong. So there you go. So
nice call.
It's against the Nocturne, which is it's a common matchup. So Nocturne is going to be looking to be really aggressive, and change ganks in his favor, but now all of a sudden you have Karthus and Soraka with their globals, so it becomes like a 4v2 if you have a Nocturne gank up top.
Right.
So it's a really nice switcheroo there. But picking up the Alistar as well, I was kind of thinking that maybe WINFAKT might want to pick up Alistar in the jungle, but having that Alistar and Corki is going to be a really aggressive bottom lane. They have so much burst damage. WINFAKT is going to want to pick probably a Graves here to work against it, but they will have to worry about how much damage output and range Corki has.
Jax, Darius, there's a lot of options. I'm also trying to remember. I'm trying to remember. There was a match where someone played Nocturne top. I can't quite remember where it was.
SK Kevin, he's played Nocturne top a couple of times. I can think of a couple of guys. He's the one that jumps into my mind, and we could see that. Alistar is really aggressive with his ganks as well, but I suspect that'll probably be an Alistar support.
Yeah, more than likely. Alistar with Corki, and that can be incredibly deadly with all the damage that Corki's capable of putting out there. But there is the Kog'Maw.
So this is a comp that we haven't seen in a while, actually.
Ooh.
It's the triple hyper carry comp. The idea is just, late game.
Someone will get fed.
Yeah, someone's fed and no one can beat you. So you have 3 different people to watch out for. Kog'Maw, late game, if you get Kog into that late game, is going to be such, a mess to deal with. So you're going to want to engage. Nocturne wants to jump onto Kog'Maw. Well, now he's going to be right in the middle of Karthus's AoE. And then if you're dealing with Kog'Maw, you also have to deal with Jack. So
Yeah.
a really nice comp we haven't seen in a while. And one of the concerns for them is going to be the aggression from MEGASHOCK. If MEGASHOCK can get any quick kills, particularly in that bottom lane. But having the Ashe, or having the Soraka with the Cog, they have enough range where they should be able to range farm okay.
And there is the Kassadin pick to go ahead and counter out the Karthus in mid. So basically, how do you shut down this hyper carry comp? Like, just besides you just win all the lanes?
Early. Yeah, you take early advantages. Their lanes are generally pretty safe. Bot lane, the advantage should be from MEGASHOCK, but once Kog'Maw gets level 5, then level 6 really, Kog'Maw easily outranges Corki, so that will be to their advantage. It's actually interesting though, when Kog doesn't have the W active, Kog'Maw's range is actually 500 range, and Corki's range is 550. So Corki has damage output and has the range advantage, except when Kog'Maw has his acid reflux disease. I don't what his W whatever it is.
Oh no, that one
active. So
oh yeah, the I had a really bad night.
Yeah, whatever it is, but I mean, they should be pretty safe, but if Alistar can get onto Soraka, they have enough follow-up damage to easily pick up kills there, and that's a serious concern for them. Karthus is also very vulnerable in the mid lane. They have Kassadin to try and get fed early on. If they can take these early advantages, then the triple hyper carry, it doesn't even get into late game. But the main goal for them is to just farm, drag out the game as long as possible. Karthus can stall very easily. I mean, it's going to be difficult for MEGASHOCK to push on the Karthus and Kog'Maw because they're constantly going to be clearing out waves. So as long as they can play defensively and farm late game, they're going to be okay.
Yep. So the last pick for WINFAKT will actually be the Lee Sin in the jungle. So it's basically there's a nice challenge here from the junglers. Like I bet I can play the jungler you played last better than you. And it's not all too uncommon to see sometimes. You just want to go ahead and try and take away, certain champs from certain players. But as you know, I've mentioned this before too. I believe the M5 matches not too long ago. Lee Sin and Jax is a pretty deadly combo in their own. There's a lot of CC there. You got the slows, you have the stuns, you have the displacement. There's a lot can go on in there. That's a pretty beefy frontline combo, especially with the Soraka in tow.
Yeah, and I remember when I had, first kind of talked about that in that match. It's the Lee Sin. You have to shield onto Jax very easily. They can actually duel 2v1 Baron. The engage onto range carries is really devastating. You have Jax with his dodge. You have Lee Sin come in, shield onto Jax with the attack speed slow. Can be really disruptive in fights. So it is a really nice matchup. The big concern for them is going to be how they can shut down the lanes. And top lane is actually going to be pretty safe for Jax, though they will have to watch out for Aurelia from MEGASHOCK, because Aurelia has become more of a dueler. She has the slow and she has the stun. So couple that with Nocturne, they will have close to enough killing potential. But I think Jax should be okay with his dodge, with his stun.
Yeah.
He can just get out of there when Aurelia tries to engage. And so really, for the most part, I don't know. We'll see whether or not Nocturne spends his time top, or maybe tries to focus on some of the other lanes. Or what he'll probably end up doing is just farm for a while until he gets 6, and maybe tries to pick up some kills with Kassadin on Karthus.
Yeah, Karthus just has a huge target on his back right now, because he has the global presence, and we mentioned this before. I'll mention again. He's not that mobile of a guy, and even then, look at going exhaust flash. No ignite in mid. Just want to go ahead and just make sure that whoever's going to be within his grasp, they're going to go ahead and be slowed, which will be actually pretty helpful later on in team fights. You catch someone in the AOE, just the long walk to try and run out of it, and it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt real bad. But denying Karthus pretty often could actually work to MEGASHOCK's benefit.
I mean, yeah, clearly.
Yeah, clearly.
If you're ever going to deny a late game carry kind of champion, then that's
Karthus is the one.
But I mean, they have a really nice built team to work against them. And Nocturne, he can take early dragon very easily. Karthus and Lee Sin, that's also a lot of dragon potential, so they can kill it very quickly. The concern is that their team fight potential isn't there. So WINFAKT early in the game, they can't really pressure objectives like dragon. because MEGASHOCK just has such a stronger, team fight team early on. So we'll have to watch out for that. If we see Nocturne going into the top lane, then yes, WINFAKT will want to transition over to the Dragon, pick up advantages there, pick up the early gold lead. But I don't know, we'll have to see. A lot of it's going to come down to Kassadin. One of the big things for shutting down Kassadin is having blue buff control. But I would say, generally speaking, that MEGASHOCK with Nocturne, with Aurelia, they should be generally pretty safe. So they're on the blue side. It won't be kind of tied with the Dragon. They should be able to pick up the Kassadin blue fairly easily. And then it's going to come down to how successfully he can farm. And I don't know, as long as he avoids the lay waste from Karthus, he really should be pretty safe in that lane. Should be able to farm, just free farm, basically.
Yeah. And even if he does get, hit out errantly, once or twice, he's got his passive, his extra magic resist, should be fine. Also thinking about Kog'Maw later on, because Kog'Maw late can just be also an absolute beast. There's all the poke, there's everything you need. Quick, go for the extra movements. Movement speed, always a good thing too. Just go ahead, have a little bit of an edge. Just go ahead and get away from whatever lay waste may be on the ground.
They are very common runes and masteries. The reason I was curious, I just wanted to take a look at the runes and masteries real quick, is because we had seen Ocelot play Kassadin recently.
That's right.
And run really heavy regen and
health regen.
Health regen, and it's a very different matchup versus Cassiopeia versus Karthus. So in this kind of a situation, he doesn't really need the health regen. He's primarily going to be pretty safe. So going with all-out aggression, he doesn't go with the utility masteries, which would be really nice on a champion like Kassadin, but he will have a lot of burst damage, and he will have some nice innate tankiness as well.
All right, loading on up into the game. If WINFAKT is actually able to take this one, they will be moving on to Grand Finals, and they give a pretty good shot. They need to win one more set, and they will be coming on over for IPL5. But so we're going to have to wait to see what happens on the other end of the bracket. Very possible M5 can go ahead and make it to Grand Finals as well. Still got so it was a FNATIC alternate to play as well, I believe.
Yeah, we do. FNATIC alternate in the round of 8, and then the winner of that will play against Moscow 5. So a couple of really exciting matches. And alternate, they have been looking very strong recently. They haven't really been challenged to such a significant degree during this bracket so far, but we'll see. FNATIC is looking incredible now that they've switched in sOAZ. He's really worked very well with their team.
All right, so Jax Aurelia should be okay. Corki though, and Corki was a bit of a problem for MEGASHOCK game 1 as well. But, I mean, they got him this time. Should be try and counteract the aggression with more aggression. You also have the Alistar with you as well. So, and Alistar just on his own, he's a very versatile champ in his own, looking to be aggressive. You have the heals on you as well. And you could also see an invade from MEGASHOCK here pretty early as well, because if you want someone for an invade, Alistar's #1. Alistar is king. You have the polarize, you have the AoE pop-up. Could do work here, but I don't think they're going to be going for it, because Corki is just way down here looking for the point defense.
Well, he actually went off. He didn't start off with boots, so usually if you're going to want to invade, then you'll start off with the boots. So he will be sitting back for the most part. They are kind of just branching out to try and get some vision. And WINFAKT might actually engage on this blue buff. So we'll see whether or not they transition over to the River Brush. If they do, then it means that they're really looking for an engage. If not, then it could mean that they're just sitting there trying to defend against their red. And that seems likely what they're doing right now. It's just defending against the red, not allowing Alistar to get an engage. But no, they're actually going to go for it, going to set themselves up in this brush, and then they can come down. El Muppo might get caught.
Him. It's time to run. It is time to run away. Very much so. WINFAKT is not going to do a whole lot about it, though. They're just going to go ahead. Morning Gito is just backing. I think they just want to get some fear. They just want to get some fear into MEGASHOCK.
They really don't have a very strong level 1.
Yeah.
Like it's
Plus
working as a level 1. It would really just be a gambit to catch the enemy by surprise, and maybe pick someone off at blue. But in the meantime, Corki and Alistar are going to be able to pick up these mini golems here, so that'll be a really nice advantage for them. It's very common, and because they have the kill lane, that is huge. And WinFakT, they weren't able to stop it. They weren't able to get wolves themselves, which is actually a really common thing since Lee Sin starts off at red a lot of times.
Yeah.
If Kog and Soraka went up and took wolves, they would have at least been kind of even in experience, but they will have to watch out for that fast level 2 from Corki Alistar.
Yep, and they've Corki Alistar, they're there. Did grab the small golem, should be back in time for Nocturne to go ahead and take those if he so desires. But yeah, then with minimal damage at that, sometimes you see a lot of champs, a lot of bot lanes try and grab those golems. They get pretty hurt in the process, but MEGASHOCK's looking pretty healthy after that. So you have the pulverize from Alistar, keeps him occupied just for enough. And Corki's got quite a bit of damage in his own as well. But there you go, TheTess. He's got red buff, looking to be aggressive onto Muppo here, top lane. Just waiting for the engagement from Jax, waiting for the right timing, but it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be difficult now. Just to try and get in behind.
Oh, and he's actually engaging. There's the stun from Jax.
There's the stun from Jax. The slow from Lee Sin. The wave will not connect, but burn the flash. Good enough.
Yeah, and we saw in that bottom lane the quick aggression, almost taking down Kog. He did have to back out of there, but didn't have to use any summoners. He does have the regen from Soraka, so he will be pretty safe there. And the nice thing with that Lee Sin aggression early on, not only did we burn the flash from Aurelia, but it also puts Aurelia on edge. So maybe when Nocturne comes up, we don't have to worry so much about the kill. And Lee Sin, focusing on this top lane, doesn't want Godbro to fall behind, and Nocturne is actually coming up to engage. Goats coming in, will be able to get this fear, but then he has the follow-up from Lee Sin, so he definitely has to watch out for that. There's the stun, and then the shield as well, but Goats is coming in there pretty strong, and Godbro almost going down, but is able to back off. So TheTess with a nice job getting him out of there.
Yeah, I saw Goats waiting on the shield. Almost had the timing down. It was like the pop of the shield was like the cue for Godbro to go ahead and actually start the stun. Because now it takes a little bit of time to wind up, and there was just enough time for the shield to actually expire for Godbro to actually go ahead and get that stun off. So good call. But actually looking, Akilord's actually wandering away from lane. I guess imagining that Goats actually just did not pull back and was still around, but their firemane actually getting quite a bit of damage from Corki and Alistar there. And he's being forced back. He's being pushed to tower, and MEGASHOCK, they're really looking to push their aggression. They want to try and just force him to the tower at this point, because if you have the aggression, you have Alistar, you might as well.
Yeah, and right now, a big concern for Akilord is the fact that naturally, Karthus is going to tend to push his lane, and against Kassadin, if he's vulnerable, if he's sitting at Kassadin's tower, we have the Nocturne engage, we have Kassadin, there's just a lot of chasing room, so Karthus will be kind of vulnerable there. We do see he should be able to pick up this blue. Actually, Lee Sin, it seems, is probably going to just hold on to it. Yeah, he will.
Yeah,
so,
he needs XP.
Yeah, that's just a common thing sometimes. You'll just, as the jungler, you can hold on to it for the XP. It will speed up his jungle a little bit as well, having that cooldown reduction, and
Goats.
actually sitting there catching Goats out. So, he has a nice awareness of where anyone is at any given point in time.
Yeah, Goats is looking for the invade, but does not know. Now he's got vision and test and realizes, oh crap, I'm in trouble. He's got a long way to go before he gets to safety, but Karthus is not acting on this. Akilord kind of took the long way around to go and try and intercept, but will not be getting the wall of pain, will not be getting anything on that.
They really don't have a lot of kill potential on Nocturne right now. For the most part, they just want to be defensive, and so keeping an eye on him, it allows them to sit back, farm safely.
Yeah.
Another thing with keeping that blue is if Karthus is vulnerable to going down in about a level, they don't have to worry about losing it so badly. But we'll see. Karthus should be able to farm okay against Kassadin. The concern is when ganks come in, and once Kassadin hits that 6 in particular.
So TESS is looking to farm. Goats kind of looking to farm as well. It looks like he's wandering up around top lane once again, but Godbro will not be there just quite yet. cowTard's actually doing a pretty good job pushing, trying to shove his weight around Akilord. But the creeps do tell a little bit of a different, the creeps reflect that. cowTard's got about 10 creeps up onto Karthus. Looking to get some free aggression, looking to get some silences, but getting a little bit too far out.
On the
He's not 6. Kassadin,
he should be okay
very
there.
6.
Knows the level.
Now he's got his
in the
level.
meantime, Godbro is very close to going down top lane. They've been diving him. He is able to get out of there. So really nice disengage. His flash was already down, so they maybe could have dove him, but he was okay there. Yeah,
Goats is now a little bit behind TESS at this point, because we got all these attempts, but TESS has actually got a pretty good pattern to just go ahead, attempt the gank, go farm, attempt farm. Goats has been he's been backing, full backing quite a bit. So in all that time wasted going back into the jungle, that's time that could have been spent farming up. So now you have TheTess with a good level lead onto Goats.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this kind of, I don't know, how Akilord continues to do as the game progresses, because we're starting to see that aggression from Kassadin, and he will have plenty of mana to just constantly harass down Akilord. He'll probably want to go with a Catalyst build into like a Rod of Ages, so he needs that regen. So once he goes back, he should be able to buy that. But regardless, you know, he's being pushed under his tower. He's having a little bit of difficulty farming just because he has to constantly be aware of all that burst damage. And Nocturne actually warding very close to coming in here, but he's only level 5 now. Once he hits level 6, we could see the engage.
So it's about 7:30, so all those initial buffs are starting to come back up, and there is the ult being popped from Muppo trying to finish off Godbro, but there's the Karthus ult. You may have gotten the kill, but you are not getting away from that LOIC there that Karthus has got for him.
Yeah, and he was actually back in base, which is why he was able to do it safely.
Yeah.
That's one of the nice things about Kassadin is you can very easily just Rift Walk in, throw off a silence, cancel out that ultimate. But because he was back in base, he was safe to do it. But as a result, Kassadin knows, okay, let me just pressure this into the tower. He denied a full wave, including the cannon minion from Karthus. So Karthus again falling further and further behind Kassadin. And now with that blue buff, Kassadin has enough spam where he can be really aggressive. We do see that Catalyst onto Karthus. That'll give him some nice regen, but Kassadin's perfectly safe here. Even with the Lee Sin gank, there's not a whole lot that can happen because he can just Rift Walk out of there.
Right. And remember that Lee Sin also took their own blue pretty damn late, so
Yeah.
it's going to be a good 2 minutes before he can even consider giving Karthus the blue also. So there's time, and there's the pulverize going down from Steve, trying to flush out the Soraka, but there's firemane looking to stick it out, may actually get the kill onto the Corki in flash in response. Extra range, nice juke from the living artillery. Firemane will not be able to capitalize on that kill, but still missiles going down from Corki. This is risky, but he's chugging the potion as much as he can, trying to stay alive. One errant shot, one errant ult could mean his doom, and there's the pulverize, waiting for the headbutt Valkyrie, and nice damage, but he's in a little bit of trouble. Can Corki live? Yes, just barely, but there's Lee Sin with the wave trying to finish up the damage, and there's the darkness coming from Nocturne. The kick will be enough to take down the Corki, but will Lee Sin be able to get out of this one? There's a pulverize, and the headbutt into the wall. He's trapped, yes! Nice kill.
Really nice play there from Steve the entire time. He did a quick little step in front of Corki to block the Q, so Lee Sin actually had to flash to pick up the kill, and then, with the headbutt into the wall. I don't know, I was about to say, the previous fight, it was kind of interesting. Corki and Alistar, they jumped onto Soraka, and a lot of times it's easier to kill the support, and you can, pick up a kill there, but it's safer to pick up, to attack the carry, because if you're not attacking the carry and you're attacking the support, the carry is just going to wreck you. We saw that there, Cog almost turning it around, almost picking up the Corki, but then, really nice play coming in once again with Corki, pick up the kill, and then almost surviving from Lee Sin, but even so, it was to MEGASHOCK's advantage, and they have a really nice gold advantage right now, and that's what they want. They want to get early kills, they want to get an early lead, and then be able to roam around. They have the mobility of both Nocturne and Kassadin, where they can, force fights all over the map and try and just pick up all these fights. So we'll probably see a lot of 4v2s, 4v3s coming in MEGASHOCK's advantage shortly.
Yep. And TheTess, right now top lane, Jax isn't doing too hot against Roy. I mean, he's about 10 creeps down. He's constantly being pushed to tower. But that's that's one of the big problems with the Roy too. She has so much sustain. You have the ult. You have the innate stuns as well. She can be rough to gank at times. Just almost as equally as much as Jax. So I think TheTess, he's looking to focus a little bit more onto mid, a little bit onto bot for those counter ganks to make sure that his presence is there, and that helped. That definitely helped in that last fight. But now he's a little bit of a he's a little bit. I don't know. He's got some options.
But Jax chasing down El Muppo, and he does have the ignite. The ult from Karthus won't be enough. He's only level 9, so the level 6 ultimate really is almost insignificant.
But here comes
it gives you a little bit.
Kassadin looking to get some help. He does have the Rift Walk. There's the nice stun from Aurelia, and the wave from Kassadin. Will he be able to finish it off? There goes the ignite. The ignite does not. The ignite.
It does.
Well, the dodge does not dodge fire, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Is worth a shot. I don't know. But there you go, the quick kill top lane onto Godbro, so extending the lead on to Aurelia, doing some good work, and nice notion on cowTard to actually start wandering up to go ahead and help with that kill.
And the mobility they have at this point, they can start to bully around WINFAKT, and the key is for WINFAKT to get into that farm
Goats.
You know, Kog'Maw did start off with the double Doran.
Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. There is a ward in that bush, and now you got the vision of goats. Gets the wave. Nice, nice clutch shield. Good Nocturne shields all around, actually.
And one of the concerns for WINFAKT is getting Kog'Maw into that farm. A lot of times you can go with like a quick Zeal for Kog'Maw because you have enough damage from your W. But we'll see. We do have Nocturne in this bottom lane. He could just ult, and there's actually Steve should be able to get the headbutt. There's actually the flash,
the silence.
but we will see the pulverize, and then the engage on the Soraka goes down almost immediately. And then actually diving onto Kog'Maw, we have the red buff from Goats, but he's actually very close to going down. Does die, but they do pick up the firemane. And then Steve, with the ultimate, is able to block that damage. It is true damage, though, so the ultimate doesn't block Cog, but it does help him a little bit against that tower.
Ball of Pain. cowTard actually does get caught up in it, but still, you know, the damage is semi-minimal, but there we go. We got the TheTess looking to help recover down in the bot lane, but Alistar's already backed. Corki,
he's just going to be taking some of that farm, though, before it hits the turret. No one else was going to use it, so he might as well. And one concern, you know, for them is the fact that, all right, Kog'Maw needs farm. Kog'Maw actually going with a pickaxe right now, so it doesn't have enough for, you know, any more items. Corki, on the other hand, is building a fast Triforce, and that it is a really common build on Corki. You know, you'll see it sometimes, but one of the nice things with the Triforce versus a standard item, a lot of times now we're seeing Corkis go with like Infinity Edge, or in the case of Cutie Pie, a Black Cleaver. Going with the Triforce, it allows you to be so aggressive early on, and that's what they want. MEGASHOCK already is looking to be incredibly aggressive early in this game. Having the Sheen burst, having the slow from Phage once he finishes it, is going to be absolutely devastating.
Yep. So Corki's about 2,000 gold away from just having to Triforce outright, but there's still a lot of time. He's got the Sheen. There's a lot of burst damage coming out from that as well, and firemane is on the brunt end of that. The Soraka heal can actually only do so much, and there is the Wish too, flashing. He wants the kill and will get it again, but may not escape. Karthus ult does come down, so just even exchanges there. Akilord, he was in mid, he ulted in mid, and yet cowTard was not able to do a whole lot about that, trying to capitalize, because Lee Sin is here to help out with the gank. cowTard's a little bit too far out, but he's got the blue buff, he has the mana, he can rip walk away with nice juke, trying to get some extra damage down onto Akilord, but he's just poking in and out, weaving in and out, trying to get that damage in the meantime, Muppo is trying to make something happen here on Godbro, still continuing to push him into tower.
Yeah, and I was a little bit surprised that firemane, he was sitting in the bush, he recognized...
Oh, cowTard, will you be able to get it? No! The shield, there you go. cowTard does actually get the kill, but will you be able to get out of there? No. TheTess now, with that double buff, taking the blue away from Kassadin.
Yeah, so a nice little exchange there. They actually come out on top of that. Nocturne, we could see a dive top, but you really don't usually want to dive Jack.
No.
So
There's pressuring.
We'll see whether or not they do that, but... it was kind of interesting. I was surprised that firemane was sitting in the bush, recognizing that Alistar was there. We saw the quick engage. He did go down pretty quickly, but Corki did die as well, so they were safe. And they are in position.
Nice.
There's the slow. They are going to try and dive this. The dodge goes off, though, and now we see Goats is tanking a lot of this tower. We do have the ultimate going off, but Muppo should be able to pick this up. The ult back in from Goats, and they do a nice job alternating tanking there. And now actually the shield from Lee Sin. He will get the Q onto Corki, and so Corki taking a lot of damage, but will be able to get out of there. Firemane still in pursuit, but we don't get the slow. And there's Alistar there to back things off, and Lee Sin actually goes down. Oh,
wow.
One more attack.
They could have done it.
Almost getting the combo onto Corki, but not quite able to pull it off.
And that was, if you look back, the jukes from coming in from etnex, just like every time the artillery was coming out, just, you know, sharp, like quick, like 90-degree, like quick turn, just to avoid, you know, just to give that nice little area for your artillery to land with no one to hit it. Wonderful, wonderful micro coming in from etnex there is fantastic work. And cowTard is just still looking to get incredibly aggressive on the Karthus in the mid. He has the Rod of Ages, he's got it full up, got the No Magic Mantle as well, might just be looking to buy a straight up buy the Merc Treads, and he could reduce the silence, it'll do work. And Kassadin, in the meantime, he also has his Rod of Ages built up full, getting the Sork Shoes, looking for the extra magic damage, looking for the extra spell pen. So it's they both got the Rod of Ages. They're looking for similar builds, but we may see Karthus actually start to go defensive a little bit.
Well, that is why he's probably going to be going for these Merc Treads. doesn't want to go down too quickly in fights. But the AoE will be nice. We do have Nocturne, though, coming up on the Jax once again, and we'll see if they dive this. We have Muppo coming in, but actually the dodge goes off a little bit too soon. He does get the stun onto Jax, but there's the fear as well. If they try and get this, they will back off, though. Yeah. So now Karthus, he does have the blue. He can farm a little bit more easily, but they are actually going to go for this. And that was the concern. The Karthus and Lee Sin, how fast they can clear Dragon now that they know Nocturne is up top.
Steve and cowTard trying to make something happen here, but they will not be able to do a whole lot about it. But Corki there, not too far away, trying to get some extra burst damage. Ult has been popped by the cow, trying to get some free damage. And firemane, he's trying just ignoring the Corki, taking all that damage the entire time, just trying to get a slice of beef from the cow, and there, Soraka will also go down as well, but the Karthus ult will be able to pick up a double kill onto Alistar and onto Kassadin. Now Corki needs to get away from this fight.
But in the meantime, Aurelia going to be able to take down this top tower.
Yep.
She should be able to pick it up pretty easily, but it was, I don't know, a pretty nice job by WINFAKT. They were able to pick up the Dragon. It looked like MEGASHOCK was going to be able to win that fight by just poking him down with the Corki, and that's one of the nice things of the Corki and Kassadin matchup, is you can poke them down, wear them down, and then Kassadin, jumps in for the kills. So, MEGASHOCK was almost able to pick that up, but Jax coming down was able to turn it around for them. So they are, at a slight gold advantage, but even so, with that tower going down top, and then the second one almost going down, that actually works out to MEGASHOCK's benefit.
Yeah, I mean, it's even then, if Muppo did perchance take out the second top tower, the gold-wise, it would have been dead even. But still, they still have a pretty healthy lead. They're still up on kills. They also have the only tower down, the one being in top lane, so they're still in a really good spot. So right now, cowTard still getting trying to get some free harass down there onto the TheTess in mid, and is that a double buff onto? That is a double buff onto Karthus, courtesy of those kills earlier. So that is a bit of a threat. He's got that potential. He's got that.
It's a threat that Kassadin takes it from him. Is the threat.
cowTard is still being ridiculously aggressive here, still looking to continually push into tower, try and deny as much farm as possible. And there's the headbutt once again, pulverized. Nocturne is there to fall, but once again onto firemane, and Kog'Maw just does not stand a chance against any of this.
And
wow.
Again, it's questionable positioning from firemane. It's almost like he wants them to engage, like he's trying to bait them in.
Yeah,
because he knows, all right, where he's standing, he's going to get pinned against the wall. Alistar comes in with the headbutt, is able to pick up that up pretty easily. We do have Karthus bottom. If we dive onto Soraka, and they're actually very close to doing it, but they should be okay. Lee Sin comes in there, the Valkyrie, no big deal. They can back out of there fine.
Yep. And you notice too, the Trinity Force has been built on the Corki, so it's a lot more burst, it's a lot more damage coming in from him, and it was partially a reason they can go ahead and get away with those aggressive kills onto firemane, because the damage potential is absolutely there in spades. Plus you got Nocturne to go ahead and help out too. That's never a bad thing. It's never a bad thing. So about we're getting close to hitting the 20-minute mark. There's a good 6K lead for MEGASHOCK here, and we mentioned before at Champ Select, WINFAKT, they're looking for that hyper carry, just 4-man aggressive gank on to Akilord. There's not a whole lot to be done for that.
And cowTard the entire time tanking the tower for his team, just sitting around the outside. So he knows, all right, if I need to, I can get out of here very easily, but I'm going to allow my team to easily pick up this kill. We do see Lee Sin here. He should be able to get out of there. We have the slow, and then actually the engage back onto Aurelia. There's the ignite, so we might go for this. No. Actually, I think he was kind of expecting cowTard to come in for that kill, but they're able to pick up the tower very easily. They're very safe. Corki should be able to pick up the bot tower in the meantime. Yep. So a nice couple of tower advantages, and Alistar, he has the oracles. He can run around, pick up those wards, so they can continue to be as aggressive as they want to.
So we talked a little bit about Champ Select, about this whole hyper carry comp. So Karthus, he's not doing too bad in comparison to Kassadin. Well, Kassadin is a kill up and 30 creeps up, and also forcing to buy the Merc Treads, forcing to build defensively. Jax lost top pretty ridiculously. There's TheTess going in with the wave, looking to get the extra slow. cowTard should be able to get away from this one, but the kick backwards, Muppo is in a pretty bad spot. WINFAKT is trying to capitalize as much as they can. Muppo is ignited, trying to get away, but now Goats is a little bit caught out. Godbro will get the kill onto that one. Goes nice shield, will go ahead and prevent the slow coming on in. WINFAKT trying to peel off a quick one there. So Still, though, all these hyper carries on WinFakT are pretty far behind their lane counterparts.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. You know, we mentioned this before. You know, how do you lose with this comp is that you lose all the lanes, and it's certainly looking like that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the case. It's 100% the case. And, that's definitely a concern for them. Kassadin almost done with the Rabadons as well. Will have so much burst damage in fights. And just the fact that, you know, Kassadin could come into the backline and just, you know, insta-kill either Karthus or Kog'Maw to an extent is a serious issue for them. Aurelia, on the other hand, is incredibly tanky when farmed. She's going to be a serious threat for them to deal with. Corki has tons of AoE and tons of burst damage. I mean, they have so much going for them that there's not really a good answer for WinFakT right now. The only thing they have to do is sit back, farm, hope that we get to late game. And we're already in late game, but, you know, get further into late game. They are 7k gold behind right now, but they can, you know, stall this game very easily with their clearing potential with Karthus and with Kog'Maw.
Yep, and Kog'Maw, I mean, if once these team fights, you know, start, these full-on 5 start happening, one of the strongest abilities that Kog'Maw has is with that poke, is with that ult. And he's significantly far behind Corki in terms of that. And Corki has way superior poke there. Wall here, jumping right over the wall. Godbro trying to get in the middle of these fights. Akilord being focused down pretty quickly here. There is the death. Is his ult up? Yes, it is. He's going down, trying to get something, anything. Make it a double there. Doesn't get the one onto the Alistar. Godbro flashing away to escape, but no, the silence from cowTard. All that damage will be more than enough. Goats is in a pretty bad spot as well. 1 for 2 right now. WinFakT in a pretty bad spot. Gosu, wow, that was a 3. That was a 3 from downtown.
And actually the flash from Akamezz trying to get that kill on Nocturne. Can't quite pull it off, but now we'll see if Kog'Maw,
TheTess,
I'm a little bit surprised that firemane wasn't a little more aggressive, but there's a kill, and now chasing down Corki with that slow. If firemane can get back into it, he could pick up the rest of these. Corki is definitely vulnerable here. One more ultimate, not quite enough mana.
The mana is just so ridiculous. Nice shield from Goats once again, trying to get that prediction. There can only be so much mana on a bug. Will not be able to get that kill.
I'm surprised that Kog was so defensive in that last fight for a long time.
He has to be. I mean, look how far behind he is.
But they were all like at 200 HP. He was almost full health, and he was, you know, running scared when he could have picked up a number of kills. And that's why Soraka jumped in. Soraka was like, hey, come get the kills. They're sitting here waiting for you. We will see them pick up this dragon, though. Again, that'll be a nice little boon to their economy, you know, to kind of work back into it. But the concern is going to be if Kog can, you know, keep up the mana and win these longer fights. That's a serious issue for MEGASHOCK right now. And we saw Kassadin coming in. A couple of them were low. He wanted to pick up those kills, but he was too low himself to get in there.
Whoa.
But we do see the slow and the silence and the ignite as well. And the Akamezz will go down, but there's the stun from Jackson, so we're turning it around on him. One more attack from Kog, but he has to back out of there, and now Godbro is out of position. Will have to back out. Does use a leaf strike onto Alistar. Unfortunately, he is way out of position. Will go down. So really nice job from MEGASHOCK there.
Pulverize followed up with the Aurelia stun. That was just more than enough to go ahead and take him out. But you know what? You're talking about firemane. I can understand why he's being apprehensive. Oh, TheTess walking right into the bush, happens to find the Alistar, has to try and get away, does actually shield over and over to a ward he's placed into the Golem Pit, just trying to get away from this deadly combo. The Pulverize will keep him popped up once again. Stuns, all the burst damage from Corki coming in will not be enough. And MEGASHOCK is just, now it's reaching to the point of just sheer abuse. And it's understandable now to see, you know, why WinFakT they're shying away, they're staying back, because that's what's going to happen. And with all the focus going down to Kog'Maw earlier in the bot lane, all those aggressive ganks and Alistar just catching him out, it's understandable, I think. But Baron should also be going down pretty quickly here as well. MEGASHOCK should be able to go ahead and secure this game from here on out.
Yeah, so they do pick up the Baron fairly easily, and now, you know, they have enough regen where they can consider poking down some of these towers. They still won't be able to fight under the turrets, so the game should, you know, hold off for a while. The big concern is Karthus with his Wall of Pain will be able to pick up like the entire team with it, and then having the AoE to clear, it's going to be really difficult for them to get a good engage. So we'll see how that kind of works out for them, but WinFakT, if they can pick anyone off with that Karthus wall, they have the range from Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw now has the Infinity Edge finally done, so, you know, we'll have some nice damage. And I don't know, we'll see how that works in fights, but the issue is how far ahead Corki is from Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw has an Infinity Edge, while Corki has an Infinity Edge and a Trinity Force.
Yeah.
So, there's a big discrepancy there.
There's a huge discrepancy. That is 3K gold, 3,500 gold to be precise. So we have difference between the AD carries here on MEGASHOCK and on WINFAKT. It's scary, and WINFAKT knows how bad of a spot they're in. Just playing defensive, turtling up by their own towers. There's not a whole lot to be done. And the damage coming in from firemane, I mean, that's one of their main tools of defense here, is just to go ahead and pick away, poke away with the living artillery shots. And they're not doing comparable damage that they need to be doing in order to keep MEGASHOCK away from them. It's just, it's minimal at this point. And Aurelia's pretty damn tanky. Nocturne's, getting all the engagements in the fights he needs to be, and not to mention Alistar's there to help disrupt. There's a silence going down on to Karthus, keeping him away, and all the free damage going down onto the tower. Every single wave that's going to be coming up, and there's Aurelia going straight on in, looking for the flash, and there's the headbutt pulverize Alistar was looking for. The tower, you guys got to go back and grab that tower, jeez. Loop back around, go ahead and take that thing.
Yeah, and so really nice play there from MEGASHOCK. They, did get kind of low from the Karthus, but it doesn't really matter because they have enough regen. They're going to be able to take this tower now, and they don't have to worry about the push stalling. So this is going to result in an inhibitor for them. Corki actually pushing bottom, so that's kind of surprising. I mean, they do get the tower pretty easily, but they probably could have taken the mid tower. So we'll see if they continue pushing in the bot lane or not. We do have 15 seconds left for Karthus. So with this wave here, they should be able to take down this turret. There's really not a whole lot that WINFAKT can do to defend this.
Yeah, and this is the safe play, slowly taking down all these objectives. They still have a minute and a half left on a Baron buff, and cowTard trying to get aggressive here, getting some free shots. Inhibitor should be going down pretty quick as well. So that's one inhib down. They could pressure down in mid as well. That's a pretty hefty creep wave as well to try and contend with. But now MEGASHOCK's more than happy with just continuing to grab up every single objective they can. When Dragon pops up, they should be able to grab that pretty convincingly as well. Still got a minute and change. A minute and change still left on the Baron buff. There's still more. They can continue the pressure here if they really want to, but they may just go ahead and back off, buy some more stuff. Zeal being bought by Corki. Got the Glacial Shroud coming in from Alistar as well. Pretty tanky team. MEGASHOCK. It's looking pretty. Yeah, WINFAKT. They need to actually just try and single out. If they can get a single solitary kill and focus down someone, separate them from the rest of the team, catch them off guard, they may have something here. But Aurelia is not the one to be focusing down. Caston is way too elusive. Same thing with Corki. It's gonna be rough to try and single out someone here for MEGASHOCK.
Yeah, and the big thing is they need MEGASHOCK to bring the fight to them, but they don't have the strength to match up against them.
Yeah.
And so now with that bottom inhibitor down, they can clear the waves pretty easily, but there's still going to be the concern that lane is going to push all by itself. Nocturne can split push mid very easily, and so MEGASHOCK is fine with stalling because they recognize every second they stall is another second they're winning. Corki going to be able to get some nice poke on this tower, while Karthus actually has to go mid. So we see the stun and actually engage from Jax.
Nice.
Alistar very close to going down, does have to back off. And so that's actually going to stall out this push pretty successfully. The fact that Alistar doesn't have the ultimate and is very low, so they will have to back off now.
Yeah, that was good focus. Good focus on Godbro to realize when someone was a little bit too far out. But still, though, the push still continues. They're still getting free damage on the turret. Baron buff is now gone, so Baron should be respawning in about 3 minutes or so as well. But still, though, every single time the wave comes in, and there's a Nocturne ult coming in from behind, looking to focus down on the firemane. Immediately, there's the headbutt and pulverize coming in from Alistar, trying to keep him away. Godbro does have to leave to a main, try and get away. Firemane does go down in the process. Karthus is down, throwing down the ult. Will we get anyone off of this? No, but there's Godbro to help clean up. Muppo with the stun just in time, but the turret shot will make good, quick work of him. And Godbro now trying to be a champ, trying to be a hero, trying to focus down at least get anything else they can get from MEGASHOCK here. Akamezz getting free, taking free hits while still in pursuit of Corki. That was a good engagement for WINFAKT. That was definitely something.
I would have to say so. They've been down this game. They were down 15,000 gold, and they just won a fight. Yeah, it's a pretty good engage.
Pretty good fight.
But I don't know. The big thing is that MEGASHOCK kind of forced it a little, and they were low with the Alistar instead of backing off. Kassadin did go down, and they need Kassadin to be able to jump around and pick up all these late kills. So everyone's low. They need to be able to pick those up. They were taking a lot of turret damage. They were taking a lot of damage from Karthus as well. So we'll have to see if WINFAKT can use this as the stepping stone to get back into this game, because I mean Karthus is very well farmed at this point in time. Cog, even though he's behind Corki, still has great single target DPS with his W and with that Infinity Edge. So they have a lot of potential, and Jax is starting to get tanky enough where he can be that aggressive, frontline bruiser that they need.
He's got the Randuin's Omen, so he's got the defensive items he needs. Got the Phage, looking toward the Sheen next, so also looking for the Trinity Force build there onto Jax as well, but it's going to be a while until he finishes that thing. So I mean, you can grab the Sheen, you'll still be in a pretty good spot. About like 400, 500 gold away from that, and there's Australia's being popped, looking to try and catch Godbro, but will not be grabbing that. But still, though, it's still defense mode for WINFAKT. Once Baron comes up again pretty soon, there's possibly something they can do to try and challenge that. The bot inhibitor should actually be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, it should be up in probably 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, so that'll give them some amount of room to go ahead and try and pressure Baron if they so desire, but I don't think they're really in a whole big of a spot. Corki trying to be fancy, trying to get those dances in while he can. Yes, you got your camera time at next. You got it.
Yeah, well, and they recognize they're still having to defend bot, so the entire team is sitting bot. If they rush this Baron right when it spawns, it won't be an issue. And there it goes, the perfectly timed phosphorus bomb, recognizing, all right when it goes down, very quickly they are able to take up this Baron. And so we'll see how this next fight works with MEGASHOCK at such an advantage and now having the Baron buff once again.
39-45 coming back up once again, but I think I have a feeling though this game may actually be over before that time comes around, but you never know. It was a pretty good fight WINFAKT had earlier, but once again, MEGASHOCK on the Baron buff is going to be a huge threat. Nice ward coverage, though, while you still can from WINFAKT coming on in. The bot inhibitor now responds, but that's Goat's cowTard right out in front, just trying to take out the tower, just trying to muscle it out. They may have been a little bit too aggressive there. The wall of pain from Akilord actually almost taking down Goats completely with the extra damage. There's the pulverize from Alistar, and TheTess will be the first one to go down. Nocturne ult just trying to reduce the vision. Does not actually use it to go in on anybody, but there you go. Kog'Maw will be the next one to go down. cowTard taking that one. All the damage coming in, and there's the Corki getting the kill on the Karthus. Will go down in the process, but you know what? The tower's down and his open. They only got the Soraka. I think this is pretty much it, and MEGASHOCK has got this game secured.
And the big thing is that even though it looked like WINFAKT was maybe ahead in that fight right off the bat, WINFAKT themselves, they got a little bit excited. They were like, oh, hey, we're going to win this fight. Corki and Kassadin were perfectly safe in the back line, and they were able to get out their damage. Kassadin was able to come back in, pick up a couple of kills. So really nice job from MEGASHOCK coming back. Now we have a game number 3 we'll be coming into because, MEGASHOCK able to pull it back, even up the series.
Nice job. And here's the thing, like what happened with MEGASHOCK, once again, this game I was, paying still a lot of attention specifically to the Lee Sin. Yeah. And again, fallen behind a little bit, but it's still like, I want to see someone not play Lee Sin, basically, because it seems like it's kind of like the dooming sign there, because he's not getting ahead, he's not getting the farm he needed, and also granted, he was there for the counter ganking, he was there to try and be a defensive option in all these lanes, but every lane lost nearly.
I think Lee Sin, he is very strong in fights, and I think maybe you're underestimating a little bit how much he brings to the table, and he's not quite as much like shock and awe as someone like Nocturne or as Nautilus or Alistar in the jungle. He's not quite the same late game carry as someone like Nocturne, but his shield and his attack speed slow are very strong. He does provide a lot of disruption, and so there's a lot of fights where Lee Sin, he can win these fights for you, and the shield in particular is just devastating when you can shield someone like a Jax, and so being able to do that in a fight, he does bring a lot of versatility. So he is just an all-around kind of strong champion.
Yep. So it looks like we're going to be heading on in game number 3. Whoever wins this next one going to be moving on to grand finals for qualifier number 2. May very well see them at IPL5. So we'll be going to a quick break, and we shall be back in just a moment. Game 3, semifinals, MEGASHOCK versus WINFAKT. We will be right back. See you soon. Mess to deal with. Looking at very similar bans across all 3 games. Urgot, Ahri, very common. May also see Shen again, may also see Morgana again. Karthus escaped bans for game number 2, and it didn't work out the best for WINFAKT. May not be really worth banning him. If we're going to see a ban on anyone targeted, what do you think we might see?
Not really anything from the last game. As far as WINFAKT is concerned, they might ban out the Kassadin if they want to run Karthus again. He was very disruptive, but otherwise, I'd say the bans will probably be the same. We do see that Malphite ban from MEGASHOCK, so don't want to allow Akilord to play that Malphite again. Karthus is available. They'll probably allow that kind of a situation, but I just don't think that WINFAKT will play the same team. So
Yeah.
Same bans happening. No real difference there. Actually, I think MEGASHOCK banned out Shen the last time. But
Yeah, MEGASHOCK banned out Shen last time.
Okay.
Actually, for game 1 and game 2, so WINFAKT's going to be going to go ahead and take it upon themselves to go ahead and do it. Morgana was the these are the same bans from game 2, but Morgana, if Team MEGASHOCK decides to ban her out, it'll be pretty much carbon copy here. So they're thinking about it, discussing it. We're going to see 1-0 Nocturne. Okay, so Nocturne will be taken out of the pool. Pretty much this series, whoever's gotten Nocturne has won the game, and there you go. WINFAKT recognizes, hey, Morgana's finally open. First pick, gonna grab her away.
yeah, so by banning the Shen, they left themselves the option of either Nocturne or Morgana. MEGASHOCK decided to allow that Morgana pick. So picking up Corki and Soraka, and that is an extremely strong bottom lane, has been kind of the key for this series. Having that Corki pick is just so devastating. So we'll see. Corki also works very well against Morgana. You don't have to worry about the ultimate quite so much. You're very safe. And then you have the frontline damage early in fights before Morgana gets the Zhonya's. Corki just wrecks Morgana. And Morgana, you try and come in and get that early engage, and you just kill him. I mean, Corki's a stone cold killer. You just take her out.
So I was, oh, nice. Leona Graves going to be an extremely aggressive bot lane. They're searching for kills. And, Corki, Soraka, I mean, that's... Soraka, she's there to heal. She's there to top off on mana. It's, it's nothing too aggressive with the Soraka lane, but there is the Karthus once again. So, Karthus, Morgana, that's going to be just super effing passive. Because they're just both looking to farm there.
Yeah. No, it will be a free farm lane.
Yeah.
Morgana, if you get in on Karthus, you can maybe, get up a kill, but Karthus should be pretty safe, should just be able to farm from range, have the wall to protect himself. Early on, though, WINFAKT, they have a really nice AoE team right now, and if we get an engage from Leona or Morgana and then follow it up, they're going to have a lot of kill potential, and that's going to allow them to control Dragon and control, early fights.
Yep.
Just the fact that they can, put that fear into MEGASHOCK.
And MEGASHOCK's recognizing this, so they're picking up the Maokai. They want to have the ult to negate some of that damage, but then it's just still, the matter of the jungler and top lane for WINFAKT. Like, a Mumu might be fantastic here even too. Just, get the ultimate, just get another ultimate in there for a huge AoE. Why not? It could be huge. So there's still tons of options for WINFAKT, but yeah, the AoE comp, MEGASHOCK has recognized it. That's why the Maokai is there. But still, though, they have a fair amount of AoE damage in themselves. Karthus, he has a huge AoE, and there's a lot of AoE still also on the Corki missiles as well when they do land. He's got the Gatling gun as well. It could just be a huge, just massive chunk of explosions in one central place when we start seeing the full 5-on-5 fights.
Yeah, but it is a nice matchup to have that Maokai and Karthus. You really control AoE fights very nicely. And it's actually a really common thing that Solo Mid had used to run, and that was one of their old comps. It was
nice.
Odd 1 on Maokai, have Reggie as Karthus in the mid lane. We'll see how they work it out, but we have an all-out AoE team for WINFAKT.
Come on, a Mumu and Cannon, holy crap.
Yeah.
Wow.
Maokai can't protect against that much damage, so we'll see. I mean, once they get engaged, they will absolutely obliterate MEGASHOCK, and that's going to be a serious concern for MEGASHOCK. They can't allow these fights to happen, basically, because WINFAKT is looking to explode.
Basically, here's how things go for WINFAKT. If you get one ult, you get 3 ults for free. pretty much. This can be extremely devastating. Extremely
and
devastating.
Leona is actually really easy to engage with her ult. You use it as an initiation. You throw off the the long range ult from Leona, and so it'll be tough for MEGASHOCK. But if they can survive through the ults, then Corki is really devastating. Can win the longer team fights. Aurelia later on will be very tanky. And one thing they have an advantage is they have a little bit more of an aggressive jungler. Maokai early on, the ganks can be really devastating. Top lane, I don't know. It's going to be tough. It's hard to see where they're going to get kills. We could see kills bottom lane for MEGASHOCK if they try. And Leona and Graves, Leona, she wants to be aggressive. She wants to be offensive. But if you catch her out of position when she jumps in, then she doesn't have an escape mechanism. So if we see Maokai come in there, we could maybe see a kill. Muppo, on the other hand, if he doesn't hit the bandage toss, he doesn't really have a lot of killing potential, but he has enough setup from his team that it should be pretty easy to hit the bandage toss, so not a big deal there. We'll have to see how this kind of works out for them.
AD cannon. Going to be seeing the AD cannon there with the physical damage.
That's really common against Aurelia because as AP, you just don't have enough damage to take out Aurelia with her innate regen.
I'm also just curious because just on the Mumu runes here. So move speed, looking for those engagements, and just flat out armor and magic resist, looking to be a very, very tanky mummy. So, and here's the thing, it's not too uncommon to see Zonias on Morgana or on Cannon. But but usually when you buy the Zonias, it's because you're being focused, because you're primary initiator, you're the one out front. But there's so much damn initiation here. I don't even think that's going to be necessary. I think Morgana and Kennen can just start buying flat out damage, absolute pure damage.
It probably won't be necessary. We'll see if one of them decides for it, but if they get the initiation, they don't really need to worry about the Zonias.
Right.
Whoever's the front line will probably consider getting it, and then the other one, we'll probably see a fast Abyssal Scepter out of one of them. So get the fast Abyssal Scepter. You're going to have plenty of damage output from your team. You can just obliterate them. And the concern for MEGASHOCK is they're going to have to negotiate between going defensive and offensive items. And early on, because WINFAKT's team is just so aggressive, they're either going to die really quickly because they're going to be glass cannons, or they're going to lose out on the damage that they need to fight. So MEGASHOCK is really in an awkward position right now. It's going to be kind of interesting to see how they deal with WINFAKT's team.
Yeah, so I can see Morgana sort of rushing possibly to a quick Rod of Ages. Kennen could actually just see 2-3 Doran's Blades, and then just go straight on into Abyssal. Start out physical and then just go work on in there from to a bit of a hybrid build. But mentioned this before. We got two junglers here who have very predictable paths. And both these junglers also pretty reliant on grabbing that early blue as well. I really don't think there's going to be anything huge on Invasion. If anything, WINFAKT will probably end up being the aggressors here because you have the Morgana bind.
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably both teams sit back. They want the Mumu to be able to farm. We might see WINFAKT ward their own blue and then go for Maokai's blue, but I don't know. I really wouldn't expect it. Leona can be nice level 1, but otherwise their team really isn't that great other than Morgana. So I don't know. Both teams will probably just sit back. One thing that's going to be interesting for WINFAKT is the fact that they don't really have a great tower-taking team. They can push very easily. Morgana can clear the waves, but because Graves, he's 525 range, and because Corki and Karthus, they have so much clearing potential, and then the wall from Karthus, they really can't poke down towers as easily as they would like to. So WINFAKT, their team, they need to just outright win a fight, just completely obliterate MEGASHOCK, and then push from there. And that's what they're kind of going to be looking to do.
Yeah, I think they're not going to have the hardest time in the world doing so either. Like I mentioned before, you grab one ult, you have every ult. So should be an okay time for him. Let's go ahead and maximize his frame while he still got it here. But yeah, that should be a fun time. It's always a fun time when you have an Amumu, despite his his own innate sadness at times. But beside the point, game loading on in should be into this shortly. So Karthus last game, what was the issue? What would you say is the issue with Karthus last game? On the side of WINFAKT.
I mean, Karthus actually did pretty well that game. The issue was the early game shutdown, and Karthus is very vulnerable to ganks. You have Nocturne and you have Kassadin, and Kassadin, counters out Karthus. So that was the only issue. But otherwise, Karthus did a really nice job. Karthus was pretty farmed, had a lot of damage late game, had the wall, had the AoE, had the ultimate. I mean, Karthus did his job, so there wasn't really an issue. This game, he's going to be very tanky with the Maokai follow-up and having the Soraka as well, like they had last game. So really, it's just, again, hold off until late game, farm, try and win late. And I don't know, we'll have to see. It's really just comes down to whether or not they can bait out some of the ultimates and not lose in a number of fights early to WINFAKT.
All right. Looking to go ahead and get that fighting. Got to go ahead and secure those blues. And you see both teams.
Outside of fights, MEGASHOCK has some advantages. I mean, Corki is stronger than Graves outside of fights.
Right.
Maokai is stronger than Mumu outside of fights. Aurelia is stronger than Kennen outside of fights. So in these 1v1 situations, when the ultimates are down, MEGASHOCK, they can actually win the engages in small fights. So the key, though, is when the ultimates are up for WINFAKT and when they're able to combine them, they're going to easily be able to win fights. So it comes down to whether or not MEGASHOCK can bait out the ultimates and play defensively otherwise.
I like Akilord actually just trying to leash the gift, leash the sapling that Goats has to give just away, just so you can go ahead and reduce the vision on there. Pings are actually going down from WINFAKT onto MEGASHOCK's Wraiths because they know it's a very common start spot for Maokai to actually just go ahead, grab the Wraiths really quick and just zoom right on over to blue. But he recognizes, okay, Morgana's there. She's going to be a bit of a jerk. Going to go ahead and try and just disrupt what I'm doing. Going to go ahead and start on the Wolves instead. And Godbro's doing also a good job playing the point, making sure that their own Wraiths are safe as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this game kind of turns out because, I mean, really quickly, WINFAKT could just blow them away and just win this game very quickly. And Akilord, he's very well known for his Karthus, so he knows how to counter out Karthus. I mean, he's going to do very well against cowTard. He knows, how to get advantages. So we'll see if that factors into it at all. Yep, this is actually something that we've started seeing more and more recently, is taking the big Wraith as that bot lane. When you have the Soraka, you can kill it pretty quickly. You don't have to worry about, getting too low.
Pretty sneaky, sis. But there you go. Blue should be secured for both junglers. So nothing too huge, apart from just the quick blue Wraith steal from MEGASHOCK. And Corki's going to have that with him in his bot lane. He's going to be starting out pretty well. But the small golems were also taken out by WINFAKT. So really, this is. In the end, this is really putting a little bit of a hurt on a Mumu's speed because he's going to recognize, okay, the bulk of the XP and gold from this camp is gone. He can't quite transition down to the golems because they're gone for the time being. Got to wait for them to respawn. So he's just going to go ahead straight on in for red. Should still get his 3.
Yep.
But, in terms of gold and XP, just slightly behind Maokai at this point in time.
And they have vision of him, and Maokai held onto his smite for red buff, so he's actually just using it now. So he has a very fast level 3 with the double buff, and he's coming up in this lane, but unfortunately he walks past the ward, so Kennen will be safe. Won't have to worry about it. Does have the lightning rush, so can get out of there. Goats, recognizing that Kennen's playing defensively, will kind of sit back, but actually they engage the twisted advance and then the knockback on the Godbro, gets some quick damage, and then the president as well.
The TESS in mid though is looking to make something happen there on the cowTard. Flash trying to get the AoE just to go ahead and cover Morgana, but Amumu might be able to actually go ahead and get this with just purely the AoE, and yes, it's more than enough. Akilord, can you get away? Yes, the lay waste will not finish you off. Nice quick kill in mid from the TESS. Very good job keeping that Karthus down.
Yeah, definitely, and hitting the bind was huge. So if you hit the bind, you can follow it up with a lot of damage. Akilord is pretty low right now, so it will be kind of tough for him to farm here. He does have to watch out for Goats. Goats still has his flash, so he could get the twisted advance, pick up the kill, and then flash out of tower range, which is kind of what he's looking to do right now. Just kind of pressure him a little bit. And so the big thing is he doesn't want to allow Akilord to get any advantages over cowTard while cowTard was dead. So cowTard comes back. He's actually going to be fine. He's going to be able to push that wave into the tower, so he's going to be even with Morgana despite, that early kill.
And Morgana grabbing Doran's going to be going back to lane with that. Karthus, cowTard, he got the Sapphire Crystal, looking to go ahead and build the Catalyst, looking for that Rod of Ages, but Morgana's just looking for quick health, quick AP, quick mana regen. Mumu, he's got a good amount of gold in the bank. Straight out buys the Philo Stone. Working on that first GP10. Should be the Heart of Gold coming up next on that as well. And Goats is he's looking to wander. He's only got his boots. No more potions left. trying to find his spot, trying to find out where he's going to be going off next, and does not have enough gold for that for his first GP10. Trying to steal the race, unsuccessful because the TheTess
he got
is
the
here.
blue one, actually.
Got the blue one, but still though, the TheTess is here, trying to get something, trying to get the engage, and Akilord a little bit too far out. Does die. cowTard, will he be able to get away from this? The TheTess trying to make something happen there. May actually get the kill. Nice, but double kill on the goats. That's what he needed. He's got double buff now, refreshed instantly. That was... And I think Akilord was just a little bit too active there, trying to help out the TheTess.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised that MEGASHOCK or WINFAKT is trying to pressure these early fights because they know once we hit our ultimates, that's when our strength comes. So, you know, just, I don't know, being a little bit careless here. And Goats, he has the great initiation with Maokai. They have plenty of damage. Karthus early on, if you hold someone still with Maokai's, you know, Twisted Advance, then very quickly you're going to have plenty of damage. So, you know, keeping things even, he is farming okay. We do see Maokai set up for this top lane. There is the ward still, so he's going to have to worry about, you know, how he's going to engage. But if Kennen actually uses his Lightning Rush to get some damage onto Aurelia, Maokai should have enough movement speed to get in there, especially with that Aurelia slow. And so we do have Goats coming in. There's the slow as well, the flash, Twisted Advance.
But flash in response, Godbro will put him under tower, but will it be enough? Godbro may actually go down to this in the sapling and the ignite together. No, no, it will not. Just drinking
Health
that
pots
potion.
are so OP.
He's chugging that thing, man. He wants to live. He wants to live badly, and unfortunately for that, a lot of summoners blown for MEGASHOCK in that attempt. Only to push Kennen out of lane. But they are still both there. They have a nice wave. They could go and just, you know, push it right to tower and deny that wave for Godbro as well. So it's still something to be. It's time not in lane. It's time not in lane.
The ganks are giving Aurelia advantages, and Kennen, you know, wants to harass down Aurelia at this point. But Aurelia is going to be like a full level ahead. Is ahead in gold right now, and now, you know, has enough aggression where Aurelia can start bullying around Kennen. You just, you know, dive onto Kennen with the Blade Surge. You get off the Equilibrium Strike. Very quickly, you can, you know, take Kennen down. So we'll have to see. I mean, it was definitely huge for MEGASHOCK to be able to pressure Kennen this much early, so that El Muppo can get into this game.
Yep. cowTard actually doubling back, taking the wolves while the lane is pushed out, just to try and get a little bit more extra experience. Plus, also, it's there you go, 7-12. That blue buff has now come back up, so Maokai may very well be passing that on to Karthus. He's looking to roam around. He's trying to take a lot of these jungle objectives as well while he's not spending time in lane. But Maokai's going to be by pretty soon. Should be passing off that blue. And, you know, Amumu, I think the TheTess is just going to... Is he going to pass this one off? Yeah, Morgana is now coming on by. Muppo also being a little bit aggressive on Godbro, trying to go ahead and make those trades pretty even. But there you go. There is the blue buff onto Morgana. And the ult being popped from Aurelia, just still... Kennen's having a jolly old time drinking those potions while leaning up against the tower.
Yeah, and by having this kind of aggression on Kennen now, you don't have to worry about Kennen going in for killing opportunities because they just don't exist. So Aurelia, again, can just continue farming, and Godbro is going to fall further and further behind. And we see he's transitioning from that AD build into more of an AP build. We'll see, you know, how he kind of builds from there. But Maokai, in the meantime, coming in bottom, will be able to get an engage onto Leona. There's the Twisted Advance. He's underneath the tower, though, and Leona is generally pretty safe. Only takes a little bit of damage from Corki.
Yeah, nice flash, and that's the thing, too. The thing you always need to be careful, too, about playing as Maokai. Those flashes can put you in a really bad spot, a really bad position, but fortunately enough, it was only Leona down there. Amumu's now 6. Now he's got the ult. Now his initiation is just increased tenfold, but there's a dragon from MEGASHOCK being picked up pretty convincingly. There is no vision whatsoever from WINFAKT. They have no idea, and that is a dragon secured for MEGASHOCK. A little bit of global gold. They're about a K.5 up. Nothing too huge to write home about, but still, though, it's still gold for everybody. It's still something everyone can take to the bank.
Yeah, so, I mean, the big thing is that they have a really strong late-game team if they can get past the AoE for WINFAKT. And so taking these early farm advantages, it's key. It's what they need to be doing. Wow, the bind almost hitting onto cowTard. They need, you know, Maokai to be roaming like he is and picking up those kills, because once we start seeing the AoE happening for WINFAKT, they're just going to have so much damage potential. And Aurelia being able to farm against you know, Kennen, because Aurelia has the CC reduction, Aurelia is going to be very tanky later on in fights, but then also Kennen is going to be pretty weak, not going to have as much damage as they would hope.
Yeah, Kennen, let's take a, oh, actually we got the engage down there. There's the old Akamezz trying to get the kill, trying to get something down on the Corki. Does manage to Valkyrie away, but now Steve is behind. There's the Karthus ult. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. No, will not be, but firemane is pretty low. About 250 health, you know, a quick little burst from Corki may be able to do it, but no, he's just going to go ahead and back off. Both of the ADs drinking those potions. But that's the thing, though. Corki has the Soraka, got the heal innately. firemane is not as lucky, only has the aggressive stun support. So he's going to have to go head back, buy himself got a Vamp Scepter too, so a little bit extra sustain in lane. TheTess popping the Oracles. Hey, there's a ward there. Who knew? So nice early, got Oracles purchased on both junglers. Goats has not decided to drink his yet though. Waiting for just the right moment. There you go. He's decided to drink it. Wanted to make sure there's no wards in those bottom bushes, but there's the exhaust. The ignite actually going down onto Godbro. He has to ult in response. Not gonna be enough. Did it a little bit too late there.
Yeah, so really nice play from Aurelia there. In the meantime, Maokai has set himself up in these bottom bushes.
Yep.
He could move into the next one. He does have that Oracles, so he
yeah.
will see. They don't have any coverage here. And a lot of what they could do is just maybe even bait out the Leona, because they recognize, all right, once Leona comes in onto Corki, they're going to easily be able to pick up these kills. And Leona actually tempting the bush a little bit. We might see, there it is, the twisted advance, the knockback, and Akamezz drops very quickly. Corki is pretty safe here, so a quick kill. Yep. And they can continue pressuring this bottom lane.
It's just unfortunate. Just unfortunate that the ward coverage was just not there. Like, even if he did have a ward in the bush, even if it was cleared away, that would have been just something. Any data for WINFAKT. You know, like, by the way, Maokai is here. You may not want to do that, but it happens. It does happen. The twisted advance was just more than enough, and just could not get the damage in response. And now Maokai is looking pretty happy. 2-0-1. You know, in response, to the early quick kill that Amumu had earlier on in the game, and he's actually starting to edge out in gold above Amumu. Have not seen too much action from Amumu now that he's hit 6, because this is where his huge gank potential is. He now has the advantage right off into ult, and now could also see the huge synergy of the AoEs with the rest of the team, because he is a very huge central part of it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Once they can, kind of group up, they definitely have that advantage. The concern is, right now, they kind of have to sit in lane. Dragon, won't be up for another, 2 minutes, and they don't really have opportunities to force anything. They can't push down towers that easily, so they kind of just need to wait around until, they have opportunities for objectives. We do see Morgana sitting up top, wants to get an engage onto Aurelia, maybe when Aurelia dives on the Kennen again.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I mean, just moving on into the bush only to recall. I'm like, what the hell? Because they're trying to find something that just was not there at all. Godbro, right now versus El Muppo, it's slowly turning into a losing battle. It's about 750 gold behind in the lane already. El Muppo's already gotten the one kill.
And Maokai coming in once again. Aurelia jumping onto this Kennen. Godbro going to drop very quickly. Has the ultimate, but there's the knockback. And so they do one more hit. Actually, the sapling
may. If the sapling does it, I'm gonna laugh so much. Very nice sapling coming in from Goats. Just enough damage to actually take out Godbro. Very good positioning on that. Just could not get away. Just could not get away from the little tree.
Yeah, so really nice job there. And just continuing to pressure the advantages in the lanes. And actually, we see Morgana with the ult onto Karthus. Can't quite pick it up, but there's Maokai coming in. They should be okay. And in the meantime, Karthus can just continue to farm and does have a nice farm advantage over Morgana, because Morgana has left lane and because of the pressure that Maokai has, stealing the big Wraith. Actually, he didn't actually. He picked up 2 of them, but really nice job there. And in the meantime, all the lanes are being pressured by MEGASHOCK right now. And we do see Leona maybe going to go for the engage. I'm a little bit surprised that Leona didn't just jump onto Soraka when she was stuck underneath that tower. But the twisted advance from Maokai, very close to picking up that kill. Akilord does throw on the shield just in time. Can get out of there.
So now, man, Maokai is just having that much more of a presence in these ganks than Amumu is. But Amumu is not too far behind. Well, actually, no. Correct me. I'm gonna go ahead and correct myself. He's about 500 gold behind. Slowly, the gap widens. both of them have the 3 GP10s. You might as well go ahead and get the lucky pick as well. They both scale off AP. Might as well. It's still more income. They're still looking to fight, you know. That's an indication when you see someone stacking GP10s. They're looking to take the game as late as possible, as late as they can. But since both junglers have that, they're going to have equal income for when that comes. So now they're looking for the ganks. They're looking to be aggressive. But Amumu's just sitting back and farming. He can't do much. And he has to cover for like mid lane when Akilord decides to go ahead and top lane for really no discernible reason. But there's the ult going down on the cowTard. May actually see, will you see the ult synergy? Waiting. The TheTess comes in now with the ult once again. Binding cowTard may actually go down here. Yes, that's what we're talking about when we're saying AoE synergy, ult synergy. That was perfectly timed.
Yeah, and I think the big thing with Amumu's ult is he was trying to get a bandage toss, but the minions were in the way. So
yeah,
they were able to pick up Morgana or Karthus pretty easily. So really nice job there. And now they can come pressure top. They don't have to worry about Aurelia diving cannon. But in the meantime, MEGASHOCK taking advantage of it. They will be able to pick up this dragon here. And WINFAKT none the wiser because they're pressuring the top lane.
Yeah, they're all there waiting for top lane for what may very well be the same thing as last time. Not really anything, but Muppo now getting aggressive on the Godbro. They're waiting for Muppo to dive him, but it's not going to happen at this point. Recognizing, okay, Morgana's gone, Amumu's gone, they're probably hanging around somewhere close. But very nice ward coverage though. Still right here in this top river is just preventing every single gank possible from WINFAKT. And now etnex trying to get aggressive. There's a twist advance down there on Akamezz, and there the Karthus ult will be there for the insurance, but Akilord is in mid, still looking to get some extra harass down on the Karthus wall pain. Will not be walking through that thing, and firemane's getting shut out quite a bit here.
Oh, we actually have the bandage task on the goats, but they will want to back out of there. Corki and Soraka are a little bit too strong right now, so the TheTess actually still chasing, and Morgana is following it up, so we might have a fight here, but there's still about a minute left on Mumu's ult. He does have the bandage toss once again into goats, trying to slow them down just enough, but he is pretty low. They should be pretty safe. If we hit a bind, no, we don't get anyone, so they will be able to back off.
Yep, so if Morgana was like a little bit closer to bot, would have been able to close the gap quicker, and probably may have actually gotten a flash ult before they were too close into tower range. But unfortunately, that is not the case. Morgana is now walking on back to the mid. And here's the thing. Akilord has spent a lot of time just not in lane. That's a 2-level advantage in terms of farm that cowTard now has. And that's one thing you do not want on a Karthus that much farm. And look at that, the wall of pain chunking out Akilord so much. And there is the exhaust to go ahead and keep in the AoE.
Oh, the flash from El Muppo, and then trying to get onto Morgana. They can't pick it up, so they get the tower. Akilord able to get out of there. So actually, they're going to pressure the next tower as well. Amumu and Morgana are both very low, so they won't be able to defend this. But Leona is coming in, so they will be able to force them back a little bit.
Like those layways hurt so much right now. And that's the thing. Karthus, he's sufficiently farmed. He may have died 3 times in the mid, but he's now farmed, and that's the thing. Let's take a look at also the gold here. 67. That's it's about 1,000. What is about 1,750 worth of gold that Karthus now has above the Morgana. That's that's all the time that Morgana's been leaving lane to try and get those ganks, to try and capitalize on this AoE team comp that they have. And now this thing, Morgana now has to go buy the Zhonya's. There was the opportunity for them to actually go build aggressively here because they have this huge teamfight presence, but they realize that now it's not the case. Fallen too far behind, way too far behind Karthus, now has to build slightly defensive.
Yeah, and we do see the Zhonya's will be built soon for Morgana, so looking for that really aggressive engage. And because they're behind right now, it's a serious concern that if Morgana engages, Corki just takes her down really quickly. We don't even get the Morgana ult off. So, does have to go with a little bit more defensive items because of the 7k gold advantage for MEGASHOCK. And WINFAKT, they haven't even been able to have one fight yet in this game. We're 20 minutes in, and they don't have opportunities to force fights. So MEGASHOCK, they're perfectly fine with sitting back, allowing the laning phase to go as long as possible. We have 3 towers down for MEGASHOCK right now, and WINFAKT, We actually have the bind. We're going to have an engagement
Nice,
to goats, but
goats.
he flashes out of there, is going to be fine. And now it's just going to be too difficult for them to push down the towers because of how much mana Soraka can give back to Karthus and how fast he can clear the waves.
That was a really, really good engage coming from WINFAKT. Fantastic bind. Looking for another one. Actually manages to get Steven following up. We actually see his TESS there following up with the Amumu ult as well. And Soraka is just going to go ahead and absolutely melt Corki, who is actually going to be able to barely get out of there. He was exhausted, but there's still a tower here you need to take out. And there's El Muppo looking to be the clean-up squad. Akilord will actually be going down there. There's a bandage shots to keep El Muppo still. But Akamezz tanking the turret this entire time.
And I think they've stalled long enough for Karthus. He is back in base, does have his ultimate up, but he's actually not going to use it.
Yeah.
A couple of them were low where we might have considered it, but
yeah,
or he might have considered it. But
the time has passed.
Yeah.
The time has passed. I mean, if you just decide to use it immediately, it would have been really close.
Well, he was
May have
out of
actually gotten
mana,
it.
so he needed to get back to base, but he was pretty close to using it.
Yeah. Could I mean, it's at this point, might as well just play it safe, save it for a rainy day. And it's still it's level 2 now, but the cooldown is still pretty beefy. And not to mention, he's still got the TESS. He's still got his the cooldown. Is actually he's running a little bit of CDR, I think. Yeah, well, he's got the 5%, so he's got the average in the was it like 921-0 probably, or that sounds about right.
It's probably just the that would be offensive and defensive.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of mastery trees in my head here. It's been a while. I usually just set those things and forget. I usually don't change those too much. Now that I think about it, I probably should be. But yeah, this story for another day. Corki Soraka in mid, looking to just push the wave because you got goats with an oracles fooling around in enemy jungle because he can go ahead. He can afford to do things like that. Got the saplings, going to be providing vision. TESS still got that oracles as well. So look, sapling. Get out of there. Get out of there. No more vision. No more vision for you. So now MEGASHOCK, they're all... Actually, both teams are now committing to the mid. They're now, the laning phase far over at this point. Now it's a full 5-on-5. This is supposed to be where WINFAKT is, supposed to shine here. They have all of these ults. They have all these fantastic AoE ults, which should keep MEGASHOCK contained.
The issue is that MEGASHOCK is so far ahead, and having the Maokai, having the Soraka, they can defend pretty easily. But this is WINFAKT's opportunity if they get it. We do have the bind in, not hitting anyone, and so Maokai going to be splitting them.
Waiting for the ult, waiting for the Amumu to try and catch as many people as possible. Not going to be all too successful, and TESS should actually be going down. Maokai actually does go down. He's a very critical piece, but cowTard is now gone. There is the ult from Karthus. We'll be able to pick up 1-2. That's a quadra kill for cowTard. Did he actually get it? Oh, that's the ace. That's it.
Yeah,
wow.
So the nice quadra kill ace, and they're too far ahead at this point.
It.
There's the surrender.
That's it. Straight up surrender.
Yeah, there was one fight. We saw one fight the entire game really where WINFAKT, could maybe pull it out, but they were just so far behind at that point. They just didn't have enough damage to follow up on it. And the big thing was Amumu tried to get the engage, he missed the bandage toss, and then MEGASHOCK just split. And so they were able to split. They didn't have any sort of follow up. And just really nice job from
actually I want to now I think about I want to go back just because I think Amumu was actually stunned mid bandage toss here. I just want to go ahead and take a look, wait for the engage on this. It's going to go ahead and lock in on Amumu.
By
there.
who?
I think
by
Muppo. I think by Aurelia. So we're waiting for the bandage toss.
He just missed though. So I mean, it wasn't like a stun. He didn't hit anyone.
There goes. Yeah, just also didn't hit anyone either. So both happened. So just waiting, and you see the TESS. He's in the middle of the fight, trying to get everyone, but does not manage to get the Corki, and that's a lot of damage coming down in a fight like this. There's Azonia's now expiring.
The Karthus just absolutely wrecking up front.
Oh yeah,
and
doing that too.
The rest of them, we had talked about it some. They in the 1v1 situations, and when Corki is facing up against Graves or Aurelia is facing up against anyone, they have advantages. And the quick quadra. So they're just, I don't know, if we didn't get the AoE, if they didn't get the AoE on the entire team like they wanted to, then they just didn't have enough follow-up damage. And it was all about their ultimates. They didn't get them. Yeah. MEGASHOCK won.
Good work from MEGASHOCK, man. That's fantastic coordination and just fantastic lane play. Just shutting down every single lane and making the comp just a little less useful. But now got it. MEGASHOCK is going to go ahead and be moving on to grand finals for qualifier number 2. So still got alternate and FNATIC to happen. Whoever wins that is going to be facing M5, and whoever wins that is going to be facing MEGASHOCK in grand finals. We're getting close. We're getting close. This Friday, you should be wrapping everything up. You know what? We got these 4 teams. Who's your money on? Let's just put it right down.
Teams?
You got the 4. So you got
M5.
MEGASHOCK.
It's the easy money.
Here's the thing. I'm always.
I think it's either FNATIC or M5, and we did see a really nice game there. I don't know, MEGASHOCK, they looked pretty strong, but
yeah,
it's really this is M5's qualifier in my mind.
Here's the thing though, like I really think MEGASHOCK may actually be able to take this, because not only did MEGASHOCK, they took out Teamless.
Mm-hmm.
WINFAKT, the WINFAKT Acer match was really fantastic, and for MEGASHOCK to actually beat out a team with that much coordination like WINFAKT, I think is really impressive. I think they may actually take it. I think I think WINFAKT.
That's what's exciting about watching the games.
Yeah,
is
MEGASHOCK.
You don't know, but
MEGASHOCK is.
We'll see. I mean, it is going to be an uphill battle.
It is. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle, but if they manage to take it out, it's going to be a very rewarded battle. I would love to see them.
I mean, both FNATIC and Moscow 5 have, long been teased about how they're not the best online teams. So this is an online qualifier.
Yeah.
If either of them fail, then that'll be an issue. But FNATIC looks really strong right now with sOAZ, and Moscow 5 is Moscow 5. So both of them are playing at the top level. The big issue with Moscow 5 is, often the coordination in the bottom lane. And I don't know, there's been a number of issues where there may or may not be some contention between the members there, but if they can get things going, then it should be a pretty easy job for them. We'll see.
We'll see. Still got the rest of the week to go. Gonna go ahead and round out both this and the NA brackets this week. But I think for the time being, we're pretty much done here. So let's go, take care of the usual business as always. Be sure to follow up with everything we're doing here at the IGN Pro League on Twitter and on Facebook, IPLL on Twitch, on YouTube, and as always, send us your tops, send us your flops. We want your replays. IPLL replays at gmail.com. Almost screwed that up. I gotta get better at doing this thing fast. Send us your tops, send us your flops. We want your replays. If we use it, you gotta be on our videos, man. YouTube, always there. And top 5s, flops are coming out pretty often here, so it's a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
Pretty good shot. But for now, though, we're done. We will see you next time. Thank you for spending your time with us here on the IPL stream, and we shall see you next time, guys. Good night. Summoners, it's taken a few weeks, but alas, we are finally here. IPL5 qualifier number 2 EU. This is it. This is the finals. One of these two teams is going to be going to IPL5. I'm HatPerson. With me, as always, is the RedBaron, Moscow 5, and Team
I'm just
MEGASHOCK.
brimming with anticipation here. Yeah, it's going to be really cool. We got to build it up. The grand finals. We're coming in.
Calm down.
Calm down. Yeah.
Calm down.
But it's going to be fun. I'm really excited. We do have the queue time, so unfortunately the grand finals will be. I'm just kidding. Yeah, hopefully everyone can get in shortly.
Yep.
And we'll see this going on. For those of you who haven't been following our qualifiers, MEGASHOCK has looked really strong. They've actually looked really strong outside of the qualifiers also. They've won a lot of tournaments recently. Be it European Go for Lols, they did pretty well in some of the 4PL tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely cool to see them make a breakout. But they have looked really strong this tournament.
Yep.
And M5 is the big boss. It's the final countdown.
They are the final boss.
Yeah.
M5 is the final boss of Europe. Right? Well, I don't know. After DreamHack, maybe not. Maybe they've been demoted to
sub boss or mid-level boss.
I think there's
There's still a
CLGEU is the
boss.
final boss.
Yeah.
But
He's a final
there's
boss when
still,
you think the
there's
game
still,
is over.
Right, there's still a final boss.
Yeah.
Well, CLGEU is like when the boss revives, and
Right.
you're like, what the hell? I just beat this guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, M5, they're definitely, basically top of the ladder, have been for some time. CLGEU, they qualified in the last one, so
Right.
fortunately for the two of these teams, they don't have to play them.
Yep.
But,
So yeah, so recap from qualifier 1: CLGEU on EU side qualified, Team Dynamic from the NA side qualified, and not to also mention, we got gonna have Curse and TSM Evo tonight as well. So we're also gonna see who qualifies on the NA side too. But for now though, we got those two teams. Let's talk a little bit about these teams first. Let's M5 straight out the gate. How have they been doing lately?
I mean, not as great as you would hope,
Mm.
but they're still really top team, and they've been incredibly strong. They're just it's tough matches. It's not like M5 is a weaker team now. They're not as dominant, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that everyone is playing at such a high level. CLGEU in particular, but it's kind of funny. It's weird. M5 had this period of time where they almost built up this dominance where they could have had a couple month-long dynasty. Which is, I mean, you can't. It's weird to look at a dynasty in terms of a couple months, but it was there was this period of time where they were far and away the greatest team in existence, for League of Legends, and there just weren't any tournaments really. So there was kind of a little bit of a gap, and they didn't qualify for IPL4, and then. I don't know, there was just kind of this hole where everyone was like, yeah, M5's the greatest, but they can't, there's not a lot of lands for them to show off. So now we're coming into crunch time. We're coming into the period where we're going to have just LAN after LAN after LAN back to back. And it's going to be really cool. It'll be interesting to see how they come back again. Because the big thing is they've always been really well known for how they boot camp tournaments. And the week before the tournament in particular, just sit there and work on whatever strategy they want to run and just really hardcore get back into top form. So for online events, that's not kind of the same mentality that you usually have, but coming into these LAN events, it'll definitely be there and it'll be exciting to see.
Yep, and I was also looking at some of their recent tournament performances as well. Yeah. Actually hopped on Elo Buff this morning too, actually to look at the some of their DreamHack stats as well. Which by the way, elobuff.com, fantastic stats place too. If you've ever been, well worth the price. And there was something I noticed during their DreamHack play, is that they ran a lot of new cog.
Yeah, no, it's been a very strong lane for a long time. It's kind of fallen out of favor primarily because Cog has fallen out of favor. But with the range that Cog has and with the support with Nunu and whatnot, it's actually one of the strongest lanes. But we'll table that subject for a second because we have it. We have the game coming. We're gonna come right in because it is M5 versus MEGASHOCK in our IPL5 Oh, well, that's kind of awkward. IPL5 qualifiers. So
yes, we have to make sure the servers are up.
Yeah, well, no, that right.
So we should be getting
and
into
they
this
are
game
so
very
we're
shortly. But so there's been a lot of stuff that M5 has been doing recently. You have the new cog combo, and then what I like to call the Super Bros. You got Leeson and Jax together working very well, and also Alex on the Zillion pick. Saw a little bit of it from Scara the other night as well, but it really works well for what you think M5 is trying to accomplish too, because they usually have the cog mod. They can ult him, nice to add on to the protect comp, and also Jax because he's a beast. But here we are, game 1, M5 versus MEGASHOCK. This is the finals for qualifier number 2, and we are getting straight on into this. M5's got the option, first ban, first pick in blue side. They're going to go ahead and take it. And we'll see where they go from here. So,
and really, that Zillion pick, it's not so much for reviving the cog, but the Jax is that's such an awesome combo. And we have seen that from them a number of times. So Zillion's just an all-around strong champion. You have Jax, he can just, get in there, do what he wants, and having the revive is awesome. First ban, Nautilus, just an all-around strong champion, and Galio as well. And Alexich has played a lot of Galio, with the teleport usually, so that's definitely a strong champion. They kind of tend to run tankier teams, and that's kind of, one of the things they're known for. Those tanky, really late-game teams that just never die and always sustain through your damage.
So, talking about, some of the champs these teams are more known for, Galio, of course, being one of them. Do you think it's not? I don't think quite worth doing something like a Zillion ban. There's the Fizz ban. And actually, you know what, here, because the Fizz ban tells us that M5's really done their homework about this matchup. Because right here on Fizz, cowTard's had quite a good success with Fizz if you actually look at his solo queue stuff.
Really?
Yes.
So that's interesting. Have we seen Fizz from them the past couple of matches?
I don't believe we. Let me double check actually, because I got the records right here.
I mean, Fizz can just be a nasty pick, and it's kind of interesting. He's unusual to pick with the team because he can fall off late, and he's a single target burst DPSer, or a single target assassin. But if you can't pick off that one target, then you have to wait for your long cooldown, so you're kind of just sitting there. So, it is an interesting pick. It can snowball games very early though, so they want to take out that potential. Banning out the Karthus as well. They like to play those upfront kind of teams, and that's kind of what Karthus counters. And then the Urgot ban from MEGASHOCK definitely makes sense. It's just a strong all-around champion. Yeah. Soraka would be a really nice pick for M5 right here. They could also go with the Janna, but because of their tendencies towards those tankier lineups, Soraka definitely works. Or they could go with someone like Kennen that has shown a lot of versatility, could be thrown in any of the lanes.
Yeah, last time
Nocturne as well. Nocturne.
Last MEGASHOCK versus Teamless. There's actually a lot of Fizz play from Teamless's side actually.
Oh,
so it's
okay.
kind of like a nice quick little primer. But you look at the Sogi, and cowTard's actually got some working with Fizz himself. Also with Karthus as well. But there's also been quite a bit of Annie play coming in from cowTard as well. So may actually, I don't know, Annie versus
well, not versus Anivia. That
no.
is not going to happen. But I mean, Anivia definitely a really strong first pick. So Anivia just works in almost any team comp, and that's the reason you tend to not first pick your top or your mid lane is because it's you can either counter them out or it forces you into a certain team. Like if you run Jax as your first pick, then you're kind of forced to build a team around Jax to an extent, but he's still going to be very strong at top lane. Anivia just works in any team comp and is just an all-around beast in the mid lane. And picking up the Nocturne pick, definitely a smart decision. Picking up that tier 1 jungler. So we'll see what they go. Taric actually.
So Taric being taken here, from MEGASHOCK. I'm expecting possibly picks 2 and 3 for them to actually go with the Corki, have all that armor shred. It's something they've done before. They may very well go for it. But the Nocturne also a fantastic pick, and especially going up against someone like the Anivia, just go right through the wall. But it looks like Leona more likely going to be picked here in the bottom. Could have a very aggressive lane partner. There's the Cog.
Wow, I'm
There's
actually
the
kind
Cog
of surprised. This the Leona is kind of a weird pick, and Nunu or Soraka both make a little bit more sense.
Where's Krang?
Because the issue is that Taric is such a strong support, and he can play a defensive kind of regen support, or he can be more aggressive. And so Taric is probably going to be paired with someone like Graves or Corki, who has that follow-up burst. If you pick up the stun, then very easily you're going to be able to follow up on it. But so generally speaking, against that, you're going to want to run Soraka, Nunu, or Janna. One of those three. Nunu definitely makes sense. And you were talking about the Nunu early, and it has been just such a common setup in that bottom lane. And the big thing is the attack speed slow is just so devastating. Then having the Blood Boil on your carry, and it works perfectly with Kog'Maw, and it can shut down that burst damage that you're looking for. When you have like a Graves and Taric, yes, Graves is going to be able to get off his AoE, but he's not going to have the follow-up attack speed because of the Nunu slow. And then Kog just has so much range, he can sit back, be safe, and then just eat away at you from a distance.
Ooh, Kassadin could be picked up here, and Kassadin versus Anivia, and once he hits 6, he can go ahead, rift walk away, and get out of most of what Anivia has to offer. Plus, in combination with the Nocturne in these team fights, can help be a driving force to just jump to the back row and try and take out the Kog'Maw as quick as possible. Still looking for the top laner, still looking for the AD carry from MEGASHOCK here. Expecting the Corki there. Graves is also a pretty common champ for etnex as well.
The issue with Graves is going to be that he doesn't have enough range to deal with Cog. So Ashe actually switching things up kind of makes sense, because if they went with Graves, his attack range is just so short that Nunu would never let him get in range of Cog, and Cog would just destroy him. So having Ashe, you have the really long attack range. They have a lot of disables, and the Ashe Nocturne combo is absolutely devastating.
Oh, yeah.
That definitely makes sense. And they have a lot of pickoff potential with Ashe, Nocturne, Kassadin. So it's an interesting team. Kassadin versus Nivea in the mid lane should be really interesting. We'll talk about that in a second. But actually coming over to M5, might be seeing a Nasus, which would be a very unusual pick. We haven't really seen Nasus in a while, and the issue with Nasus is the fact that you can kite him very easily, and they already have Kassadin and Ashe, who are very good at kiting. So there we go. Switch it up with Jax. He has a gap closer. Yep. Definitely makes a little bit more sense. Nasus just, he can be very strong, and farming in the late game, he can be a monster, but because he doesn't have a strong gap closer against a very mobile team, he can just struggle.
I'm thinking a Malphite last pick, though, for MEGASHOCK.
Yeah.
It's like El Muppo, again, hopped on Elo Buff. I looked at El Muppo's win rate with Malphite, 92%. There it is. There's the Malphite last pick.
It's definitely a really strong pick, and particularly against Jax and Kog'Maw, he can shut down both of those champions. Kog generally has enough range that you can try and keep out of Malphite's pick, and that's going to be key for Genja, whether or not he can stay outside of El Muppo's range. But if Malphite can do well, he gets the attack speed slow. Not only can he do well in lane against Jax, or at the very least not die against him, which is your main goal, then late game, that potential to shut him down is very nice. The issue with their team right now is they have nice burst damage, but they don't really have very strong sustain damage. And Ashe really needs to farm into late game in order to provide that sustain damage. Her early game damage, just doesn't compare as much with other ADs. Kassadin has nice quick burst, but then he's cooldown dependent, and it's not usually enough to single shot someone. And then it's lots of physical damage, so not a lot of magic damage. Anivia in the mid lane is fairly tanky, so the concern is going to be whether or not Kassadin, when you consider her egg form and naturally a lot of times building into health items, like Froggen, he builds the Warmogs. So Kassadin might struggle a little bit with trying to burst Anivia down, and then having that AoE right up front where Anivia can do some quick burst damage with that Frostbite. But otherwise, it should be a pretty even lane. Kassadin generally does really well against most casters.
Yeah, but I'm thinking right now that actually Kog'Maw, if he does actually get sniped out, there could be a little bit of an issue too for M5 though, because this is very much they're trying to protect the Kog. You have the wall, you have the Nunu ult, and you got Jackson Shyvana just try and force everyone away from the back line. Granted, it is a lot of burst.
Yeah,
it's a lot of burst. It's not something you want to be focusing down with a Jax with his ultimate. You can go ahead, get that extra resist. Or with Anivia, you have the egg form. It's going to take a little longer. But I think this is sufficient enough burst to just outright take out Kog or Nunu or even Shyvana.
Yeah, it's it is a lot of burst later in the game. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, Shyvana, with the natural resistances that you have from your ultimate, is going to be extremely tanky, so that'll be pretty tough to do. Jax as well has a lot of resistances, so they have actually a really tanky team, and having a tanky team and then Nunu up front along with the Anivia to be able to kind of provide that wall off, it's going to be tough for MEGASHOCK to penetrate the back line. And so Kassadin, if they can catch people out of position, then yes, they're going to have enough burst damage. In small fights, that's definitely where MEGASHOCK is going to thrive, and particularly that early game, they're going to look to just be really aggressive and pick up kills left and right. But once it's in a coordinated team fight, things become a little bit trickier. And Kassadin should be pretty safe from Kog, can kind of sit around the outside of the fight. But they might get themselves into a situation where they're looking at these frontline tanks in Shyvana, Jax, Nunu, and they can't penetrate that front line and they can't kill them. So it'll be interesting to see. But they're in team fights early on, they'll definitely struggle against M5's team unless they have a significant advantage.
Yeah. So, but I mean, still though, there's we got two really good setups here though.
Well, the big thing with MEGASHOCK's team is they have the initiation advantage, and that's something that you can almost never underestimate, because you get to pick and choose when the fight is right for you. So if it's an even fight, and you're like, all right, well, hey, we're not going to fight now, no big deal. But if you are able to catch someone where maybe it's a 4v5 or something, you get a hard engage. Even landing an arrow on Kog, that would just be that would be devastating. So we'll have to see. The cleanse on Ashe is kind of interesting. So it prevents some of their killing potential down bottom, particularly since Kog on the other side has a heal. And I'm kind of surprised that Kog didn't go cleanse. I thought he would. But it will protect Ashe from Jax. It will protect him from the snowball from Nunu, and then also if he gets close enough for Anivia, you do have to watch out for that wall when you're trying to push.
Yeah, but even then, you get the stun. If Taric were to get the stun on the Kog'Maw, once you start hitting a little bit, later on in the game down in the bot lane, like if Nunu's 6 is like, okay, you stun Kog, I guess you're all gonna come in and try and kill me. There's Nunu with the ult, like immediately just to try and just dissuade everyone from trying to get in on this kill. But yeah, like I mean, I can understand the heal. We'll see how it works out. We'll see how it works out. But I like the cleanse on Ashe too. Well, you know, like you said before, for the snowball, for also the stun from Anivia, stun from Jax as well if he happens to make it to the back line.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. I mean, Nocturne does work well against Cogball. You have that initiation advantage, but it's going to be tough once M5 is able to get those coordinated fights that they want for Nocturne to just dive into the back line and then have to deal with the rest of M5, and they're going to take them apart. So we'll have to see. Both junglers are very fast, so both Diamondprox and Goats, they'll be able to clear really quickly. Nocturne has a little bit of an advantage as far as aggression is concerned, but Diamondprox going with that exhaust will open up some possibilities, for some ganks, particularly in that top lane early on. Middle lane, probably not going to see a whole lot of action until Nocturne hits 5 or 6, and then having the silence from Kassadin to set up the Nocturne gank, they could probably egg Anivia pretty easily, and then Nocturne has enough sustained damage to take her down while she's in that egg form.
So it may very well go down pretty quick. I mean, it worries me sometimes, whenever I see a jungler go exhaust as opposed to flash, because that reduces so many of your escape options. That means like you're committed to the kill. And sometimes you do see the exhaust on a Nocturne as well when he ults and he wants to go ahead and ensure he gets the kill. But Shyvana does have the dragon form, could get out of a sticky situations. Nocturne, not so much. I like how he has the flash there. So just in case. But here we are, game 1 going on in M5 versus MEGASHOCK. The winner of this series is going to be going to IPL5. Period. And $1,000.
And $1,000. And then there's also going to be, once the qualifiers are over, we're also running the Mega Qualifiers, which is it's going to be all of the qualifiers for each region. We're going to run a tournament and for seeding, and then the first place of that tournament gets tickets and everything, or gets the flight and hotel and everything paid for. So it's definitely going to be worth it. I mean, clearly it's IPL5, so we'll see how they can pull it off. One thing that I'm kind of concerned about with MEGASHOCK's team, though, they have all this great early aggression. They have so much potential to pick up kills early on. Like, it's just absolutely a devastating lineup. However, because they have all 3 lanes are looking for kills, it could pull Goats all over the place. And usually, a lot of times, you'll try and construct a team where maybe you have 2 really defensive lanes and then 1 lane that all right, if I just pressure this lane, I can pick up kills. It does give them a little bit of randomness to a degree, where M5 doesn't know where Nocturne's going to be, because all 3 lanes could legitimately pick up kills. All 3 of them have that kind of potential. So I don't know. We'll see how it works. If it kind of pulls Goats out of position where he can't really get the ganks that he wants, or if it opens up more opportunities just because there's so many of them. But the concern is if he's successful with a gank on bottom, Cog and Nunu, they'll play a little bit more defensively. But then if Kassadin's maybe not getting in on kills, maybe Kassadin falls behind and they really need him to snowball. So, but then it's like, okay, well, if you gank mid a lot, then maybe you're neglecting bottom and Kog'Maw starts to farm. So we'll have to see how that kind of works.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to actually see that early aggression go top lane. Get some extra gold in El Muppo's pocket and have him start stacking those GP10s early so as the game continues on. Like, maybe make it necessary so Ghost doesn't have to go to top lane anymore. You gotta have the GP10s.
Oh wow! And actually,
right
the quick burst
the going down onto etnex, trying to get this kill. The exhaust going down onto Genja with Steve, trying to make some extra damage happen. And Genja getting pretty low already. Both the support and the carry for M5 down bot lane, chugging those health potions immediately. Blood Boil trying to keep Kog'Maw angry.
Everyone honestly takes it for granted, the fact that when you're walking in the lane, the enemy could just be sitting there in that bush waiting for you. And having the Taric and the Ashe, they have some really quick burst damage, Ashe in particular early on. And people just don't tend to do it as much anymore. But because Nunu doesn't have that heal, they can take some early advantages.
Wow, cowTard actually also getting hugely chunked out there in the mid, but he's drinking the potion too. He's going to be fine for now, so Alex trying to get the early aggression on as well. But yeah, Ashe entering lane, you have the passive fully procced. Like, your first hit, it's a guaranteed crit, so you might as well use it on a champ if you got it. But Diamondprox setting up for something here. El Muppo waiting in the bush.
But in the meantime,
but there's Goats in the mid, getting the Q off onto Alex, just trying to harass him, just trying to keep him busy. But still, Diamondprox getting extremely aggressive early on in the enemy jungle. That's one of Shyvana's, that's one of her things. That's one of the things she does. aggressive counter jungling, taking the big golem already. But Goats is actually doing the same, going on for a race. And there's etnex a little bit behind Steve, but look at all this damage going down on the Cogmine. There's only so much that you can do, but there's Alex way too far out. But Diamondprox is here to help. There goes the stun on both members of MEGASHOCK here in the mid. The fear from Nocturne trying to do something, trying to keep him away. We'll be able to get out of there safe, but still pretty hurt right now. Kassadin, he's looking, things are getting dangerous.
Yeah, and early on, they don't have a strong enough engage in order to force a fight with Anivia, and Anivia is using that range versus the melee advantage against Kassadin, and actually just has a lot of burst damage. So a lot of AP champs mid. Part of the reason why Kassadin's so successful is, everyone knows about the passive, and you have that magic reduction, but a lot of AP champs don't have enough mana to have enough sustained damage. Anivia does, have mana issues, but because her burst is high enough compared to her mana ratios early on, as long as she hits her combos, she's going to do fine. And then once she has blue buff, being able to use the Frostbite with her ultimate, she can potentially zone out Kassadin. So that's going to be a concern for him, how he's going to continue farming against Anivia. But once he can get kind of going, and once Nocturne gets going, there's definitely a lot of potential for them to try and pick up some kills.
MEGASHOCK pushed up the lane, then decided to back Ashe, picking up a Dorn's Blade for herself, so etnex is going to have the extra health, lifesteal, damage, and still got the boots as well, and a mana potion too, just for good measure, just so you can go ahead and pump out those volleys just for a little while longer. And Muppo, granted, he's a little behind in creeps. He's being a very, very aggressive piece of coral here in this bot lane, just pushing those creeps relentlessly to tower, forcing Darien in a very unfortunate farming situation. So if he wants to go ahead and try and still pick up a lot of those creeps, he's going to have to burn some abilities, burn some of that mana. There's a stun going down onto Genja bot lane. etnex just out of tower range, getting 3 shots.
Yeah, it's a really nice job from Ashe to be so aggressive. They have the heal,
but though right down the river. There's no ward coverage there, and here comes Shyvana trying to get the kill. There goes the cleanse from Ashe, trying to get away, and volley. There's goes Steve trying to flash in response, and will etnex go down here? The heals coming in just in time from Taric, but Diamondprox is still going in on this. Can he get the kill? Yes, first blood going for M5. Diamondprox, good job just chasing right through that tower.
Yeah, really nice job. And they had the movement speed advantage. They have the exhaust. Ashe wants to be using the volley for defensive measures, and generally speaking, Ashe is going to be safe enough. Genja almost taking that one last tower shot to take him down. But yeah, they get the nice advantage, and that's huge for Cog. And Cog actually has significantly shorter range than Ashe when the W is down. But when it's up, his range advantage will allow her to get allow Cog to get some nice harass. So we'll kind of see how that works. But if Ashe has to start playing on the defensive, then that might be a struggle for them if Cog is allowed to free farm in that game.
Yep, and our mids are not 6 yet. cowTard and Alex are almost quite there. Once Kassadin hits 6, he does have the Rift Walk available to him, so he's a little bit more mobile. Could be a little bit more elusive around Alex, but still the creeps are just swaying into M5's favor here on for pretty much most lane, almost every lane here. Alex has got pretty good lead on cowTard pretty early on. Jax top lane, Darien, despite being pushed to tower, is actually doing pretty well for himself, actually getting the revolver. So we'll probably maybe see a gunblade pretty early on from him. And there's Goats in the mid, just trying to keep Anivia away while giving some room for cowTard to actually go ahead and back. May actually be picking up a catalyst or maybe even a tier. Probably I'm thinking catalyst.
Yeah, the nice thing about the catalyst is if you're going to be facing off against a lot of harass, having that early health is definitely huge. So tier would be if you're a little bit in more of a defensive, or I'm sorry, a passive lane where you can sit there and farm and you recognize, okay, I can just constantly spam abilities and whatnot, then that would be a nice situation. But catalyst definitely makes sense.
Also, look at Alex. Alex has actually bought himself a Dorn's Blade, which is interesting. Looking for some just the auto attack harass when you can get it, because range versus melee. Yeah, you can go ahead and get that ranged harass and pretty easy actually.
I've never seen that before in Anivia, but it actually does work very well because Anivia actually has nice attack range and a nice attack animation. So Anivia's attack harass is always very nice, but actually Nocturne coming up here, and there is the Malphite ultimate and the Nocturne ultimate. Once Jax comes in, they're going to have the engage. Nocturne actually is only 5, but Darien going down very quickly does get the stun off, but he is going to go down any second. Now the flash actually trying to get out of there, and then Diamondprox following it up. Can he pick up the kill into Goats? Actually, Goats is pretty low. Same thing with Muppo. Oh, but he's chasing him down. He has the red buff. If he gets that attack, he does get that one attack, so he'll probably be able to take him
There's
down.
the
That's
shard.
slow.
Goats, can you get away from this? El Muppo trying to keep the slows, but no, decides to fight under tower. El Muppo almost going down himself, trying to make a last stand at the tower, but no, unfortunately, Goats does go down. So Diamondprox, his awareness, his positioning in the lanes he needs to be in is actually fantastic so far. Recognizing, okay, Darien, you're in trouble. I need to get there quick. And right now, cowTard and Alex, they're good. They're trying to just make the best of the situation, but cowTard realized, okay, got the egg, don't have enough damage to go ahead and take that out. Might as well just go ahead and back while it's still safe. Almost died himself there, but it's okay. You got the egg popped. He's going to be down for a few minutes. Steve getting slowed under his own tower. The Ignite, they want this kill onto the Tarek, and yes, the auto attack range from Genja will get that.
Yeah, really awesome job from Genja. And Cog, his damage output early on is really phenomenal. And when you have the follow-up with the Blood Boil from Nunu and the slows, Ashe, can't reciprocate. So really nice job there.
Goats.
Nocturne actually coming down bottom. Ashe probably about to hit 6.
Wait, yeah, once Ashe hits 6,
Yeah.
Nocturne's nearby.
One
you
more
have the
minion.
ult.
I don't know if they're going to have enough follow-up damage, though, so Nocturne actually backing out of there because they're just, I don't know, it would be kind of a really risky situation for them to just continue giving Genja those advantages.
But, killing time, though, because Steve has respawned, heading on back down to lane. cowTard actually going to go ahead and pick up the blue as well. So after the blue is passed, may actually see Goats transition down to bot lane to looking for that gank. I don't know, something may happen. No, he's actually just going to go ahead and back and farm because bot lane from M5 has actually decided to back. Cog stacking those Doran's Blades. Got the level 2 boots. Support Nunu. Got the first GP10. Got the Heart of Gold. Going to be working for the Philo Stone next. And for Nunu, I mean, the mana regen isn't too much of an issue. You have the passive. Blood Boil doesn't cost so much. Rather go ahead and get the health first.
Now, the nice thing about Kassadin versus Anivia at this point, Anivia's, Alex has just done a very excellent job so far. And having that auto attack, one thing you usually try and do is Anivia, you can get off the auto attack harass, and then if they stop, but actually we're going to have a fight coming down bottom. Nocturne coming in. There's the arrow on the Genja and the Nocturne follow-up. Shyvana is here as well, though. The exhaust and the fear going off, but Genja just barely popping it. And there's the Shyvana ult comboing with the Nunu ultimate. Very quickly they pick up the 2 kills. And now the only survivor is Ashe. She will be able to get out of there, but this is going to be a dragon for M5.
That did not go as planned for MEGASHOCK at all. And, that I was mentioning during Champs Select too. Even if you do get your engage, even if you do get your arrow and your ult, there's still the Nunu ult to contest with. And here's the thing, Tarek, he was too preoccupied trying to go ahead and get that kill. Stun on the Nunu ult, could have done something, could have stopped it early, but no, it got the full proc, it got the slows, and allowed the time for Diamondprox to actually get in there with the ult and do all the damage necessary. So little bit of a backfire, but El Muppo top lane, he's still being super aggressive here.
Yeah, and it's funny to look back, and there's been a long time where Nunu's ult was looked at as kind of a really weak ability, and it has great AP scaling. Everyone always recognized that, but just the fact that it was tough to use it as a damage dealing source on a team. But as far as zoning potential, it's absolutely phenomenal, and the fact that you can zone so easily with it. Now going back to kind of what I was saying about mid. Anivia versus Kassadin, it's interesting because normally Anivia, you throw off the auto attack. If they stop to reciprocate, then you throw off the Flash Frost. However, Kassadin can silence mid Flash Frost. We'll see if Nocturne actually engages here. Kassadin can silence while the Flash Frost is in the air, then you can't proc the stun. You just walk right at Anivia, or if you Rift Walk. So very easily, you have that kind of mobility where you can prevent a lot of that damage now. And cowTard can kind of sit back and farm, and then maybe put the pressure onto Anivia.
Yeah, Goats. I'm looking at Goats going through. He's grabbing his small golems right now, and he seems a bit lost. Those ganks. Every time he's been in lane to gank, things have just not quite gone his way. He had the gank on top lane, still did die to Shyvana. Try to get for the gank, get combo with the Ashe bot lane. Shyvana's still there, and ever omnipresent being. Like everywhere that Shyvana needs to be, she is there for the counter gank to go ahead and just help out M5. And Diamondprox is doing a fantastic job, but there we go.
Definitely in a bad situation there. The
There's
tower
the
dive.
ult under the tower. May still get the kill on Darien here. Yes, gets it. El Muppo going to go ahead and get that credit. But there you go. Diamondprox nowhere to be seen here. But they might want to get out of this situation because Shyvana is coming up to look and defend the lane. Actually, he's going to go ahead and grab the wolves. They know. So they may actually just let top tier 1 fall here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're actually going to back off, but they have plenty of kill potential, and that's the nice thing about Malphite is you can be a very defensive lane, but then when you need to, you can just hop in there, use the ultimate, and take someone down. Genja getting some nice poke there. Ashe, trying to poke down Nunu a little bit, but now they have Kassadin for backup. So if they can force a fight, having that silence as well is going to be huge, and it also provides them with enough burst damage, which is something that they lacked in that lane. So we'll see if they throw off the arrow to initiate on Genja.
And the second bush is not worded. There's the arrow whiffing completely like through the field goal posts. Does not get anything on that one, but cowTard still does push up to the second bush. But M5 are being cautious, and yeah, cowTard's just going to go ahead and get out of there. It's like, hey, you missed the arrow. I'll be back when it's off a cooldown, which isn't going to be too long, but Snowball is going to go ahead and dissuade Ashe just a little bit. Nocturne in the mid, Goat's going to go ahead and cover, try and get some free farm. But cowTard's now making his way back around, but now M5 is looking to mobilize once again. Shyvana's coming on down. Muppo and Darien, there's a 2-level advantage here for Muppo, and MEGASHOCK, when it starts hitting the team fight phase, they're going to be relying quite a bit on Malphite because he's their top performer at the moment. He's doing really well for himself. There you go, the stun go down, it goes to Pepper, and then Alex taking a whole bunch of damage, trying to keep cowTard away from him. And now things are starting to, MEGASHOCK, they have a fair amount of damage, and now that things have progressed a little while, Muppo's got the GP10s getting some gold income for himself, got the Glacier Shroud as well. etnex being slowed, has to force out the cleanse. And there's the Nunu ult. Can you get it on the end? Last tick, no. etnex still threatened under tower here, though. Those artillery shots could actually do quite a bit and may even kill, but they're just going to go ahead and back off.
Yeah, so unfortunately not able to pick the kill, but even so, Genja is farming very successfully in that bottom lane. He's out farming Ashe. Yep. And Ashe, not only does Genja have the advantage, but Ashe actually going for 3 Dorans. Genja actually going for a cloth and 2 Dorans. So I'm kind of curious for whether or not he'll build that into a late Wriggles, or if he's just using it for a little bit of survivability. And just picking up the survivability is definitely a really nice decision. Wriggles and double Dorans is a very common path for COG, but at this late in the game, the Wriggles would be really wasted. Like, there's no reason to get it 15 minutes in. Yeah. So we'll have to kind of see how they're kind of building. But both of them kind of going a little bit more early game, which means that those mid-game items, the Infinity Edge and whatnot, they'll be pushed back a little bit. So it's really going to be more reliant on their teams to take it down.
Nice Rift Walk right behind Alex, and immediately with all the assistance from Ghost, and still under tower, still in tower range. A little bit of poor positioning coming in from Alex, and that's a kill for Kassadin, Nocturne, and the tower.
Yeah, really nice, damaging potential, and that's just, I don't know, that's kind of crushing to die underneath the turret, but that's part of the issue is Anivia needs to get up close and personal in order to get off that damage, particularly if you're trying to use the ultimate to try and proc that Frostbite. But I don't know, we'll have to see how that kind of factors in. Late game, Anivia is going to be a monster regardless of what kind of items she has, and she is farming very successfully, but Shyvana actually coming in behind etnex, the ult over the wall, picks up the quick kill, and now Steve will be soon to follow. Genja with the follow-up grabs that kill as well.
Yikes. Yikes, that's, again, the power of Shyvana, just, being all up in your business. And Diamondprox has been spending a lot of time in enemy jungle, plus got the Oracles now, going to be doing a fair amount of counter warding as well. Then Dragon should actually be coming up relatively soon.
Yeah, it was an 11-minute Dragon, so it'll be up in the next, 30 seconds. So
they're
definitely in position.
Right in position to go ahead and grab Dragon number 2 for themselves. Nunu's there, ready to, he's looking for a snack, wants to go ahead and consume that thing. There's cowTard, does get vision on, and Shyvana's actually going to go ahead and just shoot off some abilities, keep Kassadin away. But that's the thing, though. MEGASHOCK knows about this upcoming Dragon attempt. So Ashe, Tarek, they need to hoof it. They need to get there real quick.
Yeah, but they will be able to back off. So Shyvana just going to continue farming the jungle. Doesn't want to recall with the opportunity of losing that. Top tower going down to Malphite, so nice job there. But the issue is with the Dragon fight, we might actually have it engaged. The silence and the slow. Nocturne and Malphite both have the follow-up. There's the knock-up and the quick kill.
Right in range of Malphite, and Diamondprox does get silence and almost the fear, but there you go. That's the kill MEGASHOCK wanted. That's what you just go ahead get the AP mid out of the situation, and also Oracles on Goats now going to go ahead and take out some of those wards. And now this time, MEGASHOCK should be able to take this Dragon, but they're going to be under heavy fire while they do so, because Kog'Maw's still around, Nunu's still around. the steal threat is always going to be there, especially when you have a Cog. But
with Shyvana in the base and Nivea down, there's really no reason for them to engage in that because Ash's arrow was up, so it'd be a 5v3. Ash, all she would need to do is arrow, and then all of a sudden they chase him down, pick up all 3 kills, and then instead of being ahead in this game, 2K gold, M5 would all of a sudden be down, and it would just be absolutely terrible for them. So we'll see. They can continue to push in this game. Actually, the flash and the stun followed up by the arrow from Genja and the Nocturne ult as well. Shyvana is here though, and the flash from Genja just barely not able to proc that, get out of that fear. But in the meantime, Shyvana ulting onto Ash, and Ash does go down, and they're going to turn this around. Steve is going down as well, and Goats is the last one, but can they pick him up? Just barely getting out of range, so he does get to keep on that Oracles. But in the meantime, Cassidy actually was coming down as well, and the flash frost from Alex Ich able to get the stun, and then the flash as well. cowTard trying to get out of there as desperately as he can.
So many flashes just trying to get away from this. There's Goats to try and help with the Q. Just a little bit extra damage, but cowTard should actually be able to get away from this, albeit at a very slow crawling pace. But that's the thing though, there was the fear that went down onto Genja. But he was a little Cog was a little bit too far away, and they decided to adjust focus and switch over to Diamondprox, like right in the middle of the enemy team. I think they could have actually gotten the kill on Genja if they just went ahead and kept their focus.
Yeah, I definitely would have to agree, but I don't know, getting a little bit concerned there from the Shyvana. And the issue is Shyvana had the ultimate where she could have used it as a disengage. Malphite coming down, maybe trying to see if he could get a gank onto Alex Ich again, since that's been kind of the key spot for them. Malphite, that's always a strength of his, is not only being able to get the kills top, but then roam down mid against vulnerable mid laners. But even so, Alex Ich is farming very successfully, and with any early deaths or whatnot, it doesn't really matter that much. Anivia isn't really a farm-hungry champion. She benefits, immensely from farm. She scales very well as the game progresses, but that's the reason why you can go like these weird builds, like more Warmogs and stuff, because you have enough base burst and enough utility with your disables that all you kind of really need to do is be there to be successful as Anivia.
So I'm also looking at Cog. He's farming pretty well. cowTard way too far under a turret. There's the wall. They keep him away. He did already rift log away. There's the ignite. Will he go down here? The Malphite ult keeping Shyvana away just long enough for cowTard to actually get away from that one. And now, Muppo, you are a hero, man. Give that rock a badge.
I was wondering if, but actually Genja, the one more attack. Yes, Gosu Pepper able to pick that up. I was kind of wondering if, I'll go back and take a look at that for a second. I was wondering if there was going to be one more auto attack from Anivia, the long range auto attack just following them down. And here's the nice thing about the Cog and Nunu. Cog is always going to be safe in that backline, and then you just have that chasing potential where you can just, take people down. So really nice job picking up the kill there. Anivia going to grab this blue. So, Alex Ich is going to be fine in that mid lane. And Darien, despite the struggles against Malphite, is doing a pretty solid job. He's farming very successfully. He has the Gunblade. He has the Merc Treads as well. So their whole team is kind of coming together at this point, and MEGASHOCK needs to start making some serious things happen, particularly like this bot lane with the Nocturne and Ash cast combo.
Gosu Pepper taking a few turret shots, getting a little bit too hungry there, but there's the Nocturnal. They want the Nunu kill to try and get this fear going down on Riftwalk on over to try and finish the job as well. Just a few auto attacks, and the Q will do it. cowTard grabbing the kill on Gosu Pepper. And Genja has no choice but to back off.
Almost going down to Genja there, just barely getting out of range, so they couldn't get the follow-up onto the Cog because he was just too low. So, I don't know, but a nice kill. They cut the lead to 3K, but the issue is there's always that kind of impending doom from M5. When they start to group up, Cog has enough range where you can push towers very easily, and then if they try and engage on Cog, they're going to have to face with the rest of the team, and they have a very strong core team for team fights.
There's a MEGASHOCK though. They have Muppo, they have the ult. He's doing really well for himself. Could just go zoom right towards the back line in combination with the Nocturne and the Cassidy. Don't even necessarily need the arrow to go ahead and catch up with that one, but then again, Ash arrow on almost anyone of M5, it will be a benefit no matter what. There's no huge tanks that they need to contend with, so pretty much anyone who gets Ash arrowed could very well just die immediately.
Yeah, that's definitely kind of the case, but we'll see Darien meeting up with Goats here. He has the stun and the Gunblade. He can maybe chase it down, and he is, but there's the fear, so Goats should be able to get out of there. The Ignite going down as well.
With the silence onto Darien. cowTard now also trying to get away, but Darien, he's got a lot of burst damage in that kit, so it's still a concern. Oh, they're going to go ahead, and here's Muppo to try and help. Malphite ult, keeping Alex busy, but Darien now trying to focus down cowTard. The stun will not hit anyone. cowTard may want to get away from there. Nice rip walk away. Auto attack from Alex will not do it, but Muppo does manage to get the kill on Darien, and there's the Ash Arrow as well, keeping Alex busy. Does he still have the egg up? Yes, he does, so it's going to be a little bit while longer before he can go ahead and secure that kill. There's the Ash Volley, keeping Diamondprox busy. Alex will come back to life, albeit very weak, but yes, this does get the kill still, but bot lane, keep in mind, tier 1 has gone down.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up the turret and just keep these advantages. And it will be difficult for them to push in on M5 with the Anivia. We'll see if they get an engage here, though. Nocturne does have the ultimate, so they could potentially get in on Genja, and actually Malphite coming down as well. So they're trying to pinch him off. He might just force the engage. No, he's just going to back off. So doesn't want to deal with that, really strong farmed Kog'Maw and Nunu. And Kog actually has the Infinity Edge already over the Ashe, so Ashe still 1,000 gold behind. Won't be able to finish that for a while, so they have that kind of advantage. The issue is going to be for MEGASHOCK is if they can pick up kills, then they can push towers. But otherwise, it's going to be tough pushing against Anivia, because Anivia is one of the best at in the game at clearing creep waves and then just stalling pushes. We've seen that with CLG versus M5 at DreamHack, and time and time again. And so you have the wall off for someone like Ashe who doesn't have quick escapes, and that could be a serious issue. But in the meantime, MEGASHOCK going to be grabbing this dragon, so nice job there. Continue, creeping up on M5's gold lead.
M5 a little bit out of position when a dragon respawn. MEGASHOCK going to go ahead and grab that pretty securely for themselves. The Ashe Hawk shot goes out to get some vision, and there's already rushing it. M5's rushing Baron. They're going for it. They got 4 members, almost 5. Diamondprox is not too far behind, but cowTard the ward in the pit. Now, MEGASHOCK knows, and Nivea wall off, trying to keep Muppo separated from the rest of the team. But there goes the Riftwalk into the fight. Ash Arrow going down on a Darien, but the Gunblade proc will hit etnex, and now M5 backing off. Are they going to go ahead? Are they going to re-engage? Ward still in the pit. Diamondprox is going to go ahead and clear it out, and they're going to go ahead and back off of this.
Yeah, and they don't really need to have a fight, but M5, they want to force fights at this point. They want to try and pick people off because they have, such a strong Baron team and such a strong team fight team, so they can do it pretty easily. Shyvana should be okay. Actually, the Flash Frost almost nicking her, but is able to get out of there. Jax and Shyvana are both very strong at taking Baron, and then you have the damage from Kog'Maw, so it's going to be a fast Baron as well.
Yep.
But the fact is, that Jax can just sit there and tank it all day. So they're not really putting themselves at that much of a risk by forcing the Baron fight, and at the very least, they have the Anivia and the Nunu to kind of protect them if Malphite and Cass and everyone want to engage.
Yep.
So it's just an all-around kind of good decision for them. Maybe if the Baron was bugged, things would be a little bit different. But
thankfully, with the patch, the patch this morning has been fixed.
Oh, really?
Yes. So that's no longer an issue.
Happy days.
Oh, happy days again. Now I can play solo queue again without worry. But that's for another time. Jax got the regen on him. He got the Gunblade. So Darien's doing pretty good. Plus also has the Giant's Belt. Maybe a Warmogs, maybe a Frozen Mallet as well. We'll have to see, as the build comes along. But still, no kills, no assists to his credit. Just sheer farm on him. But Malphite's Muppo's doing pretty well for himself. That Frozen Heart was bought ridiculously early, plus the Sunfire Cape. So just a lot of damage coming in from Malphite. He's going to be huge.
Yeah, and a lot of armor, so
MEGASHOCK.
against most of their team, he's going to be very strong. In the meantime, I thought they were maybe going to continue forward on it, so they didn't know where Kog was, but it seemed like they maybe had an inkling, because they all kind of started moving bottom, and I was like, oh, Genja, get out of there. But yeah, the armor's definitely going to be nice against all these champions. The issue is going to be that they actually have a really nice mix of magic damage, and if the attack speed slow against Kog will be strong from Malphite.
But
actually, Kassadin trying to get in there, maybe poke him down a little bit.
But granted, there is the attack speed slow. Right. M5 has an attack speed buff. Nunu has bought himself a Zeke's.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Oh, well, so it's both Blood Boil and Zeke's. And Zeke's on a sustained team is just such a strong item. So they have both Kog and Jax are just going to be constantly auto-attacking. So having that Zeke's is a huge benefit. And the one thing that MEGASHOCK might struggle with is a lot of times you expect Malphite to just hard shut down a lot of that physical damage, but it's not going to be the case against this team because Kog has a high mix of magic. Shyvana actually has a decent amount of magic damage as well. She's mostly physical, but and then Jax is a really high mix of magic. So they have that nice burst damage to go along with the physical.
So now MEGASHOCK, they're looking. Everyone's starting to go ahead and do a nice little dance off in mid. Diamondprox checking the Baron pit, making sure you can get the ward coverage down, also clearing out any wards that MEGASHOCK may have in the area, because they had the attempted Baron earlier. May go for it again pretty soon. But look at Darien. He's a little bit out of position. He is bot lane. MEGASHOCK may want to capitalize on this. So they could make this a very aggressive 3v5 if Muppo gets the ult he wants. Kog'Maw's behind, Jackson's behind. There's the Ashe right onto AlexItch, and the Nocturne ult, and the Malphite ult. We may see the egg here very quickly, and AlexItch goes down real quick in the mid. That was the engage they wanted. They used a lot of ults to get that, but you know what? Worth it.
AlexItch, the entire game, he's like the butt of MEGASHOCK's jokes, and I don't know, just being up in that front line, someone's going to go down. He's kind of the main man, but they do have a really strong team. Even 4v5, they could probably win this fight if MEGASHOCK forces it, and actually Steve going down very quickly.
Ooh, Steve taking a lot of hits there. Needs to get out of there. There is the cleanse coming in from etnex, just wants to make sure to secure the escape. But still tier 1 in mid going down. Tier 2, yep. They got some damage on it as well. And MEGASHOCK, they got the engage they wanted. They absolutely got the engage they wanted. They got the kill they wanted, and that's just little fights like that. Granted, they're still behind in gold, but so the gap is slowly starting to close. It may actually return to neutral in the near future.
Yeah, and the issue for them, though, is going to be that M5, AlexItch will probably be a little bit more defensive, because if someone else is caught out on M5, as long as it's not Genja, if Darien or Shyvana or Nunu, if any of them get hit with the arrow, then AlexItch will have enough control where he can just sit there and, wall off the enemy team or whatnot and just be like, no, it's not going to happen.
Oh,
actually, cowTard taking a lot of damage from Diamondprox has to get out of there.
Yep, Goat's going to go ahead and just be there for the moral support. Bot lane, etnex is trying to go ahead and get some extra farm on, but there's the vision. M5 knows that Ashe is bot lane, so they're once again trying to get in on this Baron. Nunu going to the wall just so Darien can go ahead and leap strike on over wall, keeping Steve out of the fight. cowTard,
1, it's
Ashe
almost going to drop.
Right onto Darien, and Ghost, can you get in there? No, the Baron will go to M5, and now MEGASHOCK, they're in a bit of a retreat here. cowTard is ridiculously low, and Goats does go down in the pit. Steve in a full retreat, but should get sandwiched in here. May not make it out alive because Ghost Survivor's here. The flash, the stuns, but will that be enough? The artillery, yes. So now it's a 5-man push from M5 up the mid. MEGASHOCK only has 3 members to defend this. Muppo's still there though. He's got the ult, but can only do so much. cowTard very weak. etnex
There's no way they can defend this. So they have to just back off and allow the inhibitor to go down. Unfortunately, there's actually Darien with the hard engage. He is going down very quickly though. He's almost dead. Oh, just barely getting out of there. And Ashe getting out, but Kassadin is able to pick up the kill. But now Genja tearing through Kassadin gets that kill, and the only survivor is Malphite, but this is going to be an inhibitor. And Genja is just so strong right now. Their entire team is just built around team fights, and it's just such a strong team right now. And that's always the issue with M5 is they play those late game, tanky, sustained kind of teams that are just dominant in team fights, and there's just not a lot of options for MEGASHOCK right now.
Darien was under tower. He was taking turret shots, and when Muppo ulted, Darien was just walked right outside of turret range. If that ult came like a second earlier, that could have been a very drastically different fight, because Darien would have not been able. He wouldn't have had. We wouldn't have walked away with just a shred of health. He would have still been dead. But this time, under tower range, so it could have allowed MEGASHOCK to go ahead and back off with a few more members intact. But man, now M5, they're in a very dominant position here. They've gotten the Baron buff successfully, taking out all the a lot of objectives here. You got the dragon, you got towers, you got the inhib in mid. There's not a whole lot here for MEGASHOCK to do apart from defend. It's about a 9K lead that M5 has right now. That is quite a bit of gold. A lot of it going to be on Genja. 5-0 and 8 has not died yet. You got the IE, you got the Phantom Dancer. You got so much money, and so much money on that worm.
The issue is, Darien actually getting caught out, so this is definitely a nice boon for them. They get the silence, they get the slow as well. The fear will proc, but Darien is so tanky right now. He might actually get out of here, but one more attack will barely be able to do it. So Kassadin, actually Nocturne able to grab that kill. So that's definitely always huge for them. And the tough thing for MEGASHOCK right now is, even if the gold was even, MEGASHOCK probably wouldn't be able to match up against M5 in team fights because M5's team fights are so strong. But they do have the advantage of the initiation, the quick pick off. So if they can keep picking people off, it stalls out the game. Where maybe M5's like, dang it, Darien. Seriously, it was you this time. It was Alex Itch last time. I mean, they just pull themselves into a situation where they can't push and end the game like they would like to. The issue though is MEGASHOCK. They don't really have a whole lot of options to stall the game.
Guardian Angel right now built onto Genja. That just sucks. And Guardian Angel is definitely like the #1 item to build if you're ahead, because it helps you ensure that you stay in the lead. And it takes a lot of effort to just zoom in towards the back lane to try and kill Kog'Maw as is already. And it's gonna, if it does happen, it's gonna require pretty much nearly every ult on MEGASHOCK like they've been doing before to get the engages they want. The Ashe Arrow, followed up by Malphite ult and Nocturne ult as well. Steve, a little bit too far out. No! Genja just attacking over the wall should be more than enough, and there's the wall that makes sure. Didn't even need it.
Yeah,
Ooh, that sucks.
He's just so farmed at this point, has so much damage. And that's a serious issue. And it's just kind of like, at this point in time, with the inhibitor down, one thing that maybe you would try and consider is split pushing Nocturne. But because M5 is so strong, they could just bully right into your base. So a split push isn't going to work. They don't have a good means of clearing out creep waves, so you can't stall with someone. I mean, like M5, if MEGASHOCK was in the lead, then M5 could stall forever with Anivia, but MEGASHOCK doesn't have that same advantage. They don't have the wave clearing capabilities, so M5 can basically just walk up and take down the towers. And if MEGASHOCK wants to engage, and stop Kog'Maw from destroying the towers, they're probably just going to lose the fight. cowTard, take a little bit of burst, but even if they want to engage on Genja, there's not a whole lot of options for them.
There's a stun going down on Muppo, and Malphite now on the brunt end of a lot of damage. Not looking so hot. But, hey, Steve is back. He's here with the heals and the stun. Ashe Arrow going down. Diamondprox. Malphite ult actually going behind Shyvana, going straight in for Genja. There's a Nocturne ult reducing down the vision. Wants to get the kill on Darien. He's a little bit too far out, and they should be able to go ahead and get that. Here's Diamondprox now looking to help. Baron buff is now down. 1 for 1 so far. Nunu commenting on delicious minion.
I was wondering what that was for a second. I was like, what the hell?
I love that. I love that skin. I love just for that instance. It's like, oh, it was delicious. That wasn't.
But you see, Genja is still perfectly fine, and they have no means of taking down Genja at this point, so they can come right up to the tower. Actually, cowTard almost going down. A couple of crits would have taken him down. Ashe, can stall for a little bit, but while Malphite's down, they can continue to poke this tower, and all the meanwhile, they're going to have to deal with that push mid. So actually, M5, instead of trying to poke down that tower a little bit, they're going to transition out, go back, buy some items. They probably have a ton of gold.
It's the same thing.
So yeah, they have a decent amount of gold to spend.
Go back to the. How much gold does Cog have?
The 13K.
Holy crap!
Yeah, Cog is decently farmed.
Decently, he's rich. He's got rich parents. That's what that is. He's made work for that money, man, and it shows.
This actually might be a good opportunity for MEGASHOCK if they can force this, because M5 is kind of split. They're not all there though, so not going to be able to do it.
Can't close it.
10 seconds left on that Ashe Arrow, and it is up now, but
yeah, opportunity's gone. Opportunity's gone. But that's just good timing. Good timing notion from M5. Nice timing attack to just go ahead, rush in, knowing the ult is down, take the tower and leave.
Oh, they rush in.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
That's M5's playstyle, right? they rush in.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Anyway. Oh God. Anyway, so
I apologize.
That was good. That was good.
cowTard actually has to back off for a second there. Diamondprox still has that Oracles. He's been hanging on to it forever. I mean, he had it like the 8-minute mark, 10-minute mark or something.
Yeah, that's what happens, and that's how you know you get the money's worth for your oracles. You buy it and you just ensure that you don't die. And yeah, it's Diamondprox has had this entire time. I know Goats had one a while back. I want to see does anyone on MEGASHOCK actually have oracles right now even?
Probably not. It wouldn't be worth it for them. They're just going to lose it. And the big thing is they can't even push out of their base. So we'll see if they have a hard engage here. They kind of have an opportunity. The Shirelias, can't quite get it done. Cog and Anivia are both back in base, but the issue is they don't know that. So because they don't have any kind of map control, they don't really have an understanding of what's going on with M5 right now.
Baron has just respawned, so now it's just a matter of getting the proper ward coverage over there, because that's the next major objective, because the mid inhib has respawned. So if a Baron is rushed by M5, MEGASHOCK will have an easier time to go ahead and try and defend the point. But here's the thing, though. This is what happened last time. Ash went bottom to start farming. M5 saw that as an opportunity to just go ahead and rush the Baron. This may actually happen again here. There is vision on Ash now, looking to try and farm that wave, and now M5's getting in position.
The difficulty is, even if Ash was here, they probably couldn't stop this Baron. M5 would just be, they would just take it, and there's not a whole lot that MEGASHOCK could probably do about it. So Ash recognizes, all right, well, I'll get some farm. Then I'll come over here. She needed to stop the wave. It was going to take a tower by itself. The wall off actually almost catching out cowTard.
There's the arrow coming on in. Who's it going to hit? No, oh, hits the Nunu in the back line, and there's Muppo trying to make something happen. Ult to the back line. Diamondprox is a little bit too far away from the rest of the team, but it may not even going to be an issue. M5 grabs a kill onto Muppo, and then Goats slowly but surely taking down every single member of MEGASHOCK. This may very well be it. Gosu Pepper gets the slow down onto cowTard and AlexH, getting in position, trying to go a long way around the volley and the stun. Can the damage happen? cowTard, yes. And that's it. Ash is the only remaining member for MEGASHOCK. M5 can just go ahead and push this for the win if they so desire.
Yeah, and M5, this is kind of the same strategy that we've seen from them for a long time. Actually, Genja chasing down Etnex, throws off the flash, the red buff, he's going to be able to pick up the kill.
That's the
so
ace.
The ace for Genja. But this is what we have seen in the past a lot of times from M5. They like playing these, really strong, just late game teams, and there's just so much synergy from their team, and it's really difficult to deal with. So taking early game advantages, is always a nice thing if you can, try and pressure them. But their play is so safe; they can sit there and just farm very casually, and then just eventually know that they're going to beat you, and you don't really have a huge say in the matter. So we'll see M5 taking game number 1 versus MEGASHOCK. Awesome job there.
Very well done. Going to be going up to game number 2 in a little bit as well. Man, Kog'Maw got way too farmed. Shyvana, man, Diamondprox
just
was on
diving
point.
in all over the place.
He was on point pretty much all game with those ganks.
It's interesting. We've seen Shyvana. People haven't been picking her for a while, and she's kind of fallen off in people's eyes, but she's still the same champion she's always been.
And also remember who made Shyvana popular?
That's right. Actually, was it Diamondprox or Darien who made it popular? Because I remember Darien played Shyvana a lot in the top lane, and it was I don't remember who played it first. I'd have to go back and look, but they both played it a lot. But yes, it was M5 that made it popular at the very least. And it's interesting. So Shyvana hasn't really fallen off at all, but everyone is just now all of a sudden, no, you almost never pick Shyvana.
Yeah.
St. Vicious picked her some, Hotshot's picked her some, but the thing with Shyvana, she's just a really strong early game jungler. She provides the movement speed, so she has so much map control. You can control your jungle so easily, and then counter ganks. If you are concerned about an aggressive jungler like Nocturne, you kind of roam around and you have the movement speed where you can catch up into the lane, pick up some kills, and then you're incredibly tanky early on with that dragon form, all that armor and magic resist you get, and all that disruption. But the big thing is, I think people have kind of looked at Shyvana as a weaker form of Mundo, and they both provide that safe counter jungling role where they can both clear the jungle very easily, and they're both kind of just tanky bodies in the fights. And so people look at Shyvana and they go, I'd rather have Mundo. Shyvana, is just a tanky body. That's all she is. And if I want a tanky body, then Nautilus has more disables and more aggression. Mundo has, more damage and more, early game tanking capabilities. But Shyvana definitely has a lot of disruption. It's just a strong overall pick.
There was a hope, though, in MEGASHOCK. There was a little bit of hope in Muppo in the Malphite pick.
Yeah.
Early Frozen Heart was fantastic, but the thing is, though, you had way too much on M5 to go ahead and counteract that. You had the Blood Boil, and you had the Zeeks as well.
And
so, yeah.
The issue is it's not just the Blood Boil and the Zeeks, it's the fact that M5 had this really strong tanky team. And so Malphite, he has great initiation, but his damage potential is fairly low compared to a lot of top or mid lane champions. So Malphite doesn't provide a lot. He has great bursts, so if you can burst people down, that's awesome. But against tanky teams, you're not going to have enough damage to burst them down.
Yep.
And then Kassadin as well has great burst, but not the best sustained damage. Ashe, early game, her damage potential pales in comparison with other ADs. So they tried to go with the initiation advantage, tried to snowball off of it. Didn't quite work. M5 was ready for it.
So we're going to find out what happens game number 2, M5 and MEGASHOCK. If M5 wins this next game, they're going to IPL5. I think you want to go ahead and stay around for that. IPL5 EU Qualifier number 2 grand finals. Going to commercial. We'll be right back, so do please stay tuned. Summoners, welcome on back. IPL5 EU Qualifier number 2 Grand Finals.
Yeah.
Moscow 5, Team MEGASHOCK M5. They're up 1 game. If they win this next one, they go to IPL5.
That's the end of the story.
That's the end of the story.
But there is the mega qualifiers.
There is,
Yeah.
but there is MEGASHOCK here, and they got here for a reason, and they did pretty damn well
Yeah.
in qualifiers so far. Like the teamless match was pretty damn good in its own, but there's an easy way to go ahead and fix with what happened against M5 Game 1, ban Kog'Maw.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Ban
easy
Kog'Maw.
way? What is this? Let me take
Kog'Maw.
notes.
Ban Kog'Maw.
Let's message at MEGASHOCK. They're going to be like, oh, there's an easy way for us to win this game. All right, guys.
Ban Kog'Maw.
We win already. Yeah, they could ban Kog'Maw. It's been a while since we've seen Kog'Maw, and Kog'Maw is just such a strong pick as the game progresses, and it works very well with M5's style. I also think that Anivia is something that they have to consider, and despite the fact that Fisch was getting picked off left and right, Anivia still had the threat of a lot of team fight control, where Jax, you can shut down Jax to an extent with Malphite. Jax is a very strong pick. I mean, they have so many champs on their team that you're like, I want to ban him out. I want to ban Jax. I want to ban Shyvana, Anivia, Kog'Maw.
Ban all the champs.
We won't ban Nunu. We'll let them have Nunu. But Nunu is still very strong. But having that team fight control with Anivia can just be so devastating. It didn't even get to that point.
Yep.
So you're right. Kog'Maw was the threat. And it is kind of a strange philosophy. It's like, I think they can work a team around not banning Kog'Maw. They can win a game without banning Kog'Maw. But because Kog'Maw is just so devastating, did so well that game, now's not the time to theorycraft. Now's the time to just, ban out whoever kicked your butt and move on to game number 2.
Game number 2, M5 and MEGASHOCK. So if M5 wins here, like I said, they go to IPL5. They go ahead and get that $1,000. So this is crunch time for MEGASHOCK. They need to seriously consider what they want to pick, what they want to ban. Urgot and Shen, Fizz, and Karthus looking very, very similar to the bans from Game 1 here. Will the Kog'Maw ban happen here? They may also try and look to pick it up for themselves. I'm expecting it, though, but it will leave Galio open. Banning out the Nunu, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, and it is because Kog'Maw is a champion that he's squishy enough that you can kind of bully him around sometimes in that bottom lane. The primary issue with Kog'Maw is it's the Kog'Maw-Nunu combo. Having that ranged harass from Kog'Maw and then having the Nunu support to just shut down your damage, you're able to, just, bully them around. So we'll see without that Nunu support if they can kind of do things a little bit differently, if they can get that aggression. But I don't know, it'll be kind of interesting to see.
So there we go, Morgana actually going to go ahead and be looking to be the first pick for MEGASHOCK. There it is.
Yeah, so Morgana
I thought we
definitely an all-around
accepted this
strong pick.
request.
I did accept the request.
What the hell?
Morgana's definitely an all-around strong pick. Vladimir as well, though. Vladimir could go top or mid, and I've actually seen in the past, I don't remember who it was. It might have been ForellenLord. But in our qualifiers, Vladimir destroying Morgana in the mid. And the thing is, Morgana's generally a really safe lane, but early levels, she doesn't have any sort of harass that she can exchange, and you can kind of wear her down. So Vladimir, all you do is you walk up to Morgana in the mid lane, you constantly use your transfusion and just wear her down. So it's actually a really nice matchup. But going with the Taric, so they don't want to allow, now that the Nunu is out, they don't want to allow a kill bot lane to maybe snowball MEGASHOCK. So picking up that Taric instead.
Yeah, MEGASHOCK. Oh, actually, Taric Ashe. So it's going to be like, you know what, we can. Oh, actually, going to go ahead and crap. They're still thinking about, okay, Vlad in the mid and taking the
It was
Corki
almost
away.
like anything you can do, I can do better.
There you go. Taking the Corki away from MEGASHOCK. That can definitely be huge here. I don't know. I don't know about this.
Corki. Well, yeah, right. Corki actually combos very nicely with Morgana, and having that follow-up damage, against all that CC, is just huge. So, being able to pick the Corki, we don't know if they're going to pick Corki or not, but it is a really, devastating combo. So, right now, M5 have the makings of, a really strong late game team. The key is, getting the supporting cast. So we'll see. They have a lot of options, though, a lot of flexibility right now. Janna would definitely make a lot of sense. You always kind of think, oh, well, Janna, you're going to counter out your own champion if you ult and, break Morgana's bind. Yeah, that's kind of a threat, but really what it does is it gives you a lot of team fight control where you have the option to have a hard engage or have a hard disengage. So, they have a lot of flexibility with their team.
Yeah, but also, I'm also thinking as well, Galio actually escaped the bans here. So there's still that possibility, pick Galio for mid or someone else for mid and actually throw Vlad top lane.
I was just imagining if he lagged for a second, since he took it down to the very last second, and then he was forced to play Teemo bottom.
Crushing me and Freak's dreams in the last possible second. Right. Oh well. But there you go. Kog'Maw, Janna being picked up for MEGASHOCK. We might see the Blitz here as well. Blitz Corki could be pretty devastating.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. So, Cog is pretty vulnerable to Blitzcrank. If he can get the hook, that's going to be huge. He'll generally be okay with the Janna. They can kind of kite back a little bit, and then they have the range harass advantage over Blitzcrank very easily. They can wear him down. But if Blitzcrank does get a pull, Cog's going to die. That's,
just need one.
That's basically all there is to it. And they actually we'll have to see what kind of summoners they run.
Yeah.
But
and unfortunately the cleanse doesn't really do too much against that.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Right now, MEGASHOCK, they definitely have a very strong team. They have a lot of fight control, and it's a protect the hyper carry comp, and those have been kind of moving in and out, through phases throughout League of Legends, and they're definitely a really strong team comp. If Cog can get farmed, then it's going to be very difficult for M5 to deal with that, Cog in the backline, because they just have so many supports around them. So we'll have to see if that's the case, but right now, M5 just has a lot of damage, so, high damage teams tend to do very well outside of fights, and then you always have options.
Maokai, I'm enjoying the Maokai pick, actually, and it's something that Goats is pretty familiar with as well, still, referencing back to the solo queue stats, and also you got the Kennen as well. So that's a nice ult synergy as well. You go in, you get the Kennen ult or the Morgana ult. If you get one, you get the other. And also great control. The ganks from Maokai can be pretty devastating. Keeping Corki still, keeping Vlad still. Yeah,
we'll have to see. I mean, Maokai is just a devastating ganker, and his Twisted Advance actually, I don't remember. Actually, it's kind of bugged right now. So I don't remember if it hits through Vladimir's pull. When you Twisted Advance, I think if it's a certain duration, if you get it near the end of the animation, then you'll snare Vladimir while he's pulled. Earlier on, I think Vladimir can cancel it out. So we'll have to see whether that's the case. And I'm curious. I know that Maokai, Nocturne, Lee Sin, they're all kind of bugged to a degree right now. I'm wondering if Vladimir's pull would result in the bug. But
gonna be going with the Fiora.
Wow.
Actually, wow. So Fiora, Darien top lane.
I can't think of the last time or any time I've seen Fiora in competitive play. So Here you go, M5 first, potentially. I mean, everyone else is probably watching like, oh yeah, Fiora all the time. Everyone plays Fiora now.
So now here's the question I want to know. So I know Fiora ult does have some very tricky things going on with it. Does Fiora ult actually keep you safe from the Kennen ult?
Fiora ult, yes, it does. I would be fairly certain it would. The duration might not be long enough. So if Kennen ults and then you Fiora ult, the duration might not be long enough to stop it. I don't know, that'd be kind of interesting. Stuns, you will get stunned while you're in your ult, but it doesn't take you out of the ult. So that's actually a nice thing with Fiora is a lot of times, if you have a stun incoming, you proc your ult at the time that the stun happens, and you're going to be fine. And this is El Muppo's Kennen page, and he has attack damage, which is going to be nice for the harass, but he also has a lot of ability powers. So he's starting off as an early AD Kennen, and then transitioning hard on into, that ability power kind of page. And they have a really nice team comp right now, so that'll be kind of interesting to see. But whether or not he can get with all of that attack damage any advantages against Fiora. Fiora though does have the shield, can block some of that, so we'll have to see. I don't really know how Fiora does in this lane matchup. Fiora has some regen, but it's not very high. It's very low, so it really won't impact things that much.
Well, then again, to mitigate some of the auto attack harass, you do have the parry. So it could. I think there's a good potential to actually trying to maybe even get a kill on Kennen before he has the opportunity to go ahead and get some of that sustained before he gets the revolver even. So there may be some very huge aggression coming from Darien top lane for the first few levels.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, it's I don't know. I would generally think that Kennen will beat Fiora for a significant portion of the early game. But I don't know, if Fiora can get going, then Fiora's late game can be very nice. The thing with Fiora is they already have Corki and Vladimir and Nocturne, all for fantastic late game. So Fiora is kind of like a diversion tactic. It's like, all right, Corki and Vladimir, as long as they stay alive in fights, will just, wreck any team fight, basically. So Fiora can, get a hard engage, maybe even get into the back line with Cog, because you have the double dash. So, like, you dash to one champion and then dash to the back line, and that actually might work pretty decently against Cog. And then once the enemy's attention is focused on you, then you ult right on top of Kog'Maw, get a lot of burst damage down, maybe even take Kog'Maw out of the fight. But it's really like a diversionary tactic, just to try and throw MEGASHOCK so that the rest of the team can clean up and pick off the rest of the fight. So we'll have to see. But right now, MEGASHOCK, they have all this AoE, they have so much protection for Kog'Maw. As long as they farm into the mid and late game, their team fighting potential is just astounding.
Yeah, but then again, this is also what MEGASHOCK had game one. They had a lot of great team fight potential there, and we saw what happened. Granted, for a time though, you started hitting the mid game, Malphite starts getting a little bit more involved with some of the fights, and still did not quite capitalize as the game decided to as it progressed ever further, because the rest of the team just did not follow up.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. M5, they definitely have some nice early game advantages. Maokai versus Nocturne is an interesting matchup because they both have really nice aggression. Maokai a little bit stronger as far as ganks, and like you had said earlier, that potential for Goats to just sit on that top lane against Fiora is just massive. But Nocturne does have the jungling speed, so with that jungling speed and then such an aggressive bottom lane, we'll have to see whether or not we get any kind of engages. I don't know. It'll really come down to who can get the better early lead, because I think MEGASHOCK, they have such a strong mid game team. Both teams, Nocturne on M5, they have a little bit stronger dragon potential, and with the early aggression from bot lane, they could maybe force early dragons. But I don't know. It's kind of a struggle because Morgana is just so strong at controlling dragons sometimes with her early team fight potential.
So there you go. So looks like MEGASHOCK this time around, they're going to go ahead and give the Kog'Maw a whirl, but there's a lot of control here from M5, and also going to find out how does it, if Fiora does have a pretty good place in competitive play. M5's also taken the Corki away from MEGASHOCK. That's one of their go-to ADs. So going to see how they play against that.
One thing that's nice about the Fiora, which it does fit with Darien's playstyle, is Fiora in the top lane, you have the movement speed and you have enough killing potential that you can go run into the jungle, quick burst down, a minion camp, and just get that increased jungle farm. That's something we've seen a lot in the past with Darien. Is as that top lane bruiser, particularly as like Shyvana, you'll push the lane up and then maybe run down, steal the enemy wolves. You'll push the lane up, go into your own jungle, take golems and whatnot, and time over time, bit by bit, you just get slow experience advantages and farm advantages. So that's definitely something that Fiora has, which will be interesting to kind of see how that works out. But I'm really curious how effective Fiora can be against Nocturne, because her ultimate is physical, so the Morgana ult won't block it. All they'll have is the shield really from Janna. So, Fiora could maybe shut down Nocturne or Kog'Maw later in this game very nicely.
Yeah. So, but it's that's the thing. Like M5, they've run this comp before, and respectively, when you play a comp so much, you precisely know like the things what to do to try and counteract it. Hence things like the Nocturne pick. So I'll see how it goes. And Blitzcrank actually starting out with the boots first, 1 ward and the potions.
That's a hard engage.
They're gonna go for something pretty rough here. Probably gonna try for a pretty hard invade, possibly on the red. But look, MEGASHOCK, they're also getting in position right there on the curved bush in North River. Fiora coming in, still hiding in that bush. So Darien, a little bit of a point defense here from M5. Not quite aware. Darien actually leaving the bush, and Janna, Steve going to go ahead and get a ward over by the Wraith entrance, just to make sure that M5 doesn't do anything sneaky.
It would be tough because both teams have really strong level 1s, and so I don't think either of them really want to give up that kind of an early advantage. So I don't know. We'll see. It's kind of interesting. Usually, if you go boots first on a support, it means that you're looking to invade and you're going to try and counter jungle a little bit. But for Blitzcrank, he could just be using it for a hard engage onto Kog'Maw, and maybe for positioning and whatnot, so he can chase Kog'Maw down, pull off that hook a little bit more easily. So we'll have to see how that works. It is going to put back his Philosopher's Stone, or however he's looking to build a little bit, which is going to be a disadvantage.
But 1 kill or assist should be more than enough to go ahead and make that pay off. So it's just a matter of can you get a kill, Gosu Pepper? Can you get that hook? Can you go ahead and make sure that you ensure your role as Deputy of Hook City? We're going to find out in just a little bit. I think Kog'Maw and Janna may actually go for the small golems here right as they spawn, just for a little bit of an XP advantage. Stealing the big Wraith there, just because, Maokai usually starts off at Wraiths. Not this time, though. Starting off at the Wolves, going to be a little bit more safe, and then blue should be popping up shortly. But look, though, Nocturne starting off on the red. So going to be quick, potentially a quick level 2 gank from Diamondprox here. And if you're going to do it, Morgana, level 1, doesn't have the shield.
That's absolutely true. And what's really nice about that Blitzcrank pool for the big Wraith, not only do they get a nice little advantage to counteract the mini golems going down onto Janna and the Kog'Maw, but if Maokai was actually doing the race, then the big Wraith usually doesn't die immediately. You get the quick burst, and the small Wraiths, they all die instantly. Yeah. But then as Maokai, you need to finish it up. So they actually could have stolen that from Maokai if he was there, and without them knowing. And now they have the vision, they have the ward here for Maokai as well. So they see that he actually took the race, and then went back to Wolves. So going back to Wolves, it tends to mean you're going to be a little bit slower in jungling, but you get a little bit of an XP advantage. And actually, the pool, actually the Ignite as well, they're going in for this. Gosu Pepper, he should have his pop-up if he goes for it. There it is. And all of a sudden, Genja and Gosu Pepper take a huge early advantage in this bottom lane. Yep.
Plus, now that the information is there that Goats has went back to Wolves, that gives Diamondprox a little bit of an advantage. Pretty near free reign around Bot River, but there's the ward actually catching out Diamondprox, so they know that he's going in for the invade. May actually get pinched if the AD's bot actually go ahead and reassign themselves. cowTard actually now wander. May actually go ahead. Goats is waiting. Goats is waiting. They have a pretty good estimation about where Diamondprox is right now, and they're right. And there he is, double buff, getting the fear down on the Goats. The Arcane Smash going to go ahead and try and keep him busy. Morgana, mid lane, cowTard not going to go ahead and help out the buddy in the jungle.
And the nice thing that Alexich did there was he was constantly pushing up, and actually Diamondprox coming in to try and steal some of those. He does steal the big Wraith there, so Maokai not having a fun time right now. He knows, all right, Nocturne's in there. We have to be cognizant of the fact that mid could just run in and all of a sudden pinch Diamondprox off.
Oh, look at Genja and Gosu Pepper, though. They're getting extremely aggressive down in his bot lane, and Diamondprox is not too far behind. He wants to go ahead and try and secure the steal of the red. And also, while all this is going on, keep mind of the mid. Alex is pressuring down cowTard immensely
and
to prevent him from going in and helping.
By constantly pushing down that mid lane, it prevents Morgana from coming in. So they're not. I mean, Diamondprox is getting behind here, but what it does is, I mean, it's really drastically putting Maokai behind, which means that he's not going to be able to gank top. And that was the big key, was how fast can Darien get into this game. So both bot lane and top are in great positions. And actually, the fear going off,
There you go, cowTard
definitely not in the best shape right now.
has no option but to actually start wandering down into the jungle. And there's the cue. Diamondprox, he's made his presence known. And unfortunately, Morgana will not be able to help out in this instance. Let's take a look at top lane, though. Darien, how are we doing? 27 to 25. The creeps are near even, but Darien's actually getting pressured pretty hard in the tower.
Yeah, but I mean, defensive play, that's what you want. And when you're, at a disadvantage in the lane, it's generally speaking going to, pressure you into the turret. The Riposte doing a nice job there. So he can block some of that damage, but Kennen will have a nice early advantage. So Darien, all he wants to do is kind of farm up, sit back, and then once he gets a couple of levels, it'll be kind of like an Aurelia, I would expect, where he can take advantage of that lane. And in the meantime, actually, Gosu Pepper gets the pull, so they're sneakily going to be able to steal this red here. It actually resets, so that's unfortunate. So
I want to go back and just see for how long they've actually been trying to go for this attempt to steal this red. It's been quite a while.
He's level 3, or he was level 3 when he started, so it was since about like 3 minutes in. So it's been 2.5 minutes that they've been sitting down there, which really puts Maokai far behind. Maokai only level 3, so his ganking potential, he's still going to be very strong. He doesn't really need a lot of levels, but it does slow him down a little bit, where the lanes know that they can kind of be safe, and all their lanes are very strong for M5. Top lane's the biggest concern, but the rest of the lanes should be pretty safe and should be able to put on some pressure.
So Goats did go back, got the regrowth, so halfway there to the Pheilox stone. Not gonna go ahead and tempt the red. Still though, it is warded. So if Ghost does go ahead and try and grab it, may actually see a shift here from M5. Alex will just go ahead, push the mid going down, and it looks like Alex and just Diamondprox actually gonna go ahead to wander up to top lane to try for a gank onto El Muppo. There is the pull from Gosu Pepper onto etnex. That's the flash away. Still ignited. And now there's just all this aggression coming in from M5.
Yeah, a really nice job. Actually, Kennen using the ultimate. So I'm actually going to go back for a second, because I saw Nocturne sitting in the bush. I didn't realize that Fiora, Darien was just diving him. And actually with the Ignite and the ultimate, did get some nice damage. So he actually didn't get the ultimate off, but
also didn't see Diamondprox.
Right, but he didn't see him. But El Muppo, he realized, all right, if I don't throw this off right now, I'm about to get ulted by Fiora. And it's interesting to see that Fiora has that much burst damage that you can kind of start putting that fear into Kennen already. And that's actually something that happens a lot of times in the Kennen lane. You have the advantage early, but then those melee bruisers, after a couple of levels, take advantage. So we could see that lane start to shift in Fiora's advantage.
So now Maokai, Goats, picking up the red, finally safely for himself. But here's the thing, though. Gosu Pepper only bought the 1 ward. He got the boots early. Must know there's not a whole lot of ward coverage, but Genja going around the corner does see Ghost. They want to go for Gosu Pepper. They want that vision. Who's he going to twist advance? Are you going to twist advance anybody? Tornado going to go ahead, keep Blitzcrank popped up in the air. Goat's not going to go. He's out of mana. He's out of mana.
Yeah, he had enough for the twisted advance, but I think he was just kind of realizing that it wasn't going to be the best situation. They didn't want to hard engage. They wanted to be able to get out of there if they needed to. But what it did is it allowed them to get a little bit of harass onto him, maybe pull them back into position. And actually, Fiora taking down Kennen and that turret down in that top lane, and Fiora with the ultimate just has so much burst damage. So really nice job. The turret didn't go down, but
yeah.
They let's see if Darien jumps on this. Actually, the flash in. Wow.
Oh, flash ult. Wow, that's it. And Darien still Ignite still going down. Wow.
Oh wow, with the regen just barely being able to survive.
Wow.
And the hook actually from Gosu Pepper as well. There's no ultimate, so if Corki was 6, that could have been a kill. But really nice job there.
So there you go. Bot lane from Megashock being forced back. Kennen top lane dying to the Fiora. If anything, just by a sheer shred. Fiora could have died there, but unfortunately just managed to get away with a little bit of a shred off that Ignite. BF Sword and a Doran's going to be returning back to the top lane. But Kennen does have the Revolver. Going to have a little bit more regen in top lane. Going to be able to sustain for a little while longer. So, at least he's got that going for him. Blue being passed off to Morgana in the mid. And then Alex Itch still just continuing the pressure.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Vladimir works very well against Morgana. Morgana has some spell vamp, but it's not enough to deal with Vladimir, and so Vladimir just constantly pressuring cowTard can take those early advantages. So Vladimir's going to farm very successfully. If they can get an early gold advantage, that'll be huge for M5. Getting the ward off, maybe actually steal some of these wraiths. He can just use his Tide and then, you know, pop them, but Morgana trying to steal. He's going to come in. Can he get it? Yes, Alex Itch steals the blue.
What a jerk.
Yeah. And in the meantime, Nocturne actually setting up bottom. If Gosu Pepper goes for this, he's kind of positioning himself for
anything, anything with that hook. And that, you don't know, Diamondprox is going to go right on in. You get the fear on exit. You actually get the pop-up from Gosu Pepper. Keep it up in the air. Keep him busy. But Genja trying to chunk out all the damage he can. And there you go. That will be the kill onto etnex. The passive from will not be able to get the kill either, though. But Genja is very low, so should have to still back. And now cowTard still just trying to defend this push ever so. And, man, Goats with all that early pressure in his own jungle has not really been that much of a presence. And on the flip side, Diamondprox, they're being aggressive in the bot lane. Goats needs to start making plays.
Yeah, but cowTard probably needs to consider recalling soon. So Alex Itch, he's constantly pressuring the tower and slowly wearing away at cowTard, but his ultimate's going to be up in like 5 seconds. There it is. It's actually up now. So he's just slowly wearing him down. He might just tower dive Morgana a little bit. He may just sit back and take his farm advantage. That would definitely be a nice decision
Blitz,
for him.
Though. Blitz is wandering on up, and there's the ult going down on the cowTard. The spell shield can only do so much bound under tower, so Alex is going to take a little bit extra, but there's Gosu Pepper. I have no idea why he's out so far now, actually. I don't think he was expecting both Steve and Ghost the Flash, trying to get away, but still followed by a Twisted Advance. Bind coming in from cowTard. Gosu Pepper may actually go down here. The Mana Shield trying to do work. Pop in the ult, the Ignite's going down. Come on, Sapling, yes. Gets it.
I'm kind of surprised that Alex Itch didn't come in on that, because he probably could have helped Blitzcrank, maybe even gotten a kill into Morgana there. But yeah, I don't know. I think
there's a lot of
he was kind of like, Gosu, you messed up. I'm gonna let you down.
Yeah,
so.
there's a lot of pings going down like right over the corpse. And I'm just sure like Gosu's like, dude, I thought we had something going on here, man.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. In the meantime, Nocturne, is he actually going for this dragon?
I think he is.
He is. I'm not really sure what he's meaning to do, because he's going to go down. I mean, he's going to get pretty low. Nocturne can't really solo dragon that easily. You're going to be close to dying, if not dying already, and then you have an engage. And with Blitzcrank down, there's no real reason to do that. So
provided he does have the wriggles. But still, though, that can only do so much. You know, when you're at that low level, you still need a little bit of help trying to take that thing down. And, you know, once you start hitting like there is the ult there from Friora. Does still get stunned under tower. The tower shots may actually be more than enough, and yes, there you go. It's 1 for 1 up there, top lane, just straight out even under tower. But Gosu's getting in position. No, the grab will not work, and a little bit too much of a hasty ult from Diamondprox. Still actually going to go in on the very last tick of the ult. Not going to get anything from it.
I'm a little bit surprised. If they allowed Diamondprox to initiate first, then he's going to be able to get the fear onto Kog'Maw, and Gosu Pepper can just run up and use that knockup.
Oh, but they're being caught out in the mid. Goats coming from behind with the Twisted Advance, and the ult from Morgana may actually be more than enough. Yes, while Alex is still pulled, while he's still in the pool, the second tick of the Morgana ult does go off with the damage, the stun, and the kill.
Yeah, it will hit him through that pool, so nice job from cowTard, you know, being able to reverse that a little bit. And, with the Ignite, they do have enough damage to take him down if they get a gank from Maokai, so, you know, that is a nice situation here. But you see Cog just being zoned because he's so scared of this Corki Blitzcrank combo. It's just so much damage, and that's really going to affect a lot of his farm. Gosu Pepper actually running up, just constantly teasing him. He just won't allow him to get up to that minion line.
He wants them to get a closer look on all of his decals on his fists. He just was like, hey, man, I got this. What do you got? Oh, by the way, you have no skin or carapace or anything in your bones. You can't have these cool designs like me.
And so Kog has enough range where he hopefully can keep up his farm, and then it should push into him, so he should be okay. But even so, it's interesting to see that M5 has just so much pressure in this bottom lane already.
Also, noticing Darien right now actually going for the Black Cleaver. And, you know, Kennon's not going to have too much armor naturally, but got the chain vest. Going to be looking to get the Zonias later on, but there's a tornado going. Gosu Pepper being caught in the bush is exhausted. Will he actually go down here to Man Shield being popped? But now Genja's a little bit too far out. But Maokai trying to make the best of the situation. Hooks not making anything of it, but there's Kog'Maw with the artillery trying to get the kills. Will not get them.
And Corki just has so much damage through the early and mid game, so even with a gank, they don't really have a lot of options there because Corki can just wreck them. But the interesting thing about the Black Cleaver, I'm fairly certain Yeah, it would. The
gold.
Fiora's ultimate will proc it, so very quickly you're going to take him down. But actually, the Twisted Advance,
following.
Genja trying to get the Valkyrie there, but will be held up. And there's actually the Whirlwind as well, the slow, and so they are chasing her down. etnex not quite in range, so actually doesn't get the damage that they need. And in the meantime, actually, Alex Itch chasing down cowTard.
That is a really deep dive Alex is trying to pull off here. cowTard waiting for, can you get the bind? Something. Alex, wow, got way too low. Way too low there.
Wow, and so just trying to pressure it and just can't quite finish off, just barely out of range, kind of getting stuck on the minions there. So, you know, nice job from cowTard getting out of there. And in the meantime, Maokai making his way up towards mid. Alex Itch has to get out of there, so we'll see if he kind of gets caught for a second. No, he should be able to get out of there, so we'll be able to back off.
But, yeah, so Morgana's just going to go ahead and still try and be aggressive here, though. Alex still being caught in the mid, but, you know, Morgana is back at full. Alex decided to stay. But, you know, top lane, though, Fiora actually going to go back, picking up the Merc Treads. Going to have a little bit more Magic B, and go ahead and resist the stuns for a little while. So there's Genja, the pull coming in from Gosu Pepper, still getting Steve, despite, you know, taking a few tower shots. But the pressure still continues, and there we go. Another attempt at Dragon, but now two levels. Well, two levels have happened since then, so it's going to be a little bit quicker.
The big thing is that they just forced Janna out of lane, or at the very least she's low, and her ultimate is down, her abilities are down, her flash is down, so they don't have an option to invade here. And yeah, you can see just the 2-level difference, how quickly Nocturne is okay there. And actually Darien diving onto Muppo again, the ultimate once again taking him down.
Wow, that
just
is
so
insane.
much burst in that top lane, and actually Gosu Pepper trying to get in. Can he get the pop-up? The pull onto Janna, so Janna will go down, and now Cog is the only one left. We'll have to back off because Genja and Gosu Pepper are just so powerful.
So now this is the power of M5, and you see all 3 lanes are getting to the tower diving point. Alex getting caught in the Morgana ult, but there's the Nocturne ult. We'll be trying to help out here. May not be able to actually finish the kill onto Alex. The pool coming down, keeper slowed, and yes, Alex does make the best of that situation. Blue buff in mid on Vlad. That cooldown reduction is going to be massive. So now we see all 3 lanes from M5. They are more than comfortable with tower diving.
There's another nice thing about Fiora is her pushing potential. That was always a big thing when she was released, but having that E, just dropping that tower. So not only does she have the kill potential against Ken, and Ken just easily control this top lane, but also being able to force down the tower very easily. So we'll see how it kind of works coming into the... Didn't even notice Maokai actually flashing up onto Alex Itch, being able to pick up that kill. But Alex Itch has enough damage and has enough sustain with the minion help. He's actually hurt the tower as well. So with the pull, just barely not able to get out.
But yeah, also 1-for-1. I mean, if you're going to make a best of that situation, but the buffs do just evaporate into the ether, unfortunately. So no one's going to be grabbing those. And right now, NX just taking so much chunk from those quirky missiles. It's a little bit silly, and Gosu Pepper's just right there, speeding along. If anyone needs to be grabbed, if anyone needs to just, you know, be pulled a little bit closer, he's there.
Yeah, just consider the difference between Genja and etnex in the previous game. So, you know, Genja last game as Cog was just able to have so much control over the lane with the range advantage. But now against Corki, Corki has decent range and then has enough burst where you can just, you know, run up right onto Cog and burst him down. And actually Darien coming down for the gank. Blitzcrank is here as well, throws off the ward, and it is going to be a 3v3. The hook does not hit, but Darien is waiting, and if they pursue, no, they're going to back off. So Darien has that damage potential. He could probably just wreck them if he runs in on it.
Yeah, ult is up, and you got that Black Cleaver. Everyone's going to be taking a huge chunk, but there's Steve with the ward in the bush. Gosu Pepper is going to recognize, you know, Janna's close. Janna's really close, possibly in pull range, but there you go. 3 members of MEGASHOCK. They're there, just on the cusp, but you know there will be a little bit of vision there from MEGASHOCK to know when it's safe to enter that Tribe Rush.
But cowTard, all the physical damage will go through that shield, and so very quickly, Darien is just so powerful at this point in the game.
Look at the stats on that ult, because that was a little bit ridiculous.
Look at the stats on that ult. I'll just look at the ult again. So
yeah, Darien,
it's astounding to see how much damage Fiora has, and that was always one of the nice strengths of Fiora.
Oh my god! But she was full. She was pretty much full. That was ridiculous. Mouse over.
Right.
Mouse over that ult. I want to know. All right,
yeah,
so
it's 1,500 damage, so wow, it's really just insane.
Well, I mean, it is, you know, percentage reduced for each successive ult, but still remember, you got the Black Cleaver, you have all the armor shred. Morgana doesn't really have, you know, well, even with the chain vest. Oh my, jeez.
And it's interesting, Fiora, I mean, Fiora does have weaknesses. You can bully around Fiora in some lanes. Late game, Fiora's going to throw off the ultimate, and instead of hitting all on one person, it's going to hit on everyone. Right. So instead of hitting one person, it's going to hit on everyone. So Fiora's damage is going to be an issue, and she's going to be squishy and whatnot later in the game. But M5's using it as like a shock and all kind of pick, and people don't play against Fiora ever, so they're able to use this champion who has just such a strong damage advantage, and MEGASHOCK has no idea how to handle it.
I really hope we don't start seeing a lot of Fioras in solo queue after today. But they go to Twisted Advance down on Alex while he's still pulled. The Morgana ult trying to make something happen here. Darien is back. Ult is also still up, but doesn't even quite need it. Alex will be safe, and there's the quick kill onto Goats as well. And this is M5's game now. They have all of the power they need in Fiora. In Vladimir, just go ahead and bully around MEGASHOCK.
They have so much damage late game, and the team fight control with all the CC for MEGASHOCK was definitely a concern, but having an 8k gold advantage, not so much anymore. And you did see, actually, I had asked previously if I think Maokai's just advance goes through the Vladimir. Well, it does. So, but it doesn't really matter because Vladimir Alexich just playing it beautifully, and then having the rest of his team for backup. M5 has so much map control right now. They're just constantly running around, not allowing MEGASHOCK an opportunity to get into this game.
I'm still just thinking of that pun. But it really
that pun?
It actually describes their play style very well.
Oh,
they
right.
rush in, they rush on in, and it's
but
working
Genja and Gosu Pepper maybe coming in a little bit too soon. Fortunately, he will have Darien and Vladimir Alexich
everyone's
for the
in a
backup.
nice clump. This would be a very opportune time for Fiora to just get everybody conveniently clumped up in the one bush. That could be a boatload of damage. But yeah, just pressuring, killing time for the towers to fall. Darien just doesn't have a care in the world. He's like, yeah, I'll go in and try and just get some vision behind the towers. No big deal. It's fine. We're okay here. We're all friends here. Nocturne, Diamondprox going to go ahead through the jungle along with Alex. They may actually go ahead and take the blue here and then possibly pressure on tower. But here we go, MEGASHOCK. They're looking to defend this. It's a 5-on-3. They could get something here. There's a special gun from Diamondprox, and now the cannon ult trying to get the kill on the Nocturne. They are going to get it. So now 5-on-2. Gosu over here. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and in the meantime, they are able to get the kill, but it was a monumental effort to do so.
Yeah.
And so Corki is going to be able to push down that bottom lane. Genja just, really doing a nice job there. The rest of the team can pressure them, and they could almost win a 3v4 here. Jan actually recalling and Kennen in that top lane. Now that these ults are down, M5 could maybe pressure him, and actually Blitzcrank coming around the backside. Maybe he gets snared. No, we'll have to back off, but Corki still with that pressure. Wow, he's actually pretty close to getting that tower.
Know what happened last time your opposition goes to Pepper. Don't be scaring us like that again. But there you go. Looks like Morgana and Jan are a little bit isolated here for us. The team goes to Pepper. If you get the pull, if you get something, wait for the shield to go down. Oh no, it's Jan's shield. It's not even Morgana's shield. Okay, there's Morgana's shield. Gonna be a little bit safe. Hook not getting anything off that, but there's a twisted advance down onto the Blitzcrank. Should be slowed out. The mana shield trying to do just a little bit of something. Alex is pulled. Gonna be safe there for a second. Darien ult is still up. Has not used it yet, getting very low. Summoner heal being popped by Genja, keeping everyone safe. And there's the kill onto cowTard. Alex, El Muppo. Actually, that was red buff. That was all red buff right there.
Yeah, I thought that he was going to have it, and actually Nocturne coming in, trying to get the advantage, and actually Genja with the Valkyrie to give him vision, so that opens up the opportunity for Diamondprox, and with that fear, they're going to be able to pick up this kill, and then the flash over from Genja, the knock-up, but Kog is actually here as well, so Blitz goes down. Can they turn this around? Oh, the quick kill, so they do pick up that kill and then get out of there.
But Fiora is not too far behind, so you got the jungler and the top lane for M5, both with double buff. They're good.
But that whole fight was actually really nice to watch because M5, they were sitting at low HP and just constantly like kiting them back and then throwing some poke damage with Corki and with Vladimir to try and wear them down a little bit. Gosu Pepper DC'd. Oh my gosh, this I can't.
Oh,
yes,
they're 11k ahead.
They are, but it happens so many times that I'm sure M5 is just struggling with it. But regardless, yeah, they've played a fantastic game, and even without Gosu Pepper, they could probably do it. There he goes. He's back in the game, so we're all good. But I don't know. It's just tough. There is a really nice synergy to MEGASHOCK's team if they can get the right ult combos and if Kog can get that damage. The issue is Kog doesn't even have a Phantom Dancer. 23 minutes in. How much gold? Yeah, Kog has nothing. So Kog just being completely shut down in that bottom lane it's going to be a struggle without Cog's damage since they have a team built around Cog.
But I mean, pretty much all the lanes, plus jungler from MEGASHOCK were just so far denied. There is Shirelia's pop. Gosu Forever trying to get to grab something, anyone. Once again, right through the goal post there. But Kennen out in front with the ultimate. Darien will actually be the first one to go down in this fight. And Fisch is not too far behind. He was kind of a little bit away. He was on vacation. But there you go. There's the Janna Monsoon trying to keep everyone away. Ult from Alex is now up.
Yeah, and there's the issue with Fiora. Fiora's just so squishy. You do have the disengage with Fiora's ultimate, which is really nice, but if you're hit with a snare, then you can't use your ultimate through a snare. I'm pretty sure you can't, because you can't use most abilities that move you. If as the snare is hitting, you can use it, then yes. But still, being able to burst down Fiora is huge, and then they have enough fight control where they can maybe pull it off. The issue is going to be when Vladimir comes in the fight and just has all of that AoE damage, because you saw, even though Vladimir wasn't there, they still got pretty low. So you throw Vladimir into the mix, and MEGASHOCK's going to be going down pretty quickly. But if they can keep on farming, keep on stalling, they have a nice opportunity there. They have great AoE. Yeah. They have really nice stalling capabilities with Morgana and Cog. They can both just push waves very easily.
And you see, Morgana now has the Zhonya's. Kennen got the Rylai's and still has the Chain Vest ready. Could actually be building into Zhonya's next. I would have liked to actually seen, double Zhonya's on both of the major initiators for MEGASHOCK, just to ensure that they can go ahead and just keep M5 still. But then again, though, that's the problem. Kog'Maw has no damage, so you're relying on your major initiators to also be the damage dealers. So Kennen's just going to go ahead and try and pick up some of that slack. And also, pressuring down top tower a little bit as well, but actually has no choice but to have to recall right in that bush. May actually get caught. Darien, Diamondprox, will you see the Kennen? Yes! Will not be able to recall. Muppo's in a lot of trouble. There's the pop-up from Blitzcrank. Out of position.
And in the meantime, cowTard actually has to flash away from Alex Itch. So, wow. Some really nice damage potential there. And now, actually, they're going to maybe be pressuring this dragon, and I would assume that Fiora is pretty, strong at taking dragon because of how much damage you have. Actually, the Maokai pull from Gosu Pepper, he's going to go down pretty quickly. Darien with the quick engage, just bursting him down almost instantly. In the meantime,
cowTard getting a little bit caught out. The Nocturnal does come in to finish it off. Steve with a little bit of a late monsoon. Diamondprox was just like, I'm just going to go ahead and work on Baron.
I can't even understand why he's engaging. So I guess he thought he could pick off Genja, throw off the ultimate, but with the Valkyrie, he could get out of there pretty easily. So
actually, the Zhonya's kind of backfired in that situation, just left him still for way too long. I like Diamondprox's mentality. It's like, you guys do whatever. I'm going to start on Baron. You can just join me whenever you guys are ready. And there you go. There, Baron does go down. M5 does have it. MEGASHOCK still being aggressive, but there's Darien. There's Fiora. They're in a little bit of trouble. There's the ult from Fiora trying to get some extra damage, but actually does go down in the Kennen ult.
Yeah, you still take the damage. It's just that it won't disable you while you're in the ultimate. So, really nice job there. But I'm kind of surprised that MEGASHOCK is forcing these fights. I mean, they recognize, all right, if we have a team fight team, that's going to be awesome. But why are you forcing a fight right after they take Baron when they're full health and when you don't have any vision? They're just walking into the bushes. And so that's kind of surprising. They're, M5 is in really nice position here. Actually, cowTard, he has the shield, so he should be able to block the Ghost Pepper pull. But even so, they're trying to pressure in, see if they can get a kill. They might even tower dive this.
So there's the minion wave being pushed. cowTard's a little bit out of position to grab. Does not get Muppo, unfortunately. The thing is, though, Genja here with the missiles and all the pressure should be able to keep them away. The cowTard's in a lot of trouble. Just Gosu Pepper just walks up and just punches Morgana. It's a done deal. Shield on etnex, trying to get some little bit extra damage, trying to get some poke, but the tower's taking just so much damage at this point. M5 just throwing their weight around here at this point with this Baron buff, and they still have Baron buff for a good while as well. But MEGASHOCK still trying to go ahead, clear these waves, stick together as a team. Darien has revived, will be coming back into the mid to help continue his pressure. etnex a little bit too far out, and there's Alex with the ult, trying to poke down all that damage on the Cog, and Nocturne trying to follow up, and yes, that's going to be more than enough. The initial hit and the finishing of the Vladimir ult will be more than enough. Genja takes down the turret, and the push continues. Alex trying to get another kill here. Genja does get blown away from the Monsoon, and Darien, 1, 2, 3, taking out Steve.
Yeah, so very easily this is going to be an inhibitor here. Goat's actually sitting off on the side. He's actually going to...
he's locked out of his own base. He went to go to the grocery store, lost his keys. Like, guys, I need some help getting back in here. Oh, and Nocturne going to go ahead and try and give him a little bit of help. The fear is going to be more than enough, and Alex goes in and gets that kill. and just more kills. MEGASHOCK just cannot defend this. The minions are pushing. This should be an inhibitor, and they can just go ahead and abuse MEGASHOCK so slowly. This may very well be just the final push to game.
Yeah, they are low enough where they'll probably back off, but actually Alex Itch just pressuring it, walking right into him, and baits out the Kennen ultimate. He does get stunned for a little bit, but forcing that out, and they're actually just going to continue on to this. And with 15 seconds left, they should be able to take down both of these Nexus turrets.
Look at the attack speed on Darien, with the steroid. And there you go. Kog'Maw, where are you running to?
Oh, yeah.
Popping the Ghost. I think this may almost be it here. etnex trying to make something happen, but Genja does get the kill. This is, I think, pretty much it. Gosu Pepper rejoins the team. It's a 5-man push against 4 with an open Nexus, and there's just way too much damage, way too much aggression coming in from M5. Nexus is being focused, and I think this may very well be it. Just gotta finish the job. Finish the job. Do what you've come to here to do. Let's crank.
Fulfill your destiny.
Muppo, fulfill your destiny and be our next qualifying team.
Yeah.
cowTard double kill there onto Alex. Nocturne ult. Why not? They just go for kills. Guys, finish the job, please. There you go. Pull. There it is. M5, Moscow 5, your second qualifying team for IPL5. Fantastic job. You guys won yourself a spot in the tournament and $1,000 to boot.
Yeah.
Good to see them qualify.
Moscow 5 will be at IPL5, whenever that is.
Yes.
So, yeah, hopefully that's we can announce that shortly.
Now, and I just realized something, too.
Yeah.
So M5 is qualified.
And so is CLG EU.
And so is Dynamic.
And so is Dynamic,
The
that's true.
may very well see the IPL4 qualifier rematch live and in person without ping being an issue.
Yeah.
We're going to have it.
That's definitely going to be exciting. I mean, I'm just excited about any of the matches because we're going to IPL5. Just a quick refresher, we're going to take a break from our qualifiers for a second because we have in August our next major tournament, the San Francisco Showdown.
Yep.
I don't know, it'll be fun, but it's going to be Asia versus NA. So unfortunately, we can't have we won't be able to have EU at the event, but we're going to be running our qualifiers for that starting next week. But then we'll start up again with IPL5 qualifiers. Hopefully, get that announcement out and. It's going to be massive. So a reminder for the format for IPL5, 4 NA teams, 4 Asia teams, and 4 EU teams, all from qualifiers, and then also TSM with the invite, and then an open bracket as well.
Live at the show, just show on up 3 spots in the open bracket for anyone who may just want to just come on, fly on over and try their luck. And then that's open to everyone, including the Korean teams as well. So I think, rumblings that a few of them may actually be flying over.
It's going to be absolutely massive. It's going to be insane. It's all of the best teams in the world, and I'm really excited for it. Our August event as well, since that's a little bit more in the immediate future. 8-team, it is a Riot Circuit event, $40,000 dollars in prizes. That's going to be exciting as well. You can check it out on our website, ign.com/IPL. I'm really stoked. It's going to be a really cool event heading into the Season 2 Championships to finally see how the NA will deal with the Asia. But this was EU, M5 taking it home. MEGASHOCK look strong coming up to the qualifier, but M5 showing them who's boss, showing them why they're the established team that they are.
And not to mention, EU may be done, but we still have the NA to take care of this afternoon in about 5 hours. Curse NA and TSM Evo.
Yeah, and TSM Evo with the win over Dignitas yesterday. Unfortunately, Dignitas did have some ping issues because they're playing from the Korean server. So we look forward to having them back in the future. But TSM Evo definitely looked really strong, and they have a really nice team. It'll be exciting to see how that matchup goes. And then Curse yesterday in the TSM Invitational, they beat up on TSM.
I saw that.
Supposedly West Rice brought back Akali and went like 30-5 in 2 games combined. That's something to look forward to. West Rice's Akali, it was always so monstrous, but we'll see if they bring it back.
But you know what? For now, though, congratulations, Moscow 5. We'll be seeing you at the live event. And for now, until next qualifier, until we see you guys again, and hopefully you'll be able to catch up with us this afternoon for the NA as well. But let's go ahead. Let's take care of all the necessary business as well. Be sure to keep up with everything we're doing here at the IGN Pro League at IGN Pro League on Facebook and on Twitter, IPLLOL on Twitch, on YouTube, and as always, send us your tops, send us your flops. We want your replays, IPLLOLreplays@gmail.com. May see you on the YouTube channel, may see you in some top 5 vids. I hope so. I think so. But for now, We're done. Hope you enjoyed the set, and hope now there can be no complaints. Like M5 didn't qualify, they qualified now. They're in. No more worries there. So thanks for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you here on the IPL stream, and we shall see you next time.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We're going to have a rebroadcast up for you in a second, so stay tuned.